In the formidable realm of the high martial blue star, where ferocious beasts roam unchecked, the martial arts rise to prominence. Liang finds himself thrust into the lair of these savage creatures, besieged by a horde of ferocious beasts and ensnared in a dire predicament. Just as he is on the verge of being devoured as a mere morsel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have traversed realms, and the infinite check-in system has been successfully activated. Detection indicates that the host is facing a life and death crisis. Automatic check-in initiated. Congratulations, host. You have attained God-level martial prowess. From that moment forth, the course of Liang's destiny was irrevocably altered. While others toil for 10 years in arduous training, a single day of his check-in surpasses all. Congratulations, host. You have checked in today and received the SSS grade Qishao Fire Lotus. Congratulations, host. You have checked in today and obtained the Law of Fire. Congratulations, host. You have checked in today and gained full comprehension of SSS grade martial arts. With each check-in, Li Yang's ascent in strength sends ripples of astonishment throughout the entire blue star. Ferocious beasts? A single punch obliterates them. Geniuses? A single strike defeats them. Martial arts masters? I mistook them for stray dogs. They may as well converse with my system. Bolstered by the daily check-ins, Li Yang transitions from existence akin to an ant to an unparalleled powerhouse, exerting his dominance over the entire blue star. As he turns to reflect, the adversaries of your have long since turned to dust, yet his strides have never faltered. Beyond the starry skies, even greater foes await his conquest. Chapter 1. High Martial Blue Star, check-in for God-level martial prowess. Outside the Tianfeng base city of Blue Star, deep within the wilderness, an abandoned human city stands solemnly in this desolate expanse. The dilapidated skyscrapers are tightly ensnared by dense vines and thorns, while the asphalt road is riddled with cracks, overrun by wild grasses. The roars of ferocious beasts echo through the ruins. At a certain location, in a lair of ferocious beasts, exuding a chilling and sinister atmosphere, lie the skeletal remains of humans, while 5 massive second-tier ferocious beasts, the iron-armored rhinos, rest quietly. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly flickers. The 5 second-tier iron-armored rhinos are blinded by the unexpected brilliance, their colossal forms trembling involuntarily. As the light rapidly dissipates, a young man in his 20s emerges from within, staggering into the lair. Where am I? I am not. Liang, who had been crushed by a large truck while walking, now finds himself bewildered. I thought I heard a splashing sound from the speed bump just now. Before he could finish his thought, the decaying flesh of the iron-armored rhino behind him crumbled and fell onto his hand, releasing a nauseating stench. Ugh, what is this? Who has smeared something on my hand? Li Yang's heart raced, and the sudden wave of nauseating odor provoked dry heaves. Instinctively shaking his hand to clear it, he turned to look behind him, only to find 5 enormous iron-armored rhinos, their fangs still stained with dried blood, staring blankly at him, hot breath escaping their nostrils. He pondered, who among you ordered takeout? In the dimly lit environment, their blood-red eyes gleamed like lanterns, and time seemed to freeze in that moment. Holy cow! Li Yang's face turned pale, fear rendering his legs weak as he nearly collapsed to the ground. What in the world are these creatures, and where am I? Terrified, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he appeared to be inside a long-abandoned city. Could it be that I've been transported to another realm as depicted in novels after being hit by that truck? The miraculous healing of his injuries and the eerie surroundings served as ample proof. With this thought, Li Yang's heart raced, the instinct for survival overpowering his fear. I won't disturb you. I shall take my leave. Summoning all his strength, he bolted towards the distant light. The 5 iron-armored rhinos, having regained their senses, exchanged glances filled with ferocity before swiftly reacting. Although they were unsure how this human had suddenly appeared, they certainly could not let this weak prey go. A mere ordinary human with no discernible energy fluctuations. Roar! A deep, menacing roar erupted. In an instant, the 5 iron-armored rhinos charged towards Li Yang like a torrent of steel. The ground trembled violently beneath their colossal, rock-solid hooves as they pursued him with astonishing speed, quickly closing the gap. Hearing the terrifying roars behind him, Li Yang turned his head to glance back, only to find the enormous beasts, each larger than an elephant and exuding a foul odor, mere inches away. How can these behemoths move so swiftly? What monstrous creatures are these? In despair, he cried out, "My life is forfeit." At that critical moment, just as hopelessness threatened to consume him, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have traversed realms, and the infinite check-in system has been successfully activated. System, save me! Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Having read novels for years, he knew precisely what a system was. It was the essential artifact for any traveler between realms. After all these years of reading, it's finally my turn. Detection indicates that the host is facing a life and death crisis, initiating automatic sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have been extraordinarily fortunate to acquire Divine Warrior level cultivation. Divine Warrior level? Liang pondered as he listened to the voice resonating in his mind. Although he was unaware of what this Divine Warrior level entailed, it certainly sounded impressive, especially with the inclusion of the word divine. Extricating himself from the current deadly predicament should pose no challenge. The entire process transpired with remarkable swiftness, taking less than a second. In an instant, Liang felt an overwhelming force, beyond his comprehension, surge into his body. His personal cultivation level soared dramatically. From an originally normal physique, he began to transcend through the ranks of martial artists. From first-grade warrior to second-grade warrior, third-grade warrior, ascending to the king level, then the emperor level, and ultimately reaching the divine warrior level. The entire transformation was completed in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, an immense martial aura erupted from Liang, akin to a colossal tsunami crashing forth. The surrounding space trembled in response. 5 armored rhinoceroses, their massive jaws agape, sought to devour Liang whole. Upon sensing the sudden surge of his aura, they were utterly astonished. The ferocity in their eyes was swiftly replaced by fear and confusion. The dynamics of attack and defense had shifted dramatically. Caught off guard, they were flung backward by the potent residual waves of his breakthrough, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Their exterior was a gruesome mess, while their internal organs lay utterly shattered under the immense force. They were as good as dead. At that moment, the dilapidated building nearby teetered on the brink of collapse, seemingly ready to crumble at any moment. I feel terrifyingly powerful now, Liang murmured in awe, relishing the colossal strength coursing through him. In mere moments, he gained a clearer understanding of his divine warrior prowess. His physicality, olfactory, auditory, visual, and perceptive abilities had all reached an extraordinarily formidable level. It felt as if he had become an omnipotent deity, having gathered all 12 talismans. Relaxing slightly, Liang glanced at the 5 armored rhinoceroses lying motionless on the ground, having succumbed to the shockwave of his breakthrough, and a glimmer of interest flickered in his eyes. He was prepared to extract their remaining value. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "If you wish to consume me, then let me test my mettle against you." He unleashed a punch with a casual flick of his arm. Faint golden patterns emerged upon his forearm. The punch surged forth like a dragon, merely an ordinary strike, yet, bolstered by his cultivation, it emanated an overwhelming force capable of obliterating all in its path. In an instant, it pierced through the bodies of the 5 armored rhinoceroses, exploding them into a mist of crimson. The residual force of his punch was unstoppable, carving a 100-meter-long gash in its wake. Boom! Everything in its vicinity was utterly annihilated. The surrounding abandoned structures crumbled under the onslaught of his power. What incredible might! Liang marveled at the scene before him, incredulously observing his own hands. Did I truly do this? Just as those words left his lips, the building he was currently in could no longer withstand the strain. Rumble! It emitted a violent noise and began to collapse. Liang, overwhelmed with joy yet dismissive of danger, sought to test the resilience of his own physique, only to find himself buried beneath the debris. Seconds later, another thunderous roar erupted. From the depths of the completely collapsed ruins, a powerful wave surged forth, pulverizing the surrounding stones and trees into dust. Amidst the chaos, a majestic figure leaped forth from the rubble, standing triumphantly as if a celestial being had descended. It was none other than Liang, who had emerged unscathed from the ruins. Having personally experienced the extent of his newfound strength, a confident smile graced his lips as he brushed away non-existent dust from his attire. He mused playfully, a bit of dirt on the hem. At that moment, he was no longer the ordinary person who had been struck by a heavy truck and transported to another realm. The situation that had previously been undeniably life-threatening now posed no harm to him whatsoever. For Liang, the sensory abilities that unfolded were utterly novel. In his mind, a detailed map seemed to materialize, revealing the surrounding landscape within a radius of several dozen kilometers. How marvelous! Am I now a human radar? As he processed the nearby circumstances in his mind, Liang couldn't help but exclaim in genuine astonishment. He felt akin to the superheroes depicted in science fiction films. What had once been mere dreams and fantasies was now unfolding before his very eyes. Deep within this desolate wilderness, in addition to the myriad ferocious beasts, far surpassing any creature on Earth, there existed humans who had also undergone remarkable transformations, capable of effortlessly breaking iron and shattering stone. From their overheard conversations, they referred to themselves as warriors. Yet, in comparison to him, they were undeniably inferior, the disparity in power resembling an unfathomable chasm. Humans and beasts have undergone such profound changes. Where exactly have I been transported? Liang pondered inwardly, uncertain of where his strength stood within this new world. Chapter 2. Another beginner's gift pack. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated once more. Current world, High Marshal Blue Star. This world offers free basic information. Will the host accept it? The timing could not be more perfect, sparing me the need to explore and search. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes brightened, dispelling his earlier confusion. Having traversed directly into this world, he was utterly ignorant of its stark contrasts to Earth. This information was precisely what he needed. Without hesitation, he responded within his mind, accept. As the words faded, a torrent of memories surged into Liang's consciousness. Within a fleeting moment, he assimilated and digested all the information. And the joy in his eyes intensified as he murmured, so that's it. This planet, known as Blue Star, bore a resemblance to Earth, yet was fundamentally different. Over 200 years ago, a terrifying calamity of unknown origin descended without warning, causing countless beasts to mutate into fearsome creatures that launched brutal assaults against humanity. Despite humanity's possession of nuclear weapons and other devastating armaments, they gradually fell into a disadvantage as time passed. For the ferocious beasts evolved at an alarming rate and no longer feared nuclear bombs. It was not until the emergence of warriors that humanity found a glimmer of hope. These warriors possessed immense strength and extraordinary individual power, enabling them to confront the beasts head-on. Nevertheless, the situation remained dire and far from optimistic. Humanity could only establish base cities, retreating within their walls to keep the beasts at bay. In summary, this was an era of high martial arts marked by the resurgence of spiritual energy, with beasts mutating and martial arts flourishing. Warriors were the elite among humans, holding a revered status. The cultivation levels of these warriors were meticulously categorized, currently known to range from the 1st to the 9th rank, followed by the king level, emperor level, earth martial god, and heaven martial god. Each level was further subdivided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. The ferocity of the beasts was classified similarly. The 5 large rhinoceroses he had just defeated were classified as second-tier beasts, corresponding to human second-rank warriors. Liang, curious about his own level of cultivation, summoned the system personal panel. A technologically advanced interface appeared before him, visible only to himself. Name, Liang. Level, Earth Martial God, early stage. Martial arts, none. Techniques, none. Items, none. The displayed information was remarkably concise and comprehensible. As an Earth Martial God in the early stage, based on the previously mentioned classifications, I could be considered a formidable figure within the upper echelons of Blue Star. A smile graced Liang's lips. Although not at the T0 or T05 levels, I undoubtedly possess T1 level prowess. In this world fraught with calamity, one's personal strength is of utmost importance. Furthermore, the simplified information provided by the system indicated that there were fewer than 10 human warriors who had achieved the Heaven Martial God level on Blue Star. The Earth Martial God count was merely around 100 globally, definitely not a large number. At first glance, this may seem substantial, but in reality, it is exceedingly rare. From a population of billions on Blue Star, only this few elite warriors have emerged. This fact offered Liang a sense of reassurance. The number of warriors of his caliber was not commonplace. Attaining the Earth Martial God level was indeed prestigious. Even the weakest among them was still an Earth Martial God. He then closed the system page, which was visible only to him, and curiously inquired within his mind, System, could you elaborate on your functionalities? The host may check in once daily, with no location restrictions, randomly receiving various abundant rewards. Detected that the host has successfully survived a crisis. A beginner's gift pack is being issued. Would the host like to open it? A beginner's gift pack? After grasping the system's straightforward functions, a surge of exhilaration welled up in Liang's eyes. Attaining the Earth Martial God level through the check-in was already astonishing. He never expected the system to be so thoughtful as to offer a gift pack as well. However, based on the system's implication, it seemed that had he perished earlier, this wouldn't have been granted. He quickly shook off such thoughts. Had the system not arrived in time, he would have already been devoured by those beasts. Open. Beginner's gift pack successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining infinite storage space. Complete mastery of S-ranked martial arts Dragon Flame, Burning Heaven Blade. Complete mastery of S-ranked martial arts Burning Sun Technique, and 1 S-ranked weapon, the Battle Blade Cinder Azure Blade. As the system's voice faded, 4 items were revealed, and Liang's heart brimmed with delight. He had initially anticipated that the beginner's gift pack might only contain items beneficial to novices, yielding little of value. Yet, it appeared that his assumptions were overly pessimistic. These items were indeed useful. After all, it was a beginner's gift pack. He did not wish to set his expectations too high. Soon after, a long red blade engulfed in azure flames materialized within his newly acquired infinite storage space, radiating a searing glow. Concurrently, 2 fragments of memory surged forth like a tidal wave, indelibly imprinting themselves in Liang's mind. He closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the absorption of this information. In an instant, his body erupted into a fierce conflagration. It was as if a wild, golden-red fire dragon coiled around him, enveloping his entire being. The energy radiating from him was extraordinarily intense, as if it could incinerate everything in proximity. Gasping, Liang clenched his fists, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through him, subjecting him to torment akin to being scorched by flames. Those who have accidentally experienced cremation can attest that the sensations are remarkably similar. Fortunately, the inferno subsided after a few seconds, fleeting yet dazzling. Liang opened his weary eyes, a flicker of trepidation and resignation within them. He gave a wry smile and remarked to the system, "Why didn't you inform me that mastering Burning Sun technique would lead to self-immolation? I nearly burned to death." Thankfully, it dissipated quickly, otherwise, I would have been left to wail in agony. Despite the torturous process, the results were strikingly significant. In the silence of the system, he achieved perfect mastery over these two S-ranked martial arts, gaining profound insight into the fire element. Like the powerful superhumans depicted in films, he had harnessed the very essence of flame. He now possessed a clear understanding of these two techniques. The dragon flame burning heaven blade pursued the pinnacle of explosive power. With slashes accompanied by searing heat, its blade energy could transform into a flame dragon to attack enemies from a distance. Upon reaching complete mastery, its might would be further amplified, capable of cleaving the heavens and incinerating all. Meanwhile, the effects of Burning Sun technique were equally impressive, allowing the practitioner to absorb the essence of the sun or the fires of the earth's core to grow stronger. Upon achieving complete understanding, it not only enabled explosive power in combat, doubling strength and speed for a brief period, but also allowed the formation of a fiery battle armor on the body's surface. Anyone who approached would be scorched by the waves of heat. Of course, this technique also bore its drawbacks. After activating the flame battle armor, the distinction between friend and foe vanished, rendering allies unable to approach. In certain peculiar environments, such as the frigid cold or the perpetual shadows where sunlight never penetrates, the armor's defensive capabilities would wane, but this was not a significant concern. Liang mused softly to himself. Currently, he existed as an outsider, devoid of any family or friends on this martial world of Blue Star. Thus, the drawbacks of this technique posed little issue for him. What thrilled him even more was that the skills and techniques obtained from the Novice gift pack were all fire attribute. Their synergy would further enhance their potency. With a mere thought, the S-rank Embert Song blade materialized in his hand from the infinite storage space, gripping the hilt firmly after drawing it from its sheath. His gaze fell upon the blade, and a glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. What a magnificent sword, Liang couldn't help but exclaim, examining it as if it were a rare treasure. The blade's contours were smooth and its curvature exquisite, displaying a fiery red hue that radiated an intense and dazzling light. The edge was extraordinarily sharp, engulfed in an eternal azure flame, exuding an aura of chilling lethality. According to the system's introduction, this blade could withstand temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees. It was exceedingly suitable for a martial artist specializing in fire attributes like him. Although compelled by the system to focus on fire attributes, he felt a surge of excitement as he played with the Embert Song blade for a while before returning it to the infinite storage space. The function of this infinite storage was, of course, self-evident to someone like him, who had long been immersed in the world of novels. The internal space was boundlessly vast, unaffected by the passage of time, allowing the storage of anything except living beings. However, it came with its limitations and could not be abused. It was the most precious item extracted from the Novice gift pack. Subsequently, Liang surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in an abandoned human county town, now overrun by vegetation, with the echoes of ferocious beasts' roars resonating in the air. After taking in the view, he managed to rein in his excitement and began contemplating his next steps. After all, he had been a mere orphan on Earth, unburdened by attachments or worries. The most pressing task now was to gain a more detailed understanding of the Blue Star's specific circumstances. The information provided by the system was merely rudimentary. To learn more, he needed to venture to the base city where the human populace congregated. Otherwise, suddenly appearing in this unfamiliar environment, even with the cultivation of a martial god, he couldn't shake the feeling of vulnerability. All right, to the base city it is. Liang concluded his thoughts, firming up his resolve and confirming his forthcoming plans. As for whether the indigenous humans would uncover his true identity as an outsider, he felt no concern whatsoever, unless he were foolish enough to reveal it himself. Even a martial god would be unable to discern it. This realm was a high martial world where racial talents were allocated towards martial arts and technology, rather than a world of immortal cultivation inhabited by celestial beings. After contemplating for a moment and devising a plan to disguise his identity, he murmured, "I need to find someone to ask for directions." The foundational information provided by the system was exceedingly basic. Currently, he was unaware of his exact coordinates, only knowing he was within a wilderness area of a nation known as Huaxia. Fortunately, there was a piece of good news. The people here bore an identical appearance to him, with no distinguishing features. Everyone had yellow skin and black hair. There was no need to worry about attracting trouble due to this aspect. The same applied to the language, allowing for seamless communication. The situation is quite favorable for me, Liang muttered. He then blurred into motion, vanishing from his original spot, as if teleporting, his speed so great that even his afterimage was undetectable. He headed towards the location of a nearby human warrior squad he sensed, intending to inquire about the route to the base city. Meanwhile, buried within the ruins of the dilapidated city, an inconspicuous piece of metal inscribed with A. 10-215 test zone lay unnoticed. At the same time, in a certain jungle within the wilderness, a 6-member warrior squad, dispatched to hunt ferocious beasts, faced a dire crisis. They had unexpectedly encountered a horde of enraged, ghost-faced monkeys. Quickly, form a defensive line to hold them off. I've sent out a distress signal to nearby warrior squads. Reinforcements will arrive shortly, shouted the squad leader, Wang Lei, his face etched with urgency and sweat. The misfortune of facing a sudden uprising of ferocious beasts had befallen them. As his voice echoed, a powerful aura erupted from him. A peak 6th-grade warrior, muscles taut and brimming with boundless strength. Wielding a battle axe that glimmered coldly in the sunlight, he unleashed a formidable technique. Die all of you, Wang Lei bellowed. With a mighty swing, the axe summoned a gust of wind, its blade carving a vicious arc as it struck towards the advancing ghost-faced monkey horde. In a flash, over a dozen 4th-grade ghost-faced monkeys were cleaved in twain, blood splattering as their skeletal forms collapsed to the ground. Yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, an unsettling chorus of eerie shrieks erupted from the horde, as if spurred into a frenzy. Their eyes turned crimson and their visages contorted with rage. They surged towards Wang Lei with renewed fervor. The ghost-faced monkey horde was among the most dreaded species encountered by warrior squads. Not only were they numerous and fought in packs, but they also possessed considerable intelligence and remarkable speed, proving exceptionally troublesome. The relentless assault of hundreds of ghost-faced monkeys descended like a torrential storm, their ranks comprising at least 2nd-grade beasts, while the mightiest among them, the ghost-destroying Monkey King, had reached the 6th grade. The 6 squad members struggled to keep up. Captain, we can barely hold on, cried a member with only initial 6th-grade cultivation, his voice tinged with despair. The onslaught of the ghost-faced monkeys grew increasingly fierce, their numbers seemingly endless. Their defensive formation was beginning to falter. Don't panic, hold on. I will get you all out of here. We will survive. Wang Lei gritted his teeth, fending off the sharp assaults of the ghost-faced Monkey King. Despite his own heart racing with fear, as the captain, he had to maintain composure to instill confidence in his comrades. However, with the horde growing ever larger, even he, the strongest among them, began to feel overwhelmed. He had exhausted all tactics and strategies, yet the mass of monkeys dazzled the eyes, leaving no avenue for escape. Captain, I truly can't hold on much longer. When will the reinforcements arrive? The initial 6th-grade member cried again, his voice cracking, while despair painted the faces of the other members. Their stamina was rapidly depleting, and their flesh-and-blood defensive formation was on the verge of collapse. Wang Lei's complexion turned pale as he glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. Realizing no warrior squads were coming to their aid, a sense of dread settled in his heart. It's over. If this continues, we are likely to perish here today. He was filled with utmost regret. Regret fills the air as I reflect on the folly of venturing into this perilous jungle. Driven by the desire to hunt higher-tier ferocious beasts for resources, despite lacking the requisite strength. Had we chosen a safer area, perhaps we would not have found ourselves in this dire predicament. Yet, the world offers no remedy for regret. Now, it is far too late to voice our lamentations. We are all destined to perish at the hands of this horde of ghastly-faced monkeys. Hope has all but vanished, and I fear I must go back on my word. Just as Wang Lei believed that he and his entire team were doomed to meet their end here, the situation took an unexpected turn. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, appearing above the battlefield in an instant. Liang hovered in midair, his gaze penetrating through the dense canopy of towering trees, surveying the beleaguered band of warriors below, encircled by hundreds, if not thousands, of the ghastly-faced monkeys. Poised on the brink of annihilation, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "You cannot die." As his words echoed, a colossal and searing aura erupted from him. It was as though the blazing sun had risen, sending waves of heat rippling through the air, causing it to tremble. The horde of ghastly-faced monkeys, which had been mercilessly attacking the warrior squad, abruptly ceased their assault, trembling in fear, their once raucous cries silenced. The crimson depths of their eyes betrayed profound terror as they sensed the looming specter of death. Before they could turn to flee, flames erupted from their bodies, engulfing them in an instant. In mere seconds, hundreds, if not thousands, of the ghastly-faced monkeys were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring. What is this? Wang Lei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of astonishment. His companions stood agape, drenched in sweat. Just moments ago, the monstrous horde had sought to bring them to ruin, and now they lay in piles of charred remains. The air around them was saturated with the overwhelming presence of a warrior, a being of incredible might, emanating the unmistakable aura of a pinnacle ninth-grade expert. Without relying on any martial arts, he had obliterated the entire horde using sheer elemental energy. As Wang Lei and the other 5 team members marveled in astonishment, they raised their gazes to seek the source of this formidable presence, eager to discover which esteemed master had come to their rescue. At that moment, Li Yang descended gracefully from the heavens, landing steadily before them. He stood tall, his eyes deep and penetrating, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance, unique to a mighty warrior. As Wang Lei and his companions gazed in awe, Li Yang reined in his aura and calmly inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" Chapter 4, Senior Li Yang. Truly formidable. The thought arose simultaneously in the minds of all present, deepening their reverence. In this fleeting moment of close proximity, Wang Lei realized that his earlier judgment had been profoundly misguided. The aura and presence of this young warrior surpassed that of any ninth-grade pinnacle expert he had ever encountered, to the extent that the might of a ninth-grade warrior paled in comparison to even a single hair of this formidable being. Moreover, Li Yang's ability to stand suspended in the air indicated that he was at least a king-level expert. Such a young warrior reaching this echelon was indeed a rarity. Contemplating this, the group's demeanor shifted to one of even greater respect. Wang Lei quickly gathered his wits and expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their miraculous escape. "We are fine. Thank you for your timely assistance, Senior." Li Yang surveyed the group with an imposing yet unperturbed gaze, nodding slightly. "No need for such formality. I merely happened upon your perilous situation and intervened, as a fellow human." Without further ado, he directly inquired, "Is there a base city nearby?" Wang Lei, without hesitation, responded, "Base city? Are you referring to Tianfeng Base City, Senior? It is the closest to this wilderness area, and all members of our Tianyu team hail from there." Tianfeng Base City? Li Yang mused internally. While he was unfamiliar with the nearby base cities, the implication of its proximity was clear. To appear less out of place, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Wang Lei and his team assumed that Li Yang was an expert from a distant base city, unfamiliar with their locale. Thus, Wang Lei eagerly provided directions. "Senior, Tianfeng Base City lies northeast from our current position. If you do not mind, we would be honored to guide you." Having experienced the harrowing brush with death, he was genuinely frightened and wished to leave this dangerous territory. Furthermore, their tactical backpacks were nearly full, making their return timely. Traveling alongside such a powerful warrior as Li Yang would ensure their safety, even in the face of another beast tide. However, they were uncertain whether Li Yang would accompany them. After a moment of contemplation regarding the request to guide him, Li Yang agreed. "Very well, let us proceed together." His arrival at this unfamiliar place provided the perfect opportunity to gather information while utilizing these individuals as cover. They truly accepted his agreement. The members of the Tianyu team, brimming with excitement, expressed their gratitude with reverent gazes. Wang Lei stepped forward, respectfully introducing himself. "Thank you, Senior. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lei, the captain of the Tianyu team. This is my teammate, Chai Hung, and this is..." "Greetings, Senior." Each of the exhilarated team members greeted Li Yang in turn. Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement. "Though our Tianyu team may not be particularly strong, we have garnered some recognition in this wilderness area. However, we are nothing in comparison to you, Senior. It is an honor to return with you. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask." Despite Li Yang appearing younger than them, his prowess commanded respect, and Wang Lei, who was already entering early middle age, felt no discomfort in addressing him as Senior. Li Yang responded coolly, "Li Yang," simply divulging his name without elaboration. Noticing Li Yang's aloof demeanor, the Tianyu team members felt no surprise. Instead, they regarded it as the hallmark of a true master. Especially for someone like Li Yang, who was clearly at least a king-level expert, such behavior was expected. In their minds, masters were often seen as solitary figures, stern and unyielding. Li Yang's demeanor aligned perfectly with their expectations of a powerful warrior. Achieving king-level status at such a young age was remarkable. Had they been in his position, they would likely have been even prouder. The sole regret was that they had not heard of this master prior, as it would have afforded them the opportunity to flatter him and earn his favor. Li Yang, were he to hear their inner thoughts, might have been unable to suppress a faint smile, recognizing their capacity for imaginative conjecture. His reticence stemmed more from a desire to conceal his identity as an outsider and avoid unnecessary trouble than from any disdain for social interaction. Maintaining an aloof demeanor was merely a secondary consideration. Without further delay, Li Yang leaped forward, like a majestic bird soaring into the sky. A looming presence cast a weighty gaze upon the 6 individuals below, burdened with their cumbersome tactical backpacks. With a voice imbued with an icy detachment, it proclaimed, "Let us depart." As the words resonated, a formidable aura of true essence emanated from him, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest engulfing the earth. With a mere thought, Li Yang manifested his true essence, materializing an invisible giant hand that gently lifted the members of the Tianyu team, bringing them up to his side amidst the heights. The ability to wield true essence with such ease signified that this elder was undoubtedly formidable among the ranks of king-level warriors. A flicker of astonishment and reverence danced in Wang Lei's eyes as he stood atop the intangible giant hand, his heart swelling with awe. The other team members mirrored his excitement, for not only had they narrowly escaped death today, but they were also privileged to experience the unique aerial prowess of a king-level powerhouse. This, without a doubt, was a tremendous honor. Before the Tianyu team could express their gratitude, Li Yang's figure shimmered, and with astonishing speed, he whisked them away from their original location. Racing towards the northeastern direction of the Tianfeng base city, the wind howled in their ears, and clouds swept past them as they felt the scenery blur and rapidly recede behind them. As Li Yang departed, translucent tendrils could be faintly seen retracting into the clouds high above, as if some unknown entity were observing them. Though Li Yang and his companions remained blissfully unaware of this subtle anomaly. On the journey back to the base city, Li Yang led the 6 members of the Tianyu team through the skies with carefree abandon. Occasionally, he would inquire casually and steer the conversation, gleaning a wealth of information from the unsuspecting team members, eager to forge a closer bond with him. He learned that they were currently situated in the depths of a perilous S-level wilderness surrounding the Tianfeng base city in Huaxia. The strongest beasts here were of the Beast King level, comparable to human martial king warriors. During his recent breakthrough to the martial god level, he had sensed the presence of one such creature, though it had fled in terror at the mere hint of his power. The strongest warrior in Huaxia was a peak martial god, a figure of immense strength who had established a faction known as the Martial Alliance, serving as its leader. As Wang Lei and the others discussed this topic, their eyes sparkled with profound admiration for the Martial Alliance leader, who had single-handedly battled 3 opponents of equal rank to protect the base city's safety, ultimately slaying one of the heavenly beast gods while severely wounding the other 2, sustaining only minor injuries himself. Chapter 5. The Stubborn Hurricane Tianpeng. Upon hearing this, Li Yang maintained a composed exterior, though his heart stirred slightly. This adversary was not to be trifled with. He assessed the combat prowess of the Martial Alliance leader in silence. Such ferocity meant that, with his current early martial god strength, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Nonetheless, Li Yang harbored no excessive worries, for he was unlike these indigenous warriors. He possessed the mightiest external system. As long as the system remained at his disposal, he believed that it would not be long before he surpassed this Martial Alliance leader, leaving him far behind in the dust. Just as Li Yang sought to extract more useful information from the Tianyu team, his martial god senses detected an anomaly nearby. An oppressive gaze suddenly shifted towards the distant horizon, where a massive bird, its wings spread wide and measuring over 100 meters in length, approached with a fierce glint in its eyes, its feathers as sharp as blades. This imposing creature charged swiftly in their direction. What a gigantic fly! Is this beast truly that reckless? Li Yang furrowed his brow as he took in the sight of the beast, inwardly pondering. He could distinctly feel that he had caught the attention of this creature, as if he had intruded upon its aerial domain. Its level, merely at the early stages of the 9th rank, dared to charge towards him, seemingly seeking its own demise. A chilling screech, filled with an air of intimidation, echoed from afar. The sound was akin to the wails of the damned, sending shivers down their spines. What is that noise? The Tianyu team, taken aback by the unexpected sound, swiftly shifted into a state of heightened alertness, honed by years of survival in the wilderness. They quickly turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, spotting a small black, hurtling towards them at breakneck speed. Sensing the menacing aura of the beast and recognizing its familiar form, Wang Lei's expression shifted dramatically, anxiety and fear lacing his voice. The hurricane Tianpeng. It hasn't died. Instead, it has broken through its limits. The strength of the hurricane Tianpeng was indeed formidable, wielding the power of wind. In its previous peak of the 8th rank, many martial teams that ventured into the wilderness had perished at its hands. It had even slain a 9th-grade warrior dispatched by the military to eliminate it. After that battle, it vanished without a trace. Everyone had assumed that it had perished in the conflict with the 9th-grade warrior, only to discover it had hidden away to evolve. Realizing this, Wang Lei's face grew grave, and he instinctively urged, "Everyone, be careful," but before he could finish his warning, Li Yang halted midair. An expression of disdain etched upon his features, exuding an aura of dominance. Seeking death, he murmured. A ball of scorching golden flames coalesced in his palm, radiant as the sun and emanating an intense heat capable of incinerating all. "Go." Li Yang's voice was cool as he cast the golden fireball towards the hurricane Tianpeng, which streaked through the air like a meteor, leaving a golden trail in its wake. At that moment, the headstrong hurricane Tianpeng finally sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. Boom. The fireball raced with astonishing speed, striking the massive form of the hurricane Tianpeng in an instant, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. The flames, like a parasitic scourge, swiftly engulfed the creature's body. The previously arrogant hurricane Tianpeng writhed in agony amidst the flames, emitting a piercing shriek. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it was futile. Even a casual strike from a martial god was far beyond the endurance of a beast that had yet to reach the Beast King level. In an instant, the Hurricane Tianpeng paid dearly for its reckless charge, its colossal body and the hardened bones within reduced to mere ashes. The black ash dispersed slowly in the air. Li Yang's assessment was succinct, a sizable frame, but regrettably devoid of intellect. A casual strike, and it was obliterated? One of the Tianyu team members stared wide-eyed. Incredulity etched across his face as he exclaimed. The rest of the team shared expressions of shock. The entire encounter had transpired in the blink of an eye. Incinerating the Hurricane Tianpeng, which had just broken through to the 9th rank. Even the most elite king-level warriors would struggle to accomplish such a feat. Another team member stammered, his gaze darting between the dissipating ash and Li Yang's nonchalant demeanor. Such a waste indeed. The complete carcass of a 9th-tier Hurricane Celestial Phoenix is worth an unimaginable sum. At the very least, it could fetch 8 million huaxia coins. It is worth more than all the possessions we carry combined. Wang Lei, equally astonished, swallowed hard, suppressing the exclamations of awe that threatened to escape his lips. He turned to his astonished companions and could not help but admonish. Your perspective is too narrow. This is merely the corpse of a 9th-tier beast. In the presence of such formidable predecessors, it scarcely merits mention. Would you not agree, esteemed elder? With that, his eyes gleamed with admiration as he regarded Li Yang, internally marveling at how true masters could remain unfazed by such a specimen, even treating it with disdain, as if it were inconsequential. Their reactions, in the presence of such strength, were indeed embarrassing. No wonder this young man had achieved the rank of king so early. They were merely 6th-tier warriors. Listening to the praises of the Tianyu team, Li Yang maintained an air of indifference, calmly stating, Enough, let us proceed. Yet, beneath his composed facade, turmoil brewed within. What a loss. What had I missed? Why was I not forewarned? His calm demeanor was solely a facade. For he was oblivious to the true value of this monstrous avian. 8 million. The thought pained him. It was not just 100,000 he had overlooked, but an entire 8 million. However, as he pondered, a realization struck him. With his current cultivation, hunting fierce beasts was hardly a challenge. Not only could he easily dispatch a 9th-tier beast, but even those of higher value, such as beast kings and emperors, were mere ants before his might. Easily vanquished with a few fireballs. There was no need to grieve over 8 million. With this self-reassurance, Li Yang's spirits lifted significantly. His thoughts still lingered on his recent transition, having come from a life of poverty on Earth, where he had been quite destitute. Shaking his head, he cast aside such distractions and continued onward with his companions toward the location of the Tianfeng base city. Opportunities to amass wealth would abound in the future. The paramount task at hand was to acquire detailed intelligence. As time passed after this brief interlude, the Tianyu team, initially facing a lengthy journey of 1 or 2 days to return to the human base city, found themselves arriving in merely about an hour. Thanks to Li Yang's fortuitous assistance. Remarkably, they encountered no other beasts daring enough to attack. All seemed to shy away from Li Yang, save for the audacious Hurricane Celestial Phoenix. Chapter 6, Supply Base. A majestic and imposing steel fortress loomed before them, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Glimmering under the sun's rays like a silent giant standing resolutely upon the earth. This colossal structure captured Li Yang's attention instantly, filling him with awe. Never before had he encountered such architecture on Earth. Not only was it vast, but it was also enveloped in a faint blue energy shield that shimmered gently. The towering walls soared dozens of meters high, adorned with an array of high-tech weaponry, from long-range laser cannons to close-defense machine guns, all gleaming with a cold, fierce light. The visual impact was striking, akin to a war fortress from the silver screen, presenting a refreshing spectacle for Li Yang on his first encounter. Regaining his composure, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he turned to Wang Lei, inquiring, Is this the Tianfeng base city? Wang Lei quickly shook his head, responding respectfully, No. Esteemedly, this is merely a supply base surrounding the Tianfeng base city, which lies some distance from here. These supply bases function as outposts. Should a fierce beast attempt to assault a base city populated by civilians, it must first pass through these supply bases, granting time for the city to prepare support or organize evacuations. Additionally, warrior teams venturing into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts can rest here, sparing them the long journey back to the base city. After a brief pause, Wang Lei ventured to suggest, Esteemedly, after such a long journey, would you like to rest for a moment? Li Yang pondered for a few seconds before nodding lightly, responding nonchalantly, Very well. After all, his primary goal was to gather more detailed information. Anywhere with a human presence would suffice for that purpose. He then repressed his intimidating aura, swiftly heading toward the entrance of the supply base, preparing to descend through the gate. The entire supply base was enveloped by a tightly sealed energy barrier. Unless he broke through it, direct descent was impossible. Shortly thereafter, Li Yang and the 6 members of the Tianyu team descended from the sky, akin to deities arriving on Earth. At that moment, the formidable exterior of the supply base was laid bare before them. The massive steel walls shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight, with transparent energy panels embedded throughout, continuously absorbing solar energy to sustain some of the base's power. The circular, transparent shields acted like protective barriers, securing the supply base within. At the gates, warrior guards stood vigilant, utilizing high-tech devices to scan the identities of all entering and exiting personnel, ensuring the safety of the base. Inside, towering skyscrapers rose majestically, equipped with all manner of facilities, resembling a miniature city. What astounding technology! Liang mused, contemplating the supply base. The advancements of this high martial arts blue star undoubtedly surpassed those of Earth. Their descent naturally attracted the attention of other warrior teams entering or exiting the city. All gazes turned toward them, sparking a flurry of discussions. They walked through the air. That must be a king-level powerhouse. Is that the Tianyu team? How fortunate they are to be associated with a king-level warrior. This king seems somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps they hail from another base city? Truly impressive. A man should be like this. Give me another 10 years, and I too shall reach king level. The murmurs of surprise, envy, and curiosity resonated around them. Though spoken softly, Li Yang's keen hearing caught every word, crystal clear in his mind. He smiled slightly, unconcerned by the chatter, maintaining an air of aloof pride. With a calm glance over the crowd, he remained unperturbed. In contrast, Wang Lei and the others, hearing the whispers, could not suppress the smirk forming on their lips, swelling with a sense of pride. In this supply base, even the chief and deputy commanders were merely king-level warriors. Ordinarily, they would never have the opportunity to encounter such beings, not to mention walking alongside him. Wang Lei flashed a radiant smile at Liang, extending his hand towards the distant city gate. He respectfully said, "Senior Li, please." Liang nodded slightly and stepped forward. As they queued at the city gate, they learned that the guard unit, upon discovering the arrival of a king-level warrior, dared not show the slightest negligence. The captain of the armored guards hurriedly approached Liang, saluting with a standard military gesture and proclaiming in a booming voice, "Welcome, esteemed senior, to the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base." The scene of Liang descending from the sky was not only witnessed by the surrounding warrior teams, but also by the other guards, who promptly informed their captain. Liang nodded and, with an imposing yet calm demeanor, slowly spoke, "There is no need for such fanfare. I am merely passing through and will make a brief stop." With that, he proceeded with the members of the Tianyu team, intending to bypass the cumbersome technological searches. Inwardly, he rejoiced, for the arrival of this guard captain was perfectly timed, as he had been worried about how to evade the identity scanners. Having traversed physically, these scanners would undoubtedly fail to uncover any information about him. Just as Liang believed his plan had succeeded, the guard captain suddenly called out, "Senior, wait." He hurried to stand before Liang, his face filled with apology as he said, "Senior, please allow us to verify your identity information, to avoid any misunderstanding. I must explain. Recently, the activities of the Destiny sect around the Tianfeng base city have been rampant, causing chaos and resulting in numerous civilian and warrior casualties. The commanding officer has ordered us to conduct stringent checks. We have no choice in the matter. Please bear with us. It is merely a formality." As he spoke, he gestured for the surrounding warriors to utilize the scanners to confirm Li Yang's information. Such a thorough process had not been necessary before, nor had it been this stringent. However, the recent surge in the Destiny sect's activities had prompted higher authorities to issue strict directives to scrutinize suspicious individuals, preferring to mistakenly apprehend 1,000 rather than let one slip through. They had no alternative. Alarmed, Li Yang's heart tightened slightly, though his exterior remained composed. Before he could devise a way to dismiss the guard captain, Wang Lei behind him expressed understanding, saying, "No problem, Captain Zhao. It's your duty. Senior Li is quite amiable and will not cause you any trouble, so let us proceed." The Tianyu team, accustomed to frequenting the wilderness, had grown familiar with these gate guards. At this moment, it was indeed just a formality. As long as there were no issues, a brief scan would not take long, and each warrior would not mind it. "Thank you for your cooperation," Captain Zhao said, relieved by Wang Lei's words. Subsequently, other guards approached, wielding high-tech instruments that resembled flat handheld tablets, their edges adorned with a ring of shimmering energy conduits. Clearly, these devices were intended for identity scanning and recognition. Chapter 7, Identity Anomaly. A beam of light swept across Liang and his companions. Realizing the inevitability of the situation, Liang inwardly lamented, "This is troublesome. My worst fears have come to pass." Meanwhile, the others, oblivious to Li Yang's predicament, respectfully addressed him, "Let us go, senior. If you have time, you are welcome to visit our Tianyu team base once inside the facility." Wang Lei's words carried a hint of anticipation as he prepared to move forward into the city. Captain Zhao was also ready to grant passage. However, at that moment, the soldier responsible for scanning Liang and the others furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He swiftly approached Captain Zhao, handing over the device and whispering, "Captain, we couldn't find any information on this esteemed senior. What do you think?" Captain Zhao, who was about to allow Liang entry, took the device, his expression turning to one of astonishment. "Not possible," he muttered. Rapidly reviewing the data displayed on the instrument, his suspicions regarding Li Yang's identity already beginning to mount. Cautiously, he took a few steps back. It is worth noting that their identity database is continuously updated, containing detailed information on all warriors from Huaxia, and even those from other nations. The notion of failing to retrieve information was inconceivable. At this moment, the instrument clearly displayed the identity information of the 6 members of the Tianyu team. Yet it could not extract any data on Li Yang. This indicated that the device was functioning correctly. Thus, the problem lay with Li Yang himself. Captain Zhao's brow furrowed even deeper, as this situation could only imply 2 possibilities. Either Li Yang had undergone some form of special disguise or martial arts alteration, appearing youthful while actually being an ancient being with decades or even centuries of life experience, or he was a warrior who had remained hidden from public view, never having interacted with the Huaxia government or any other human factions. Currently, he leaned towards the former. The latter scenario was exceedingly rare, and he was increasingly suspicious that Li Yang might be a high-ranking infiltrator from the Destiny sect, intending to cause greater chaos within the base. With this thought, Captain Zhao's expression turned grave. In a flash, he positioned himself a short distance in front of Li Yang, silently signaling the surrounding guards to heighten their vigilance. Then, with an apologetic demeanor, he addressed Li Yang, "Esteemed senior, please hold on. There seems to be an issue with the device, as we could not locate your information. We kindly ask that you allow us to conduct another scan or present any special items that could verify your identity. Thank you for your cooperation." In such exceptional circumstances, warriors whose identities could not be verified typically would not undergo a second scan. They would be directly taken away for detailed investigation to ascertain whether they were spies from the Destiny sect. However, in the presence of a king-level warrior, it was prudent to make a slight exception to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. With that, Captain Zhao once again used the device to scan Li Yang, who had no special items to present. The result remained unchanged. No information on Li Yang could be found. Observing this situation, Captain Zhao's frown deepened, and he had already arrived at a resolution. Li Yang, foreseeing what would transpire next, maintained his composure, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. To be discovered right away without any identity information was indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, he felt no panic, with his prowess as a martial god. The warriors here and the advanced technologies surrounding them were no match for him. He mused, "I shall wait for the right moment to act." Following 2 consecutive failures to retrieve Li Yang's identity information, Captain Zhao's demeanor turned vigilant as he addressed Li Yang in a somber tone. "Esteemed senior, we have not located any information regarding your identity. For the safety of the base, we kindly ask that you accompany us for further investigation. We hope you will refrain from any sudden movements. Otherwise, we will be compelled to employ special measures." As he finished speaking, the other soldiers, armed with electromagnetic rifles and fully equipped, swiftly dispersed the surrounding warriors, closing in on Li Yang. Their mission was to respond to various emergencies. Simultaneously, the close-range artillery and machine guns atop the walls were swiftly maneuvered, targeting Li Yang, the muzzles gleaming with a chilling light. Observing the tense and lethal atmosphere surrounding them, the members of Team Tianyu exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that they could not retrieve Li Yang's identity information. Wang Lei hastily stepped forward, attempting to mediate the situation. With hands slightly raised and a tone imbued with urgency and sincerity, he implored, "Captain Zhao, please hold on. Could there be a misunderstanding? This senior is our savior from the wilderness zone." "Yes, indeed. It must be a misunderstanding." The other members of Team Tianyu, under the circumstances, refrained from disassociating themselves from Li Yang and instead eagerly voiced their defense. Had it not been for Li Yang's timely intervention in the wilderness zone, they would have been torn to shreds by that group of ghost-faced monkeys. Faced with their benefactor, they found it hard to believe that Li Yang posed any threat to the base. Captain Zhao, after listening, maintained a grave and cautious demeanor, stating in a low voice, "Team Tianyu will also be taken for investigation." As he spoke, he retrieved a black alloy long gun from the spatial wristband on his arm, pointing it upwards with a tone laced with warning. "Senior, we understand you possess king-level power, but at this distance, our close-range artillery is no trifling matter. We hope you'll refrain from any rash actions to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Hearing the threat, Li Yang chuckled coldly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly deriding Captain Zhao's ignorance. "Are you threatening me?" His gaze casually swept across the tense crowd and the artillery poised above, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if dismissing everyone present. These technological weapons were indeed formidable. However, to him, they were mere toys, incapable of inflicting any harm. Should he unleash his full power, this seemingly impregnable supply base would likely be reduced to a desolate wasteland in less than a minute, devoid of survivors. Yet, he had no desire to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, Captain Zhao, who had discreetly reported the situation to the higher-ups of the supply base in an attempt to stall Li Yang, now felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Gripping his long gun tightly, he fixed his gaze on Li Yang, fearful of any sudden movements from the man. Even with the protection of the close-range artillery, He found himself in a perilously precarious position. However, for the sake of delaying this unfamiliar king-level warrior and ensuring the safety of the entire supply base, he was willing to take that risk. Senior, you've misunderstood. I am merely elucidating the situation. Captain Zhao, at the mid-stage of the 7th rank, endeavored to keep his voice calm, though the tension was palpable, silently praying for the higher-ups to arrive promptly to handle this troublesome predicament. He awaited the arrival of someone with authority. Chapter 8. Instant annihilation of a 9th-rank apex beast. He is king-level? Just as the atmosphere thickened with hostility and battle loomed imminent, a shrill and urgent alarm abruptly echoed throughout the base, shattering the taut silence. Warning! Beast attack! Warning! Beast attack! The urgency of the announcement tightened the hearts of those present. Captain Zhao, who was trying to buy time, received a notification from a compact technological device on his wrist, the artificial intelligence voice calmly reporting, high-intensity energy fluctuations detected from the southwestern sky. The target is approaching the base at approximately 1,400 meters per second. The species is identified as a swarm of thunderwing bats, with the leader preliminarily confirmed as a 9th-rank apex. Automatic defenses are now activated. All the city defense artillery and heavy weaponry atop the walls simultaneously turn to the northwest, adjusting their angles to lock onto the imminent threat. This is bad. A swarm of 9th-rank beasts. The cursed beasts were back. Everyone quickly fled towards the supply base. The other martial artists, who had been watching from a distance, turned pale with alarm, resembling startled birds as they hurriedly retreated into the supply base. The assault of 9th-rank beasts was no trivial matter. Although powerful defensive weapons were stationed on the walls, no one dared to assume they would be spared from the terrifying aftermath. Should misfortune befall them, they would sustain grievous injuries, if not worse. Captain, what should we do now? The city gate guards, still in a standoff with Liang, were equally startled. Their voices tinged with anxiety as they queried Captain Zhao Dongyu. Their eyes reflected unease, simultaneously anxious about the impending 9th-rank beast swarm while remaining vigilant against Liang. Captain Zhao's face darkened, cursing, "Damn it, these filthy beasts truly know how to pick their moments." All hell has broken loose. The sudden turn of events left the higher-ups' support still en route. With the chaos caused by the beasts, it appeared there would be no way to detain the king-level warrior before them, whose identity remained elusive. Aware of the tense and serious emotions surrounding him, Liang appeared remarkably composed. He turned to gaze behind him, spotting the rapidly approaching swarm of beasts in the sky, a horde of mutated bats. Their wings crackling with electricity stirred up gales, with the thunderwing bat king, towering and exuding an aura that instilled fear in ordinary martial artists, leading the charge. Is that all? I expected something more formidable, Liang mused, a flicker of boredom crossing his gaze as he comprehended the situation. However, this unexpected turn of events fortuitously aided him. In an instant, he vanished from sight, appearing before Captain Zhao, who was about to issue his next command, with the speed of a lightning strike. Caught off guard, Zhao Dongyu was horrified. Oh no, he is going to make a move. The defensive artillery had been drawn to the beast swarm, rendering them no longer a threat. Assuming Liang intended to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, Zhao feared that a king-level warrior could easily eliminate him with a mere punch at close range. Was he destined to be sacrificed? Yet, Liang did not strike. Instead, he calmly stated, "Permit me to borrow this." With that, he snatched the long gun from Zhao Dongyu's astonished grasp. Holding the weapon, he infused it with searing golden flames, as if it were alive. Wrapping around the gun's body, in the blink of an eye, it reached the maximum temperature the weapon could withstand. Subsequently, he hurled it like a javelin toward the approaching thunderwing bat swarm leader. Whoosh! The long gun traced a perfect arc through the air. A streak of golden light radiating intense heat, cutting through the atmosphere with a sound that pierced the air. It surged toward the thunderwing bat king with unparalleled might and searing temperature. Boom! In the distance, the sky above the base darkened ominously. Clouds swirling as lightning crackled in response to an unseen force. A swarm of thunderwing bats appeared particularly menacing beneath the somber canopy of the sky. Leading approximately 30 of its kind, the thunderwing bat king prepared to launch an assault on the supply base ahead. Its colossal form blotted out the sun, resembling a dark cloud looming ominously. The beast's crimson eyes swiftly locked onto a golden ray hurtling towards it from afar, the light refracted through the clouds, emanating an ominous portent. A tremor coursed through the thunderwing bat king's heart as it discerned a human weapon engulfed in flames approaching with tremendous velocity. It soon felt the overwhelming threat radiating from it, a power that sent shivers through its very soul. This was an unprecedented sensation for the beast. Even when faced with the king-level warriors encased within the iron shell of humanity, it had never experienced such dread. Hissing, the thunderwing bat king emitted an anxious growl, a primal fear stemming from its instincts. The surging energy contained within the attack was far beyond what it could endure. No, retreat quickly. The thunderwing bat king hastily halted its dive, utilizing the distinct communication method of ferocious beasts. It conveyed an urgent order for retreat to the surrounding thunderwing bats through sharp cries and frantic wing beats. Yet, it was too late. The golden spear, ablaze with intense flames, descended like a meteor from outer space, bearing an unmatched might and searing heat, aimed directly at the thunderwing bat king. The spear's speed rivaled that of light itself. The thunderwing bat king was utterly incapable of executing any effective evasive maneuvers, helplessly witnessing the golden spear draw ever closer. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the golden spear pierced through the thunderwing bat king's skull, igniting an explosion of scorching flames within its cranium, extinguishing its life entirely. Its massive form stiffened momentarily in the air before plummeting rapidly. With the fall of the thunderwing bat king, the fiery energy contained within the spear erupted outward, creating a formidable wave of flames that surged like a torrential tide, obliterating the remaining 30 thunderwing bats attempting to flee. The immense carcass crashed to the ground, producing a series of resounding thuds that crushed the trees below, creating deep craters. Dust billowed and smoke enveloped the area. Liang, standing before the supply base, beheld this scene with a flicker of satisfaction in his gaze. Having learned from previous experiences, his mastery of power this time was nothing short of impeccable. Leaving behind beastly corpses, each more intact than the last, unlike before when they had disintegrated into ash. Particularly, the 9th-tier pinnacle thunderwing bat king held a value surely exceeding that of the hurricane rock encountered in the wild. I knew it. With my cultivation, hunting ferocious beasts for wealth is a mere triviality. Meanwhile, the surrounding individuals, who had initially been tense and cautious, were left dumbfounded, staring at the now vanquished horde of ferocious beasts annihilated by Li Yang's strike. The various technological weapons atop the city walls ceased charging, their energy beams dissipating in the air. The entire base fell into an eerie silence, as though even breathing had come to a halt. The 9th-tier pinnacle thunderwing bat king was so effortlessly slain by a single spear. What overwhelming force must this entail? Zhao Dongyu, the captain of the guard, experienced an overwhelming shock as he sensed the wave of residual power rushing towards him and the potent aura radiating from Li Yang at the moment of his attack. Although he felt a pang of regret for the C-class alloy spear crafted with considerable resources, his focus shifted predominantly to Li Yang, quickly discerning something amiss in his strength. Even a pinnacle king-level warrior could not possibly possess such terrifying power. Could he, in fact, be a sovereign-level powerhouse? This thought flashed through Zhao Dongyu's mind. His gaze towards Li Yang filled with awe and disbelief. Chapter 9. Resolution of conflict. Li Yang chose to disregard the wide-eyed onlookers, who remained in a stupor. He leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of fiery light as he swiftly made his way towards the corpse of the thunderwing bat king, its skull pierced. He crouched before the body, a glimmer of delight in his eyes as he murmured, "Now I won't lack funds." Arriving in a new place without money felt unsettling. This unexpected windfall arrived just in time, resolving both the conflict and his monetary woes, truly killing two birds with one stone. He effortlessly extracted the spear embedded in the massive corpse, still stained with the thunderwing bat king's blood. However, Li Yang was unconcerned. With a mere thought, he stored the enormous body within his infinite storage space. Subsequently, he flickered around the vicinity, akin to a specter, swiftly gathering the remaining 30 beast corpses. His movements clean and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Once he had collected the bodies, Li Yang descended from the sky, akin to a divine being, without a modicum of restraint, arriving before the entrance to the supply base. "Here you go." He casually tossed the still-warm spear to Zhao Dongyu, who gazed at him with astonished eyes. Zhao Dongyu staggered slightly as he caught the spear, feeling an overwhelming weight in his arm. Just then, a powerful pressure erupted from Li Yang, palpable and suffocating, making it difficult for those nearby to breathe. Li Yang's indifferent gaze swept over those who regarded him with trepidation, hesitating on whether to act. He spoke in a calm, yet chilling tone, "I bear no malice. I am not a member of the Destiny sect, nor do I intend any harm to this base. Do not provoke me, or I cannot guarantee what may transpire next." His voice, though even, carried an air of formidable authority and a stark warning. Having spoken, Li Yang gestured to the members of the Tianyu squad, indicating they should follow him into the supply base. The ensuing matters would require their presence. Separation was not an option at this moment. Although the Tianyu squad remained in shock, they obeyed Li Yang's signal and hurriedly followed suit. Zhao Dongyu, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly responded with respect. "We were blind to your prowess. Please, esteemed one, enter." He no longer posed any obstacles for Li Yang, allowing him passage. Given the sheer might displayed in that fleeting moment, it was evident he was undoubtedly a sovereign-level warrior. Should he be a high-ranking figure of the Destiny sect intent on aggression, he alone could breach their defenses, potentially wreaking havoc upon the entire supply base. However, he refrained from such actions, suggesting he was most likely not affiliated with the Destiny sect. While Zhao Dongyu was uncertain of Li Yang's true intentions, it seemed he did not harbor any ill will towards them. Otherwise, he would have allied with the ferocious beasts to their detriment. United, Their chances of withstanding such an onslaught would be slim, as the strongest defenders of the Tianfeng 1 supply base were merely king level. Zhao Dongyu pondered with suspicion. Could it truly be that he was a reclusive powerhouse just emerging from seclusion? If that is truly the case, he is indeed quite fortunate. Li Yong observed the other party's demeanor, oscillating between haughty and humble, yet he said little. Accompanied by the still-dazed members of the Tianyu team, they strode purposefully into the supply base amidst the various gazes of the surrounding guards and other martial artists. After Li Yong had entered, a soldier hastily approached Zhao Dongyu and whispered, "Captain, are we just going to let them in like this?" Zhao Dongyu, upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, retorted, "What do you propose? Should you step forth and obstruct them? Let us see whether the Thunderwing Bat King is more formidable than you." There was a hint of resignation in his tone. While he might dare to confront an unfamiliar king-level martial artist, he would not dare to do so with an emperor-level one. The two levels were simply not comparable. The subordinate fell silent, suddenly aware of the foolishness of his question and grasping the implication of Zhao Dongyu's words. It seemed that the matter concerning the unidentified emperor-level martial artist was best left for the lord in charge of the garrison to ponder. Zhao Dongyu shook his head at his subordinate's reaction and swiftly reported the situation here to the emperor-level garrison commander responsible for overseeing this supply base. As Li Yong stepped through the city gates into the supply base, a scene of bustling yet orderly activity unfolded before his eyes. The interior, unlike the cities on Earth, exuded a sense of futuristic technological advancement. Spacious corridors flanked by an array of shops and stalls showcased a variety of goods, ranging from weaponry to everyday necessities. Automated transport vehicles wove through the crowds, delivering supplies with pinpoint accuracy to designated areas. Once the alarm had been lifted, martial artists, unaware of the circumstances, conversed in small groups. As Li Yong surveyed his surroundings, the novelty of the scene sparked a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Yet his exterior remained as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts. While he leisurely walked and observed, Wang Lei, having gradually recovered from his earlier shock, could no longer contain his curiosity, akin to a cat's paw scratching at his mind, and quietly inched closer to Li Yong to ask, "Senior, are you not an emperor-level martial artist?" With a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips, Li Yong replied, "When did I ever claim to be an emperor level?" He was neither an emperor nor the guard captain's assumption of one. He was, in fact, an authentic earth martial god. However, there was no need to reveal such a truth to someone like Wang Lei, who had yet to reach even the king level. Wang Lei's heart raced at Li Yang's words. Though delivered in a casual tone, they struck him like a thunderclap. They had inadvertently been saved by a martial artist of emperor-level prowess. With this realization, the reverence in Wang Lei's eyes intensified, and he blurted out, "So you are an emperor-level martial artist?" Such figures were exceedingly rare, more so than king-level warriors, typically only glimpsed in the news. Take the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base, for instance. The strongest within its confines amounted to merely a handful of king-level martial artists, with none of emperor-level present. Only in the city behind the base could one find emperor-level warriors dispatched by the military and the martial alliance, or perhaps in some perilous supply bases. Now, they were conversing with someone of such caliber. Li Yong cast a glance at the 6 members of the Tianyu team, their faces flushed with excitement. On the verge of fainting, and he couldn't help but find it amusing. Originally reluctant to disclose anything, he decided to share now that they had inquired. With a light-hearted smile, he calmly stated, "Emperor level? Hardly. I am, in fact, an earth martial god." His tone was as casual as if discussing the weather. "Oh, an earth martial god? Wait, what? An earth martial god?" Wang Lei's eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. His mouth agape as if to swallow an egg, frozen in place as a tempest of thoughts surged within him. His heart raced frantically in his chest, his mind a whirlwind of disbelief at the revelation of such a title. After what felt like an eternity, Wang Lei gradually emerged from his stupor, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Finally, he managed to stammer, "Senior, you are far too modest." The prospect of conversing with a being of such strength was something he had never dared to dream of. Chapter 10. The Sale of the Thunderwing Bat King's Corpse. Wang Lei discreetly swallowed hard, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the entrance of the supply base behind them. As for why Li Yang's identity information had not been scanned, that was a question he dared not voice. Some secrets were better left undiscovered. Li Yong, observing the astonished expressions of the Tianyu team, shook his head slightly, having anticipated their reaction. Suddenly, he recalled something and pointed to their bulging tactical backpacks, inquiring, "Where do you usually sell these beast materials?" Wang Lei, suppressing his excitement, quickly responded, "Senior, our Tianyu team is affiliated with the Martial Alliance. We typically sell the beast materials we've hunted in the Wilderness District at the Alliance's branch office, where they offer a relatively fair price." Li Yong nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding crossing his gaze. He gestured for them to lead the way. Currently devoid of funds, he needed to swiftly convert the beast corpses he had recently acquired in his infinite storage space into currency. "Not a problem. This way, Senior," Wang Lei said. leading the Tianyu team ahead as they navigated the supply base. The sound of their metallic boots echoed crisply on the nanocomposite pavement. After turning a few corners, they arrived at the Martial Alliance branch established within the supply base. A strikingly futuristic silver-gray complex loomed ahead, the main building spiraling upward in a sleek design. Its surface adorned with adjustable translucent liquid metal glass. A massive sign above the entrance shimmered with the words Martial Alliance Branch, standing out prominently. Martial artists streamed in and out, some there to accept missions, others to exchange beast materials, and still others, like them, to sell the spoils of their hunts in the wilderness district. In China, the most formidable powers could be broadly categorized into two factions: the military, responsible for the defense of various base cities and the survival of the populace, wielding substantial military might and technological weaponry, yet lacking in top-tier combat strength, thus relying heavily on collective efforts and close cooperation with the powerful martial artist organizations that had arisen since the Cataclysm. The other faction was the Martial Alliance of China, established by a peak martial god, which maintained a close cooperative relationship with the military government. This entity operated independently of the Chinese government, monopolizing a vast array of top-tier resources, with its branches spread throughout various base cities and supply bases across the nation. While the benefits and treatment are commendable, the internal dynamics are considerably more lenient than those of the military, and it stands as one of the colossal human forces across the entire Blue Star. Many capable and talented martial artists choose to align themselves with either of these two factions in pursuit of better prospects and developmental opportunities. The top-tier geniuses, in particular, tend to gravitate towards the Martial Arts Alliance, as it monopolizes the essential resources and cutting-edge technologies required for a martial artist's advancement, thereby offering a broader space for growth. Subsequently, the Tianyu team deftly made their way towards the Martial Arts Alliance branch. Occasionally, fully armed patrols passed by, their alliance badges glinting coldly on their energy armors. Along the way, the Tianyu team encountered several familiar martial artists. However, due to Li Yang's presence, they merely exchanged nods or brief pleasantries before parting ways. Not daring to delay matters concerning the esteemed Earth martial god, the group swiftly navigated through the bustling crowd and several biometric gates. Arriving at the Materials Appraisal Area S Hall, a considerable number of martial artists had already gathered there, bargaining with the Alliance staff over their ferocious beast materials. The centerpiece was an imposing material analyzer, towering 3 stories high, with 16 mechanical arms simultaneously processing various specifications of beast materials. "Senior, this is the Materials Appraisal Area." Wang Lei gestured towards the vast expanse ahead, introducing it to Li Yang. After a slight nod of acknowledgement from Li Yang, the Tianyu team smoothly unloaded their tactical backpacks, carefully extracting various blood-stained claws, scales, and other beast materials, placing them meticulously on one of the enormous counters. These materials had been procured at great risk during their hunts deep within the wilderness. The appraiser then began to evaluate and quote prices, a process that was not overly complex. Li Yang observed his surroundings, committing the entire appraisal procedure to memory. He soon approached one of the vacant large counters, where a sweet-looking female appraiser, clad in a fitted moon-white uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, awaited. Her long, smooth hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and she greeted him with a professional smile. "Sir, please place the items you wish to sell on the platform," she said softly as Li Yang approached. In response, he remained silent. With a snap of his fingers, the colossal corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King, akin to a small mountain, crashed onto the specially designed alloy floor. Dark purple blood gushed forth from the 9th-tier beast's body, instantly filling the air with a potent scent of blood. The absence of a temporal concept within the infinite storage space allowed the residual might of the 9th-tier pinnacle beast to permeate the surroundings, causing the very air to tremble. Li Yang did not extract all 30 other Thunderwing Bats at once. Although the appraisal hall was quite spacious, it could not accommodate such an abundance of colossal beast corpses alongside the ongoing transactions of other martial artists. The sudden appearance of the Thunderwing Bat King's corpse instantly captured the attention of every martial artist in the hall. Within a heartbeat, all gazes converged on Li Yang. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, and upon confirming there was no danger, a wave of fervent discussion erupted. "This is the entire corpse of a 9th-tier pinnacle beast? The Thunderwing Bat King, on the verge of breaking into the King tier. It has actually perished. To slay the Thunderwing Bat King, one must at least be a 9th-tier martial artist. I can't discern this young man's cultivation. He truly is a hidden gem. Who is this formidable figure? Has anyone mentioned him? I'm not sure, but someone capable of killing a 9th-tier pinnacle Thunderwing Bat King will undoubtedly not be unknown." The martial artists quickly recognized the Thunderwing Bat King's corpse, their discussions growing increasingly animated, their emotions soaring as if the slayer of the Thunderwing Bat King were among them. Their gazes towards Li Yang were filled with admiration. In this world where martial prowess is revered, the strong are respected wherever they may be. Meanwhile, the female appraiser, possessing only a mere 3rd-tier initial cultivation, felt the overwhelming residual pressure of the 9th-tier beast up close. Her complexion turned pale. a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes as she instinctively took a few steps back, her fair legs wrapped in black silk trembling slightly, her hands clasped tightly together. Revealing her shock at this sudden turn of events, Li Yong observed her astonishment with a hint of amusement, gently tapping the counter before pointing at the Thunderwing Bat King's corpse. Without further ado, he inquired, "What is its value?" The flustered female appraiser, jolted back to reality by his words, quickly adjusted her demeanor and stammered, "Ah? Oh, esteemed senior, please hold on. My level is too low to handle such a high-tier beast corpse. I will summon my supervisor immediately to assist you." As she spoke, she swiftly operated the communication device beside her, pressing the emergency call button with trembling fingers while clearly and rapidly reporting the situation. "Supervisor Yin, there is a senior here with a 9th-tier pinnacle Thunderwing Bat King corpse. I cannot process it. I need you to come as soon as possible." After relaying her report, she nervously glanced at Li Yong, fearing any potential faux pas. Li Yong regarded her flustered demeanor with a calm nod, responding, "Please hurry. I am pressed for time." Chapter 11, demonstrating the power of the Earth Martial God. No sooner had Li Yang's words faded than he stood quietly beside the colossal corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King, awaiting the supervisor's arrival amid the excited chatter of the multitude of martial artists in the hall. His keen perception functioned like radar, vigilant within the surrounding space. There are high-tier martial artists nearby. His expression subtly shifted as he detected the presence of 4 king-tier martial artists. 2 of these energies emanated from other areas within the Martial Arts Alliance branch, rapidly approaching him. They were likely the highest authorities present. Meanwhile, the other 2 energies were moving towards him from the distant sky, clearly targeting him as well. Li Yong surveyed the situation, a faint smile gracing his lips. They were indeed quick to arrive. It appeared that the 2 coming from inside belonged to the Martial Arts Alliance, while the 2 in the air were undoubtedly from the military of Huaxia. As he meticulously analyzed the gathering of the 4 king-tier martial artists, he had anticipated this moment when he was halted for an identity scan at the base. As seconds ticked by, some martial artists, self-assured in their abilities and somewhat renowned, pondered approaching Li Yong for a conversation, attempting to forge a connection with the one who had slain the Thunderwing Bat King. Suddenly, a commotion broke out around them. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps accompanied by the clanking of metal armor drew nearer. Soon, a squad of fully armed soldiers clad in striking, high-quality battle armor filed into the materials appraisal area, each one exuding a commanding presence, clearly a cadre of the elite. It is the personal guard of the president. How did they arrive here? Who knows? But I have a strong feeling that something significant is about to unfold. Could it be that they were roused by the residual ferocity emanating from the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King? Surely not. The personal guard of the president is not so easily startled. It is said that the lowest-ranked warrior among them is at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, and indeed, upon witnessing them today, that claim holds true. Their equipment is extravagantly luxurious, all adorned in Class C battle armor. The surrounding warriors, hearing the commotion, turned their gazes towards the entrance, quickly recognizing the identity of the incoming soldiers of the personal guard. They began to murmur in confusion. In Blue Star, defensive battle armor, weaponry, and various rare materials are categorized from low to high into 9 grades: I, H, G, F, E, D, C, B, and A. These 9 grades correspond to warriors of the 1st to 9th tiers. Above Class A are the S, SS, SSS, and the highest, the Divine level, which corresponds respectively to the King, Emperor, Earth Martial God, and Heaven Martial God warriors. In the hall, the first to step in was Lu Jiang, the captain of the personal guard, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. His grave gaze swept across the surrounding warriors like that of a hawk, and instantly locked onto the calm and composed Li Yong beside the corpse of the Thunderwing Bat King. It was impossible to discern this person's true cultivation, and Lu Jiang's eyes brimmed with apprehension as he thought to himself, "This person is undoubtedly the one the president seeks." Then, feeling the myriad of bewildered gazes from the warriors in the hall, he solemnly declared, "The president has issued an order. All of you must vacate this place immediately." His voice resonated throughout the hall, amplified by his aura. Upon finishing, he began to lead his team in expelling the remaining warriors. "Well, it seems the president has some urgent matter at hand. Let us leave for now. We can afford to wait a little longer." The group of trading warriors murmured amongst themselves, uncertain of the situation but not daring to defy the president's command. They hurriedly packed their belongings and vacated the hall, their minds swirling with speculation about what was transpiring. Soon, aside from Li Yong, all other warriors had been expelled from the hall. Li Yong understood that their purpose was him. He stood still, calmly observing the unfolding events. "Senior," Lu Jiang said, his nerves taut, as he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Li Yong, who merely stood there exuding an immense pressure. This indicated that they bore no ill intent. Li Yong nodded slightly in acknowledgement, which eased Lu Jiang's tension just a fraction. Faced with such an unfathomably powerful being, he dared not let his guard down. At that moment, 2 figures entered, causing the elite warriors around to display expressions of reverence. Lu Jiang, seeing this as a sign of salvation, hurried over to the two individuals and respectfully stated, "President, Vice President, I have cleared the area as per your orders." One of the newcomers, a burly middle-aged man with an aura of authority that conveyed a sense of intimidation without anger, was Duan Tianhong, the division leader of the Martial Alliance stationed here. Possessing a cultivation at the late stage of the king level, he nodded slightly and responded in a low voice, "You may wait outside." Upon hearing this, a hint of concern crossed Lu Zhong's face, but he still replied respectfully, "Yes." He then led the personal guard to retreat from the hall. In the presence of such formidable beings, their own levels of cultivation felt insignificant, as if they were but ants beneath the feet of kings. Remaining here served little purpose. Duan Tianhong, upon arrival, had been observing Li Yang from a distance. He extended his senses to carefully discern the faint aura emanating from Li Yang, attempting to gauge his true level of power. However, the instant his perception brushed against Li Yang's aura, his expression changed dramatically. He exchanged a shocked glance with the vice president, Gao Huan, who was at the early stage of the king level. From each other's eyes, they perceived disbelief. Both sensed from Li Yang's aura that this sudden, unidentified powerhouse was capable of overwhelming them with ease. Contrary to the reports, he was indeed not at the king level. But neither did he seem to be at the emperor level. Rather, he bore a resemblance to the earth martial god level above the emperor. Gasping in realization, Duan Tianhong could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The existence of an earth martial god was exceedingly rare, with fewer than 20 known throughout the entirety of Huaxia, both in the open and in the shadows. Their power surpassed that of the emperors, instilling fear akin to a natural disaster. Should an earth martial god unleash their wrath without restraint, even a mere supply base would be rendered as fragile as paper, let alone a fortified city with even greater defenses, if no equivalent power intervened. It would merely be a matter of time before an earth martial god turned a thriving area into a wasteland. Even the most advanced technological weaponry would struggle to inflict any significant harm. Those military officials must think they can fool me. The emperor level was already troublesome enough. How could we, two insignificant king-level warriors, handle a situation that escalates to the level of an earth martial god? Sweat beaded on Duan Tianhong's forehead as he internally lamented. He had no choice but to brace himself to face the reality. As Li Yang's gaze was now directed towards him, "Greetings, senior. I appreciate your assistance earlier at the supply base," he said, glancing at the vice president Gao Huan, who bore a countenance of difficulty. They were uncertain how to broach the subject of Li Yang's intentions for entering their supply base, as well as his identity. In the presence of a being who was likely an earth martial god, any misstep in words could provoke a terrifying and unpredictable consequence. Li Yang, however, had already discerned their intentions and surmised that the higher-ups of the base would surely come to see him. This was precisely what he desired, and thus, there was no need to continue concealing his true power. Suddenly, the aura around him transformed. The formidable pressure of an earth martial god surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall in an instant. The intensity of the pressure caused both Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan to feel as though their breaths were caught in their throats, as if an immense mountain had settled upon their chests. Both gasped in shock simultaneously. An earth martial god. It is truly an earth martial god. Li Yang observed their expressions, recognizing that his objective of showcasing his strength had been achieved, and swiftly withdrew his pressure. He fixed his gaze upon the two, his voice laced with an unassailable authority as he declared, "You are not qualified to know these matters. It would be better for your superiors to come." There was no need to divulge too much to them. Given the disparity in their status, it sufficed for them to understand that he was an earth martial god, thus paving the way for him to secure greater benefits in the future. Chapter 12, 50 million. Upon hearing this, even though Li Yang had entirely retracted the overwhelming pressure of an earth martial god, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan still felt an intangible weight pressing upon them, nearly suffocating them. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's sense of helplessness and reverence. Faced with a powerhouse of the earth martial god caliber, their own status as mere kings rendered them unworthy to inquire further. To speak frankly, the fact that he even deigned to respond was already a significant favor. Duan Tianhong sighed inwardly. In this situation, it was prudent to act according to the wishes of the formidable being before them, striving to avoid provoking his wrath. Suppressing the fear that churned within, I reluctantly conjured a faint smile and replied, "As you say, esteemed senior, we shall report to our superiors at once. This matter is best left for them to grapple with." The earth martial god effortlessly vanquishing a king-level warrior was as simple as crushing an ant. They would not dare act recklessly. It was prudent to exhibit caution. Li Yang's gaze fixed upon the anxious demeanor of the two, and upon witnessing their understanding, he harbored no intention of making things difficult for them. He gestured toward the lifeless form of the Thunderwing Bat King beside him and remarked, "Let us set that aside for now. You two have arrived just in time. First, I need you to handle this matter for me." His primary purpose for being here was to trade in beast materials. Since the relevant supervisor had not shown up, he would have to enlist the assistance of these two presidents. The authority of the president and vice president was certainly sufficient. Upon being abruptly halted by Li Yang, The two felt their earlier relaxation slip away, only to be replaced by renewed tension. However, upon hearing Li Yang's request, they breathed a sigh of relief. Duan Tianhong, wearing a congenial smile, assured, "It's a mere trifling matter, no problem at all." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang cast a sweeping glance over the now deserted hall, muttering softly to himself, "The space is barely adequate." The martial artists who had been engaged in transactions were all ushered out, leaving ample room for the remaining Thunderwing bat corpses. Without waiting for the two to respond, Li Yang directed his thoughts inward, summoning forth an array of other beast corpses from his infinite storage space, which nearly filled the entire materials assessment area. Duan Tianhong and his companion, both king-level warriors, gazed at the corpses of beasts that were not even at the king level, their expressions betraying little astonishment. What truly surprised them was Li Yang's actions. Rapidly, their minds began to speculate. How could he conjure so many beast corpses seemingly out of thin air? With my cultivation level, I cannot detect any spatial fluctuations at such close range. Does he possess some extraordinary spatial equipment unique to ancient ruins? Or has he mastered the power of space itself? Typical spatial gear could not possibly accommodate such a multitude of beast corpses, suggesting that he likely was a warrior who had entered ancient ruins. He might possess even more formidable artifacts derived from them. Or perhaps he was a being who wielded the power of space. At that moment, Vice President Gao Huan nudged Duan Tianhong's arm, rousing him from his stupor. Glancing at the surrounding beast corpses, he had already grasped their respective values. With a gaze filled with reverence, he addressed Li Yang, who awaited his offer, "Esteemed senior. I can offer you 50 million huaxia coins for these beast corpses. Considering the premium on materials from flying beasts, along with the fact that each corpse was nearly intact, and factoring in Li Yang's identity, this price was indeed very reasonable, well above the typical market rate." Li Yang listened intently to the offer of 50 million. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he decisively agreed. "Very well." Calculating based on the value of the initial stage Storm Sky Pung corpse, 50 million was already a high price. There was no need for further haggling, which might diminish his standing as an earth martial god. Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan, relieved by Li Yang's prompt agreement, felt their tension ease considerably. They understood that for a powerhouse of the earth martial god caliber, wealth was merely a trivial string of numbers. Hundreds of billions of huaxia coins would hardly sway his composure. Only those invaluable opportunities that money could not procure would truly captivate him. Duan Tianhong lightly tapped his wrist-mounted technological device. As he prepared to transfer the 50 million huaxia coins to Li Yang, he politely inquired, "Esteemed senior, what is your bank account number? I can transfer the 50 million to you right now." Li Yang gently shook his head, replying nonchalantly, "I do not possess a bank account." The two exchanged astonished glances. In this day and age, aside from small children, nearly everyone had a bank account, particularly someone like Li Yang, who had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. How could he not have one? Yet, they sensed that Li Yang was not jesting. Duan Tianhong quickly retracted his wrist and cautiously inquired, "Shall we set one up for you?" Li Yang nodded. That would be fine. Initially, he had contemplated requesting cash to be stuffed directly into his infinite storage space, but reconsidered that establishing a bank account might not be a bad idea. It could prove useful in the future. Seeing Li Yang's acquiescence, Duan Tianhong promptly stated, "Please wait a moment, esteemed senior. I will arrange it for you immediately." He then activated his communication wristband, instructing his subordinates to expedite the creation of a personal bank account and card for Li Yang. He also informed the military officials, who were en route, that their presence was no longer necessary. Li Yang's intention was to converse with their superior. In less than 10 minutes, a brand new bank card, gleaming with a metallic sheen and emblazoned with the emblem of the Martial Arts Alliance, was delivered by Lu Jiang, who had been stationed outside. Duan Tianhong accepted the card and reverently presented it to Li Yang, his expression a blend of apology and respect. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed senior. This is your newly issued bank card, which contains the 50 million huaxia coins. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to inform us." His demeanor was exceedingly humble, devoid of the usual arrogance associated with his position as the president of the Martial Arts Alliance branch. Li Yang took the card and, with a casual glance, stored it within his infinite storage space, saying nonchalantly, "Very well, I have no further matters for the time being." Internally, he was elated. A full 50 million. In the blink of an eye, he had become a multi-millionaire. The money had come too easily. Without waiting for a response from either of them, Li Yang's figure flickered, and he promptly exited through the hall's entrance. Outside, the martial artists who had been awaiting the clearance to resume their transactions cast curious glances in his direction. "Look, someone is coming out. It's the warrior who vanquished the Thunderwing Bat King. What do you think he discussed with the president and vice president?" "How should I know? Who could possibly answer that?" Not only had the security team intervened to clear the area, but even the president and vice president had been stirred to action. With such a strikingly unfamiliar appearance, could this young man perhaps be from a family of earth martial gods? It was not inconceivable, considering his formidable prowess. Few prodigies received such treatment. As they speculated about Li Yang's identity, He absorbed their chatter with an amused smile. A family of Earth martial gods? He was a bona fide initial stage Earth martial god himself. Disregarding their curiosity, his gaze swiftly found the members of the Tianyu team, led by Wang Lei, who had yet to depart after selling the beast materials and were awaiting him. Chapter 13. A-Class Communication Wristband. In a flash, Li Yang appeared before the Tianyu team, whispering, "Let us depart." Wang Lei and the other 5 team members beamed with joy at his words, responding in unison, "All right." The personal attention of the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance was a privilege not commonly afforded to ordinary warriors, further underscoring Li Yang's elevated status. If they could seize this opportunity to win the favor of the esteemed Earth martial god, Li Yang, and receive a few pointers from him, their paths in martial arts would undoubtedly become far more unobstructed. The question remains whether they can grasp this chance. Due to Li Yang's prior mastery over the formidable pressure of the Earth martial god, apart from the close proximity of Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan in the hall, the other martial artists, including the 6 members of the Tianyu team, remained utterly oblivious to any anomalies. Under Li Yang's guidance, the Tianyu team departed the Martial Arts Alliance branch amidst the curious and murmuring gazes of the surrounding martial artists. Inside the spacious material appraisal hall, as Li Yang's presence and aura gradually receded, Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan finally felt their tensed nerves relax slightly. Duan Tianhong let out a long sigh, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Where on earth did this unfamiliar Earth martial god emerge from? We are completely unaware. Gao Huan, equally perplexed, shook his head. We have records of the known Earth martial gods on Blue Star, and even some hidden figures are somewhat documented. Yet, we cannot find any trace of this individual. We have never even heard of him. His appearance is distinctly that of our Huaxia compatriots, ruling out any affiliation with foreign powers. Moreover, the biodetection portal scan confirmed that his looks and age are genuine. A mere 21-year-old Earth martial god is simply outrageous, even surpassing the most prodigious young talents currently on Blue Star. Listening to Gao Huan's exclamation, Duan Tianhong sighed once more, resignedly stating, "Alas, our conjectures are futile. We should report this intelligence to the Inspector General." With that, he swiftly tapped on the communication wristband on his finger, hastily relaying the details of Li Yang's situation. Before any formidable presence capable of conversing with Li Yang on equal footing arrived at the Alliance, they could only allow him to roam freely within the base. The only source of comfort was that Li Yang did not seem aggressive. As long as they did not provoke him, no chaos should ensue. To mitigate any potential issues, Duan Tianhong personally issued a strict order to the others in the branch to closely monitor Li Yang's movements, instructing that no action should be taken unless he engaged in wanton slaughter. Meanwhile, after leaving the Martial Arts Alliance branch, Li Yang walked alongside Wang Lei and others within the base. Wang Lei, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Senior, it seems this is your first visit to our Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. Would you care to visit our Tianyu team's stronghold?" He braced himself for a refusal, considering that such a distinguished figure would hardly grace their humble abode with a visit. Merely encountering him in the wilderness and being rescued from a beast tide was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. However, as Li Yang was preparing to part ways with the Tianyu team, he considered that he had intended to stay in a hotel-like establishment while awaiting the arrival of high-level martial artists from the Martial Arts Alliance and the Huaxia government. Yet, since Wang Lei had proactively extended the invitation, it seemed unnecessary to seek accommodations elsewhere. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly and said, "Then I shall impose upon you." The members of the Tianyu team were overjoyed by Li Yang's acceptance, radiating excitement and elation. The Earth martial god senior has agreed. He truly agreed. They hastily closed the distance, eager to ingratiate themselves. No, it's no imposition at all. It is our honor to have you, senior. Please. This way. Our stronghold is not far from here, just a few steps away. With radiant smiles, they led the way, their demeanors filled with humility and reverence for the powerful, guiding Li Yang toward the southern region of the supply base. In no time, they arrived at a well-appointed neighborhood featuring numerous villas. The 7-story pure white buildings were nestled against the mountains. Many martial artists, who frequently traversed the wilderness and supply base while hunting ferocious beasts, opted to rent or purchase a villa here for convenience. The Tianyu team, being a formidable squad composed entirely of 6-rank martial artists, had no trouble renting a villa. Moreover, the interior space was quite ample, easily accommodating additional residents. Arriving at one of the villas, Wang Lei, his face aglow with excitement, apologetically remarked, "Senior, welcome to our humble abode. This is where the Tianyu team usually resides in the supply base. It may be a bit rudimentary, but please, do not take offense." He fretted, fearing that Li Yang might harbor any dissatisfaction. As he spoke, the villa's automatic door opened upon identity verification, a melodious voice announcing, "Identity verification successful, welcome home, master." "Not at all," Li Yang replied with a slight smile. "Is this what you call rudimentary? Then what would you consider my previous accommodations, a pigsty?" Upon entering the villa, Li Yang was greeted by a spacious interior, his gaze sweeping over the martial artist-themed decor. Not only was the space vast, but it also boasted a training room, and the views were nothing short of magnificent. He privately marveled, reflecting that such a luxurious villa would have been beyond his means back on Earth. Choosing a quiet room, he turned to the eager Tianyu team members, who were hoping to gain his guidance, and said, "You need not be so formal. Go about your usual activities. I have matters to attend to." With a gentle wave of his hand, he swiftly departed the villa, intending to procure some technological devices akin to mobile phones to facilitate a quicker acquisition of the information he sought. He had earlier observed a bustling commercial area near the Martial Arts Alliance branch, teeming with people, which surely contained what he needed. Before long, Liang arrived at the armament pavilion operated by the Martial Arts Alliance. The items for sale were markedly different from those on Earth, featuring an array of high-tech weaponry and equipment, battle armor, weapons, elixirs, communication devices, and more, all tailored for martial artists. Liang approached the section selling communication wristbands. A saleswoman, attired in a fitted qipao that accentuated her long legs clad in black stockings, greeted him with a sweet and gentle voice. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Without responding, Liang walked directly to the display case and pointed at the most expensive A-grade communication wristband encased in specialty glass. "This one, sir. You truly have an eye for quality," the saleswoman exclaimed, moving behind the counter to unlock the display case. As she turned, the hem of her qipao blossomed like an inky lotus. She enthusiastically explained the features. "This wristband is crafted from star-patterned alloy and core flame crystals, capable of withstanding the impact of 9th-tier life energy." However, her introduction faltered as Liang placed his bank card on the counter. He swiped it without entering a password. "Oh," the saleswoman's eyes widened in astonishment, her surprise nearly spilling over. Having manned the counter at the armament pavilion for 5 years and served numerous martial artists, at least 80, she had never encountered such a decisive customer. The A-grade communication wristband, valued at 10 million huaxia coins, was purchased without haggling. With a decisive slap, she placed her bank card on the counter, not even batting an eyelash. The curiosity brewing within her surged like rampant weeds. Who exactly was this seemingly youthful gentleman? Yet, the professionalism ingrained in her compelled her to swiftly suppress her intrigue. She bent slightly lower, infusing her tone with an additional layer of respect. "Esteemed sir, please hold for a moment. I shall attend to your transaction immediately." The card reader emitted a soft beep, the green confirmation light illuminating, and the cash register clattered, releasing a receipt imbued with the scent of ink. The sales assistant's fingers danced across the keyboard, her speech hastening. "Sir, do you require assistance with activating it on-site? Our Armory Pavilion also offers complimentary name engraving services, along with a complimentary 1-year warranty. Should any issues arise with the wristband, you are welcome to return at any time." Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a blur before her eyes, as a tall figure glided past like a swan skimming the water's surface, the hem of his clothing stirring a gentle breeze. The A-grade communication wristband on the counter had vanished without a trace. The sales assistant stood frozen, clutching the unfinished activation form, staring at the empty counter. Her mouth agape for an extended moment. After a considerable pause, she finally lowered her voice, tinged with awe and trepidation, murmuring, "Good heavens, that was astonishingly swift. He must be a high-tier martial artist, perhaps even a formidable martial king." In her 6-year career as a sales assistant, she had witnessed the fastest martial artists leave behind a shadow, yet this customer had seemingly evaporated into thin air. Meanwhile, Liang, after procuring the A-grade communication wristband, did not linger at the Armory Pavilion. He swiftly departed without indulging in further purchases. The 10 million huaxia coins he spent on the wristband was a mere trifle compared to his current wealth of 50 million. As for why he did not opt for a higher grade, it was not for lack of desire. Rather, the Armory Pavilion simply did not stock such items. S-grade products were exclusively available at the significantly larger human-based city further back. The Armory Pavilion at this supply base offered only A-grade items, such as elixirs, which corresponded to human 9th-tier martial artists. For someone like him, who had already attained the status of Earth Martial God, such items were akin to mere scraps. Even the finest A-grade battle armor possessed a defensive capacity inferior to the fiery battle armor formed by his cultivation of the blazing sun flame technique. Upon leaving the Armory Pavilion, Liang did not rush back to the Tianyu team's villa. Instead, he leisurely strolled through the supply base. He walked along the main path, which was lined with non-slip metal plates. The shops on either side primarily sold materials from ferocious beasts, low-tier elixirs, and weapon components. The passers-by all carried themselves with an air of confidence, each exuding the distinctive vigor of martial artists. Here, 99% of the populace were martial artists. Ordinary individuals had long been relocated to safer base cities further back. He meandered, surveying his surroundings, as his gaze swept past a rusted streetlight at the corner. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Several indistinct presences trailed behind him, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Wary of getting too near yet fearful of losing him, one could easily deduce their identities. They were undoubtedly members of the Martial Arts Alliance branch or military personnel stationed at the supply base. It seemed they were still not entirely at ease with him. Liang chuckled softly, feeling no surprise. if he were in their shoes. He too would dispatch someone to monitor a potential Earth martial god capable of effortlessly obliterating the entire base. However, he had no intention of taking action to drive them away. Their strength was insufficient to pose any real threat to him, and he preferred to let them follow as long as they did not seek confrontation. With that thought in mind, he cast their presences aside and continued his exploration. After another half-hour of wandering and familiarizing himself with the layout of the base, Li Yang began to feel a twinge of boredom. With a flash of movement, he directed himself towards the villa rented by the Tianyu team. Upon returning to the villa, he instructed Wang Lei and the others not to disturb him unless necessary, then retreated to the room he had selected, his gaze landing on the pristine A-grade communication wristband adorning his wrist. Its design was exquisitely crafted, the silver body emanating a soft glow. Shall I activate this? Li Yang mused, reaching out to tap it, and a holographic screen filled with technological flair projected before him. The screen displayed various functions and options, the operation remarkably straightforward. Under the guidance of artificial intelligence, Li Yang began to follow the tutorial to activate his identity information. His fingers flew across the screen, swiftly grasping all operational procedures and the features the wristband offered. Once he completed this series of tasks, a smile crept onto Li Yang's face as he thought, done. Now I can gain a clearer understanding of this enigmatic high-level martial world. He then began to browse the myriad of information available on the holographic screen. As an Earth martial god, his memory was exceptionally formidable. A mere glance sufficed for him to embed everything deeply in his mind. As time slowly passed, the night deepened, and darkness enveloped the outside world. With a more detailed comprehension of this realm, Li Yang closed the screen and stood before the window of his villa room. Outside, the night had thickened, and the energy shield above the base glowed with an indigo hue. As he gazed at the starry sky, a wave of emotions surged within him. This high-level martial world was far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated, filled with mysterious ancient relics, rampant ferocious beasts in both land and sea, and various righteous and evil organizations. Fascinating, Li Yang murmured to himself, his fingertips gliding over the star-pattern design on the communication wristband, his eyes alight with fervent battle intent. Fortunately, he had acquired the cultivation of an Earth martial god upon his arrival, endowing him with the strength to safeguard himself. Otherwise, an ordinary person navigating this chaotic blue star would be exceedingly perilous. Even a single ferocious beast that did not reach the tier could threaten one's life. At that moment, a soft knock echoed on his door, and Wang Lei's voice, laced with eagerness and anticipation, drifted in. Elder, Wang Lei's voice was low, tinged with a hint of trepidation, his fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothing. The sky has darkened, and our Tianyu team would like to invite you to Chiyun Tower for a meal. We wish to express our gratitude for your earlier rescue. If you aren't busy, might you grant us the honor of serving you? As he spoke, he unconsciously bent slightly at the waist, his head lowered, his tone filled with deference and anxiety, as though he feared disturbing such a grand figure as Li Yang. Even his breathing had quieted considerably. Chiyun Tower was the most upscale restaurant within the Yunfeng No. 1 supply base, renowned for its exorbitant dining prices. The Tianyu team had only visited a handful of times in the past. However, they had recently sold a significant haul of ferocious beast materials acquired from the wilderness, resulting in a considerable sum of wealth. Coupled with their desire to treat Li Yang, the Earth martial god, in hopes of receiving his guidance, they were more than willing to splurge. Dining at Chiyun Tower? Li Yang raised an eyebrow, his thoughts returning from the starry expanse. He recalled seeing the sign for Chiyun Tower during his earlier exploration of the base. The establishment featured an elegantly traditional entrance, with a hostess clad in a qipao standing at the door, exuding a more refined atmosphere than other eateries. He instantly grasped Wang Lei's intentions. This was an attempt to curry favor with him. However, he did not decline, as he was eager to experience the taste of the ferocious beast meat from this high martial world. With a click, the door swung open. Li Yang looked at Wang Lei, whose face was flushed with nervousness at the doorway, and gave a gentle nod. All right, just a single word. Yet it sent Wang Lei into a state of exhilaration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He quickly straightened up, and fearing that his abrupt movements might displease Li Yang, he hurriedly softened his tone. Then, esteemed senior, shall we set off now? His heart raced as if it were cradling a rabbit. After all, Li Yang was a martial deity who had even stirred the town's guardian. Surely he would not linger in such a small place for long. Whether they could seize this opportunity depended on tonight. The other members of the team in the living room, hearing the commotion, gathered around. Upon seeing Li Yang's agreement, their faces lit up with surprise and joy. They had previously thought this esteemed senior to be aloof and unapproachable, but now they realized he was quite amiable. Half an hour later, the group stood at the entrance of Chiyun Tower. The crimson doors, intricately carved window frames, and the two large red lanterns hanging at the entrance exuded an air of grandeur. Upon entering the reserved private room, they were met with a sight of opulence. The round table of redwood, the silk tablecloth, and the unknown beast skin paintings adorning the walls. Even the tableware was made of lustrous jade. Soon, the table was laden with dishes, each one a feast for the senses. The golden, Crispy flame tiger meat sizzled, its skin glistening with oil and sprinkled with special spices, sending its aroma wafting through the air. The milky white broth of the azure water dragon soup was thick and meaty, garnished with a few sprigs of green scallions. Then there were the thinly sliced paws of the snowfield ice bear, translucent and placed on an ice platter, radiating a refreshing chill. Each dish was quite expensive, indicating that Wang Lei had truly spared no expense. As the dishes were set, Wang Lei took a deep breath, awkwardly stood up, and raised a bottle of purple fine wine with both hands. This was the Zixia brew he had specially arranged to procure, costing tens of thousands of huaxia coins for just one bottle. A hearty smile graced his face, his voice tinged with excitement. Come, brothers. Let us raise our glasses in gratitude to Senior Li for saving our lives. We also thank you for gracing us, small folk, with your company at this meal. Meeting his fate, cheers. Li Yang, seated at the head of the table, smiled gently, lifting his glass and downing the Zixia brew in one go. The liquid slid down his throat, imbued with a hint of sweetness and richness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. Smacking his lips, he silently praised the quality of the wine. It certainly lived up to its high price. Setting down his glass, he noticed the others, too nervous to touch their chopsticks, and waved his hand. There's no need to be so formal in my presence. Eat freely, enjoy yourselves. He was not inherently aloof. The distant demeanor he had initially displayed was merely a facade he had adopted for self-preservation after his abrupt arrival in this world. The unknowing members of the Tianyu team paused for a moment, then their faces broke into relieved smiles. With Li Yang's reassurance, they finally dared to pick up their chopsticks, and the atmosphere in the private room became much more congenial. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Li Yang set down his chopsticks, his face adorned with a warm smile. Seeing this, Wang Lei's heart stirred. The opportunity had arrived. He promptly stood up, hands clasped humbly before his chest, his posture reverent and respectful, his tone sincere. Senior, it truly is our great fortune to share this drink with you today. This bond is deeper than the abyss outside our base. He paused, a hint of bitterness crossing his features. We have struggled in the martial way for over a decade. Yet the more we advance, the more we feel obstructed, our progress as slow as a snail. To encounter you in the wilds this time is truly a blessing from our past lives. As he spoke, Wang Lei's voice brimmed with hope, his gaze fixed intently on Li Yang. Esteemed senior, we admire your strength from the depths of our hearts. Today, we dare to ask you for guidance. Could you kindly point us in the right direction? Rest assured, we will treat your words as sacred edicts and devote ourselves to our training, ensuring we do not squander your advice. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed deeply, his waist nearly touching the table. The other 5 team members quickly stood and followed suit, their eyes shining with eager thirst for knowledge, fixated on Li Yang, fearful of a refusal. They were utterly desperate to improve and grow stronger. Chapter 15. SSS Class, Qishao Honglian. Li Yang, having anticipated this and in good spirits, nodded gently amidst the hopeful gazes of the others, feeling quite pleased with Wang Lei's attitude. For once, he found himself in a position to be sought after. His heart swelled with joy, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he spoke in a self-deprecating yet humorous tone, lightening the ambience. Ah, well, since we are fated to meet, I shall take the liberty of offering you some simple advice. However, let me make it clear that my humble skills are but a trifle in the presence of true power. With that, Li Yang's gaze fell upon Wang Lei, who had spoken first. Wang Lei, your eyes shine the brightest. Let us begin with you. Share your martial conundrums, and I shall endeavor to help you see the light. Although he had been transformed from an ordinary person to a martial deity in an instant by the system, it did not imply that his strength was inferior to that of ordinary early-stage martial deities. Guiding 6 martial artists who were merely at the 6th rank was a task that posed no challenge for him. After Li Yang's cheerful consent, Wang Lei felt as if a heavy stone had plummeted from his heart, a wave of ecstatic joy flooding over him, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. I hope esteemed senior will generously impart your wisdom. I thank you in advance. Following this, Li Yang began to scrutinize each of the 6 members of the Tianyu team, assessing their martial potential and flaws. After clarifying their attributes, cultivation levels, and strengths in martial techniques, he offered detailed and varied guidance along with targeted suggestions. The members of the Tianyu team listened, enraptured, nodding in agreement, their hearts opening up with newfound clarity. Wang Lei gained fresh insights into his control over strength, while the other team members achieved breakthroughs in their respective weaknesses. Each of them benefited immensely, their spirits soaring. They inwardly rejoiced at the value of this meal. Encountering Li Yang, this martial deity, was truly a monumental stroke of luck for the Tianyu team. Meanwhile, the military guardian and the president of the Martial Arts Alliance at the supply base, complying with Li Yang's request, meticulously reported the situation and Li Yang's appearance to their superiors stationed in the Tianfeng base city. Upon learning that a martial deity of unknown origin and identity had suddenly emerged at Supply Base 1, the high-ranking officials in Tianfeng Base City found themselves at a loss. Who could this individual possibly be? The upper echelons of both factions dared not make hasty decisions and opted to relay this news to the martial deity high-ranking officials responsible for guarding Binzhou, awaiting further instructions. After concluding his guidance, Li Yang departed from Qiyun Tower with the Tianyu team, having generously covered the cost of the meal. It was not that he had overindulged. For him, it was but a trivial expense, yet for the Tianyu team, it represented a significant sum. Wang Lei, unable to resist Li Yang's insistence, could only acquiesce with reluctance, his admiration for Li Yang deepening further. Upon returning to the villa, Li Yang returned to his chamber, settling cross-legged upon his bed, closing his eyes to indulge in a moment of tranquility. As the clock silently struck midnight, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. The daily sign-in count has been refreshed. Would the host like to sign in immediately? Upon hearing the notification of the refreshed sign-in count, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Yang's gaze as he promptly responded, "System, sign me in without delay. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the SSS-grade Crimson Fire Lotus." As the system's voice faded, a lotus with deep crimson outer petals, edged with gold, and a heart that glowed with a fiery white hue, akin to the core of the sun, materialized within Li Yang's infinite storage space. SSS-grade resources. Truly remarkable, O system. A look of delight spread across Li Yang's face, for SSS-grade resources were exceedingly rare on Blue Star, belonging to that category of treasures which could not be purchased even with vast wealth, often inciting fierce competition among Earth martial gods. Obtaining such resources was fraught with difficulty, typically requiring either extraordinary fortune or the patronage of a formidable faction, exchanging contribution points for resources monopolized by powerful martial alliances. In his excitement, Li Yang hurried to examine the system's description, meticulously uncovering the attributes of the SSS-grade Crimson Fire Lotus. Indeed, resources of this caliber were exceptional. A smile graced his lips as he murmured to himself. The SSS-grade Crimson Fire Lotus was particularly suitable for him, a fire attribute martial artist aided by the system, promising significant benefits. With a swift motion of his hand, Li Yang conjured an invisible barrier, effectively isolating his room from the outside world. This barrier not only concealed his aura but also silenced any sound, ensuring that the essence of the SSS-grade Crimson Fire Lotus remained undisclosed. Once prepared, with a single thought, the lotus gently emerged from his infinite storage space, resting delicately in his palm. Accompanied by a dazzling blaze, an intense wave of fiery energy emanated from it. The potency of this energy was so formidable that even Li Yang, an earth martial god, felt a sense of astonishment. Had a king-level martial artist encountered such an energy surge unexpectedly, they would undoubtedly be scorched in an instant. Moreover, a fragrant aroma intrinsic to the lotus wafted through the air, irresistibly enticing to practitioners of the fire attribute, and Li Yang was no exception. As he inhaled this alluring scent, the blood within him surged and boiled, as if a force were urging him to consume the lotus. Akin to a molten crystal of red, realizing the richness of the essence permeating the room, Li Yang felt relieved for having foreseen this event and established the barrier beforehand. Otherwise, the entire villa might have been set ablaze. Unable to resist the temptation emanating from the Crimson Fire Lotus, Li Yang seated himself cross-legged. Following the system's guidance, he commenced the absorption and refinement of the concentrated fire attribute energy. The moment he began to absorb it, the lotus petals suddenly unfurled, blinding red light illuminating the entire room. The entire spiritual plant transformed into a swirling mass of liquid flames, as if imbued with life, and it instinctively coiled around Li Yang's powerful arms, subsequently enveloping his entire body, forming a cocoon of fire. Hiss! Li Yang couldn't help but inhale sharply. He felt his blood boiling and vaporizing, intricate crimson gold patterns emerging upon his bones. His skin began to crack, revealing flames seeping through the fissures, while his orifices erupted with fierce fire, resembling a being of pure flame. Excruciating pain coursed through his body. Li Yang understood that this was the Crimson Fire Lotus enhancing his physical form and mastery over fire attribute power, so he could do naught but endure silently. With a steely resolve, he thought, "Bring it on." This process persisted for several hours. As he continued to absorb the energy, Li Yang's aura burgeoned in strength until he had completely assimilated the Crimson Fire Lotus. An overwhelming force accompanied by fiery energy erupted violently, filling the barrier with its presence. The various furnishings in the room were instantly reduced to ashes under this pressure, and had it not been for the protective barrier on the walls, they would have melted away in an instant. Affected by this surge of power, Li Yang, now with hair transformed to a fiery crimson, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze flickered with an intense flame, and at that moment, a crimson lotus mark materialized on his forehead. A faint smile crept upon his lips. He felt reborn. The energy within him now filled 2/3 of what was required to break through to the mid-tier of Earth martial god level, with no concerns regarding a bottleneck. Furthermore, his fire attribute gene had amplified threefold. Rising to his feet, Li Yang reveled in the immense power coursing through him, surrounded by a fiery aura. resembling a blazing war god, descended upon the earth. He extended his hand, and a sphere of crimson flames swiftly coalesced. He could distinctly sense that his command over the fire laws had strengthened, allowing for greater precision, while the fortitude of his physical form harmonized seamlessly with the fiery power, resulting in a significant enhancement in his capabilities compared to before his absorption. Chapter 16. Reactions from above. Having completed his self-assessment, a satisfied smile graced Li Yang's lips. With a gentle grasp of his hand, the terrifying flames dissipated instantly, as if they had never existed. He raised his hand to activate the camera function of his communication wristband, gazing intently at his reflection on the screen. The image revealed a countenance imbued with heroism, his red hair akin to blazing flames, and although he had retracted his aura, an extraordinary charisma still emanated from him. Li Yang, already possessing an appealing appearance, nodded slightly to himself, murmuring, I do look rather handsome. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he suppressed the formidable aura radiating from him, concealing the crimson lotus mark on his forehead. The fiery red hair, altered by the influence of power, gradually transformed back to its original ebony hue under his conscious command. Li Yang brushed his fingers through his hair and chuckled. Black hair does seem more pleasing to the eye. Though his red hair was not unattractive and possessed a distinct character, he found the familiar color more comfortable for everyday life. He was acutely aware that in battle mode, his hair would revert to red, and the lotus mark would reappear, providing no additional enhancement, merely a greater sense of intimidation. As Li Yang softly murmured, he gradually retracted the barrier that enveloped the room. In an instant, the atmosphere within the room reconnected with the outside world. Li Yang's keen perception enveloped his surroundings, capturing the state of the Tianyu team members who were resting and cultivating in other rooms. He gently closed his eyes to attune to their conditions, then opened them, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. No one seemed to have noticed his situation. After a brief glance, he lost interest, dismissing them as merely a group of men with nothing of particular intrigue. Extending his perception further, he detected several distinct energy fluctuations surrounding the villa, piquing his curiosity. He raised an eyebrow and murmured softly, not resting at this late hour, but instead monitoring me, a solitary man. They must not feel weary. At that moment, outside the villa, several officials clad in plain attire were concealing themselves in the shadows. Their gazes were intently fixed upon the villa's direction. One of them quietly murmured, "Do you suppose our surveillance will be detected by that esteemed predecessor?" Another replied in a hushed tone, "Surely not. We are at quite a distance, and besides, the predecessor might be resting, lacking the energy to notice us." However, unbeknownst to them, their conversation was overheard by Li Yang, who couldn't help but chuckle internally. They seemed oblivious to the terrifying prowess of an earth martial god-level warrior. Yet, it was understandable. There appeared to be fewer than 20 such warriors throughout the entirety of Huaxia, making them rarely encountered by the likes of these officials. These individuals were indeed the very ones who had trailed him throughout the day, all possessing peak 9th rank cultivation levels. Due to his earlier establishment of a barrier and their apprehension of inciting his displeasure, they dared not approach too closely. Thus, they remained unaware of his previous circumstances. Li Yang withdrew his perception, choosing to disregard these individuals entirely. In his eyes, they were pathetically weak. 9th rank warriors posed no threat to him whatsoever. It would not be an exaggeration to state that he could stand still, and merely the energy fluctuations he emanated could crush them. Regaining his composure, Li Yang surveyed the desolate room, scattered with a layer of black ash, and rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed as he thought, "I'll reimburse Wang Lei for the furniture tomorrow." Then, glancing at the time, he mused, "There is still some time until dawn, if my conjecture is correct. The military and the martial alliance's high-ranking officials, those who truly wield power, will arrive tomorrow upon receiving the news." His current intention was to temporarily align himself with these two formidable factions, seeking stability through their support. He planned to utilize the sign-in system for daily rewards to ensure steady progression, maintaining a low profile until he could break through to the Earth Martial God level. Thus, he had instructed the two king-level warriors to act as messengers, relaying the information to the influential figures within their factions, and had refrained from leaving the supply base, awaiting their arrival to share his thoughts. As for his identity, he had already concocted a backstory during his time in the wilderness. Crafting a narrative was hardly a challenge. Li Yang meticulously refined the fabricated identity and experiences he had devised until he deemed them entirely plausible, with no discernible flaws. Satisfied, he sat cross-legged on the floor, eagerly anticipating the imminent arrival of the high-ranking officials from Huaxia's two major factions, contemplating inwardly. As long as these power brokers possess sound reasoning, given the current state of affairs between humanity and the ferocious beasts, they would undoubtedly be keen to welcome an earth martial god into their ranks, offering numerous conditions for his allegiance, rather than resorting to threats of violence. After some contemplation, Li Yang gradually closed his eyes and began to cultivate the blazing sun technique acquired from his starter pack. As he channeled the technique, he could feel his vital energy surging, his skin gradually taking on a vibrant hue of red. His body temperature soared abruptly, transforming him into a seething furnace, radiating waves of intense heat and dazzling light. In that moment, Liang resembled a freshly steamed sweet potato, exuding warmth and steam. Yet, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a look of contentment graced his face, as if he were indulging in an exceedingly pleasant bath. Intriguingly, this wave of heat did not affect the surroundings. The temperature of the room's walls remained unchanged, as though an invisible barrier separated the heat from the outside. If he were to cultivate blazing sun technique under the midday sun or near the heart of the Earth's fire, the effects would undoubtedly be even more remarkable. The only drawback was the technique's relatively low rank, which did not correspond well with his Earth martial god cultivation level, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. Noticing this, Liang playfully addressed the system in his mind. System, you've seen my circumstances. Could you perhaps provide me with a divine level technique upon tomorrow's sign-in? If a divine level isn't feasible, I would be content with a dozen or so SSS level techniques. You surely can fulfill this request, right? Just look at my capabilities. How unfortunate it would be to lack a fitting technique. However, no matter what Liang said, the system offered no response. He pouted and shook his head, resigned to his fate, muttering, if you don't respond, I'll just assume you've agreed. Subsequently, he continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. Meanwhile, just before Li Yang's sign-in, Lin Yan, the Martial Alliance's chairman stationed in a high-risk base city in Bingzhou. A man nearing 50 yet appearing merely middle-aged with black hair, exuded an air of wisdom and authority. He radiated the aura of a mid-level Earth martial god. At that moment, Lin Yan had just concluded several weeks of cultivation and was seated in his spacious, well-lit office, attending to a mountain of paperwork. Suddenly, the communicator on his wrist lit up, and upon pressing the button, an urgent voice emerged. Chairman, urgent news has arrived from the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. An unfamiliar Earth martial god has been detected. After listening attentively, a flicker of excitement crossed Lin Yan's lips as he remarked. A suspected hidden Earth martial god who has not been revealed to the public? Fascinating. It appears I must meet this esteemed individual. Simultaneously, in another base city, Zhujianglong, the military's inspector general, exuding an air of iron-blooded authority, received the same information as Lin Yan regarding the unfamiliar Earth martial god warrior, Liang. After confirming that Liang had yet to depart from the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base, both men fell into a brief contemplation. Zhu Jinglong's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly stood, commanding his personal guard, relay my orders. Prepare combat aircraft immediately to head to the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base, make haste. The guard, taken aback, saluted promptly. Yes, my lord, and hurried off to make arrangements. Zhu Jinglong, watching the soldier's retreating figure, murmured to himself. An Earth martial god, if I could secure his allegiance. He was a peak king-level powerhouse. Given the scarcity of Earth martial god-level warriors within the military, there were no inspectors of that caliber stationed in the Bingzhou region. Thus, the weighty responsibility of commanding the entire province fell upon him, who was nearly at the Earth martial god level, with all other king-level inspectors required to heed his commands. A surge of excitement flickered across Zhu Jinglong's face as he contemplated the implications. The military was already lacking in high-ranking powerhouses. If he could entice this unfamiliar Earth martial god with generous offers into their ranks, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Moreover, securing his presence in Bingzhou would alleviate some of the pressure he faced. While the title of provincial commander sounded grand, the position was fraught with challenges and immense pressure. At the same time, Chairman Lin Yan of the Martial Alliance also reached a decision. He instructed his secretary, arrange for immediate travel to the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base. The secretary, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Chairman, is it truly that urgent? Lin Yan smiled slightly, replying, the appearance of an unknown Earth martial god is no trivial matter. We must swiftly ascertain his intentions. However, based on his current behavior, he seems devoid of hostility towards us, which is promising news. After ensuring that the circumstances in their respective base cities were well organized and transmitting information regarding Li Yang to the Martial Arts Alliance and the military command headquarters, the two swiftly embarked on their journey, boarding fighter jets that raced towards the Tianfeng No. 1 supply base from two different directions. Inside the aircraft, Lin Yan gazed out at the rapidly passing landscape, deep in contemplation. He pondered the temperament of the Earth martial deity. Considering the potential advantages of successfully allying with such a formidable entity, which would undoubtedly bolster the Martial Arts Alliance significantly. Meanwhile, Zhu Jinglong clenched his fists in determination. Resolute in his mission to recruit this Earth martial deity for the military's benefit, the need for such an elite powerhouse within their ranks was dire. The disparity was stark when compared to the Martial Arts Alliance, which boasted 7 publicly acknowledged Earth martial deities. In contrast, the military could only claim 3, with not a single celestial martial deity to their name. Previously, they had 1, but alas, it had fallen, leaving the military in a precarious state and overshadowed by the alliance, making it increasingly likely for top-tier warriors and promising young talents to gravitate towards the latter. As the clock struck midnight, the distance between the two men and their destination still posed a considerable delay. Meanwhile, Liang, seated cross-legged in his villa, had anticipated their arrival and was prepared to welcome them. Outside the Tianfeng #1 supply base, deep within a wilderness deemed S-class in danger levels, a tumult of ferocious beasts began to gather. Silently, they amassed in the hundreds of thousands, their numbers swelling to millions and still climbing towards 10 million. All without raising the slightest alarm among humans, suggesting a long-conceived plan. Within the untamed expanse of the primal forest, 5 beast leaders convened amid the gathering tide of beasts. Among them, 8 had reached the rank of Beast King, yet one exuded a presence far superior, radiating a fierce aura that instilled fear in the others. Sensing the magnitude of the beast tide, one Beast King communicated in a language only understood among ferocious beasts, his tone laced with reverence and flattery. Your Majesty, the beast tide is nearly complete, and those foolish humans remain utterly oblivious, just as we anticipated. After a moment's hesitation, he added, I beg your pardon, but the Thunderwing Bat King we dispatched to scout has yet to return. It is likely he has met with misfortune. Upon hearing this, the creature known as the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor let out a deep, rumbling roar that reverberated through the air, filled with cruelty and displeasure. With claws as formidable as iron, it seized the neck of the offending Beast King, squeezing with a brutal grip. The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor's eyes glowed a blood red, exuding a thirst for destruction. As it hoisted the massive Shadow Leopard Beast King, who resembled a mere chick in its grasp, exuding an aura of terror. Its limbs flailed helplessly in the air. Yet it dared not resist, trembling as it pleaded, Your Majesty, I shall not defy you again. Spare me. I promise I will not act recklessly henceforth. The other 7 Beast Kings observed this scene with bowed heads, trembling slightly in fear, fully aware of the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor's notorious brutality and unwilling to provoke its wrath. They could only hope for the Shadow Leopard Beast King's deliverance. Coldly, the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor regarded the struggling creature, its lips curling into a sinister smile reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, chilling to the bone. This fool dared to act independently. The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor seethed inwardly, thinking that had it not been for the assurance of victory in this operation, it would have devoured this insolent beast already. Any alertness from the humans could jeopardize a meticulously planned endeavor months in the making, rendering all efforts futile. Gradually, it released its grip, allowing the Shadow Leopard Beast King to drop to the ground, its voice icy as it warned, This shall be your last warning. Should you repeat such disobedience, you will become my energy, aiding in the enhancement of my power. The Shadow Leopard Beast King quivered in fear, responding with a stammer, Understood, Your Majesty. I recognize my error and shall not err again. Although its cultivation had reached the mid-level of Beast King, it was utterly powerless before the peak-level Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor. As time progressed, the Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor, observing the tide of beasts and the number of its fellow kings, sensed something amiss. One was missing. Its voice, low and menacing, inquired, Where's the burrowing Mouse King and its subordinates? Why have they yet to arrive? Could they have fallen to human hunters? The 4 Beast Kings exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in ignorance. They typically remained within their territories and seldom ventured into others, leaving them uninformed about the burrowing Mouse King's fate. The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor scoffed, its voice like ice scraping against steel, cold and piercing, as its gaze flashed with malice. Very well, they dare to defy orders and disrupt my plans. Once this matter concludes, I shall consume it and savor the taste of a Beast King-class rodent. With that, it licked its lips in a greedy and vicious manner, as if the burrowing Mouse King were already a delectable morsel in its mouth. Although it had no particular fondness for rodents, a royal-class mouse could still be worth sampling, perhaps even enhancing its own prowess. Chapter 18, An Inside Job. It hardly deemed necessary to meticulously search through the territory reeking of rodent excrement. The absence of one Beast King was but a trivial matter in the grand scheme of this colossal battle. Tonight, it would surely annihilate the human supply bases surrounding the city with overwhelming might. Should fortune favor it, it might even dismantle several adjacent bases, instilling greater terror within the human populace. Its confidence stemmed from its own peak-level prowess as a Beast Emperor and from the existence of internal collaborators within the supply bases, secretly allied with them. The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor calculated its odds. There was a 90% chance that it would obliterate the meticulously constructed iron fortresses of humanity before their royal-level powers could react. As time flowed like a gentle stream, the colossal tide of over 10 million ferocious beasts finally coalesced into a formidable force, resembling a black ocean. Roar! Move out! The Blood-Eyed Beast Emperor's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder, resounding across the heavens and earth. Let those humans know our might. Let them become our prey. As the earth-shattering roar reverberated, the army of beasts surged forth like a dark torrent, their first target, the Tianfeng #1 supply base, standing resolute in the night. Within the supply base, the night was as dark as ink, shrouding everything in a mysterious gloom. At the edge of the base, in an abandoned factory basement that had yet to be reconstructed following a beast attack, lay the lair of the infiltrated cultists, a hidden refuge. The walls of the chamber flickered with dim yellow lights, resembling pairs of malevolent eyes in the darkness. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay intermingled with a faint metallic scent of blood, inducing a sense of revulsion. A young martial artist, clad in a black robe and emanating a faint aura of malevolence, stood with utmost reverence before an elderly figure, whose strength had ascended to the pinnacle of kingship. The elder's visage was gaunt, resembling a desiccated skeleton, with skin that hung in creased folds and eyes that sank deep into their sockets, glinting with a cold and sinister light. "My lord, the blood-eyed beast emperor has sent word. They are en route, and we must prepare for action," the young warrior said, bowing slightly, his voice tinged with deference. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder's lips curled into a malevolent smile, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. "Poised to strike. Very well, let us see what we can accomplish. After hiding for so long, the time has come to act. Those military fools have been scouring for our trail like flies. If we do not retaliate soon, I might succumb to illness in this forsaken abyss." In recent times, ever since an imbecile within their sect inadvertently exposed their location, the Heavenly Destiny sect had faced relentless scrutiny from the officials of the Wuxian nation within this supply base. The military and martial arts alliance had pursued them relentlessly, resembling hounds on a hunt, inflicting significant losses upon them. Several of their hidden strongholds had been dismantled, and as a peak king-level powerhouse, he found himself evading capture like a rat. His resentment towards the official forces had swelled to a considerable degree. As he reflected on this, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in the elder's eyes, akin to flames igniting, as he commanded, "Gather all our forces and prepare for action. We have been hunted for far too long. It is time to strike back." The Heavenly Destiny sect is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. "Yes," the young warrior replied respectfully, swiftly turning to relay the orders to assemble the troops. The black-robed elder watched the hurried silhouette of his subordinate depart, his thoughts drifting far away, sinking into deep contemplation. He recalled the commotion caused by an unfamiliar king-level martial artist who had intruded upon the supply base yesterday. It was rumored that the Thunderwing Bat King and its entire clan had perished at this individual's hands, which had seemingly alerted the king-level overseer stationed here by the authorities. Who could this newcomer be? The elder pondered, a slight frown creasing his brow, his expression turning grave. After learning of this news, he had risked exposure to send someone to investigate the stranger's identity. However, the area was swarming with elite personnel dispatched by the official forces, who remained ever vigilant. Under such circumstances, even he dared not approach too closely, let alone anyone else. With imminent action required, he could only resign himself to inaction. "A king-level martial artist should not affect our subsequent plans," the black-robed elder murmured to himself for solace, a flicker of conviction crossing his gaze. In his mind, he had not considered the possibility of Liang being above king level and mistakenly assumed that those monitoring Liang were actually there to provide protection. According to the intelligence gathered by the Heavenly Destiny sect, the movements of king-level powerhouses in Tianfeng City and other regions of Bingzhou remained normal, with no signs of approaching forces. As for martial god-level powerhouses, their appearance was even less likely. Thus, he regarded Liang merely as an ordinary king-level fighter, not giving him much thought. Soon, the hidden forces of the Heavenly Destiny sect, numbering around 100, swiftly assembled. Their figures, shrouded in dim light, resembled phantoms emerging from the depths of darkness. When the subordinate returned before the black-robed elder, bowing slightly, he respectfully reported, "My lord, we are ready. The blood-eyed beast emperor is also urging us to act. Once the energy shield dissipates, the beast tide will launch a fierce assault, allowing us to seize this base." Hearing this, the black-robed elder slowly raised his head, surveying the armed assembly before him with satisfaction. A grim smile crept upon his lips. "Those who stand here are the elite of our sect. The weak have already been captured by the city defense forces." "Excellent." The black-robed elder nodded, dispensing with further pleasantries as he waved his hand and commanded, "Commence the operation." As his words reverberated, the eyes of the gathered members sparkled with excitement, their grips tightening around their weapons, faces alight with fervor as they intoned, "The will of destiny cannot be resisted." A procession of black-robed figures moved like specters through the night, their steps light and swift, leaving behind a trail of indistinct shadows as they advanced towards the maintenance division responsible for sustaining the energy shield surrounding the base. Devoid of the shield's protection, the supply base would inevitably fall more swiftly under the onslaught of the beast tide. Chapter 19. The commotion begins with the black-robed elder initiating the operation. The once tranquil supply base, akin to a slumbering giant under the night sky, was abruptly shattered by the thunderous roar of colossal explosions. Following this, the energy shield enveloping the entire base, resembling a vast transparent dome, flickered violently before its brilliance rapidly dimmed, ultimately vanishing completely. What followed was a shrill alarm, piercing like a blade through the eardrums, echoing wildly throughout the base. Emergency warning. The defense system has suffered severe damage. The main energy source has been depleted and can no longer sustain the energy shield operation. The backup energy system has been automatically activated. The backup energy system is under heavy attack and is rapidly depleting. The outer energy shield is expected to dissipate completely in 10 seconds. All personnel must immediately enter the highest state of defense. The harsh sounds sliced through the stillness like thunder, resonating in every corner of the supply base. Within the maintenance division, which had been targeted by the Heavenly Destiny sect, the scene was one of utter carnage. Corpses of staff and soldiers lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, their blood starkly visible under the dim lights, pooling into grotesque puddles. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood, inducing nausea in those who breathed it in. The backup energy is secured. Now we await the beasts. The black-robed elder stood before the wreckage of the backup energy facility, surveying the thoroughly destroyed equipment with a cruel smile. The personnel within the maintenance division had been mercilessly slaughtered during their surprise assault, leaving no survivors. Just minutes prior, under the leadership of a peak king-level martial artist, the elite of the Heavenly Destiny sect had launched a meticulously planned ambush, catching the maintenance division completely off guard. These foolish individuals thought they could hold this place. One of the cultists exclaimed, gazing at the surrounding corpses, laughing triumphantly. Mere ants. The black-robed elder scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Listening to the alarms blaring throughout the base, his smile grew ever brighter as he commanded the remaining cultists, "Let us depart and set this supply base ablaze." The cultists, faces alight with excitement, eagerly complied. The black-robed elder swiftly led the enthusiastic group, moving like phantoms as they exited the ravaged maintenance division. The sounds of the blaring alarms and the ensuing explosions reverberated behind them. In the training facility, the 4 official king-level martial artists, engaged in their respective activities, were suddenly struck by a resonating hum in their minds, akin to a heavy blow. An ominous realization dawned upon them simultaneously. An alarming threat was at hand. The military's guardian, Yang Jun, paled dramatically, a flicker of rage and astonishment flashing in his eyes. Damn it! Who could possibly have the audacity to annihilate both the energy shield's power source and its backup in such a brief span? Such ruthless tactics are unfathomable. The president of the Martial Arts Alliance, Duan Tianhong, gritted his teeth, exclaiming with venomous resolve, "Whoever it may be, they shall not leave this place alive tonight." As the alarm echoed throughout the facility, the 4 figures, comprising the military's chief and deputy guardians, alongside the president and vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance, swiftly converged upon the maintenance department from all directions. Their forms darted through the air, clad in formidable battle armor, resembling 4 streaks of lightning piercing through the shroud of night. Gazing at the dissipated energy shield surrounding them, their eyes were filled with trepidation. Even those with the slowest reactions could now discern that a significant event aimed at them was unfolding this very night. Haihuan, immediately rally our elite forces to assist the military in eliminating these scoundrels. Duan Tianhong commanded urgently through his communication wristband. Meanwhile, Yang Jun issued a flurry of commands to quell the unrest within the base and gather the station military personnel for combat readiness. All personnel, assume your battle positions. Any suspicious individuals must be dealt with immediately, echoed through the communication devices. The lurking vermin concealed in the shadows would undoubtedly not limit their mischief to merely sabotaging the energy shield. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, the depths of his eyes betraying profound concern. Just then, a deafening roar, terrifying enough to pierce through one's very soul, erupted from outside the base, echoing like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Almost instantly, the ground began to tremble slightly. A terrifying wave of energy, emanating from a peak beast emperor, surged forth like a mighty tide. Accompanying it were several unabashed, unrestrained auras of beast kings, akin to blades piercing straight into the hearts of the onlookers. 1 peak beast emperor and 8 others ranging from initial to peak stages of beast kings. Yang Jun, sensing the chilling presence encroaching from all directions around the supply base, abruptly halted in midair. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Tumultuous waves of panic surging within him, his complexion turning as pale as a sheet. How could this be happening? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a piercing scream of agony reverberated through the night sky. Yang Jun swiftly turned his gaze towards the source of the sound, his eyes ablaze with fury. He witnessed Gao Huan, who was about to organize the elite forces, ambushed amidst the chaos by a hidden elder clad in black robes. At that moment, Gao Huan plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, raising a cloud of dust. The aura radiating from him suggested he was gravely injured. The Destiny sect seeks its own demise. Yang Jun immediately recognized the identity of the black-robed elder, his eyes shimmering with wrath as if he intended to devour the elder whole. With a swift mental command, he retrieved a longbow emanating cold brilliance from his spatial ring. Channeling all his energy, he conjured an energy arrow that glimmered with resplendent light on the bowstring, drawing it back like a full moon, and released it towards the black-robed elder with a furious shout, "Prepare to meet your end." The black-robed elder, witnessing this, curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. unleashing his formidable presence that weighed heavily upon the surroundings like an invisible mountain. He swiftly conjured an energy shield that emitted a ghostly glow, resembling a colossal turtle shell, encasing him within. Boom. The energy arrow collided violently with the shield, producing a deafening roar, yet only creating ripples in the energy barrier, failing to breach it. The black-robed elder regarded Yang Zhan with mocking taunts. Such trivial techniques cannot slay this old man. You are merely wasting your efforts. Yang Zhan's countenance darkened further. Akin to the murkiest depths of a pot, his inner fury igniting like a volcanic eruption. The opponent's minor advantage in cultivation was indeed a challenging predicament. Yet, the gravest danger was not this black-robed elder, but rather the Beast Emperor and Beast Kings lurking menacingly around the supply base. Alongside the horde of beasts surging forth like a black tide, I must stabilize the situation first. Yang Zhan contemplated inwardly, yet found himself reluctantly entangled in combat with the black-robed elder. Due to the disparity in their cultivation, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, the battle turning increasingly dire. Each clash with the black-robed elder imparted a sense of overwhelming force. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to temporarily entrust command to Deputy Guardian Sun Wei. Meanwhile, on the other side, Duan Tianhong, who was poised to rush to Yang Zhan's aid and swiftly subdue the black-robed elder, suddenly felt an intense sense of peril wash over him, as if an icy dagger were pressed against his back. He hastily halted, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. There, he beheld a fearsome beast, its entire form crystallized in black, with arms hanging low and its beastly eyes glimmering with an eerie red light, fixated upon him. Despite the considerable distance separating them, one inside the base and the other outside, Duan Tianhong felt a cold sweat envelop him. He felt as if he were trapped in an icy cellar, his body trembling uncontrollably. The blood-eyed Beast Emperor. Duan Tianhong's eyes widened in terror and dread. The reputation of the blood-eyed Beast Emperor was indeed notorious. It was a fearsome, mutated demon ape, renowned for its bizarre attack capabilities. Its blood-red eyes, merely by casting a glance at its adversary, could inflict horrific mental damage upon their psyche, particularly against those of lower cultivation. Furthermore, it possessed the formidable physical defenses and offensive capabilities characteristic of simian beasts. In close combat, its fighting prowess was rivaled by none at the same level. Aside from its lack of flight capability, it bore virtually no weaknesses, making it one of the most dreaded beasts among many human emperor-level powerhouses, a nightmarish entity to encounter. This is bad. I must not meet its gaze. Duan Tianhong's mind raced with alarm, a mental alarm bell ringing frantically within him. Just as he intended to avert his gaze, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his mind, akin to 1,000 steel needles piercing simultaneously, nearly rendering him unconscious. Outside the supply base, the blood-eyed Beast Emperor's crimson eyes glimmered with an eerie light, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It murmured, "Sink into chaos and sleep forever." Duan Tianhong gritted his teeth, letting out a low cry. His mind felt as if it were being twisted by countless blades, the pain rendering him nearly incapable of thought. Blood seeped from his eyes, trickling down his cheeks like two crimson streams. As time inexorably marched forward, the pain intensified, engulfing my mind in a chaotic fog, as if shrouded by a thick veil of mist. Could the formidable Hao Chong truly eliminate me with but a fleeting glance? Duan Tianhong clutched his head as he plummeted uncontrollably from the skies, his thoughts spiraling into disarray. A bitter despair etched across his face as he pondered the impossibility of even attempting to counter the bizarre attack of the blood-eyed Beast Emperor, let alone escape from its clutches. Meanwhile, the last remaining king-level warrior within the base, Sun Wei, found himself in dire straits, facing the relentless onslaught of 8 Beast Kings alone. Gazing at the 8 colossal beasts, which resembled moving mountains, his body trembled slightly as he called out towards a specific location in the supply base. "Gao Huan, stop playing dead and come assist me." At that very moment, a tidal wave of countless beasts surged forth, launching their assault upon the supply base. Under the cloak of night, the mountains were alive with ferocious creatures, resembling an endless sea of darkness, crashing wave after wave towards the base, their sheer numbers threatening to engulf it entirely. The roars and howls of these beasts intertwined, creating a terrifying symphony of death. The soldiers, poised atop the city walls, beheld this sight with eyes wide in fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was their first encounter with such a massive beast tide. "Brothers, fear not. Behind us lies the base, our home. We cannot retreat. We must defend this place." The officer commanding the wall, his expression grave, shouted resolutely to the pale-faced soldiers, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. "We are soldiers, the final bastion protecting the people. Even in death, we must die with purpose. Though we may be cornered, we shall fight to the bitter end." Upon hearing their officer's words, a flicker of determination ignited in the soldiers' eyes. They gripped their weapons tightly, as if clutching onto their last shred of hope. Boom! The array of technological weaponry atop the walls sprang into action. Laser beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, and artillery shells rained down upon the beast tide like meteors, erupting in a cacophony of explosions that obliterated numerous beasts. In an instant, the night sky was ablaze, smoke billowing as the supply base descended into a fierce battle for survival. Amidst the turmoil, the escalating combat, and the blaring alarms compelled Li Yang to cease his meditation. In an instant, he vanished from his room, appearing high above like a specter. Suspended beneath the night sky, he surveyed the chaos around him. The dense wave of beasts, surging like a black tide, drew his brow into a slight arch. In the distance, king-level warriors were embroiled in fierce combat, each appearing more disheveled than the last. The interior of the base was a veritable maelstrom. Observing this scene, Li Yang murmured to himself, "How lively it is." Before his words could fully dissipate, the blood-eyed beast emperor, engaged in a relentless psychic assault on Duan Tianhong, sensed a subtle yet distinct threat that pierced its sensitive nerves like a fine needle. Its crimson eyes darted rapidly, soon locking onto Li Yang's figure beneath the night sky. Another king-level human capable of standing midair? A flicker of curiosity stirred within the blood-eyed beast emperor. Its massive form quivered slightly, and the terrifying aura it exuded wavered momentarily. Something is amiss. Why do I sense a threat emanating from him? It feels more potent than that of an ordinary king-level human. At that moment, Li Yang too became aware of the malevolent gaze directed at him. Such large, red lanterns. With a thought, he summoned the Jinsong blade from his infinite storage space. Gripping it firmly in his hand, the blade shimmered with a ghostly light, enveloped in roaring azure flames. Li Yang turned, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the blood-eyed beast emperor, his eyes sparkling with interest as if observing an intriguing toy. The pinnacle of beast emperors. It may serve as a fitting test of my strength. His tone was casual and nonchalant, implying he did not regard the beast emperor with any measure of fear. The blood-eyed beast emperor, possessing remarkable hearing, caught every word of Li Yang's musings. Instantly, a surge of fury welled up from within, its once crimson eyes now burning with an even deeper shade of red. Ceasing its assault on Duan Tianhong, it revealed a savage countenance and roared at Li Yang, "Human, you are audacious to underestimate this emperor." Its voice reverberated across the night sky like thunder, causing the very air around to tremble. Simultaneously, a sense of wariness arose within the blood-eyed beast emperor. It noted that this human, meeting its gaze, was not ensnared by confusion. One must understand that its blood-eye attack could instill terror even in those of equal rank. Yet this human exhibited no reaction. Could he be a king-level warrior fortuitously appearing here? Moreover, one of considerable power. The blood-eyed beast emperor speculated inwardly. As the blood-eyed beast emperor halted its attack, Duan Tianhong, whose mind had been clouded in chaos, struggled to regain a semblance of clarity. His head throbbed as if struck by a hammer, the pain excruciating. Yet he brushed aside these concerns. Just as he pondered why the blood-eyed beast emperor had ceased its onslaught, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Yang in the distance. In that instant, a glimmer of hope ignited within Duan Tianhong's eyes, a joy that sprang forth from the depths of despair. His body trembled slightly, lips quivering as he murmured, "It's him, the senior." With the might of this esteemed martial god, should he unleash his full power, he could undoubtedly dismantle the beast's long-concocted scheme. It is well understood that the gap between the pinnacle of king level and a martial god, although merely one tier apart, is akin to a chasm separating the two. Often, a pinnacle king level warrior would consider themselves fortunate to escape from a martial god's grasp. Chapter 21. Slaying the blood-eyed beast emperor, the escaping beast king. I implore you, senior, lend your hand and save the million souls of our supply base from this calamity. Duan Tianhong, suppressing the intense discomfort coursing through his body, clasped his fists in a bow towards Li Yang high in the sky, his voice tinged with hoarseness and urgency. He placed all his hopes upon Li Yang. Hearing this, Li Yang's lips curled into a faint smile as he waved his hand gently, not in refusal, but in a gesture of understanding. It was unnecessary to say more. Eradicating the surrounding beasts to rescue this besieged supply base and thwart their sinister plot would greatly assist him in his forthcoming transition to the official forces of Huaxia. Thus, he would not deny Duan Tianhong's plea. In a fleeting moment, Li Yang's hair ignited into a fiery crimson hue, and the mysterious scarlet lotus mark upon his forehead gradually emerged. Subsequently, a suit of blazing battle armor, formed of flames, enveloped him entirely, radiating waves of scorching heat. The terrifying aura belonging to a martial god surged forth like a tidal wave, striking outwards with ferocity. Stabilized, Duan Tianhong observed this scene, his eyes glimmering with excitement as his body quivered slightly. Once Li Yang intervenes, the tides of battle shall surely turn. With all eyes upon him, Li Yang's figure shimmered. As he swiftly activated the burning fire radiant sun technique, his speed and power multiplying exponentially in mere moments. Whoosh! Beneath the starry sky, a figure wielding a long blade surged forth like a cannonball towards the blood-eyed beast emperor. The emperor's long-range attacks were exceedingly peculiar, causing him considerable annoyance with their ability to disrupt his advance. Thus, he resolved to exploit his strengths while avoiding his opponents, closing the distance for a direct confrontation. In contrast, although the blood-eyed Beast Emperor's melee capabilities were formidable, they paled in comparison to his own. After absorbing the Crimson Sky Red Lotus, his overall combat prowess had seen a remarkable enhancement. At this moment, he resembled a divine warrior descended from the heavens, unstoppable in his might. Outside the supply base, sensing the explosive aura emanating from Liang, the previously arrogant demeanor of the blood-eyed Beast Emperor froze instantly. Its crimson eyes widened in disbelief as it let out a frenzied roar. A divine warrior. How could a divine warrior appear here? It felt as though it were staring down the barrel of its own demise. Before it could ponder whether humanity had already discerned its plans, Liang had already charged forward, blade in hand. In a panic, the blood-eyed Beast Emperor clenched its fists, channeling all its strength to defend itself. However, Liang's power was overwhelmingly formidable. He unleashed a staggering force, wielding the embered song blade with the swiftness of the wind. Crack, crack. With 2 swift strikes, he severed the Emperor's arms cleanly. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the ground around them. With a deafening roar of agony, the blood-eyed Beast Emperor trembled violently from the excruciating pain. Listening to the piercing sound, Liang's eyes glinted coldly as he uttered, "How noisy! Dragon flame burning heaven blade." In that instant, he unleashed a torrent of blazing energy, enveloping the embered song blade in flames. With a powerful swing, a roaring fire dragon surged towards the critically wounded blood-eyed Beast Emperor. No. As the Emperor sensed the overwhelming energy radiating from the fire dragon, a flicker of despair crossed its eyes. It could clearly perceive that this was beyond its capacity to withstand. Having traversed countless hardships and waded through mountains of corpses to reach its current status, was it truly destined to perish in such a humiliating manner? Yet, it would not allow the human to revel in victory. The beast god would avenge its demise. The blood-eyed Beast Emperor emitted a final, unwilling roar, its voice laden with bitterness and despair. Once a force to be reckoned with, its blood-eye ability had instilled fear even in those of equal or greater strength. Yet now, before this divine warrior, it appeared laughable and utterly impotent, with no opportunity to unleash its prowess. What it had once prided itself on was reduced to a mere joke in the presence of this human divine warrior. Soon, the Emperor's cries were drowned out by the explosion and the subsequent waves of heat generated by the fire dragon's impact. The tremendous shockwave ignited the surrounding air, creating a sizzling sound. "What are you mumbling about?" Liang pondered, perplexed by the sounds muffled by the explosion. At that moment, a brilliant explosion erupted, accompanied by an immense sound, illuminating the dark night like a dazzling sun, blinding to the eye. The unleashed heat wave obliterated the nearby horde of beasts that had no time to evade, causing them to collapse as if scalded by boiling water, a truly spectacular sight. Though the dragon flame-burning heaven blade was merely of S rank, its effectiveness was contingent upon the wielder. Against a mere beast emperor, it was more than sufficient. Observing the destruction wrought by his technique, Liang remarked with confidence, "It's akin to the difference between a child and an adult striking with the same stick." Meanwhile, within the supply base, the black-cloaked elder grappling with Yang Zhun, along with the 8 beast kings besieging Sun Wei and Gao Huan, were all drawn to the tremendous commotion caused by Liang. Their faces betrayed sheer terror, as though they had witnessed the most horrifying sight imaginable. Not good. A divine warrior is hidden within the base. The blood-eyed beast emperor has been slain. We must retreat. The shadow leopard beast king was the first to react, its crimson eyes wide with urgency as it anxiously addressed the other 7 beast kings, its voice trembling. If even the formidable blood-eyed beast emperor could be annihilated in such a brief span, they, who had yet to attain royal status, would likely last less than a minute in its presence. Remaining here meant certain death. The other 7 beast kings were not foolish. They recognized the truth in the shadow leopard's words. Thus, they abandoned their efforts to eliminate the beleaguered Sun Wei and Gao Huan, issuing commands to retreat. "Flee. Let us scatter. Our chances of survival will be greater." The 8 colossal figures swiftly dispersed in 8 different directions, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath them. Simultaneously, they ordered the surrounding horde of beasts to impede Liang and buy them time for their escape. Though the beasts were filled with trepidation, they dared not defy their king's commands, charging towards Liang with grim determination. "Humph, you think you can escape?" Liang's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the fleeing beast kings, his tone remaining lighthearted. "Since I have made my move, I shall see it through to the end and deal with all of you." As soon as the words left his lips, Liang's figure flickered, vanishing as if teleporting, and pursued the fastest of the beast kings. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a crimson trail in the night sky, akin to a shooting star streaking across the heavens. Roar! The multitude of avian beasts on the ground and in the sky emitted terrified cries as they rushed towards Liang. They were not unafraid of the divine warrior's aura enveloping him. Rather, they were powerless to resist the king's orders. To them, the beast kings loomed as insurmountable mountains, instilling awe and dread. Liang paid no heed to the minions attempting to obstruct him. As they drew near, They were seared by the fiery energy radiating from his blazing armor, sizzling with a crisp sound, the air thick with the scent of charred flesh. Li Yong resembled a grim reaper from the underworld, leaving a trail of fallen beasts in his wake. None were spared. Chapter 22. Mastering the situation with ease. Why did you not inform me of your flight? As time progressed, the battlefield under the night gradually came into focus. Li Yong moved like lightning, tracing fiery arcs across the sky as he relentlessly pursued the 8 beast kings fleeing in different directions. With each anguished roar of the beasts, one by one, the beast kings fell, their bodies swiftly collected into his infinite storage space. The massive form of the blood-eyed beast emperor met the same fate, easily captured. With the demise of the emperor and the 8 beast kings, the once cohesive horde of beasts attacking the supply base lost its backbone. The previously ferocious assault halted abruptly, giving way to a complete rout. These lower-tier beasts ceased their attacks and scattered in terror. The aura of the divine warrior emanating from Li Yong was utterly terrifying to them. Had it not been for the earlier pressure exerted by the beast kings compelling them to charge, they would have begun their retreat the moment Li Yong revealed his prowess. After all, it was utterly impossible for a horde numbering in the millions to overwhelm a divine warrior in peak condition. On the city walls, a multitude of soldiers gazed at the retreating tide of beasts before them, initially struck by a profound silence, which soon erupted into rapturous cheers of joy. Some soldiers, overcome with exhilaration, leapt into the air, brandishing their weapons and exclaiming, "The beast tide has retreated. We are victorious. How splendid! We have held our ground." Others, their eyes brimming with tears of joy, embraced one another, trembling as they whispered, "We have survived, truly survived. All thanks to that formidable warrior." Even more soldiers bellowed into the night sky, "We are eternally grateful to the Earth Martial God. It is you who has saved us." Within their hearts lay a clear understanding. This miraculous victory in battle was not solely due to their fearless resistance to death, but rather because of the enigmatic Earth Martial God who had effortlessly vanquished the blood-eyed beast emperor and 8 beast kings, thereby sealing their triumph. Without such an extraordinary force, their resistance, akin to that of ants, would have borne no fruit. Amidst the elation and tears, the soldiers ardently searched for the figure of Li Yong, yearning to etch his heroic visage firmly into their memories. In the night sky, Li Yong, having just collected the corpses of the beast kings and emperor, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, hinting at a deeper meaning. His gaze, profound, turned towards the jubilant supply base, and he murmured softly, "There remains a fish that slipped through the net." As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished in an instant, refraining from pursuing the fleeing beasts. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder, entangled in a fierce struggle with Yang Zhan, along with the rest of the Destiny's sect disciples, stared in disbelief at the sudden shift in the tide of battle. This was not part of the plan. "Don't run away. We are still in the city." The elder's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face, as he bellowed with frenzied intensity. Internally, he felt as though 1,000 wild horses were trampling through his mind. How could a situation that had seemed so promising devolve into chaos? Where had this Earth Martial God come from? How could such a being manifest so unexpectedly within the supply base? This exceeded all their expectations, shattering their meticulously laid plans. With a voice thick with tension and rage, the black-robed elder shouted to the surviving disciples, "The situation has changed. Retreat. We must leave before that Earth Martial God returns to hunt us down. If he does, there will be no escape. The 8 beast kings cannot delay him for long." He understood that once he fell under the gaze of that Earth Martial God, his fate would be sealed. Just as the black-robed elder prepared to flee, Yang Zhan and Duan Tianhong, like twin bolts of lightning, intercepted him. Yang Zhan's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his gaze piercing through the elder as he thundered, "Run? Where do you think you're going? Do you believe our supply base is a public restroom where you can come and go as you please?" With that, Yang Zhan swung his longsword fiercely towards the black-robed elder. "I shall assist you, old Yang," Duan Tianhong declared, launching an attack from the opposite side, effectively cornering the elder, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In his panic, the black-robed elder's attacks became riddled with flaws. What had once been composed techniques now appeared chaotic and disordered, each movement betraying his inner turmoil. Yang Zhan, fixated on the elder's every move, seized upon a fleeting opportunity, his gaze sharpening as he thrust his sword forward, striking precisely at the elder's back. With a sickening thud, the black-robed elder felt a sharp pain radiate through his spine, followed by a rush of blood. Anger and shock flooding his senses, as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. Glaring at Yang Zhan with fury, he seemed ready to rend him apart. But in that instant, clarity washed over him as a singular thought raced through his mind. He could not afford to be ensnared by these two. If that Earth Martial God returned, his demise would be inevitable. Resolute, the black-robed elder bit down hard, silently vowing to employ the trump card entrusted to him by his superior. His fingers trembled slightly as he prepared to discreetly retrieve the card from the spatial ring on his finger. However, just as he was about to touch the ring, His expression froze, a wave of an even more intense sense of danger washing over him than when the blood-eyed beast emperor had targeted him. It felt as though an ancient behemoth had set its sights on him, sending chills down his spine. What is that? The black-robed elder instinctively halted, following the source of his unease to see a figure emerging from the distant night sky, exuding the terrifying and commanding aura of an earth martial god. Liang, enveloped in flames, appeared as a war deity emerging from the inferno. His hair danced wildly like burning flames, the mysterious crimson lotus mark on his forehead pulsating with an eerie and powerful glow. Clad in a fiery battle armor formed of flames, he radiated waves of searing heat. Wherever he passed, the very air twisted and warped from the heat. The formidable presence of the earth martial god surged forth like a tidal wave, instilling a sense of awe and causing tremors in the legs of those who beheld him. Liang wore a playful smile, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, his gaze fixated on the black-robed elder. Upon recognizing Liang's somewhat familiar visage and the overwhelming aura of the earth martial god emanating from him, the black-robed elder could scarcely believe his eyes, stuttering, "It's him. He is an earth martial god." He had never anticipated that the king-level martial artist he had dismissed before the plan's inception would turn out to be such a terrifying earth martial god. At that moment, the black-robed elder's expression was one of utter despair, a visage resembling one who had just tasted excrement, filled with shock, rage, and regret. He knew that even revealing his territory would be futile now. Liang, observing the elder's movements, had already surmised his intentions. In a flash, he streaked through the night sky like a red comet, his speed rendering him nearly invisible, and appeared before the black-robed elder. Before the elder could react, having dispelled his fiery battle armor, Liang stood before him. In the midst of the elder's terror mingled with reluctance, Liang did not brandish the human-slaying blade in his hand. Instead, he raised his fist, which was as large as a sandbag and brimming with terrifying power. With a mighty swing, he unleashed an overwhelming force upon the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder found himself utterly defenseless against Liang's punch, feeling an unstoppable force crash down upon him, driving him forcefully into the ground of the supply base. With a resounding boom, the ground yielded to create a deep crater. The black-robed elder lay in a pitiful state, barely clinging to life, his bones shattered, rendering him immobile. This was precisely Liang's intention. He regarded the nearly breathless black-robed elder and thought to himself, a king-level martial artist should have much information to divulge. Consider it a favor to the official forces of the Wuxian nation. Chapter 23. To turn the tide of calamity and support the crumbling foundations. Duan Tianhong gazed at Liang, who stood before him exuding an aura of formidable might, reminiscent of a reincarnated war god. His eyes brimmed with admiration and gratitude as he earnestly exclaimed, "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your timely intervention that turned the tide and upheld our crumbling stronghold, rescuing our supply base from imminent peril. Had it not been for your swift action today, the entire base one would undoubtedly have succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the beast tide. With our meager strength, we would have been utterly incapable of vanquishing those few terrifying leaders among the horde." Liang nodded slightly in acknowledgement, casting a detached glance at the remaining disciples of the Destiny sect, whose spirits lay crushed beneath his overwhelming presence. With a gentle gesture, he reverted to his normal appearance, the formidable enhancement bestowed by the blazing sun art dissipating quietly, and the fierce aura emanating from his Jinsong blade was effortlessly stowed away within his infinite storage space. A satisfied smile graced Liang's face as he pondered internally. The enhancement from the blazing sun art lasted for half an hour, which, while not extensive, was impressive given the disparity in their levels. For an S-tier technique to yield such remarkable results for a martial artist of the Earth martial god realm was indeed commendable. Moreover, the after effects were negligible, with the sole caveat being that it could not be activated consecutively. Turning his gaze towards Duan Tianhong and Yang Zhan, who expressed their gratitude, Liang spoke slowly, "You need not trouble me with these remaining minions." Duan Tianhong, eager to respond, wore a sincere expression as he quickly replied, No, you need not concern yourself, esteemed senior. We shall handle them." The remaining rabble posed no challenge for them to deal with, and there was no need for Liang to expend further effort. "Very well," Liang acknowledged with a slight nod. In an instant, he vanished from sight, akin to a fleeting shadow, returning to his villa. To him, the situation was now under control, and it was time for the military and the martial alliance within the supply base to clean up the aftermath, while he had already done more than enough. Duan Tianhong watched the receding figure of Liang, his eyes shimmering with fervent admiration as he murmured to himself, "The esteemed senior has departed. I wonder when I shall also break through to the Earth martial god realm." The might of the Earth martial god is truly terrifying, just from a distance. A mere glance nearly brought my blood-eyed beast emperor to its demise, yet in Liang's hands, it fell in just a few strokes. That level of power is one I may never reach in my lifetime, and he possesses such mastery at such a young age. The contrast is a heavy blow to my aspirations. Beside him, Yang Zhan, equally awestruck, noticed Duan Tianhong's dazed expression and encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder. Xiao Hong, do not merely envy. With diligent training, we too shall one day become as formidable as the esteemed senior. Duan Tianhong swatted Yang Zhen's hand off his shoulder, retorting, don't call me Xiao Hong. You make it sound as if you are older than me. With that, the two exchanged knowing glances, preparing to take care of business. In a swift motion, they descended upon the remaining Destiny Sect disciples attempting to escape stealthily. As time progressed, with the swift arrival of two Emperor-level martial artists from the two major factions back at the base city, the once chaotic order within the supply base gradually returned to its former tranquility. The exploits of Li Yang, the enigmatic Earth martial god, spread like wildfire throughout the entire base. As dawn broke, two rare, high-quality warplanes, emblematic of absolute status, streaked across the sky like brilliant meteors, racing toward Supply Base 1. One aircraft belonged to the military, while the other was affiliated with the Martial Alliance. Not long after, both planes touched down in designated areas of Base 1 from opposing directions. The Emperor-level powerhouses from the military and the Martial Alliance awaited respectfully in front of the newly landed aircraft, their gazes filled with admiration and trepidation. The arrivals were none other than General Inspector Zhu Zhenglong from the military and Lin Yan, the chairman of the Martial Alliance. They were already aware of the harrowing incident involving a massive beast invasion at this supply base, as well as the valiant intervention from the mysterious Earth martial god, Li Yang, who had individually dispatched the beast leaders to ultimately quell the tide of creatures. Otherwise, even if they had been en route, they would have been unable to prevent the catastrophe from unfolding and could only seek retribution afterward. Lin Yan, who had long held a high position, emanated an aura of authority before he even disembarked from the aircraft. Striding with a steady gait, he stepped out swiftly under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Greetings, Chairman Lin. Duan Tianhong and the others called out in unison, bowing slightly with eyes full of reverence, their voices harmoniously resonant. Lin Yan scanned the assembled individuals, and in a flicker, he appeared before the injured Duan Tianhong and Gao Huan, a warm yet authoritative tone accompanying his words. I am already apprised of the situation. The survival of this supply base is a testament to your commendable efforts. In such a perilous moment, you did not flee, but instead bravely fought against the beasts. Your courage and sense of responsibility are worthy of emulation by all. As he spoke, Lin Yan produced two SS-tier healing elixirs from his storage ring. The round pills shimmered with a jade-like luster, imbued with a potent life force, emanating a fresh and invigorating fragrance that uplifted the spirit. As if all weariness were swept away. These are SS-tier healing elixirs, among the finest of their rank, Lin Yan continued, handing the pills to the two. Once consumed, your injuries will heal in no time. Upon hearing this, both men bowed their heads in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Chairman Lin. They felt a tinge of embarrassment, recalling that even if they had wished to flee during that moment, escape had been impossible. Subsequently, at Lin Yan's indication, they swallowed the elixirs on the spot. Instantly, a rich vitality surged within them, akin to warm sunlight illuminating a cold landscape, mending their injuries. Their complexions gradually regained color, and their breaths steadied. Observing their recovery, Lin Yan's impression of Li Yang improved significantly. He mused silently. Had Li Yang not intervened, the corpses of these two might have been lost by now. Although they had yet to meet face to face, it was evident from this incident that the mysterious Earth martial god was undoubtedly aligned with humanity, increasing the likelihood of their martial alliance successfully recruiting him. Chapter 24, Recruitment. With this thought, Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he eagerly turned to Duan Tianhong. His voice laced with barely contained excitement. Where is the Earth martial god currently? Take me to him at once. Should this Earth martial god accept our overture, our martial alliance's strength will undoubtedly be further augmented. After all, the capabilities of an Earth martial god can rival dozens, even hundreds, of peak Emperor-level fighters. Upon hearing this, Duan Tianhong's eyes gleamed with a hint of admiration as he immediately responded, Rest assured, Chairman. That esteemed elder who vanquished the leader of the Beast Tide has since returned to the A1 Villa District and has yet to depart. Allow me to escort you. With that, Duan Tianhong promptly dispatched someone to prepare a vehicle, ready to lead Lin Yan and his companions to Li Yang's residence. However, Lin Yan shook his head, indicating that such arrangements were unnecessary. In a flash, he ascended into the air and said to Duan Tianhong, Just guide us. We shall fly directly there. Observing this, Duan Tianhong had no choice but to relent and began to lead the way. The Emperor-ranked martial artist from the Martial Alliance's branch in the base city, along with Vice President Gao Huan, quickly followed suit, and the group swiftly soared through the sky towards Li Yang's abode. Meanwhile, at the military's garrison, the Inspector General, Zhu Zhenglong, had also arrived. Under the leadership of Garrison Commander Yang Zhen, he personally headed to Li Yang's current residence, hoping to persuade him to align with their military forces. Yet, Yang Zhen was filled with apprehension. He had to admit that for a powerhouse of this caliber, the martial alliance was indeed far more enticing than the military. Nevertheless, He was determined to exhaust every effort to present the most favorable terms to persuade Li Yang to join their ranks. He had even contemplated that if necessary, he might appeal to Li Yang's sense of national pride. The Earth Martial God was of paramount importance to their military. He hoped he could sway this formidable individual. Within less than half a minute, Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong's figures appeared together in the high sky above the A1 Villa district. Their paths intersected. Yet the encounter bore no awkwardness. Zhu Zhenglong cordially greeted Lin Yan first. "Chairman Lin, what a coincidence. You have also arrived," his tone rich with respect. Lin Yan responded amicably, directly inquiring, "Indeed, Inspector Zhu, you are here to meet this Earth Martial God, are you not?" Zhu Zhenglong nodded in affirmation, chuckling. "Isn't this fortuitous? It appears our military and your martial alliance share a common objective." Lin Yan chuckled lightly, unperturbed by Zhu Zhenglong's actions. He had been aware prior to their departure that the military had also learned of this news, yet he felt no concern. A powerhouse of the Earth Martial God level, if inclined to join a faction, would most likely choose the martial alliance with its superior resources and conditions over the military. The next step would depend on Li Yang's decision. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two leaders, along with their entourage, descended from the sky and approached the entrance of Li Yang's current residence. Just as Duan Tianhong and the others prepared to knock on the door, contemplating how to appropriately greet this enigmatic powerhouse, the door unexpectedly emitted a faint sound and slowly opened. A strikingly handsome young man came into view, his posture tall, features refined as jade, and a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding an air of composure and confidence. The one who opened the door was indeed Li Yang, who, upon seeing the group, smiled even wider and gestured, "Welcome to my humble abode, please step inside." In fact, Li Yang had already sensed their presence long before they entered the Villa District's airspace. It was evident to him that their purpose was directed at him, which was precisely what he desired, prompting him to await their arrival. As he spoke, Li Yang's gaze assessed the two before him. Lin Yan, with a warm smile, donned a flowing robe that exuded an elegant yet authoritative demeanor, while Zhu Zhenglong, clad in military attire, radiated a formidable aura. From the energy they emanated, Li Yang discerned that Lin Yan had reached the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, while Zhu Zhenglong was a powerful pinnacle of the same rank. They did not deliberately conceal their auras, making them readily perceptible. "Then I shall not intrude further." Lin Yan and Zhu Zhenglong responded to Li Yang's warm invitation without hesitation. Leisurely stepping into the villa, they were unsurprised by Li Yang's prior awareness of their arrival, as they had not concealed their auras. It was only natural that a being of his caliber could detect them. What astonished them, however, was the stark contrast between Li Yang's youthful appearance and his formidable cultivation. Up close, they could clearly see that Li Yang's youthful visage was no facade. He could not be more than 20 years old. His cultivation was indeed at the initial stage of the Earth Martial God, and he stood out even among his peers. Lin Yan could not help but exclaim softly, "Such a young individual possesses such cultivation. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared." Li Yang smiled modestly, replying, "You flatter me. It is merely a matter of fortunate circumstances." Behind him, Duan Tianhong and the others demonstrated their discernment by remaining at the door, ensuring that no one would interrupt the forthcoming conversation between these two esteemed individuals. After all, both were figures whose mere presence could shake the entire Bingzhou region. Li Yang led the two into the villa's living room. Currently, he was alone in the villa, as Wang Lei and the others had been summoned by an emergency order from the Martial Alliance's branch during the siege by fierce beasts the previous night and had yet to return, likely occupied with tasks assigned by the Alliance. Such emergency orders were only issued during dire circumstances, as the Martial Alliance typically allowed for great freedom. "Please, have a seat," Li Yang invited as he ushered them into the living room, offering each a cup of the previously brewed spiritual tea. "Thank you, but may I inquire your esteemed name?" the two asked as they accepted the tea. "Li Yang," he replied casually. Subsequently, Lin Yan took a gentle sip of the spiritual tea, placed the cup down, and smiling, introduced himself. "Mr. Li Yang, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Yan, one of the chairpersons of the Martial Alliance. This is Inspector General Zhu Zhenglong of the military. We oversee the Bingzhou region. Today, we come to express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Li for saving the supply base. And also," Lin Yan paused, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Zhu Zhenglong quickly interjected, stating, "Moreover, we wish to invite Mr. Li Yang to join our military. We assure you the most generous treatment and expansive opportunities for development." Lin Yan, not to be outdone, continued, "The Martial Alliance also extends a sincere invitation, should Mr. Li wish to join. A plethora of top-tier resources will be at your disposal, and your status within our alliance will be exceedingly elevated. Our benefits will undoubtedly surpass those offered by the military." It was a competition for allegiance. Though both parties were close allies, Lin Yan was not so magnanimous as to relinquish such a promising young Earth Martial God to the military. After all, this was a powerhouse brimming with potential at merely over 20 years of age. Missing this opportunity would be regrettable. They were determined to persuade Li Yang to join their martial alliance. Listening to their propositions, Li Yang contemplated internally. He had anticipated this duo's attempts to recruit him. As a powerhouse of the Earth, martial god caliber would undoubtedly bolster the strength of whichever faction he chose to align with. Chapter 25. Li Yang's final decision. I appreciate your kind intentions, but this matter requires careful consideration, Li Yang replied with a smile. The gaze shifted between Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong. His tone serene, yet imbued with a sense of steadfastness. He did not immediately acquiesce, nor did he outright refuse. After all, the unfolding events were precisely as he had anticipated, upon learning of his status as a divine martial being. These two paramount factions of the Wuxian nation had come forth to court him. Deep down, he had already contemplated aligning himself with one of these mighty forces. His ambiguous stance was merely a strategy to leverage the situation for greater personal gain. Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong exchanged a glance, both registering a hint of helplessness in one another's eyes. It appeared that Li Yang exhibited a lack of enthusiasm towards their overtures, leaving them somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, they persevered in their attempts to persuade him. Mr. Li, Zhu Zhenglong implored earnestly, the world today is fraught with perilous beasts, rendering human existence increasingly arduous. Only through unity can we effectively fend off external threats and secure our survival. Our military government has always been the backbone of humanity's defense against these ferocious creatures. By joining us, you will undoubtedly make a more significant contribution to our nation and ascend to the status of a hero in Wuxia. You will earn the admiration and respect of all our soldiers and wield the authority to command vast legions in the noble cause of protecting humanity and safeguarding our homeland. Zhu Zhenglong spoke with sincerity, his eyes glimmering with hope and fervor. Lin Yin, not to be outdone, promptly added, Zhu's words, while well-intentioned, may not hold entirely true. One can contribute without necessarily joining the military. Our martial alliance equally prioritizes the safety of humanity, dedicating itself to enhancing the strength of martial artists to combat the beasts. Moreover, our alliance is populated by numerous martial prowess experts. Should you choose to join us, Mr. Li, you would have the opportunity to engage and spar with many adept individuals, thereby continuously refining your skills and insights. Furthermore, our martial alliance offers a more flexible allocation of resources, possessing a multitude of relics at our disposal. You would have access to greater developmental opportunities and even the prospect of reaching the realm of the celestial martial god within a century, embarking on that legendary pinnacle of existence. Lin Yin maintained a calm demeanor, refraining from exerting pressure due to his superior cultivation. In his view, fair competition was the rightful path, and he held disdain for any other approach. Such conduct would only serve to embarrass him. He firmly believed that the martial alliance far surpassed the military in every aspect, and surely, a prodigy like Li Yang would choose them. Particularly, the alluring prospect of reaching the celestial martial god realm within a century would hold immense appeal for Li Yang. Feigning hesitation, Li Yang oscillated his gaze between the two, occasionally lowering his head in contemplation or furrowing his brow slightly, as if grappling with a difficult decision. Observing his seemingly intrigued demeanor, Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong pressed their advantage, each representing their respective factions by offering a plethora of enticing conditions to win Li Yang over. These included, but were not limited to, SSS-grade martial arts, SSS-grade resources, opportunities for ancient relic exploration, status, and power, most of which would significantly benefit a divine martial being. After several minutes, as Li Yang listened to the conditions laid forth by both parties, he silently weighed his options. After careful consideration, he appeared to arrive at a conclusion. Slowly rising to his feet and casting an apologetic glance toward the expectant Zhu Zhenglong. I apologize, he began. If this were Earth, I would undoubtedly choose to join the military. However, given that this is merely a planet akin to Earth, I shall refrain. After all, it is not my original home. He then turned to Lin Yin, who wore a confident smile, and solemnly declared, Chairman Lin, I choose to join the Martial Alliance. My apologies, Zhu Zhenglong, but I find myself more inclined toward the Martial Alliance than the military government. Upon hearing Li Yang's choice align with his expectations, Lin Yan's smile radiated even more brightly, as if joy were to overflow from his eyes and brow. Excellent, excellent. Mr. Li, you have made the wisest choice. From this moment forth, you shall stand as a chairman within the Martial Alliance, just as I do. Ha! The more he observed Li Yang, the more he found himself drawn to him. In stark contrast, Zhu Zhenglong's expression bore a bitter tinge, his eyes reflecting a sense of unwillingness. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, another choice in favor of the Martial Alliance. Our strength pales in comparison. It was evident that this was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. The ultimate conditions he could offer on behalf of the military were dwarfed by those proffered by the Martial Alliance, which had made extravagant offers to entice Li Yang, a feat the military could not match. Moreover, appeals to national sentiment failed to sway Li Yang. Unlike the impassioned youth of his age, Li Yang was not easily manipulated. He silently mused, do they truly perceive me as one of those ignorant youths untouched by the harsh realities of society? Yet Zhu Zhenglong was reluctant to concede defeat. Watching anxiously as the divine martial being slipped away, With a hint of urgency, he addressed the already decided Liang. Mr. Li, please wait. You need not choose only one. You may have both. Would you consider holding a position with our military, perhaps an honorary title? You may select any position you desire. It would be less binding than an official role, akin to your situation in the Martial Alliance. You could decline certain tasks, only fulfilling those that suit your fancy. I assure you, the compensation will not disappoint, and I guarantee you the highest rank of 1-star war god. To clarify any potential misunderstandings, Zhu Zhenglong added, Mr. Li, you need not worry about any discontent from the Martial Alliance. Many martial artists affiliated with the Alliance hold positions within our military. Simultaneous membership is permitted by our esteemed leader, as Chairman Lin can attest. With hopeful eyes, Zhu Zhenglong gazed at Liang. Lin Yan, slightly tempering his smile, nodded in affirmation. Zhu is correct. Indeed, this is so. All members of the Martial Alliance respect our leader's decisions and would not voice any objections regarding your concurrent tenure in the military. As this is a decision previously made by our leader, I am curious to see how you will choose. Regardless, you have already clearly indicated your intention to join our Martial Alliance as a chairman, achieving our goal. Should you also opt to hold a position in the military, it would be a cause for joy for the military government. Hold a position? Liang pondered for a moment before once again disappointing Zhu Zhenglong. He shook his head slowly, his tone resolute. I apologize, Zhu Zhenglong, but I do not plan to hold a position within the military at this time. Joining one of these two factions is sufficient. He recognized the military's severe disadvantages regarding numerous conditions, such as stringent regulations, lack of freedom, and limited access to top-tier resources. Thus, he had dismissed the military from his considerations from the outset. Although his current rank would afford him greater freedom than most martial artists within the military, he questioned why he would not simply choose the superior Martial Alliance instead. Furthermore, he was not a hero fighting for the nation and its people. He was merely a being who had traversed realms, having arrived here less than a month ago. This was their Huaxiao nation, not his. He felt no sense of belonging whatsoever. Before breaking through to the celestial martial god, I merely sought a period of refuge to nurture my development, quietly enhancing my strength through the signing-in system, without any regard for background. It is akin to that famous movie line, while Choya is marrying. What are you doing here singing and dancing? Moreover, those who claim that neither side should join and instead remain free agents are utterly laughable. Not joining either side simply means offending both. An unregulated high-level combatant, emerging suddenly and wandering within one's own nation. Which leader of a faction could possibly tolerate such a presence? Just consider whether they would take action against you. The protagonist is currently only a martial god of earth, not yet a martial god of heaven, and certainly cannot contend with the divine-level beings of Huaxia. At this juncture, someone might exclaim, oh, why not just grant the protagonist the cultivation of a celestial martial god from the outset, thus avoiding all this trouble? To this, I can only respond. Such reasoning is akin to blaming Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, for the dynasty's downfall. If Zhu Yuanzhang had not established the Ming, it would not have perished, would it? I shall not elaborate further. Regardless, there will always be those who nitpick and find fault from various angles. Chapter 26, Departure. Zhu Zhenglong, having faced yet another rejection, was instantly enveloped in a profound sense of disappointment. The glimmer of hope that once sparkled in his eyes had now dimmed. He opened his mouth, attempting to utter words to persuade, but found himself at a loss for how to begin. With a resigned tightening of his lips, he stood silently, preserving what little dignity he had left. Liang, observing the forlorn expression on his face, felt a twinge of empathy. After some contemplation, he spoke slowly, Mr. Zhu, while I cannot join the military government, we might engage in some private cooperation between us, provided the remuneration is satisfactory. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhenglong's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed vigor as he eagerly inquired, Mr. Li, what exactly do you mean by private cooperation? Liang smiled slightly and clarified. It is quite simple. When I have the time, I can assist your military with appropriate collaborations, such as resolving some challenging issues or completing specific tasks. But the compensation must meet my approval. This arrangement resembles that of a mercenary model, with the initiative firmly in his hands, even if he were to reconsider midway. It would pose little issue, for he had not formally joined the military. Moreover, he would soon become the president of the Martial Alliance, backed by substantial influence. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhenglong decisively replied, no problem, Mr. Li. A cooperative relationship is acceptable, and I understand your position. Everyone has their own considerations. However, should you change your mind in the future, our military's doors will always be open to you. The conditions I previously laid out remain unchanged. Should you join us, you would become our military's new 1-star battle god and the chief inspector across multiple states. Liang did not completely dismiss them, which brought a slight comfort to Zhu Zhenglong's heart as he consoled himself. At least there was still an opportunity for collaboration, which was far better than losing this earth martial god entirely. That is satisfactory, Liang nodded, choosing not to engage with Zhu Zhenglong's further attempts to entice him. Inwardly, he contemplated. The 1-star battle god military rank and the position of chief inspector across states certainly sounded impressive, wielding considerable power. Yet, the daily responsibilities would undoubtedly be numerous. He might also have to frequently confront ferocious beasts of divine caliber. The danger was secondary. The primary concern lay in the impact on his cultivation. This did not align with his plan to quietly develop his strength. Li Yang silently mused. The martial alliance is indeed a better choice, abundant in resources and freedom, more suited for my discreet enhancement of power. Observing Li Yang's continued refusal of Zhu Zhenglong's offer, merely settling for a simple cooperative agreement, Lin Yin chose not to comment. He would not interfere with Li Yang's personal choices. With a benevolent smile reminiscent of a kindly neighbor, he then addressed Li Yang. Mr. Li, from now on, we are allies. I invite you to accompany me to the headquarters of our Huaxiao Martial Alliance to meet with the alliance leader, who will enlighten you about some of the hidden aspects of our organization and showcase the grandeur of our headquarters facilities. Certainly, but before we set off, I must inform the rightful owners of this villa, as they are soon returning. Li Yang readily agreed. He sensed the fatigued presence of Wang Lei and others nearing the vicinity of the villa, returning from their endeavors. He had burned through all the furnishings in the villa without compensation, so he ought to say something and offer some form of restitution. Very well. Lin Yin acquiesced to Li Yang's simple request, as long as they could depart today. It was crucial that the alliance leader be informed of Li Yang's impressive achievement of reaching Earth Martial God status at the tender age of 20. They could not keep the leader waiting too long. After a brief interval, the three reconvened on the sofa. Lin Yin, serving as the president of the Martial Alliance, displayed remarkable humility as he personally rose to refill each cup with spirit tea. The tea exuded a delicate fragrance, with wisps of steam rising gracefully. During a lull in their tea drinking, Lin Yin, with a warm smile, casually inquired, Mr. Li, might you share with us the details of your experiences? In his eagerness to recruit Li Yang into their martial alliance, he had overlooked the most crucial question. From where did this mysterious powerhouse originate? Li Yang, amused by their initiative to broach this topic, chuckled inwardly, having anticipated the inquiry. Fortunately, he had prepared for such an occasion. He was acutely aware that he had come from another world, and thus there would be no traceable information about him in this realm. Even if they were to exert every effort, they would be unable to uncover any evidence of his prior activities among human forces. Thus, he perfectly fit the profile of those rare reclusive martial artists. He then began to recount the story he had crafted in advance, unfolding it gradually to the two. After listening, Lin Yin could not help but exclaim, I see. Mr. Li, your journey of growth has indeed been perilous. Having developed an affinity for Li Yang prior to their meeting, his willingness to directly join the martial alliance naturally lowered his guard. All that Li Yang had recounted sounded reasonable and plausible. Lin Yin harbored little doubt regarding the authenticity of Li Yang's adventurous tale. While reclusive martial artists were exceedingly rare within Blue Star, they were not non-existent, and each was formidable. They had successfully recruited a few before, yet Mr. Li was undoubtedly the most powerful among them. Zhu Zhenglong, unable to contain himself, chimed in, Indeed, Mr. Li, your experiences are truly commendable. Li Yang's fabricated narrative was filled with peril, where every step was fraught with tension. A single misstep could have precluded his current status as an Earth Martial God. Seeing that the two appeared to be wholly convinced, Li Yang felt a sigh of relief wash over him, pondering to himself. It seems I possess a talent for storytelling. I have indeed managed to impress them. Raising his cup, he took a sip of the spirit tea, acknowledging without a hint of embarrassment, thus, my ascent to this point has indeed been heavily reliant on luck. Were it not for those few pivotal moments of fortune, I might not have arrived at this juncture. Just as their discussion regarding Li Yang's identity concluded, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. The 6 individuals led by Wang Lei returned, only to be halted by Duan Tianhong and his men, who stood guard outside the villa like sentinels. They were instructed to wait momentarily, as the discussions among the prominent figures inside were still ongoing. Even as the true owners of this villa, they were not permitted entry. Li Yang stood up and addressed Lin Yin and Zhu Zhenglong, saying, Gentlemen, my friends have returned. Let us proceed. He then stepped outside the villa. As the front gate was left ajar, Wang Lei and his companions, who had been stopped, caught sight of Li Yang alongside 2 unfamiliar yet familiar figures. Stunned by the fact that the superior of his superior had blocked his path, Wang Lei's face suddenly lit up with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Are those 2 the esteemed Chairman Lin and the Grand Inspector? My heavens, I cannot believe I am witnessing them in the flesh. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, as if he were gazing upon superstars, his body trembling slightly with exhilaration. Chapter 27. Journey to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters in Sizu. The other team members, upon hearing Wang Lei's rapturous outburst, also experienced a surge of emotion, their previously fatigued expressions brightening with fervor. Their eyes sparkled with an intense glow. The names of these 2 illustrious figures were already well known to them. One was a mid-stage martial god, while the other was a peak-level sovereign, their lofty status beyond compare. For individuals of their humble standing, glimpsing such prominent figures was a rare occurrence, usually reserved for the news. To encounter them in person today felt nothing short of a dream. Listening to Wang Lei's enthusiastic exclamations, Lin Yan scanned him and recognized the insignia of a martial artist belonging to the Martial Arts Alliance. With a gentle smile, he displayed none of the arrogance typical of a martial god, kindly stating, "Greetings, young ones, you two belong to our Martial Arts Alliance, correct?" Beside him, Zhu Zhenglong nodded slightly in acknowledgement to Wang Lei and the others, gesturing for Duan Tianhong and his men to allow them entry. Wang Lei, taken aback by the esteemed figure's approach, felt a flutter of nervousness in his voice as he straightened his posture to reply, "Yes, esteemed chairman. We are the Tianyu team under the Martial Arts Alliance in the Bingzhou region." Simultaneously, he was filled with curiosity as to why these prominent figures had suddenly arrived at their villa. Could it be due to Senior Li Yang's influence? As he pondered this, Li Yang, with a shift in thought, retrieved a smaller Beast King corpse from his infinite storage space and gently placed it in the spacious courtyard of the villa. Observing Wang Lei's reaction, he understood the significance of this gesture as a form of compensation. He then informed Wang Lei that he had now become the chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance and was preparing to depart for the headquarters in Sizhou. "You mean this Beast King carcass is for us?" Wang Lei's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. His face was a canvas of disbelief and surprise. While such Beast King corpses might hold limited utility for a powerhouse like Liang, for the Tianyu team, they were an invaluable resource. Without hesitation, he gratefully accepted it and expressed his heartfelt appreciation to Liang. The significance of a single Beast King corpse was monumental for them, as selling it for resources would elevate the strength of the entire team. Wang Lei's gratitude towards Li Yang deepened. He felt indebted to his senior. Soon, the members of the Tianyu team stood in the courtyard, waving goodbye to Li Yang, who had ascended into the sky. "Farewell, senior." Once Li Yang's figure completely vanished from sight, Wang Lei slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting, "Oh no, I just missed such a wonderful opportunity to ask Senior Li Yang, Chairman Lin, and Grand Inspector Zhu for their autographs. How impressive that would have been to share later." In the skies above the villa district, Zhu Zhenglong halted his flight. Turning to Li Yang with sincerity, "Mr. Li, under these circumstances, we shall take our leave. Our military's various outposts always welcome you as our guest, and I hope for fruitful cooperation in the future." Li Yang nodded with a smile, replying, "I will certainly visit when the opportunity arises, and I too look forward to our future collaboration." After paying their respects to Li Yang and Lin Yan, Zhu Zhenglong led the military entourage swiftly towards the command office, their figures gradually fading into the horizon. Before long, Li Yang and the others arrived at the Martial Arts Alliance branch within the base, ready to proceed to the headquarters located in the capital of Sizhou. Lin Yan guided Li Yang directly to a uniquely designed, futuristic aircraft. He paused, turning to the respectful Yuan Shengze, a peak-level sovereign accompanying him, and softly instructed, "Shengze, I will take Chairman Li to the Sizhou headquarters. The matters here are in your hands." Yuan Shengze promptly bowed slightly, responding with reverence, "Rest assured, Chairman, I will do my utmost to safeguard the branch." Lin Yan nodded, then shifted his tone to one of gravity. "The recent silent gathering of millions of beasts poses a serious concern. I am not privy to the military situation, but the fact that you failed to detect any signs is unacceptable. Had it not been for Chairman Li's intervention, the outcome could have been dire." Sweat beaded on Yuan Shengze's forehead as he lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Chairman, I accept your reprimand. It was indeed my oversight. We were careless and nearly caused a disaster." Lin Yan's authoritative gaze remained fixed on Yuan Shengze as he continued, "A disaster has already occurred. Should such an incident arise again, you will resign from your position as the president of the Tianfeng Base City branch and await disciplinary action within the alliance. When you choose to undertake such a role, you must also bear the associated responsibilities." Yuan Shengze shuddered. A peak-level sovereign now felt akin to a chastised child. Speaking with trepidation, "Chairman, I acknowledge my mistake and will certainly heighten my vigilance to prevent any recurrence." It was evident that today, the amiable and approachable Chairman Lin had indeed been angered. Their negligence was clear, had Li Yang not intervened to avert the crisis. The consequences of Lin Yan's punishment would not have been mere verbal reprimands. With this in mind, Yuan Shengze felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Li Yang, the newly appointed chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance. After Lin Yan's anger had somewhat subsided, the aircraft's hatch opened smoothly with a soft mechanical sound, and he shifted to a more congenial demeanor, smiling at Li Yang. "I apologize for the earlier display. Chairman Li, shall we depart?" With that, the two boarded the aircraft. As Li Yang settled into his seat, he was immediately captivated by the technologically advanced interior of the craft. The spacious cabin boasted plush, comfortable seating equipped with intelligent adjustment features that adapted to the occupant's physical condition. The walls were adorned with various illuminated screens displaying real-time data and environmental information. In the center of the aircraft, a small control console was laden with an array of buttons and levers. Lin Yan gazed at Li Yang, who was looking around with a face full of wonder, and with a smile that resembled one who was showcasing a treasured possession. He remarked, "Chairman Li, my fighter jet is quite impressive, isn't it?" Li Yang, coming back to his senses, exclaimed, "Indeed, It is remarkable. Hearing Li Yang's praise, Lin Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he addressed the onboard artificial intelligence. Proceed to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance in Suzhou. The AI responded with a crisp acknowledgement. Command received, preparing for takeoff. The fighter jet emitted a low, powerful roar, its body trembling slightly before it swiftly ascended, darting towards its destination like a bolt of lightning. The aircraft sliced through the sky, leaving a long white trail behind, soon vanishing entirely from the view of those below. Inside the fighter jet, Lin Yan took the initiative to show Li Yang around the interior of the aircraft, engaging in casual conversation. Noticing the abundant curiosity in Li Yang's gaze as he explored, Lin Yan eagerly began to introduce the various features of his fighter jet. A glimmer of pride flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he stated, "Chairman Li, this is a rare SSS-class fighter jet, equipped with numerous high-tech functions. Its speed, attack power, and defensive capabilities are all top-notch. It can achieve speeds several times that of an average S-class fighter jet, allowing it to cover vast distances in a short time. And its attack power is formidable, outfitted with advanced energy weapons capable of confronting any foe below the divine level. As for its defensive features, the jet's exterior is crafted from a special alloy that can withstand tremendous impact." Intrigued, Li Yang inquired, "Such an extraordinary fighter jet, where did the technology come from?" Lin Yan did not conceal the truth, a look of reverence crossing his face as he replied, "The manufacturing technology was serendipitously acquired by our esteemed leader from an ancient ruin. A considerable amount of materials were expended to produce a batch, prioritized for use by individuals of our chairman level. However, it requires contribution points. I expended a significant amount just to exchange for this one." Chapter 28. You have collided with great fortune in the sky. After Lin Yan's detailed exposition, Li Yang found himself increasingly curious about the enigmatic leader of the Tianwu Divine Alliance he was soon to meet. Who exactly was this leader? Once Lin Yan had finished speaking about his SSS-class fighter jet, he adopted a serious demeanor and added, "By the way, since we've touched upon contribution points, I should take this opportunity to explain the contribution point system within the Martial Arts Alliance." Li Yang raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing his features as he replied, "Oh, I am all ears." Even if the other party had not broached the subject, he intended to inquire, as this contribution point system seemed crucial for his development within the alliance. The contribution point system was personally established by our leader. It is a universal currency within the alliance that surpasses the huaxia currency in both importance and value, representing the degree of each member's contributions to the alliance. Lin Yan elaborated. In the Martial Arts Alliance, contribution points act like the keys to unlock a treasure trove. Nearly all high-value, rare, and core treasures and resources require contribution points for exchange, or a combination of contribution points and huaxia currency. Li Yang nodded slightly and pressed further. "I presume the means to acquire these contribution points is not simple?" Lin Yan chuckled and continued, "Indeed, the methods to obtain contribution points are quite rigorous, necessitating the completion of high-difficulty tasks assigned by the alliance. This includes delving into perilous zones to eradicate beast lairs, exploring unknown ruins, and making significant contributions to the alliance. Additionally, one may discover crucial information about ancient ruins, submit valuable artifacts, or hold positions in key locations. In short, to exchange for top-tier resources, one must rely on contribution points." To summarize, Lin Yan stated, in the Martial Arts Alliance, huaxia currency can only procure basic goods. To obtain true treasures, one must diligently contribute to the alliance to amass contribution points, and one's rank must also keep pace. Several minutes later, Lin Yan concluded his explanation of the contribution point system. Li Yang committed all this information to memory and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the insights, Chairman Lin." As time continued to pass, nearly several hours later, Li Yang finally departed from Binzhou and entered the Suzhou region. The capital city of Huaxia, Yunjing, was located nearby. Along the journey, Li Yang could sense that Blue Star was indeed larger than the Earth he had previously inhabited. The SSS-class fighter jet, exuding a distinct metallic sheen, soared through the skies of Suzhou like a coiled beast. Glancing at the jet's screen, Lin Yan turned to Li Yang, who was comfortably reclined with his eyes closed, and said, "We have arrived in the Suzhou region. Yunjing is not far off, and we shall reach it shortly." Li Yang responded, "All right." During this journey, he had garnered a fair understanding of the internal affairs of the Martial Arts Alliance. Aside from some sensitive information that required the leader's discretion on whether to disclose to Li Yang, Lin Yan shared everything else, patiently explaining any areas of confusion Li Yang had. Just seconds after Li Yang finished speaking, the artificial intelligence's calm voice echoed within the cockpit. "Master, a flock of avian beasts has been detected 100 miles ahead, with levels ranging from early stage 4 to peak 7. Shall we activate the weapon systems to eliminate them?" The large screen inside displayed a massive cloud of avian beasts blocking their path, emanating a fierce aura. Upon hearing the AI's inquiry, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, his gaze sharpening like a blade in the cold night, starkly contrasting the amiable smile he had shown Li Yang moments ago. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he coldly declared, "A low-tier flock of avian beasts? No need to waste firepower. We shall simply charge through." Liang, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, startled as if jolted by an unseen force, and gasped inwardly. "We're just going to crash through? Is he really that fierce?" He had expected Lin Yin would choose to circumvent the beasts, engage them directly, or employ the weapon systems. However, he was taken aback by the sheer audacity of charging straight through. "Chairman Lin, won't the jet sustain damage from such a collision?" Liang could not suppress his curiosity and asked. From Lin Yin's prior descriptions, he could sense how dearly Lin Yin valued this fighter jet that had required considerable effort to obtain. Thus, it perplexed him to see it used in such a reckless manner against beasts. Lin Yin merely smiled mysteriously, confidence and pride evident in his demeanor. "Haha, Chairman Li, do not worry, just watch." With the external defenses of his SSS-class fighter jet, he confidently asserted that crashing into these low-tier beasts would leave no marks, and they would be reduced to mere pulp. "How foolish to block my fighter jet's path," Lin Yin scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Moments later, the high-speed jet surged forward like a cannonball, crashing into the unsuspecting flock of avian beasts that had no time to evade. Bang! To Li Yang's keen ears, a faint sound emerged from the exterior of the jet, akin to the jet's derisive laughter at the beasts. The fighter jet, unscathed, continued to advance. While the creatures that were struck were indeed reduced to mush, their remains falling like raindrops over the desolate wilderness below. Remarkably, the jet experienced not a single jolt, gliding smoothly as if traversing level ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Liang instantly comprehended Lin Yan's decision from earlier, musing to himself, "Goodness, such low-tier avian beasts lack even the merit to serve as mere speed bumps before the might of Lord Lin's SSS-class warplane." Lin Yan also noted the shift in Li Yang's expression, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "What do you think, Chairman Li? My SSS-class warplane boasts quite commendable external defenses, does it not?" Li Yang responded with evident satisfaction, giving a thumbs up and sincerely exclaiming, "Not merely commendable, it is truly astonishing." His thoughts were predominantly occupied with the realization that this SSS-class warplane was indeed impressive. He mused that he too ought to acquire one, envisioning it as a colossal transport in the skies. Strangely, at the moment when the warplane collided with the horde of beasts, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Upon hearing Li Yang's praise, Lin Yan's mood brightened further. He patted Li Yang on the shoulder, chuckling, "If you fancy it, Chairman Li, perhaps you could get one in the future. This warplane can prove invaluable in critical moments." As for gifting it to Li Yang, that was out of the question. Chapter 29, Arrival at Headquarters. After this inconsequential interlude, time slipped by seamlessly amidst the warplane's rapid flight. As they drew closer, the outline of Yunjing Bay City gradually materialized before them. "Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Yunjing Bay City," announced the warplane's artificial intelligence in a calm, clear voice, as the grand visage of Yunjing Bay City swiftly appeared on the large screen. Enveloped in a pale blue energy shield that resembled a colossal transparent bubble, the city was securely protected. Gazing at the breathtaking spectacle on the screen, Li Yang felt a surge of astonishment. From afar, Yunjing Bay City resembled a titanic iron beast standing between heaven and earth, its towering walls seemingly piercing the clouds. Compared to the supply base he had previously witnessed, this was an unparalleled behemoth. Its scale was magnitudes greater, its firepower far more formidable, and the pulsations emanating from the outer energy shield suggested that even a full-force assault would struggle to breach it, unlike the fragile sensation of the Tianfeng 1 supply base. Truly, as the capital base city, it lived up to its illustrious reputation. This was his first encounter with such a magnificent base city, and his curiosity surged like a tidal wave. The warplane zipped through the sky like a streak of lightning, soon arriving at the immense energy shield's perimeter. Suddenly, a small aperture in the blue energy shield opened, resembling a great beast parting its jaws to welcome their arrival. After successfully entering, the aperture swiftly closed, and the warplane sped toward the location of the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. The internal scene was once again vividly displayed on the warplane's large screen. Skyscrapers rose in majestic splendor, with a variety of unique buildings harmoniously interspersed, some gleaming with metallic luster, while others exuded an ancient aura of cultivation arenas. The streets bustled with pedestrians, and various advanced modes of transport darted about, brimming with vitality. Liang was thoroughly captivated by the sights. Upon reaching the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, an awe-inspiring spectacle unfolded. Towering structures ascended like palatial edifices, emanating an air of ancient grandeur and solemnity. The exterior walls were crafted from a mysterious, highly defensive black metal, and the entrance loomed at several dozen meters high, embellished with colossal energy gems radiating dazzling brilliance. Liang was rendered speechless by this scene, his mouth agape in astonishment for a considerable time. After issuing a command to the artificial intelligence to commence descent, Lin Yin observed Li Yang's dumbfounded expression and chuckled. "What do you think? Quite breathtaking, isn't it? I was similarly awestruck the first time I witnessed it." The warplane gently descended to the designated location. As the hatch opened, the two men stepped out, and a responsible officer, already apprised of their arrival, hurriedly approached Lin Yin and respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Chairman Lin. How may I be of service to you?" As he spoke, he cast a curious glance at the unfamiliar Li Yong, filled with questions. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. Why is he accompanying Chairman Lin on the warplane? Due to his lower rank, he remained unaware that Li Yong had assumed the role of chairman of the Martial Arts Alliance. Lin Yin shook his head and replied, "You may return to your duties. This is Chairman Li Yong, who has just joined our Martial Arts Alliance. I am now to meet the Alliance leader." Upon hearing this, the officer's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Chairman Li. He gazed incredulously at the young man beside Lin Yin. It was well known that only those who had surpassed the Earth Martial God level could hold the position of chairman. This individual, so youthful, was already a formidable Earth Martial God. His face was unfamiliar. I've never heard of him before. Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, the officer quickly masked his surprise, feigning calmness as he said, "Very well, Chairman Lin, Chairman Li. I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to summon me." After bowing respectfully, he turned and hurried away, his mind racing with the implications of what he had just learned. After the officer departed, Lin Yin turned to Li Yong and said, "Chairman Li, let us proceed to meet the Alliance leader." With that, the two made their way toward the Alliance leader's location. Along the way, Lin Yin played the role of a guide, introducing Li Yong to the headquarters facilities. Pointing to a particular area, he explained, "Over there is the Alliance's foundational training camp. Despite its name, all who enter here are prodigious talents. It boasts the most elite martial arts instructors, advanced training equipment, and unique training methodologies. Many young geniuses emerge from here to become the backbone of the Alliance." Li Yang's gaze followed Lin Yin's pointing finger, swiftly surveying the buildings while extending his perception to explore. He discerned that the martial artists within were all below the king level, and most were significantly younger than him. Indeed, it was a gathering place for prodigies. Before long, a towering spire came into view. It emanated an aura of authority, its body shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Lin Yin elaborated, "This tower is the personal domain and training grounds of the Alliance leader. It houses various precious cultivation resources and manuals collected by the leader, alongside specially arranged cultivation formations. It is said that a single day spent training in this tower's chambers is equivalent to several months of training elsewhere." As Li Yong listened to the description and gazed at the tower, his curiosity piqued. He felt an urge to extend his perception and investigate the interior. I wonder what lies within. However, as he attempted to extend his perception, he discovered it was met with an invisible barrier, blocking any further progress and preventing him from gleaning any information. Li Yong frowned slightly, his curiosity about the Alliance leader intensifying. "Shall we proceed, Chairman Li?" "The Alliance leader is inside," Lin Yin remarked, having noticed Li Yang's subtle actions but not taking offense. He gestured toward the tower. "Of course," Li Yong nodded, following Lin Yin as they effortlessly entered the tower's interior. They ascended in the elevator to the office on the top floor. Li Yong took a deep breath, steeling himself mentally before gently knocking on the door. He then pushed it open and entered the room, where he was met by the formidable figure of Lei Yu, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, who had been waiting for some time. Lei Yu stood with his back to Li Yong, gazing out the window into the distance. His tall and imposing stature resembling a majestic mountain, emanating an aura of awe. His short black hair stood upright, exuding strength, while his chiseled facial features were as if sculpted by an artisan's hand, with deep-set eyes reflecting a profound wisdom tempered by life's trials. At that moment, when Li Yong laid eyes on Lei Yu, his expression was instantly filled with shock. How terrifying! Is this the strength of someone at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial god level? The aura radiating from him conveyed the presence of an immensely powerful being. Even when Lei Yu was not deliberately exerting his energy, merely standing there felt akin to being pressed down by an invisible mountain, leaving Li Yong a bit breathless. He could not shake the feeling that this man could effortlessly annihilate him with a mere flick of his hand. "Alliance leader, Chairman Li has arrived," Lin Yin announced respectfully from the side. Chapter 30. The Alliance leader bestows a gift. Lei Yu slowly turned to face Li Yong. His gaze, as deep as an abyss, fell upon Li Yong, and he nodded slightly, his voice low yet powerful. "Li Yong, welcome to the Martial Arts Alliance." His voice seemed to possess a kind of magic, penetrating the air and striking the heart, instilling an involuntary reverence. Upon hearing this, Li Yong forcibly suppressed his inner trepidation, took a deep breath, and endeavored to steady his voice. He bowed slightly and replied, "You honor me, Alliance leader. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Lei Yu smiled, a warm expression akin to the sun in spring, dispelling some of the tension in the office. He approached Li Yong and gently patted him on the shoulder. "No need for formality. The Alliance is in need of talent right now. Since you have joined, you should contribute your strength to our development. With the ferocious beasts rampaging and various factions brewing unrest, the Alliance requires fresh blood like yours." Listening to their exchange, Lin Yin interjected at an opportune moment, "Alliance leader, I have brought Chairman Li to you. If there is nothing else, I shall return to the Bingzhou branch to maintain order there. The situation over there is complex, and I fear that my prolonged absence may lead to complications. After hearing this, Lei Yu nodded slightly, his gaze reflecting understanding. Very well, you may return. Your efforts in Bingzhou are appreciated. Should any urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to contact headquarters. With that, Lin Yin respectfully turned to leave. The spacious office was left with only Li Yang and Lei Yu. Noticing Li Yang's palpable nervousness, Lei Yu took a seat on the sofa and gestured invitingly. Come, sit down. There is no need to be tense. Li Yang complied, though his body remained somewhat taut. After they were seated, Lei Yu initiated the conversation, aiming to alleviate Li Yang's anxiety by discussing his accomplishments. I have heard about your situation. The recent events in Tianfeng Bay City were greatly aided by your actions. Otherwise, the nearby supply bases would have been in peril. Receiving this praise, Li Yang did not allow pride to swell within him. He quickly responded, as a member of the Huaxia nation, it is my duty to act. I could not stand idly by while millions of my compatriots fell victim to the ferocious beasts. The situation was dire, and I merely did what was within my capabilities. Listening to Li Yang's words, Lei Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although their first encounter provided little insight into his character, what caught his attention was Li Yang's cultivation level. At such a young age, he had already reached the Earth Martial God realm, albeit in its early stages, remarkably impressive. Given sufficient resources, he had a high probability of eventually reaching a level akin to Lei Yu's, perhaps even surpassing him. Contemplating this, Lei Yu's admiration for talent stirred within him. He reached into his spatial ring and retrieved a mysterious, irregularly shaped red crystal, holding it in his hand. The crystal was about the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with an extraordinary luster, reminiscent of flames dancing in the air. The fiery energy within churned like a surging magma, radiating warmth that elevated the temperature in the office. As soon as it was produced, Li Yang's attention was immediately captivated. He instinctively recognized it as an SSS-level cultivation resource, though its energy was somewhat inferior to that of the Qishao Honglian. Nevertheless, it was still an impressive find. Absorbing it would undoubtedly enhance his overall prowess as a fire attribute martial artist. A flicker of desire crossed his eyes, but he quickly reined in his emotions and respectfully gazed at Lei Yu. Just as Li Yang was about to voice his curiosity regarding the purpose of the mysterious crystal, Lei Yu's keen eyes had already caught the fleeting glimmer of longing in Li Yang's gaze. Behold, Lei Yu began, this is the SSS-level Luyan crystal, which I unexpectedly acquired while hunting a earth god-level ferocious beast deep within a volcano. It is quite beneficial for fire attribute martial artists. Regrettably, my primary cultivation is lightning attribute, rendering this crystal of little use to me. I have kept it as a trinket until now, but encountering someone suitable, I shall present it to you as a gift. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Luyan crystal floated gracefully towards Li Yang, guided by Lei Yu's deft control. He could sense from the aura emanating from Li Yang that he was not far from the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God level. With enough resources, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Thus, he decided to extend this act of kindness, gifting the SSS-level Luyan crystal to assist Li Yang in achieving his advancement. Li Yang, gazing at the alluring Luyan crystal before him, swallowed hard, his eyes filled with astonishment and delight. Alliance leader, this is too precious. Are you truly giving it to me? He was acutely aware that this SSS-level resource was not included in Lin Yan's earlier promises, but was a personal, unsolicited gift from Lei Yu. If one were to exchange it for contribution points, it would easily require several hundred points. Lei Yu's generosity in this instance was nothing short of remarkable, and Li Yang's feelings of admiration for him grew exponentially. Observing Li Yang's mixture of joy and apprehension, Lei Yu urged, accept it. Your early breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God level may determine the future of the Alliance, relying on your generation. As Li Yang heard these words, he felt a surge of excitement, but was even more astounded by Lei Yu's formidable strength. He could discern my current level with such precision. The depth of the Alliance leader's power is truly unfathomable, Li Yang mused privately. However, this also served to affirm his potential. Otherwise, Lei Yu might not have extended such a generous offer. With that thought in mind, Li Yang set aside his reservations. His face adorned with gratitude as he respectfully declared, "Thank you for your generous gift, Alliance leader." He then placed the Luyan crystal into his infinite storage space. As for this storage space, Lei Yu remained oblivious, merely noting that Li Yang had stowed it away in some special spatial equipment. After witnessing Li Yang accept the gift, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Lei Yu retrieved a bracelet and a special token from his storage ring. The bracelet emanated a ghostly blue glow, its surface intricately engraved with fine patterns, while the token was crafted from an unknown metal. The front bore the grand inscription of the Martial Alliance chairman, and the back featured the name Li Yang. With a solemn expression, Lei Yu gently pulled these two items towards Li Yang, stating, "From this day forth, you shall be the 7th chairman of our Martial Alliance. This token symbolizes your status as chairman, along with the exclusive communication bracelet. I trust Chairman Lin has already elucidated the functions of this bracelet, as well as the various affairs and regulations of the alliance, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Henceforth, you will be able to communicate with other senior members of the alliance through this bracelet to manage alliance matters. Liang nodded earnestly in response. After carefully examining the items in his hands, he stored the token in his limitless storage space and donned the bracelet. Chapter 31. Serving as the Grand Envoy of the Alliance. Liang keenly discerned pivotal information from Lei Yu's words, and a torrent of questions surged within him. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously ventured, "Chairman, may I pose a subtle inquiry?" A flicker of understanding passed through Lei Yu's profound gaze, as if he had already unraveled Liang's thoughts. "Certainly. I presume you wish to inquire about the number of hidden earth martial gods within our martial alliance. Am I correct?" Liang was taken aback. Lei Yu seemed to possess an uncanny insight, predicting his unspoken question. With admiration reflected in his eyes, he promptly affirmed, "Yes, Chairman. I wish to comprehend the exact strength of our martial alliance. Since I have chosen to join, it is prudent to be thoroughly acquainted with its true capabilities." Lei Yu chose not to withhold the truth. With a composed demeanor, he divulged, "Our martial alliance possesses 3 concealed earth martial god-level powerhouses, in addition to the 6 publicly acknowledged chairmen stationed across the various states. As for the heavenly martial god, I stand alone. In other words, aside from myself, our martial alliance boasts a total of 9 formidable earth martial gods." Upon hearing this, astonishment once again illuminated Liang's face. He had initially assumed that no other powerful figures were concealed within the alliance, but he had underestimated its strength. However, what surprised him most was the realization that, apart from Lei Yu, there were no other heavenly martial god-level experts. The disparity was indeed considerable, indicating just how arduous it was to transcend to that level. The challenge of reaching such heights was nothing short of monumental. Lei Yu, observing Liang's astonished expression, felt a sense of satisfaction. After a brief pause, he continued, "Liang, according to the regulations of our martial alliance, once you assume the role of chairman, you may choose to serve as the grand envoy of a state, overseeing all alliance branches within that state, wielding immense authority, much like Chairman Lin. Additionally, after taking office, you will earn contribution points annually based on your performance and enjoy numerous associated benefits." At this juncture, Lei Yu seemingly offered a considerate second option. Gazing at Liang with warmth, "Our martial alliance values freedom. If you prefer not to serve as Grand Envoy, that is perfectly acceptable. However, be advised that while you will forfeit contribution points and associated benefits, your authority will be proportionately diminished, and the cost of exchanging treasures will be significantly higher compared to those who hold the position of Grand Envoy." Having spoken, Lei Yu fixed his gaze intently upon Liang's eyes and inquired, "Which path do you intend to choose? Aside from the 3 hidden powerhouses we keep in reserve for emergencies, all 6 others have opted to serve as grand envoys." Liang, contemplating Lei Yu's inquiry and his well-meaning counsel, fell into a momentary reflection. He pondered. Though the choice was presented as a matter of freedom, the disparity in the benefits of the 2 options was striking. One was akin to the heavens, while the other resembled the depths of the earth, effectively coercing one into selecting the first option. He understood why the other 6 had chosen to serve as grand envoys. Joining the martial alliance was fundamentally about acquiring those pinnacle resources, which could not be purchased with money but only exchanged for contribution points. To earn those contribution points, one would almost certainly have to select the first option, while the freedom of the second option came at a higher cost with diminished authority. Chairman Lei Yu was indeed a master strategist. Yet, he was not devoid of reason. He quickly grasped the rationale behind the martial alliance's approach. One could not simply reap benefits without contributing labor. How could one expect to enjoy such privileges without exerting any effort? "Take your time. Think it through," Lei Yu said, observing Liang's silence with a blend of patience and anticipation. Though he had presented 2 options, deep down, he hoped Liang would choose the first. After all, the situation across the 15 states of Huaxia was intricate and fraught with peril, with ferocious beasts rampant and various factions surreptitiously at work. No matter which state Liang served as Grand Envoy, he would help alleviate the pressures faced by local branches and military forces, instilling a sense of caution in the ferocious beasts, discouraging them from launching attacks on major cities or supply bases. After careful deliberation, Liang weighed the pros and cons of the 2 choices. The second option, while seemingly liberating, offered limited authority and exorbitant costs for treasure exchanges, an unwise choice for someone eager to enhance their strength through resources. The first option, on the other hand, not only promised contribution points and numerous benefits, but also granted substantial power. Furthermore, Lei Yu had demonstrated his sincerity by immediately presenting him with an SSS-level resource. Coupled with his current desire to access the Alliance's treasury, Liang, who had once been a mere cog in the machine on Earth, now yearned to experience the taste of wielding true authority. With this resolution in mind, Liang acquiesced to Lei Yu's wishes and proclaimed, "Chairman Lei Yu, I choose the first option." Lei Yu's countenance brightened upon hearing Liang's response, a smile of appreciation gracing his features. He regarded the young man with newfound admiration and nodded. "Excellent. You possess great determination. Within the 15 states of Huaxia, each has its own circumstances. Among them, 6 states, Bingzhou, Yuzhou, Qingzhou, Yangzhou, Yizhou, and Liangzhou, are overseen by resident chairmen. While the military forces maintain a presence in Mazhou, Jingzhou, and Shuzhou, led by earth martial gods. The remaining states, Jiaozhou, Yongzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Yinzhou, lack the presence of our martial powers, with only peak Fenghuang level experts to oversee them. Which state does Chairman Li Yang find most appealing for his upcoming assignment? Lei Yu provided a detailed account of each state's situation for Li Yang's consideration, allowing him the freedom to choose without imposing any direction. However, he secretly hoped Li Yang would opt for a state under greater pressure. Li Yang, discerning Lei Yu's underlying thoughts, was prepared to disappoint him this time. He had not forgotten his desire to find a stable place to develop his strength, especially since he was still at the initial stage of the Earth Martial God level and required time to enhance his abilities. After a moment of careful consideration, he slowly replied, Chairman, I believe Yuzhou is more suited for me. I choose to serve as the Grand Envoy of the Alliance in Yuzhou. Lei Yu listened to Li Yang's choice and internally shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. He had initially hoped that Li Yang would select Shuzhou, which was closer to the coast. Beyond the formidable terrestrial beasts, there exist also the frequently active marine monstrosities, creating a tense atmosphere. With Li Yang, the Earth Martial deity, stationed here, in conjunction with the military's own Earth Martial deity, local security would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. However, since he has already granted Li Yang the autonomy to select his preferred location, as the leader, he would not contravene this by imposing a change in his assigned post. This approach ensures that Li Yang, a prodigy with the potential to reach his current level in the future, does not develop any discord with him. Chapter 32. Exchange for SSS Class Martial Arts. Upon further reflection, the peril associated with Yuzhou is indeed not excessively high. Compared to those states plagued by rampant beasts and heightened tension, Yuzhou undoubtedly presents itself as a relatively stable option. After Li Yang's establishment here, he would be able to cultivate into a heavenly martial deity more securely, which, from this perspective, seems rather favorable. Lei Yu consoled himself inwardly. Although this diverged somewhat from his original expectations, as the leader, he understood the necessity of not imposing his will. Subsequently, Lei Yu suppressed the flicker of disappointment within him, allowing a calm and composed demeanor to return to his face. With a tone that was placid yet imbued with undeniable authority, he remarked, Yuzhou is indeed a fine choice. Since Chairman Li holds Yuzhou in high regard, let us proceed to establish a presence there. Although the pressure may be somewhat less, it also offers unique opportunities for development. I hope that upon your appointment, Chairman Li will lead the Yuzhou branch to continuous growth, contributing to the protection of our great nation, Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Li Yang's face turned serious, and he responded earnestly, I will not fail the leader's trust. I shall do my utmost to protect Yuzhou and bring glory to the alliance. Though he voiced such sentiments, his true intention was to maintain the status quo upon his arrival. He envisioned a routine of mundane development, occasionally completing a couple of simpler alliance tasks to accrue contribution points for resource exchanges. Engaging in perilous endeavors was not on his agenda. After all, life is precious, and safety is paramount. Lei Yu nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of approval, then gently gestured with his hand, inviting further discussion. Chairman Lin has promised you certain benefits, a choice between an exploration slot for any ancient relic or a week of complimentary training in the tower. Which would you prefer? Li Yang feigned contemplation, although he had already made his decision in his heart. Affecting a serious tone, he declared, Leader, I choose the week of free training in the tower. Upon hearing from Lin Yin that a single day of training in the tower equated to several months of practice outside, he could hardly contain his eagerness to try it out. In contrast, while exploring ancient relics could yield bountiful rewards, including the possibility of acquiring treasures, the associated risks were exceedingly high. As a mere novice earth martial deity with no extraordinary backing, the thought of perishing in such an endeavor was simply unacceptable. From what he had gathered, even heavenly martial deities had met their demise within those ancient relics long ago. With his current sign-in system, he preferred to avoid the treacherous yet opportunistic ancient relics for the time being. Steady progress was his approach. Faced with this binary choice, it was one of the generous conditions Lin Yin had offered to entice him into joining the martial arts alliance. Seeing Li Yang's choice, Lei Yu was not surprised. He had already discerned Li Yang's cautious nature when he chose to settle in the relatively safer Yuzhou. Clearly, he was not one to court danger. Yet, this trait has its merits. By steering clear of peril, one avoids falling easily into ruin. After setting his thoughts aside, Lei Yu continued. In addition to the training room privileges, you also have the opportunity to select one SSS class martial art or technique free of charge. Log into our Martial Arts Alliance's official website on your wristband and explore the secret pavilion to make your selection. If you are unsure which to choose, I can recommend one for you. Excellent, Li Yang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He promptly followed Lei Yu's instructions, gently tapping on the communication wristband just handed to him. In an instant, a captivating virtual interface projected itself, shimmering with an otherworldly glow before his eyes. Upon entering the secret pavilion, which housed a plethora of martial techniques and arts, he was immediately dazzled by the array of options. Indeed, there was a vast selection. Li Yang's eyes widened as he scrolled through, noticing that even the lowest grade was A-class, while the highest reached divine levels. With corresponding contribution point costs that were exorbitantly steep, he surmised that these divine techniques were likely acquired by the leader from the ancient relics. Curiosity sparkled in his gaze as he focused entirely on the SSS-class martial arts suitable for fire practitioners. The selection was already prepared for him. Any SSS-class technique, regardless of its contribution point value, was available for his choosing. Seizing this rare opportunity, he mused to himself that he ought to select one of greater worth. After some deliberation, he resolved to exchange for a cultivation technique rather than a martial skill. After all, a solid technique forms the foundation of everything. Only with a superior technique could one fully harness the power of martial skills and enhance their cultivation speed. A series of invaluable SSS-class techniques, coveted by many strong practitioners, began to materialize before him, all tailored for fire practitioners. The Crimson Fire Dragon technique promised to conjure a fiery dragon apparition upon successful cultivation, bestowing burning effects upon attacks that would leave enemies bewildered. The Heavenly Fire Chi could transform fiery energy into a formidable protective barrier while amplifying offensive power. There was also the Crimson Flame Spirit technique, which enabled communication with the elemental fire in the world, significantly enhancing one's flame manipulation capabilities. Li Yang clicked through the introductions of each technique, selecting the three that appealed to him the most. However, he could only choose one free of charge, leaving him in a quandary. Which one should he select? All three seemed equally suitable, making the decision exceedingly difficult. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself, which one to choose? Ultimately, Li Yang decided to seek the guidance of Lei Yu, a formidable peak heavenly martial deity beside him. After all, Lei Yu was well-versed and experienced. He was confident that he would not lead him astray. Leader, I am unsure which technique would be most suitable. Could you assist me in selecting one? Li Yang raised his gaze, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, this young man indeed possesses discernment. The three techniques Li Yang had chosen were all commendable, each among the finest of their class. Naturally, he would not refuse such an inquiry. This was a wise decision, and thus, he began to analyze the merits and drawbacks of each SSS class technique for Li Yang. The Crimson Fire Dragon technique, while a martial art, leans toward aggression. Its offensive power is formidable, but poses considerable challenges in terms of cultivation, requiring exceptional control over fire, along with significant strain on the body. Given that you are currently at the initial stage of Earth Martial Deity, beginning your training with this technique may prove to be somewhat burdensome. It would be more suitable for you to undertake this in the later stages of Earth Martial Deity, Lei Yu explained slowly. Upon further examination of the Heavenly Flame technique, it exhibits commendable capabilities in both defense and offense. However, it predominantly favors close combat. If your fighting style leans more towards ranged attacks, this technique may not align with your preferences, analyzed Lei Yu. In contrast, the Crimson Flame Spirit art facilitates a more profound communion with the elemental forces of fire, enhancing one's ability to manipulate flames, proving beneficial for both ranged assaults and melee confrontations. It also aids in a deeper understanding of the laws governing fire, and its training difficulty is relatively low, making it well suited for your current stage, Lei Yu recommended with unwavering conviction, his gaze fixed on Li Yang. Listening to Lei Yu's insights, Li Yang felt a newfound clarity and was genuinely pleased with the prospect of the Crimson Flame Spirit art. He silently rejoiced in having entrusted Lei Yu with this selection, recognizing the vastness of the latter's experience compared to his own. Thank you for your guidance, Alliance Leader. I shall select this SSS-level Crimson Flame Spirit art, Li Yang said respectfully. Chapter 33, Entering the Training Room. Having spoken, Li Yang delicately navigated the virtual interface before him, which radiated a sci-fi glow. With the gentle tap of his fingers, the screen flickered, and the exchange process for the SSS-level Crimson Flame Spirit art was swiftly completed. The detailed information of the technique inundated his account like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, an electronic agreement, shimmering with a special glow and bearing legal weight, appeared on the screen. What is this? A look of confusion crossed Li Yang's face. Just as he was about to click to view the agreement, Lei Yu, noticing Li Yang's expression, began to elucidate. All martial artists within our martial alliance who exchange techniques and skills in the secret pavilion must sign such an agreement. Li Yang furrowed his brow. Listening attentively as Lei Yu continued, the core of this agreement prohibits purchasers from disclosing, duplicating, or imparting martial arts to any third party. I trust you grasp the reasoning behind this, Counselor Li. The repercussions of violating this agreement are severe. You may review it yourself shortly, so I shan't elaborate further. Li Yang nodded thoughtfully, recognizing the immense value of the techniques and skills within the alliance. If carelessly disseminated, it could jeopardize the alliance's interests. The alliance is no philanthropist. Such precious resources require stringent regulation. After absorbing this information, Liang revealed a contemplative expression and respectfully replied, "I understand, Alliance Leader." He then clicked open the agreement for a meticulous review. The terms were clearly articulated, and the punitive measures for violators were expounded in great detail, ranging from hefty fines to the most severe consequence of being hunted globally by Alliance Leader Lei Yu. Upon concluding the agreement, Liang mused inwardly, "Goodness. This is indeed serious. To be pursued by a peak celestial martial god. If one survives that, they would surely deserve a round of applause." After clicking the signature button and briefly reviewing the confirmation details for the Crimson Flame Spirit art, Li Yang's face lit up with joy. "Alliance Leader, I shall now proceed to the training room," he declared. Lei Yu regarded Li Yang and gestured, "Go ahead. Once the week of training concludes, you may proceed to your post in Yuzhou at any time. I hope by then you will have advanced to the mid-level of the Earth Martial God." Having conveyed all necessary instructions, he now awaited to see how this prodigious talent, Li Yang, would flourish in Yuzhou. As expected, Lei Yu anticipated that upon emerging from the training room a week later, Li Yang would achieve a breakthrough to the mid-level Earth Martial God. Li Yang respectfully bowed, putting on a facade of utmost diligence, leaving no room for criticism. "Thank you for your cultivation, Alliance Leader. I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, he turned to exit the office. Soon, a young martial artist, appearing not overly aged, hurriedly approached Li Yang and respectfully announced, "Sir, the Alliance Leader has instructed me to escort you to the training room. Please follow me." Li Yang nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your efforts." The young martial artist quickly waved his hands, insisting, "It's no trouble at all. It is my honor to guide you, sir." As he began leading the way, the young martial artist occasionally stole glances at Li Yang, filled with curiosity. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the training room. The young martial artist halted, gesturing towards the room. "Sir, this is it. Upon approaching the door, your identity will be verified by the artificial intelligence, and the entrance will open automatically. The training array set by the Alliance Leader will activate, and once the time expires, the array will close automatically, at which point you may exit. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask." Li Yang nodded again, "Understood. You may leave now." The young martial artist, with a look of envy, replied, "Then, sir, I shall take my leave." After which, he turned back multiple times, glancing at Li Yang as he departed. They were all well aware of the remarkable effects of this training room, and they envied Li Yang for having the opportunity to utilize it for an entire week. As Li Yang concealed his presence entirely, the young martial artist assumed Li Yang to be a prodigy selected by the Alliance Leader from the basic or elite training camps. Granted a special opportunity to use the training room, not considering him as the Earth Martial God Counselor. After all, who achieves the Earth Martial God realm in their 20s? Standing before the closed metallic door of the training room, Li Yang's gaze was filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Once the young martial artist had walked away, he focused his mind and began to sense the array enveloping the training room. A hint of astonishment escaped his lips. What an immensely powerful array. Alliance Leader Lei's methods are truly impressive. The array emitted a subtle yet profound mystical aura, its effects remarkably evident. Lin Yan's assertion that a day spent within would equate to several months outside was no mere exaggeration. Even before stepping inside, he could sense the extraordinary quality emanating from the array. With these thoughts, Li Yang ceased to ponder further, a flicker of uncontainable anticipation gracing his face. "Let me see how effective this truly is." He approached the door with steady steps. The artificial intelligence's crisp voice resonated. "Identity verification in progress. Identity confirmed." Opening the door, accompanied by a soft mechanical whir, the door slowly opened, and a wave of enigmatic energy surged forth, invigorating Li Yang. This compelled him to step forward eagerly into the training room. As soon as he entered, the door closed automatically behind him. Simultaneously, the array enveloping the training room began to operate. A torrent of rich spiritual energy flooded the entire room. On one wall, an electronic screen flickered to life, displaying a countdown timer. As Li Yang found himself enveloped in the spiritual energy, he truly felt the formidable nature of this training room. Taking a deep breath, the pure and dense spiritual energy flowed into his body with each inhale, making every pore feel as if it were rejoicing. Li Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Such pure and abundant spiritual energy." Without wasting another moment, he swiftly moved to the center of the training room, seated himself cross-legged, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. With a single thought, from the boundless storage space, he retrieved the SSS-grade flowing flame crystal that the leader had just bestowed upon him. Its exterior resembling flickering flames. Cradling it in his hands, Li Yang's eyes sparkled with delight as he murmured to himself, "This SSS-grade flowing flame crystal, combined with a week's worth of cultivation in the training chamber, is sufficient for me to break through to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God." As his whispered words faded, Li Yang immediately began to channel his cultivation technique. In an instant, a colossal vortex seemed to form around his body, voraciously devouring the seemingly inexhaustible spiritual energy in the surroundings, as well as the dense fiery energy emanating from the flowing flame crystal. The spiritual energy flowed into him like lively threads, while the fiery energy surged through his meridians like a roaring inferno. The intertwining of spiritual and fiery energies coursed madly through his veins, widening and fortifying them at every turn. A look of sheer ecstasy graced Li Yang's countenance, as if he were immersed in a realm of ultimate bliss, on the verge of transcending to a higher plane. The exhilarating sensation surged within him. With the augmentation of these two formidable powers, his cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly ascending. Li Yang was entirely enveloped in this wondrous state of cultivation. Casting aside all external distractions, the only hint of regret he felt was that he could currently only channel the S-grade burning sunfire technique to guide these energies. The recently exchanged SSS-grade Crimson Flame spiritual technique was still beyond his grasp, unmastered, and thus unexecutable at this crucial moment of cultivation. To attain mastery over it would require an extensive period of exploration and practice. Yet, at this moment, he paid no heed to such regrets, wholly engrossed in his cultivation, relishing the ever-growing power within him. Chapter 34. Breakthrough to the mid-stage of Earth Martial God. During this period of Li Yang's focused cultivation, the External Martial Alliance, under the directive of leader Lei Yu, commenced an extensive campaign to promote Li Yang, the latest addition to their ranks, who had chosen to assume the role of chairman and preside over the region of Yuzhou as an Earth Martial God. Various media outlets and martial artist exchange platforms heralded his achievements, with headlines proclaiming phrases such as Young Earth Martial God, New Hope of the Martial Alliance, and Chairman Li Yang's might reverberates far and wide. In no time, Li Yang's name echoed throughout the martial world, and nearly everyone was aware of the emergence of a formidable warrior within the Martial Alliance. Li Yang represented the alliance's overt premier combat strength, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. This initiative not only served to intimidate those with ill intentions lurking in the shadows of Huaxia, instilling a sense of caution that deterred rash actions, but it also showcased the Martial Alliance's formidable strength, attracting more martial artists to join and ensuring a continuous influx of fresh blood, a veritable twofold benefit. Upon hearing this news, the military government could only sigh in envy, secretly harboring feelings of longing. A week slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Li Yang, seated cross-legged in the training chamber, remained blissfully unaware that his meticulously crafted plan for secluded development was nearly disrupted by Lei Yu's promotional efforts. Enveloped in a blaze of consuming flames, the searing heat radiated outward in waves, causing the temperature within the training chamber to reach an alarmingly terrifying level, resembling a vast furnace. However, this formidable heat did not affect the surrounding formations, which continued to operate steadfastly. Most astonishingly, the aura emanating from Li Yang had intensified several-fold since his arrival. His imposing and stable presence had evidently reached the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, displaying remarkable stability akin to a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. While Li Yang remained completely absorbed in the exquisite state of his cultivation, the time displayed on the electronic screen regrettably reached 0. A crisp voice from the artificial intelligence announced, "Cultivation time has concluded. Please exit the training chamber promptly, Chairman Li Yang." As the young martial artist had previously indicated, the surrounding enhancement formations automatically shut down, and the rich spiritual energy promptly returned to normal levels, with the tightly shut door gradually creaking open. Li Yang instantly sensed the change, slowly opening his previously shut eyes, as the flames engulfing his form flickered and gradually extinguished with the passing breeze. He murmured, tinged with a hint of regret, "Ah, has it ended so soon?" To him, it felt as though no more than an hour had elapsed from start to finish. The week of cultivation seemed to have vanished in the blink of an eye. Then, Li Yang adjusted his mindset, beaming with joy as he assessed his current physical condition. Reveling in the surging and formidable power within him, he mused inwardly, "With my cultivation having advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, I have gathered approximately 1/5 of the energy required for the next breakthrough. The efficacy of this training chamber and the flowing flame crystal is truly remarkable." His appreciation for Lei Yu swelled once more. Without the SSS-grade flowing flame crystal, he undoubtedly would not have achieved such a seamless breakthrough within this week. However, he could not simply place his life in jeopardy for the Martial Alliance. He resolved that his allegiance would not be swayed solely by these benefits. As the artificial intelligence's voice urged him to leave once more, Li Yang was about to rise when a sudden thought struck him. He smacked his forehead, realizing, wait, I haven't checked in after a week of closed-door cultivation. With that thought, he opened the system page visible only to him, revealing a tally of 7 check-in attempts. Upon witnessing this, Li Yang felt an immediate wave of relief wash over him. He had feared that the system would forfeit his attempts due to his lack of timely check-ins. A smile crept onto his lips, revealing a hint of contentment as he muttered to himself, "What a false alarm. The ability to accumulate attempts is a relief. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. This system is quite benevolent." System check-in. Li Yang's gaze brimmed with anticipation as he addressed the system within his mind, harboring a quiet hope that it might fulfill his previously articulated requests. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. All accumulated attempts consumed. You have gained a complete comprehension of the SSS grade martial art Crimson Flame spiritual technique. The quality of the S grade martial art Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade has been elevated to SSS grade. The quality of the S grade martial art Burning Sunfire technique has been enhanced to SSS grade. The quality of the S grade weapon Cinder Azure Blade has been upgraded to SSS grade. 1 vial of SSS grade Gene Enhancement Potion, 1 SSS grade Flowing Flame Crystal, and 1 piece of SSS grade Battle Armor. As the system's series of notifications resonated, Li Yang's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Alas, the system didn't grant me a dozen or 20 SSS grade martial arts, he muttered softly, his heart sinking momentarily. However, this feeling of despondence quickly dissipated, replaced by excitement. In self-reassurance, he acknowledged that while he had previously perceived the chances as slim, the 7 items obtained from the check-in were indeed quite commendable. The recently exchanged Crimson Flame spiritual technique had achieved a complete understanding, saving him a substantial amount of time. Apart from the boundless storage space from the starter pack, the other 3 items had all been upgraded to SSS grade, while the remaining 3 SSS grade items were similarly of considerable value. Having previously absorbed an SSS grade Flowing Flame Crystal, he found its effects to be remarkably impressive. The SSS grade Gene Warrior Potion is poised to substantially enhance his overall prowess as a warrior, undoubtedly proving to be of immense benefit to him. Furthermore, the SSS grade Battle Armor boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, ensuring his safety to an even greater extent. Li Yang felt a delightful anticipation burgeoning within him. As the system's voice faded, a cascade of memories began to flow gently into Li Yang's mind. He closed his eyes to absorb them. These memories flowed like a serene stream, coursing through his consciousness without causing him any discomfort. Within mere seconds, he fully assimilated this knowledge, as if it had always belonged to him. The remaining tangible items materialized within his infinite storage space. Upon completing the check-in, a smile, impossible to suppress, crept across Li Yang's lips. Stretching his limbs and feeling the surge of power within, he murmured to himself, having broken through, it is time to head to Yuzhou for my role as the governor. I should bid farewell to Lord Lei first. With this thought in mind, Li Yang took the elevator to the top floor, arriving at the office of Lei Yu. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. After hearing an invitation to enter, he pushed the door open. Alliance leader, Li Yang said respectfully. Lei Yu, who was meditating with his eyes closed, opened his electrifying eyes upon hearing Li Yang's arrival and rose slowly. After appraising Li Yang from head to toe, admiration shone in his gaze. He had indeed not been disappointed. Li Yang had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Warrior God realm. Chapter 35. Lei Yu's arrangement. Li Yang engaged in a brief conversation with Lei Yu, reporting the results of his recent retreat for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's eyes brimmed with satisfaction, further solidifying his conviction that investing in Li Yang was not a loss. Just as Li Yang felt the conversation had reached its conclusion and prepared to take his leave for Yuzhou, a series of knocks echoed from the office door. With a command from Lei Yu, "Come in," the door slowly swung open. A cascade of vibrant green waves of hair tumbled down like a waterfall. A graceful figure clad in green floated in, her silhouette exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy. With a light step, she entered respectfully. Zhao Qingning. Li Yang's gaze was involuntarily drawn to her. Yet, it was not her celestial beauty that captured his attention first, but the energy fluctuations emanating from her. Peak king level? She seems to be around my age, her strength appears commendable. Li Yang mused inwardly. His gaze then shifted to her face, and he could not help but admit that she was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, evoking a sense of tender affection. Alliance leader, Counselor Li. The girl with green hair greeted Lei Yu and Li Yang, her voice sweet as honey. Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then curiously inquired of Lei Yu, Alliance leader. Who is this? A faint smile played on Lei Yu's lips as he replied, Allow me to introduce you, Li Yang. This is Zhao Qingning, an exceptional student from our elite training camp. She will be your dedicated secretary from now on, assisting you with affairs in Yuzhou. Miss Qingning will prove to be a valuable aid. Pausing for a moment, he continued, as you are about to assume the role of governor, it is essential to have the right personnel around you. However, there is no need for a bodyguard team, should danger arise. I trust you to protect them rather than the other way around. If you desire, I can arrange for a specialized unit to be formed, or you may come alone. Having been mentally prepared by Lei Yu's prior notice, Zhao Qingning, upon hearing his words, looked at Li Yang with her clear, gem-like eyes. A hint of shyness mixed with sincerity as she said, I hope Counselor Li will guide me in the future. Her appearance was both charming and playful, eliciting a fondness in those who beheld her, yet it did not affect Li Yang in any significant way. Li Yang, taken aback, thought to himself, Secretary? Is this to prevent me from becoming complacent in my new role as governor of Yuzhou, specifically assigned to supervise me? Although the girl was undeniably beautiful, having a stunning companion at his side could be pleasing. The fact remained that she was sent by the alliance leader, potentially to monitor his diligence. No, this arrangement cannot stand. Just as Li Yang was about to voice his refusal, Lei Yu decisively interjected. Enough, Counselor Li. There is no need for further discussion. This is settled. Now, let Qingning escort you to the logistics department to collect the SSS-grade aircraft arranged for your journey to Yuzhou. With that, an irresistible aura emanated from Lei Yu, and before Li Yang could process what was happening, he was unceremoniously propelled out of the office by an overwhelming force. Zhao Qingning performed a graceful bow to Lei Yu and, with a sweet smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, said, Alliance leader, I shall take my leave now. Following this, she exited, leaving behind a faint fragrance. Counselor Li, let us go. I will take you to the logistics department to collect the SSS-grade aircraft the Alliance leader has arranged for you, Zhao Qingning said, her bright, expressive eyes sparkling as she looked at the flustered Li Yang. What is this all about? Li Yang glanced at the charmingly smiling Zhao Qingning beside him, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. The Alliance leader had forcibly assigned him a secretary and then unceremoniously ejected him from the office. Such actions were utterly perplexing. However, considering that Lei Yu had generously provided him with an SSS-grade aircraft and the fact that he could not contend with the authority at hand, he decided to overlook these trivial matters. Regaining his composure, Li Yang nodded and followed Zhao Qingning towards the logistics department. Along the way, Zhao Qingning frequently cast curious glances at Li Yang, as one who had reached the mid-stage of the Earth Warrior God realm. Li Yang's presence made her feel a twinge of inferiority. Initially, she took great pride in having achieved the peak of the king level at a young age, surpassing 99% of her peers. Yet, upon learning of Li Yang's age and cultivation level, her pride shattered into pieces. She finally witnessed the truth of the saying, there are heavens beyond the heavens and people beyond people. In the face of Li Yang's accomplishments, she felt exceedingly ordinary. After a moment of silence, Zhao Qingning could no longer contain her curiosity and softly asked, Counselor Li, how do you usually practice? Li Yang paused momentarily, then smiled and replied, practicing involves quieting the mind and continually comprehending the forces of the universe. There is nothing particularly special about it. Zhao Qingning nodded thoughtfully, eager to ask more questions, only to realize they had arrived at the logistics department. Li Yang was aware of Zhao Qingning's previous affiliation with the elite training camp, where the members were also prodigies, possessing strength surpassing that of the foundational training camp. Her inquiry likely stemmed from feeling overshadowed by him, a veritable anomaly. Subsequently, with the authority of his counselor's order, Li Yang successfully claimed a formidable and striking SSS-grade aircraft. Yet, it was glaringly inferior to Lin Yan's SSS-grade aircraft. After converting all the Beast King and Beast Emperor corpses in his infinite storage space into contribution points, Li Yang and Zhao Qingning stepped inside the aircraft. After conveying the destination to the internal artificial intelligence, the fighter jet emitted a thunderous roar and took flight, operating with remarkable swiftness devoid of any manual intervention. As the aircraft soared towards Yuzhou, Li Yang reclined comfortably in his seat, gazing at the scenic vistas displayed on the large screen. His mind began to wander into fantasies of a splendid life that awaited him upon arrival. He remained indifferent to Zhao Qingning, who occasionally cast curious glances in his direction. Even if someone were sent to monitor him, it would not alter his inner thoughts. At worst, he could choose to be less conspicuous in his idleness upon reaching his destination. After all, as a distinguished martial god and the governor of the province, could he not handle a mere peak king-ranked secretary? Meanwhile, Zhao Qingning was oblivious to Li Yang's perceptions of her. She was merely eager to observe how Li Yang practiced, hoping to discern the gap between their abilities and learn diligently from him. She was not there as a spy sent by Lei Yu. As Li Yang and his companion departed in the fighter jet, Lei Yu watched the aircraft slowly vanish from sight, a profound expression gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a figure emerged beside him, cloaked in a black robe, their face obscured by shadows, revealing only a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Lei Yu, they appeared as if they were old acquaintances. I must admit, I do not entirely comprehend your approach, Lei Yu remarked casually, unfazed by the other's presence. The figure in black did not directly respond, but instead inquired, what are your thoughts on this young man? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Yu replied, his potential is boundless. If nurtured properly, he will undoubtedly achieve greatness. I have high hopes for him. The cloaked figure smiled faintly. I share your sentiments. I believe Qingning will learn much by his side. Chapter 36. Journey to Yuzhou. Within the confines of the fighter jet, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed, punctuated only by the faint hum of the instruments. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, Li Yang gently tapped his communication bracelet, logging into the Alliance's official website. His gaze fell upon the conspicuous 85 contribution points displayed in his account, prompting an involuntary scoff. The value of a Beast Emperor's corpse and 8 Beast Kings was merely this paltry amount. It was quite disheartening. No wonder they say contribution points are immensely valuable. Earning them is more challenging than acquiring gold. 85 contribution points seemed rather meager in the marketplace, hardly enough to exchange for even low-quality SS-level items. The coveted SSS-level items all commenced at a minimum of 100 points. Moreover, The alliance enforced stringent regulations regarding the exchange of ferocious beast corpses, mandating that only beast king-level corpses could be traded for contribution points, while those below this level could only be converted into huaxia currency. A complete beast king-level corpse was valued at a mere 10 contribution points at most. Li Yang pondered Lei Yu's rationale behind such regulations. The intent was unmistakable. This was designed to enhance the enthusiasm of martial artists within the alliance towards completing tasks, thereby gaining access to contribution points, which could be redeemed for top-tier resources. However, attaining such resources was no simple feat. As for the 100 base contribution points associated with his role as the governor of Yuzhou, those would only be dispensed after a year of service. Exceptional performance during this tenure would yield a corresponding increase in contribution points. Yet, this was hardly aligned with his desire for a laid-back approach to development. Sighing inwardly, Li Yang realized that to acquire cultivation resources and enhance his strength, he would need to rely on his signing-in system. He was not particularly inclined to undertake the perilous missions issued by the Alliance. With that, he logged out of the official site and deactivated his bracelet, quietly awaiting the aircraft's arrival. Yuzhou, where he had chosen to establish himself, was merely adjacent to Sizhou, thus not far away. With the speed of this SS-level fighter jet, it would reach its destination in less than half a day. Leaning back in his comfortable seat, he closed his eyes to rest, though his mind was abuzz with thoughts. At that moment, a sound emanated from his wrist, drawing his attention. To his surprise, Lei Yu had transferred him the foundational 50 billion huaxia currency allocated for activities as the chairman. Money has become nothing more than a string of numbers to me. Li Yang mused as he glanced at the 10-digit balance in his account. Despite his words, a smile crept upon his lips. No one would ever complain of having too much wealth. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Yuzhou Martial Arts Alliance in the city of Yingyang, Deputy Governor Du Qi, a peak king-ranked martial artist, was engaged in closed-door cultivation. Not everyone, after all, was like Lin Yan, who preferred to be hands-on with every matter. Suddenly, his communication bracelet chimed, notifying him of Li Yang's imminent arrival as the newly appointed martial god chairman, a figure widely heralded in recent proclamations. Upon receiving this news, Du Qi felt compelled to act swiftly. He abruptly rose, ending his meditative state, his eyes reflecting seriousness and reverence. The enigmatic governor was finally arriving. He needed to prepare for a proper welcome. Du Qi quickly dispatched orders through his communication bracelet to the various heads of the Martial Arts Alliance across Yuzhou's major cities, instructing them to convene at the headquarters to greet the soon-to-arrive Governor Li Yang. The recipients of his orders promptly set off. No one was foolish enough to underestimate Li Yang. They understood that this mysterious governor was no ordinary individual. Having attained the level of martial god at a mere 20-something years of age, reaching heights that these seasoned veterans might never achieve in their lifetimes. Everyone aspired to leave a good impression on Li Yang, laying a solid foundation for future collaborations. After issuing the commands, Du Qi began arranging the details of the welcome. Despite the arrival of Li Yang implying a significant disruption to his own power and influence as the deputy governor, he was far from short-sighted or foolish enough to oppose Li Yang. Furthermore, he had never placed excessive importance on power. In fact, he viewed it rather lightly. Generally, unless something was of utmost urgency, he delegated all matters to his subordinates, relishing in his leisure. Thus, rather than feeling any resentment towards Li Yang's arrival, Du Qi was filled with anticipation. He secretly calculated that once he transferred all these responsibilities to Li Yang, he could enjoy the luxury of being a carefree overseer, focusing solely on his cultivation. Besides, Li Yang was indeed a formidable martial god. If he ever encountered those ferocious beasts that even he found troublesome, he could simply call for support, ensuring his safety. Simultaneously, the Yuzhou military government swiftly learned of Li Yang's approach. Zhang Jian, the peak king-ranked inspector general stationed there, promptly decided to lead a contingent of high-ranking officials to welcome Li Yang's arrival. Although the military and the martial arts alliance were distinct entities, they all understood that Li Yang's governance of Yuzhou would inevitably bring them benefits as well. It is indeed unfortunate that such a formidable earth martial god does not belong to their military faction, leaving Zhang Jian with a tinge of disappointment in his heart. As time slowly elapses, individuals begin to gather one by one in front of the general prefecture, all prominent figures from Yuzhou, who are rarely seen in ordinary circumstances. Yet, at this moment, their hearts are filled with curiosity and apprehension, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Li Yang. For both the martial alliance and the military government, knowledge about this enigmatic figure, who is set to assume office, is limited to the scant information gleaned from news reports, leaving them almost entirely in the dark. Du Qi, do you truly know nothing about Chairman Li? During the wait, the military inspector general Zhang Jian cast a skeptical glance at Du Qi, his mind swirling with doubt. He questioned whether Du Qi was deliberately withholding information to make him appear foolish or unable to engage in conversation with Chairman Li. As a peak-level deputy general prefect, Du Qi undoubtedly holds a high rank within the martial alliance. How could he possibly lack information about his own faction as chairman? That seemed utterly implausible. Listening to Zhang Jian's tone filled with distrust, Du Qi frowned slightly and retorted, "Why would I deceive you? Do you not trust me? Did you not see the news from a few days ago? This chairman, Li, is a reclusive powerhouse. A 21-year-old Earth martial god who showcased his prowess at the supply base in Tianfeng City, making his first appearance in the public eye of our Huaxian nation. You are aware of the subsequent events. Beyond that, all other information is blank. How am I supposed to know anything else?" Zhang Jian, still unconvinced, pressed further. "So, you genuinely do not know?" Du Qi, exasperated, spread his hands and replied, "Of course, I do not know. Do you expect me to lie to you?" After confirming that Du Qi was not intentionally misleading him, Zhang Jian could only relent, silently praying that this mysterious Earth martial god, Li Yang, would be amiable in future interactions, as cooperation between their factions would be inevitable. As time continued to pass, the aircraft glided steadily through the clouds. Li Yang, feeling rather bored, glanced at the screen displaying the distance to their destination, realizing they still had quite a while to go before reaching Yuzhou. He turned slightly to his side, looking at the obediently seated Zhao Qingming, and inquired softly, "Miss Qingming, what prompted you to accompany me to Yuzhou as my secretary? Was life in the elite training camp not to your liking?" Li Yang was genuinely perplexed. The elite training camp is the coveted sanctuary for all martial artists in Huaxia, boasting the finest cultivation resources and the most powerful martial instructors. It is the cradle for nurturing martial elites. However, its high entry requirements mean that only true prodigies can gain admission. Given Zhao Qingming's remarkable talent, having already reached the peak of the king level at such a young age, her prospects would undoubtedly be limitless if she continued her studies in the elite training camp. Thus, accepting a potentially neglected administrative role at his side seemed far from a wise choice, leaving him baffled by her decision. With her flowing green hair reminiscent of a fairy from a painting, Zhao Qingming met Li Yang's gaze with her bright, expressive eyes. A charming smile graced her lips as she replied, "Chairman Li, this is the arrangement of the alliance leader, and it is also my own voluntary choice. In my view, learning alongside you is far more meaningful than languishing away in the elite training camp." Li Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her perspective. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The elite training camp is a place where countless martial artists strive to enter, yet you have chosen to step away." Zhao Qingming inclined her body slightly, her demeanor elegant and captivating. Her voice, soft yet resolute, responded, "Chairman Li, while the elite training camp is indeed exceptional, you have already achieved the mid-stage of the Earth martial god realm at an age comparable to mine, suggesting that your journey must be filled with unique insights and extraordinary experiences. By being at your side, I can access knowledge and opportunities that are unattainable within the confines of the elite training camp, opportunities that are truly priceless." Li Yang was taken aback by her thoughtful reasoning, realizing that Zhao Qingming's intentions were not merely to surveil him on behalf of Lei Yu, as he had initially assumed. He chuckled lightly, teasing, "Haha, Miss Qingming. With such high expectations of me, I hope you won't regret this choice in the future." Zhao Qingming's gaze was as steadfast as a rock as she replied without hesitation, "I certainly will not, Chairman Li." Observing her unwavering determination, Li Yang shook his head in resignation, suspecting that she was eager to understand how he had achieved his rapid ascension to the Earth martial god realm at such a young age. However, the methods by which he enhanced his cultivation were beyond her reach, given that he possessed the extraordinary advantage of a sign-in system. Yet, he kept these thoughts to himself, merely nodding with a smile. "In that case, let us work diligently together. Learn well by my side." He then issued a gentle warning. "However, Miss Qingming, I must inform you in advance that I tend to be rather carefree and laid back, so do prepare yourself mentally." With a sweet smile, Zhao Qingming replied, "Chairman Li, you jest. A laid-back attitude surely cannot lead to a breakthrough to the Earth martial god realm. I look forward to your guidance in the future." With that, both fell into silence, the aircraft's interior returning to tranquility. Li Yang leaned back in his seat, gently closing his eyes to rest, while Zhao Qingming sat quietly beside him, her green hair cascading down, exuding a faint, youthful fragrance. As time continued to pass, the aircraft gradually approached the Yuzhou region, and the outline of the Ingyang base city began to appear on the large screen. "Master, we have arrived at the vicinity of Ingyang base city," the artificial intelligence announced. Breaking the silence within the aircraft, Li Yang opened his eyes, glancing at the screen with a slight smile. "We've arrived so quickly." The aircraft continued its forward trajectory, cutting through the sky like a streak of black lightning. Soon, it reached the designated opening of the energy shield above the base city. The aircraft smoothly passed through and headed towards the general prefecture. In no time, it landed in a designated area for aircraft, and through the screen, Li Yang spotted the figures of Du Qi and others who had been waiting. Their postures were upright, expressions serious, yet their eyes revealed a sense of reverence. Noticing this scene, Zhao Qingming softly remarked to Li Yang, "Sir, these are the senior members of our Yuzhou Martial Alliance. And over there are the high-ranking officials of the military government, all gathered in anticipation of your arrival." Her voice was gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze caressing the ear. Seeing such a grand reception, Li Yang's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he nodded. He had feared that they would dismiss him, a young leader who had suddenly appeared to seize power. It seemed that the imagined spectacle of humiliation would not come to pass. These individuals were not fools. As the aircraft descended, the long-awaited Du Qi and others displayed expressions of eagerness, and someone whispered softly. The arrival of the esteemed Governor-General of the province of Zhongzhou elicited eager anticipation from the crowd, their necks craning to catch a glimpse of this enigmatic martial deity. As the aircraft came to a halt, Li Yang, accompanied by Zhao Qingming, stepped out of the cabin. They were met with respectful greetings from Du Qi and others, who clasped their fists in salute, exclaiming in unison, "We pay our respects to the Governor-General." The harmonious sound echoed through the air. "I am Du Qi, the Deputy Governor of Yuzhou, leading the 16th Division's Council. We extend a warm welcome to you, esteemed sir." Du Qi introduced himself earnestly, his face adorned with a genuine smile, his eyes reflecting deep respect for Li Yang. Following Du Qi's introduction, Zhang Jian, representing the military government, quickly added, "I am Zhang Jian, the Chief Inspector of Yuzhou, and on behalf of the military, I welcome you, Governor-General. We hope to rely on your esteemed guidance in the future." His tone was marked by sincerity. Li Yang nodded slightly, an intangible aura emanating from him, gently uplifting those who had clasped their fists before him. With a relaxed demeanor, he responded, "All right, please rise." "Thank you, Governor-General," the crowd exclaimed in unison, their voices brimming with reverence. Observing that Li Yang did not regard them with disdain, Zhang Jian felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially assumed that Li Yang's youth, combined with his elevation to the rank of martial deity, would render him somewhat arrogant. It seemed he had misjudged. "Please follow me. This is the governor's residence. Daily cleaning and maintenance are carried out by dedicated personnel, so there is no need for you to worry," Du Qi said, his face beaming with enthusiasm as he led Li Yang toward the governor's residence, eager to provide an introduction. As Du Qi guided him, Li Yang gazed upon the place where he would soon conduct his affairs. The governor's residence was indeed magnificent. Its outer walls constructed from a unique metal and energy crystals that emitted a gentle glow, encircled by an independent energy shield. Once activated, even a martial deity would find it impossible to breach in a short span of time. Chapter 38. Transition of Duties. Governor-General, we shall take our leave now, Zhang Jian remarked with keen awareness, recognizing that their purpose for visiting had been fulfilled. Having made the acquaintance of the newly appointed Governor-General, they considered their preliminary social engagement complete. "Very well," Li Yang replied, maintaining a calm expression. Just as Zhang Jian and his companions turned to depart, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the green-haired girl of Pinnacle Wang level, who had been overlooked until now. Zhang Jian hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow as he pondered. Why does this girl seem somewhat familiar? Zhao Qingming's exquisite features and vibrant aura sparked a sense of recognition, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. He instinctively cast another glance her way, but remained perplexed, dismissing it as mere illusion. Hastily departing with his companions, Li Yang, possessing a keen perception, noted Zhang Jian's complex expression but paid it no mind, assuming it was merely a reaction to Zhao Qingming's captivating beauty. He then followed Du Qi, who was enthusiastically leading him into the governor's residence for a tour of his future office. Inside, the space was spacious and well lit, equipped with various facilities, including training rooms, trial chambers, and meeting rooms. "Governor, please observe this training room. The energy concentration has been meticulously calibrated to enhance the capabilities of individuals at your level," Du Qi explained as they walked, his face radiating warmth. Li Yang nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, the facilities are quite adequate." However, he was aware that they paled in comparison to those at the Alliance headquarters. Nonetheless, they were among the finest in the Yuzhou region, offering a comprehensive array of amenities. After completing the tour, Du Qi continued, "In addition to these facilities, there is a large villa behind the governor's residence for your accommodation. It is fully staffed, complete with a dedicated chef, servants, and a housekeeper, ensuring your comfort and peace of mind." This villa was intended for accommodating family members, recognizing that not all counselors, like Li Yang, were solitary. Subsequently, the group entered the office. Du Qi respectfully gestured for Li Yang to take a seat, and, after a moment, to acclimate. Li Yang inquired, "Shall I proceed with informing you about the situation at the headquarters and the divisions for the transition?" His eyes reflected both anticipation and a hint of nervousness, as this was a critical phase for the newly appointed leader. "Very well," Li Yang responded succinctly. Zhao Qingming swiftly assumed her role as secretary, activating the communication device on her wrist with focused intent to begin recording. Nearly an hour passed, and Du Qi finally completed his report on the conditions at the headquarters and various divisions. As a Pinnacle Wang level expert, he was visibly perspiring, indicating his earnestness during the briefing. Following him, the 16 Pinnacle Wang level counselors from the remaining base divisions provided their detailed reports to Li Yang, meticulously recounting their respective divisions' affairs without omitting a single detail. Time progressed from noon to nearly afternoon as they concluded their thorough accounts, ensuring transparency with Li Yang. Zhao Qingming attentively recorded their statements, knowing that discrepancies during Li Yang's subsequent inspections could prove disastrous for them. After all, this newly appointed governor-general was a mid-level martial deity, and none dared to offend him lightly. Once the last counselor had respectfully finished his report, Du Qi bowed slightly. His expression a mix of humility and deference as he addressed Li Yang. Esteemed sir, you are now informed about the situation at the headquarters and various divisions. Do you have any adjustments or arrangements you wish to make? Li Yang, upon hearing this, gently rotated his neck, emitting a few subtle cracking sounds. His gaze swept across the assembly. Based on their detailed accounts, he had gained a clear understanding of the Yuzhou region's martial alliance. Although the divisions were not thriving without flaw, they adhered to a standard of operation and had not encountered any significant crises. Everything was progressing in an orderly manner. Given this, he saw no immediate need for any adjustments. Sitting upright in his chair, his demeanor commanding yet composed, he slowly declared, "For now, there is no need for changes. Continue as you have in the past, maintaining the current order." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. They clasped their fists, their faces reflecting a sense of reassurance as they responded in unison, "Yes, sir. We shall diligently heed your command and not allow ourselves a moment of complacency." The assembly had harbored concerns regarding Li Yang's youthful appointment as governor-general, aware that strength alone did not guarantee adeptness in governance. There had been precedents where powerful individuals, such as a former deputy governor, had lacked administrative capability, leading them to recklessly mismanage affairs in their eagerness to prove themselves. The local martial arts alliance was thrown into disarray, akin to a chicken running wild, until the speaker intervened to impose discipline, which finally brought some semblance of order. At this moment, they feared that Li Yang might also repeat past mistakes, and those who listened to the tale might find themselves entangled in it as well. With the handover complete, Li Yang gestured for everyone to take their leave, his movements crisp and decisive. Du Qi stepped forward, his demeanor exuding humility and respect. "Esteemed sir, I typically oversee the main branch. Should any matters arise, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall ensure that all pertinent documents are delivered to you for your review shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Yang swiftly processed the information, slightly furrowing his brow. He then rose and approached Du Qi, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. "Ah, Deputy Governor Du, you have long managed the main branch with remarkable efficiency, and both I and those present acknowledge your efforts. I have full faith in your capabilities. Please only send me the urgent documents that require my direct intervention. The rest of the mundane matters shall remain under your capable jurisdiction." Li Yang's voice was imbued with confidence in Du Qi, devoid of any implication that he sought to usurp power from him. Should others overhear this exchange, they would likely feel a surge of joy and excitement, believing themselves to have received the new leader's full recognition and continued authority. Yet, Du Qi did not exhibit excessive delight. Instead, a sense of familiarity washed over him. How similar the newly appointed governor's approach was to his own. Neither had a penchant for micromanaging branch affairs, instead delegating responsibilities to subordinates. He had anticipated that with the governor's arrival, he would finally have the opportunity to focus on his cultivation and strive to break through to the realm of martial deity. It appeared, however, that he had been overly optimistic. Nevertheless, he dared not refuse Li Yang, instead forcing a smile of gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, my lord." Chapter 39, Signing in for the Eye of Illusion. Subsequently, everyone respectfully took their leave. The main branch of the alliance was in close proximity to the governor's residence, with the imposing main branch just behind the villa. Once Du Qi and his entourage departed, the office fell into a profound silence. Zhao Qingming, standing nearby, wore a serious expression. Clutching a communication wristband for recording purposes, she focused her gaze on Li Yang. "Sir, should I send you the information I've recorded? Or would you prefer I keep it for now and retrieve it upon your request?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Yang responded with a relaxed demeanor, "You may retain it. Furthermore, I entrust you with overseeing all aspects of the governor's affairs. Manage them as you see fit, and should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." He paused briefly before continuing. "I still have matters to attend to, and I will leave the documents Du Qi brings to you. I have complete faith in your abilities." Zhao Qingming was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, my lord, I will do my utmost." Having confirmed that Zhao Qingming was not sent by the Thunder Prison to monitor him, Li Yang made it clear that he was not inclined to micromanage. He indeed had pressing matters to address, particularly the 2 SSS-class resources waiting for him to absorb within his infinite storage space. With that, Li Yang swiftly departed the office. Making his way to the training room, Zhao Qingming stood momentarily dazed by the gust of air generated by his exit, musing to herself. Isn't the speaker's demeanor rather different from what the alliance leader described? He appears intent on being a hands-off overseer. However, as she pondered further, Zhao Qingming came to understand his behavior. With Li Yang's formidable strength, he likely devoted a significant portion of his time to cultivation. Even after assuming the role of governor, he would undoubtedly refrain from squandering time on trivial matters, preferring to focus on what truly mattered. Indeed, the speaker was a fervent cultivator, eager to embark on his training from the very first day in his new position. This relentless pursuit of strength commanded her admiration. With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Qingning's gaze shimmered with respect for Li Yang. She then set aside her distractions and turned to fulfill the tasks he had entrusted to her, beginning to organize the recorded information and arrange various affairs within the governor's residence. Meanwhile, Li Yang had arrived at the highest ranking and most effective training room within the governor's residence. Standing in the center and surveying his surroundings, he felt little joy. The enhancement array activated here paled in comparison to that of the Alliance leader's training room. Li Yang inwardly lamented the truth of the adage. It is easy to shift from frugality to luxury, but difficult to return to frugality from luxury. Although this training room was the pinnacle of the main branch, activating the enhancement array consumed a considerable amount of energy crystals. Yet, he sensed that its effectiveness was far inferior to that of the headquarters training room. Sigh, I suppose I must make do. Li Yang sighed in resignation as he settled into a meditative posture. He retrieved the SSS class gene enhancement potion and the flowing flame crystal from his infinite storage space. The SSS class gene enhancement potion, contained within an exquisite transparent vial, shimmered with a pale blue liquid, exuding an enticing glow. SSS class gene enhancement potion fundamentally stimulates the potential of human genes, allowing the user's physical abilities to achieve a qualitative leap. Produced by the system, it is safe for the host to consume. The flowing flame crystal, adorned with fiery patterns, was also an SSS class item, comparable in size. However, Li Yang could detect that the energy emanating from this crystal surpassed the one gifted to him by the Thunder Prison in quality. Truly, the system possessed remarkable capabilities. In his mind, Li Yang chuckled, giving the system a metaphorical thumbs up. He shifted his gaze between the two items before ultimately deciding to consume the SSS class gene enhancement potion first, opting for the bitter before the sweet. Knowing that the process would entail considerable discomfort, taking a deep breath and mentally preparing himself, his eyes gleamed with determination as he thought, bring it on. Following the system's instructions, Li Yang boldly grasped the exquisite transparent vial containing the SSS class gene enhancement potion. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the cap was removed. Without hesitation, he brought the vial to his lips and swallowed its contents in one swift motion, exuding an air of audacity. However, his body was not inclined to accommodate his boldness. In an instant, an excruciating pain surged through him like a relentless tide, enveloping his entire being. Li Yang inhaled sharply, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat formed on his forehead, cascading down his cheeks. It felt as though every cell in his body was being mercilessly torn apart, incinerated, and reconfigured, as if he were trapped within an unbearably hot furnace. The anguish was beyond description. With a pained cry, Li Yang could not suppress a howl, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he resolutely endured in silence. The pain had contorted his mouth into a spasm akin to that of Parkinson's disease, rendering him utterly incapable of uttering a word. Suddenly, a surge of searing fiery energy erupted from Li Yang, enveloping his entire being in a faint golden flame, transforming him into a divine entity birthed from the inferno. As time gradually slipped away, half an hour passed, and the excruciating agony that coursed through his limbs finally began to subside, with the flames that had consumed him gradually extinguishing. At this moment, an astonishing transformation overtook Li Yang's physique. His well-defined muscles became even more robust, each sinew brimming with boundless strength, so that even the slightest movement seemed to possess immense power. His already handsome visage grew even more striking, his features taking on a deeper, more three-dimensional quality, and his gaze radiated a calm confidence born from trials endured. He exuded a unique allure. Li Yang rose slowly to his feet, stretching his limbs and reveling in the sensation of his seemingly reborn body. The weariness that had once weighed him down vanished without a trace. He excitedly clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he laughed heartily. The results are nothing short of remarkable. I feel as though I could easily overpower my former self. Ha! Though the energy required to break through to the next realm had not increased, his physical capabilities had multiplied several times over. His strength, speed, and perception had all seen a comprehensive enhancement. His combat prowess had ascended to a new level. In a fit of exhilaration, Li Yang seized the moment and turned his attention to the Luoyan crystal, its surface shimmering with fiery patterns. He murmured to himself, now it's your turn. Compared to the intense pain experienced while consuming gene-enhancing potions, the process of absorbing the Luoyan crystal was exquisitely delightful. In Li Yang's own words, it felt akin to being in paradise. Without further ado, he began the absorption process. Gripping the Luoyan crystal tightly, he activated the techniques within his body, allowing the rich and powerful flame energy to swiftly flow into him. Like a ravenous tiger, he began to devour the energy, and his cultivation soared. A day passed swiftly. As he fully absorbed the Luoyan crystal, Li Yang slowly opened his eyes, their depths radiating a fervent glow. He bore an expression of insatiable desire, murmuring, "My cultivation has increased significantly. If only I could acquire a few more crystals, I would surely break through to the next stage." Just as the number of sign-ins for the day had refreshed, he thought, Perhaps I could procure some more SSS-grade cultivation resources. With a spark of determination, he called upon the system. Sign in. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the precious treasure, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Initiating fusion. As the system's voice faded, Li Yang's eyes involuntarily closed. Surprised, he gestured at the system. What are you doing, covering my eyes? At that moment, he felt no discomfort. Rather, a refreshing sensation spread from his eyes, enveloping him in comfort. Chapter 40. The Unsettling Zhao Qingning. Seconds passed, and as the coolness dissipated, Li Yang gradually opened his eyes. His gaze now resembled a profound starry sky, with ethereal lights swirling within, captivating anyone who dared to look. However, this peculiarity lasted but a fleeting moment before returning to normal. Meanwhile, detailed information regarding the Eye of Breaking Illusions appeared before him. Eye of Breaking Illusions. Basic version: X-ray vision, dispelling illusions, detecting disguises, identifying enemy weaknesses, mental interference, assessing object information. Usage incurs varying degrees of mental energy consumption. Excessive use may lead to backlash. After carefully reviewing the information, a look of delight spread across Li Yang's face. This extraordinary treasure appeared to be quite formidable. His eyes narrowed slightly as he focused on the words basic version, keenly realizing that it was, in fact, a treasure capable of growth. This implied that as his strength increased, he need not worry about the Eye of Breaking Illusions lagging behind. It would only grow stronger. Eager to test its efficacy, Li Yang was filled with excitement. His fists clenched in anticipation as he prepared to leave the training room and venture into the wilderness to confront ferocious beasts and put his newfound ocular power to the test. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight struck him, as if he had recalled something crucial, causing him to halt abruptly. Wait, I almost forgot about that treasure. Murmuring under his breath, Li Yang summoned his infinite storage space once more, retrieving the SSS-grade battle armor he had signed in for the previous day. Contrary to his expectations of a high-tech, extravagant design, the armor's basic form appeared as a meticulously crafted wristwatch, resting quietly in his palm. A slight smile crept across his lips, filled with anticipation, as he donned the watch. In an instant, a thought crossed his mind, and the imposing red battle armor enveloped him completely, completing the armor amalgamation. The armor shone a vibrant crimson, reminiscent of blazing flames, with stark, flowing lines. As if forged from the most resilient steel, yet imbued with the fluidity of fire. The shoulder guards rose like two small, burning hills, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. While the chest armor glimmered with flickering light, the leg armor was straight and elongated, with sharp spikes that could unfold freely, resembling two razor-sharp blades. So this is the correct way to activate it. Encased in the armor, Li Yang felt no discomfort. Instead, he was filled with a sense of power. As if he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. He distinctly sensed a significant boost in his defensive capabilities, akin to donning an impenetrable suit of armor. Furthermore, he could layer the fiery battle armor on top, for dual protection. After the technique, Blazing Sunfire technique, was upgraded to SSS grade by the system. The previous drawback of the fiery armor affecting friend and foe alike had been entirely eliminated. He no longer needed to worry about this issue during combat. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had become even more astounding, providing him with double assurance in battle. In a whimsical moment, Li Yang waved his hand, transforming the wall of the training room into a brilliant mirror. Standing before it, he admired his current appearance, grinning with pride. So handsome. This battle armor perfectly matches my aura. From this day forth, I shall call you the Fire God Set. After pondering for a moment, he found the name utterly fitting. With another fleeting thought, the Fire God Set enveloping him morphed into a necklace that adorned his neck. The initial form of the Fire God Set was not limited to the exquisite wristwatch. It could also take the shape of necklaces, rings, or bracelets, adapting seamlessly to his needs. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Yang's affection for the battle armor deepened. He then deactivated the amplification array within the training room, his figure flashing as he exited. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the capabilities of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. Eager to venture into the nearby wilderness and test its effects against the ferocious beasts. By sheer coincidence, as he approached the exit of the training room, he encountered Zhao Qingning, who had come to check on his condition. Dressed in a delicate green gown, Zhao Qingning's skirt fluttered gracefully with each step, while a few stray wisps of hair playfully brushed against her cheeks, rendering her an enchanting vision of purity and beauty, as if she had stepped straight from the pages of a painting. Lord Zhao, have you completed your seclusion so soon? Zhao Qingning greeted Li Yang, somewhat surprised at his early emergence from his training, for she had anticipated that he would be engrossed in cultivation for at least several weeks. However, her surprise quickly morphed into an uneasy realization. The aura emanating from Li Yang was palpably stronger than before. It exuded a powerful and steady presence, akin to a towering mountain, instilling a sense of reverence within her. What kind of extraordinary being is he, to enhance his strength so significantly in just a day's cultivation? Surely, he must have absorbed some formidable resource. Otherwise, such terrifying prowess would be unfathomable. Zhao Qingning marveled internally. Meanwhile, Li Yang's gaze was suddenly drawn to the slender fingers of the green-haired Zhao Qingming, fixating on an unassuming ring adorning her hand. The ring appeared utterly ordinary. Crafted from commonplace materials and bearing a dull hue, reminiscent of the cheap trinkets found on the streets. Yet, Li Yang's pupils contracted in shock as he exclaimed inwardly, could it be? This inconspicuous ring is actually a divine-grade defensive treasure. Furthermore, it belongs to the upper echelon of divine artifacts. Had he not recently acquired the Eye of Illusion, he would never have discerned the extraordinary nature of this ring. Where did she obtain such a treasure? Was it a reward from the elite training camp for her exceptional performance? Gifted by the venerable Lord Lei in a moment of delight? That seems unlikely, he pondered, momentarily dazed, his thoughts racing. It is crucial to note that each divine-grade treasure is as rare as a phoenix feather. Moreover, this ring is of superior quality among divine artifacts, enough to stir the hearts of even the most powerful warriors. Even if a figure like Lei Yu, who commands immense wealth and power within the martial alliance, were to gift such an item, he would surely feel a pang of regret. With this possibility mostly ruled out, Li Yang surmised that Zhao Qingming had fortuitously acquired the ring, albeit without an inkling of its true value. Otherwise, she would not wear it so casually. The notion that it was handed down by a family elder seemed far-fetched as well. Li Yang had already investigated Zhao Qingming's background on his journey to assume the position of Grand Provincial Envoy, an orphan raised by the martial alliance. She had displayed remarkable martial talent, earning her a place in the headquarters training camp. With such a background, it was inconceivable that she would have access to divine-grade treasures. Zhao Qingming felt somewhat awkward under Li Yang's unwavering gaze. Her lively and playful eyes darted about, much like a startled fawn, betraying a hint of confusion. She tilted her head slightly, extending her finger toward herself, her voice laced with a soft, melodic uncertainty as she inquired, is there something on me? As she spoke, she glanced left and right at her attire, the hem of her skirt swaying gently with her movements. Li Yang, upon hearing her words, gradually regained his composure from the shock. Taking a deep breath, he masked his astonishment and replied in a calm demeanor, no. I merely find the ring on your hand quite lovely. May I have a closer look? The moment he uttered these words, a fleeting look of discomfort crossed Zhao Qingming's exquisitely beautiful face. Although it was but a momentary flicker and hardly noticeable, Li Yang's keen perception captured it instantly. Could it be that she is aware of the ring's true significance, or does it hold special meaning for her? Li Yang speculated. A glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, Zhao Qingming glanced down at the ring on her finger, her expression tinged with uncertainty, and softly replied, my lord, this? I stumbled upon it during my time in the elite training camp. I thought it looked nice, so I wore it. There's nothing particularly special about it. With that, she graciously removed the ring and extended it toward Li Yang, her movements fluid and devoid of hesitation. Li Yang accepted the ring, his fingers gently caressing its surface as he scrutinized it more closely. At that moment, a sense of certainty washed over him. He was now 100% convinced he had not made a mistake. This was undoubtedly a defensive treasure of divine-grade upper quality, possessing remarkable concealment properties. Given Zhao Qingming's earlier unnatural demeanor and her claim of it being a mere coincidence from the elite training camp, he ruled out the possibility of it being a gift from someone of particular significance. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so nonchalantly. In an instant, he recognized that Zhao Qingming's identity might be more complex than it appeared. The ring was likely bestowed upon her for her protection, embodying the role of a detective. Li Yang's mind raced with various possibilities. After inspecting the ring casually, he returned it to Zhao Qingming with a gentle smile, as if he had merely admired an ordinary accessory. My lord, what has suddenly piqued your interest in my ring? Zhao Qingming inquired with curiosity. Nothing of concern. Merely found the ring quite beautiful. Take good care of it and do not misplace it, Li Yang responded, maintaining an air of normalcy, feigning indifference. He refrained from probing into whether Zhao Qingming was concealing any identity. If she chose not to disclose it, questioning her would yield no results. Oh, very well. Are you heading out, my lord? Zhao Qingming asked. Once she had slipped the ring back onto her finger, her attention drawn to Li Yang, who appeared to be preoccupied with something. Having absorbed some resources, I feel an increase in strength and wish to engage in practical activities, Li Yang replied. And in an instant, he vanished, his speed akin to lightning, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Zhao Qingming stood rooted to the spot, gazing at Li Yang's receding figure and the dissipating aura, gently biting her lip while contemplating the ring on her finger, lost in thought. Li Yang's silhouette zipped through the skies above the base city, moving at a velocity reminiscent of a streaking bolt of lightning, imperceptible to lower-tier warriors. He headed towards the nearest SS-level wilderness zone, the wind howling past him, yet it did not disrupt the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Having specifically arranged for Zhao Qingming to act as my secretary, Lei Yu undoubtedly harbors some hidden knowledge. Li Yang furrowed his brow, his mind racing with conjectures. It seems my secretary is not an ordinary one. I had underestimated her. But what could Lei Yu's intentions be? Lacking crucial information, he found himself at a standstill in his reasoning. Nonetheless, he decided to dismiss his doubts for the time being. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of the martial god realm, all mysteries shall unravel. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace once more. Before long, Li Yang's figure materialized above a certain area within the SS-level wilderness zone. His formidable perception instantly expanded outward, akin to an invisible net, enveloping everything in the vicinity. Soon, he had fixated on the most formidable beast emperors and beast kings among them. Let us put you few to the test. A dangerous smile surfaced on Li Yang's face as he murmured in a low voice. Moments later, Li Yang, resembling a specter, flashed into the depths of an abandoned human county transformed into a colossal spider nest. The atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated by a foul stench of decay. Resting upon a vast spider web, the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor seemed to sense something, as its grotesque and terrifying head suddenly snapped to attention, revealing 8 blood-red eyes that flared open like lanterns, locking onto the intruding human in its lair. What a dreadful environment, Li Yang remarked with disdain, observing the murky and damp surroundings. Even after ascending to the Emperor level, these beasts remained so filthy. Before the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor could react, Li Yang narrowed his eyes and activated his Eye of Delusion. Instantly, his gaze became unfathomably deep, as if it contained the vastness of the cosmic stars. With a faint luminescence swirling within, a mysterious and formidable power radiated from his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming psychic disturbance that expanded outward like a surging tide, swiftly infiltrating the minds of the surrounding ferocious beasts. The beasts, previously poised to attack, stood eerily still as if ensnared by a binding spell, completely immobilized. This included the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor, which had just reached the initial stage of Beast Emperor, its 8 crimson eyes now filled with fear and confusion. As if confronted with the most terrifying sight imaginable, Li Yang silently intoned, his mental energy slicing through them like a razor's edge, directly strangling them on a psychic level. The once motionless beasts suddenly collapsed, lifeless on the ground, their bodies unscathed, as if they had merely succumbed to an unexpected slumber from which they would never awaken. Pathetically weak, Li Yang smirked with a hint of contempt at the fallen beasts. The expenditure of his mental energy in eliminating them was minimal, comfortably within his limits. He remained invigorated. The effect of this Eye of Delusion's psychic interference is quite satisfactory. He nodded in approval. Although termed psychic interference, it was tantamount to mental strangulation for those weaker than him. Chapter 42, Killing Intent. Though feeble, they still hold a value of several contribution points. I shan't let them go to waste. Li Yang's gaze settled on the massive corpse of the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor, murmuring to himself. With a swift motion, he approached the motionless body, gently waving his hand to store it within his infinite storage space. The remaining corpses of lesser beasts did not even warrant a glance. As none had reached the Beast King level, he deemed them too trivial to occupy space in his storage. At that moment, faint sounds emerged from the enormous remnants hanging on the spider webs. Li Yang instantly employed his Eye of Delusion's penetrating ability, seeing through layers of webs and discovering tightly wrapped cocoons resembling mummies that contained both human warriors and a few ferocious beasts. Most were still alive, albeit in dire conditions, barely clinging to life, likely due to the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's penchant for fresh fare. Furthermore, they were all afflicted by a potent toxin, unable to break free. Li Yang quickly deduced that the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor had been treating these human warriors and beasts as reserve food. Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me. He spoke calmly to himself, preparing to rescue them. A powerful aura of a ground martial god erupted from him, generating a fierce shockwave that rapidly expanded outward. Boom. The shockwave shattered all the cocoons within the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's lair, scattering fragments throughout the air. Li Yang's control over his power was exquisite. The shockwave inflicted no harm on the still-breathing human warriors. As for the cocoons containing the beasts, they disintegrated, leaving behind a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Among those liberated, one male warrior, who had recently been ensnared by the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor, appeared less weakened than the others, exuding the aura of a mid-tier 9th-rank warrior. His voice trembled as he asked, "Am I saved? Could it be an illusion caused by the depth of my poisoning?" As he sensed the formidable energy radiating from Li Yang, a glimmer of hope sparked in his previously despondent eyes. Struggling to lift his head to see his savior, he found himself unable, but could only hear Li Yang's voice, resonant and youthful, proclaiming, "I am Li Yang, the newly appointed governor of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance branch. You are saved." His words reverberated like a resounding bell in the ears of all surrounding warriors. Li Yang then materialized his true essence into gentle yet powerful forces, gathering both the deceased and the living warriors into a group. He lightly tapped his communication wristband, contacting Du Qi. Survivors of the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's lair in the 009 Wilderness Zone have been discovered. Dispatch elite personnel from the branch to retrieve these human warriors immediately. The Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor has been eradicated. After ending the call, Li Yang turned to the frail yet grateful individuals, his voice imbued with a reassuring strength. I have contacted reinforcements to rescue you. Remain here and do not wander. The surrounding ferocious beasts have all been eliminated, and this place is safe. Upon hearing Li Yang's words, the warriors' eyes gleamed with relief and gratitude, realizing that this new governor had saved their lives, pulling them back from the clutches of death. Li Yang stood firm, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings to ensure no potential dangers lingered before he vanished in a flash. The lingering aura of his ground martial god-level presence served as an invisible barrier, causing nearby beasts to tremble in fear, deterred from daring to enter. Leaving these individuals behind to await rescue posed little risk. Under his deterrent power, ordinary beasts would not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, he had come specifically to experiment with the Eye of Delusion's power on ferocious beasts. Saving these individuals was merely a fortunate byproduct. As the group watched Li Yang's figure gradually disappear into the distance, their exhaustion and the deepening poison rendered them unable to speak. Yet their hearts brimmed with excitement and gratitude. A young warrior felt tears welling in his eyes, silently whispering, "It was the governor who saved me." Meanwhile, in the Ingyang Bay city, Du Qi, having received Li Yang's order, wasted no time. He swiftly mobilized the nearest supply base branch. Addressing President Han Jingshan with grave urgency, "President Han, the governor has issued an order. Survivors of the Bloodblade Wolf Spider Emperor's lair in the 009 Wilderness Zone have been discovered. You personally lead the operation, commanding elite personnel to collaborate with the military to expedite the rescue." Upon hearing this, Han Jingshan immediately straightened his posture and resolutely replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I shall gather my team and depart at once, ensuring the mission's successful completion." As time progressed, Li Yang visited the remaining 2 Beast Emperors and 12 Beast Kings within this desolate region, testing the various capabilities of the Eye of Delusion upon them. Unsurprisingly, he collected all their corpses without incident. Li Yang stood triumphantly above the wilderness, adorned with a satisfied grin. Although the use of the Eye of Delusion consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, it remained well within his tolerable limits. Stretching slightly, he murmured to himself, "Having had my fill of play, it is time to return." With a swift motion, he surged back to the Ingyang Bay city at an astonishing speed. However, during his rapid flight, Li Yang sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Most alarmingly, this sudden scrutiny was imbued with a palpable intent to kill. Furrowing his brow slightly, Li Yang felt an inkling of unease. Meanwhile, in a concealed forest far off in the wilderness, a mid-tier emperor-level martial artist clad in a distinctive black robe lurked in the shadows, intently observing Li Yang's distant figure in the sky. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "Damn it, why are you running so fast? I finally caught up to you." He had exerted considerable effort to track Li Yang, and now that he had spotted his target, a mix of excitement and anxiety surged within him. Just as he finished his thought, he witnessed Li Yang abruptly halt mid-flight. The emperor-level martial artist felt a sudden jolt of alarm, a vague sense of impending danger washing over him. His face turned ashen, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as panic set in. How could he have stopped? Surely he hasn't noticed me, right? This black robe of concealment is an SSS-grade treasure. The Elder of the Order assured me that Li Yang would never detect me before he reached the late stage of Earth Martial God. It must be an illusion. It has to be. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, his body involuntarily trembling as he concealed himself behind a towering tree, afraid to make a sound. He dared not gamble on whether Li Yang had truly noticed him. If discovered, he knew that with his strength, the odds would be 1 in 9. One punch from Li Yang could obliterate him into pieces. After several tense moments, the emperor-level martial artist, seeing that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred, let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, it seems to be a false alarm." The Earth Martial God is truly terrifying. There was a tremor in his voice, laced with residual fear. He cautiously peeked out, eager to see if Li Yang had departed. As he noticed that the figure in the distance had vanished, his expression soured instantly. "Not good, I've lost him." Chapter 43, Pursuit. Just as the emperor-level martial artist frantically pondered how to report this failure to his organization, a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" The cloaked emperor-level martial artist's body jolted violently, evidently startled by the unexpected voice. "Who?" He stiffly turned around, but before he could make any move to escape, an overwhelming aura from an Earth Martial God bore down upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. The communication device on his wrist could not withstand the oppressive energy, shattering with a resounding crack, scattering shards everywhere. In an instant, a pair of powerful hands seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air, akin to a chick caught by an eagle. Simultaneously, his SSS-grade black robe was brutally torn away, dissipating into thin air. Li Yang nonchalantly stored the item in his infinite storage space, casting a cold, piercing gaze at the scheming individual before him. "Speak, what is your purpose in following me?" Li Yang's voice was frigid, laced with authority that brooked no dissent. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the emperor-level martial artist's neck, raising him higher. The martial artist flailed helplessly like a chick, unable to utter a word due to the crushing pressure, only managing to emit faint whimpers. "Oh, such spirit? Then let death be your fate. Seeing this, Li Yang's lips curled into a malicious smile as he feigned an intent to end the man's life, as if poised to extinguish his existence in the next heartbeat. At the sound of Li Yang's words, the desperate desire to survive surged within the emperor-level martial artist. He pointed a trembling finger at Li Yang's hand, stammering, "Why you must release me? I cannot speak while you choke me. It appears you lack resolve after all," Li Yang remarked, letting out a cold snort as he released his grip. Gasping for air, the emperor-level martial artist, his face flushed and body shaking, was forced to cough violently against the ground. He felt as if his throat was on fire, agonizingly painful. "Provide me with a satisfactory answer, and I shall allow you to leave." Li Yang's icy gaze bore into the emperor-level martial artist, his smile reminiscent of a demon's. "Otherwise, I will first cripple your cultivation and subsequently reduce every bone in your body to dust, leaving you here as fodder for the beasts. You have but one chance. Seize it wisely." Having deduced something from the man's somewhat familiar attire, Li Yang was not yet entirely convinced. Thus, he resolved to grant this emperor-level martial artist an opportunity to see what he would reveal. The emperor-level martial artist swallowed hard, paralyzed by fear, acutely aware that the youth before him, reminiscent of a demon, was not lying. However, he dared not disclose the organization behind him, for the consequences would be far graver than Li Yang's threats. Rapidly organizing his thoughts, he fabricated what he believed to be a plausible lie. "My lord, He then dropped to his knees, fervently bowing to Li Yang. "I swear. Everything I say is the truth. I dare not deceive you in the slightest. Please, let me go, and I shall never repeat this again." His heart raced uncontrollably, uncertain if Li Yang would believe his fabricated tale, but he had no choice but to gamble on it, hoping his performance would be convincing enough. Listening to the emperor-level martial artist's convoluted explanation, Li Yang refrained from executing the torturous measures he had previously outlined. Instead, a look of skepticism crossed his face. Almost immediately, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him surged like a tidal wave, causing the air around them to feel as though it had solidified. The force bore down with the weight of a mountain, bending nearby trees and causing the gravel on the ground to tremble. Under this immense pressure, the emperor-level martial artist trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading from his forehead, his body feeling as though it was being crushed beneath an invisible giant. Breathing became an arduous task, and his resolve began to crumble. Li Yang gradually retracted his overwhelming pressure, coldly addressing the kneeling emperor-level martial artist before him. "Since that is the case, you may leave." As he spoke, he held in his hand the SSS-grade stealth cloak he had seized from the other, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Consider this your compensation." He had utilized the Eye of Destruction to discern the item's properties. Realizing that this SSS-grade cloak of moderate quality would effectively conceal one's aura and movements, rendering the wearer difficult to detect, it was a fortuitous acquisition for him. The once despondent emperor-level martial artist, upon witnessing Li Yang's acceptance of his fabricated excuse, suddenly radiated hope in his eyes. He hastily kowtowed, his voice trembling with fear. "Thank you, senior, for your mercy. I shall leave at once and shall not trouble your sight. This item is a gift. Please do not stand on ceremony." For him, merely preserving his life was a miracle. He dared not even dream of reclaiming the SSS-grade cloak from Li Yang. Li Yang regarded the man's demeanor with disdain, letting out a soft snort. "At least you have some sense." With a flicker, he vanished from sight. In truth, he did not depart, but rather concealed himself like a specter in the shadows, meticulously observing the man's every movement. The emperor-level martial artist glanced around, his eyes filled with caution. After confirming that Li Yang had truly left, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. Li Yang, observing him, thought scornfully, "What hired killer? I am a transmigrator, having only arrived less than half a month ago. Who could I possibly have offended years ago?" It was evident that the scum from the Destiny's sect had sent him, and the excuse he concocted was utterly laughable. The only actual adversaries he had were the Destiny's sect and the ferocious beasts whose plans he had disrupted. Were it not for his desire to uncover the larger forces behind this man, he would have long since dealt with him. The communication wristband that the emperor-level martial artist possessed was also deliberately sabotaged by Li Yang. With their surveillance plan thwarted, the man, anxious and unable to communicate promptly, would undoubtedly return to his lair to report to his superiors. At that moment, Li Yang would be able to ensnare them all without alerting the others. The emperor-level martial artist remained exceptionally cautious, waiting for an entire hour. And only after feeling certain that Li Yang had completely departed did he rise cautiously and proceed in a certain direction. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, night fell. The emperor-level martial artist, having traversed a convoluted path while being shadowed by Li Yang, stealthily approached another base city known as the Wuhui base city. At this moment, the emperor-level martial artist surveyed his surroundings with keenness, his eyes betraying a sense of tension and vigilance, seemingly intent on entering. "It appears they dare not establish their lair in the Ingyang base city where I reside," Li Yang mused to himself. Just as he was about to observe how the emperor-level martial artist planned to enter, a surprising scene unfolded before him. The Emperor-level martial artist approached the captain of the city guard stationed at the city gate, a subtle, almost imperceptible understanding passing between them. Once they made contact, they retreated to a discreet location. The Emperor-level martial artist lowered his voice and confided, "I have been exposed. However, that fool Li Yang, despite his cultivation, fell for my deception and remains oblivious. I am about to meet with the elder of the sequence." Upon hearing this, the city guard captain's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. "Hurry, be careful." Clearly, the captain was also a member of the Destiny sect. Chapter 44, The Lair of the Destiny Sect. The entirety of their conversation was captured without omission by Li Yang, who felt a surge of fury erupt from within, his eyes widening as if they might ignite with flames. He gritted his teeth, exclaiming inwardly, "Very well. This is the first time I have been so enraged since my transmigration." The collusion of such a minor character with the Destiny sect was secondary. What truly infuriated him was that the man he had intentionally let go had the audacity to insult him as a fool. This was an egregious affront. It seemed he must ensure that this man received due retribution before meeting his end. A chilling murderous intent flickered in Li Yang's gaze as he contemplated this, his thoughts darkly relishing the phrase taking care of him. After their brief exchange concluded, the Emperor-level martial artist hurriedly stepped into the base city. Li Yang's eyes sharpened at this sight. He swiftly activated his communication wristband, utilizing his authority as a counselor to precisely open a small window in the energy shield, allowing him passage. As he prepared to enter, he cast one last cold glance at the captain of the guard, etching the man's features deeply into his memory, vowing, "Once I deal with the scoundrels within, I'll return to settle accounts with you." With that, he vanished like a specter into the base city, continuing to closely trail the Emperor-level martial artist. Li Yang fixed his gaze upon the man's silhouette, his murderous intent intensifying as he muttered coldly, "I shall discover where your lair is hidden." Following the man through a labyrinthine path, the Emperor-level martial artist ultimately arrived at a secluded area in the western part of the city, standing before a martial arts hall named the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. He knocked lightly on the door before entering. It was evident that the Emperor-level martial artist was not there for training. There was a high probability that this was one of the lairs of the Destiny sect. Quite the strategic choice, Li Yang mused softly, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. He then cautiously extended his senses, casting an invisible net to silently probe the interior. Simultaneously, he activated the Eye of Destruction's X-ray vision function. In an instant, the entire martial arts hall became transparent before him, revealing its layout and the situation of its members in full view. "My lord, you have returned." Some low-ranking minions greeted the Emperor-level martial artist upon his entrance. However, he paid them no heed and strode directly deeper into the hall, his expression hurried, as if he had something urgent to report. Li Yang, meanwhile, had thoroughly assessed the entire martial arts hall, his face reflecting slight astonishment. He sensed two concealed auras of earth martial gods within, each having attained the late stage of cultivation. Though they were well hidden, his keen perception had nonetheless detected them. The Emperor-level martial artist was making his way toward the positions of those two earth martial gods, evidently intent on delivering his report. "To deal with me, they have dispatched two late-stage earth martial gods. The Destiny sect is truly investing heavily," Li Yang pondered within. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his gaze. Rather, it sparkled with intense battle fervor. Facing two opponents posed a challenge, but it was far more prudent to first relay the intelligence back to the Alliance headquarters and request reinforcements from powerful experts. With this thought, Li Yang swiftly activated his communication wristband, detailing the current situation to headquarters and urgently requesting the dispatch of Earth Martial God-level experts for swift support. "Headquarters. This is Speaker Li Yang. I have discovered a stronghold of the Destiny cult located within the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall in the western part of Wuhue Base City. Inside, there are two late-stage Earth Martial gods. The situation is urgent. I request the immediate dispatch of experts at the Earth Martial God level for assistance." However, he harbored a trace of caution, unwilling to assert with absolute certainty that these were the only two Earth Martial gods present. Should a few more elite Earth Martial gods suddenly emerge, his predicament would become precarious. Nonetheless, the likelihood of this occurrence was minimal, as Earth Martial gods were not as common as weeds in a field. The reason he sought support from headquarters at this moment was that he had not anticipated the Destiny cult's audacity in sending two late-stage Earth Martial gods to confront him. Li Yang immediately summoned his thoughts. The fire god set enveloped him in an instant. The intense aura of flames completely retracted to avoid detection. Simultaneously, he upgraded to the SSS-grade Ember Blade, its edge honed to a sharper point, firmly grasped in his hand, glimmering with a cold light. A weapon of superior quality among its peers. Fully armed, Li Yang's gaze was sharp, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Within the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, the Emperor-level martial artist that Li Yang had intentionally let go had encountered the two Earth Martial gods. One of them, a towering figure exuding a frigid aura, was one of the leaders of this operation. Upon seeing the Emperor-level martial artist arrive, he spoke with an unfriendly tone. "Lu Jun, you look utterly disheveled. I've been unable to reach you all day. What have you been up to? How did the mission go?" Next to him, another earth martial god, tall and slender with a gaunt face and flowing silver hair, kept his eyes closed, remaining silent. Upon the inquiry from his companion, the emperor-level martial artist named Lu Jun quickly responded with respect, "My lord, while tracking Liang in the wilderness today, I inadvertently exposed myself and was discovered by him. My communication wristband was also destroyed. However, in a moment of quick thinking, I concocted an excuse to deceive that fool. Regrettably, he managed to seize the SSS-grade stealth cloak you provided before letting me go without further harm." His words dripped with pride, mocking Liang's youth and inexperience. "Are you saying that after being discovered by Liang, he stole your stealth cloak and then merely released you?" The silver-haired earth martial god, who had been deep in thought, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Lu Jun scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment and confusion crossing his features. "Yes, my lord." "Is there a problem?" He then emphasized, "I returned only after confirming that Liang had indeed left, and I took great care to avoid detection on my way back. Liang could not possibly have noticed me. He may have already returned to the provincial capital." Before he could finish, the towering earth martial god retorted angrily, "You are the fool. We may have been compromised. The fact that Liang let you off so easily means either he left a special tracking mark on you, or he has followed you back." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he trembled. "My lord, that can't be possible. I was certainly very careful." Chapter 45, 1 against 2. Not losing ground. The burly earth martial god snorted dismissively. "Careful? Do you think that Liang, having already reached the earth martial god realm, is an easy target? If he was able to detect you even while you wore an SSS-grade stealth cloak, it indicates he possesses special methods. We must prepare for the worst." His eyes glinted with a fierce light, as chilling as a blade in the night. He turned to the silver-haired elder beside him, asking, "Brother, what do you think we should do now?" There was a hint of concern in his tone. Before they accepted the mission, they had made assurances to the cult leader. The silver-haired elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze revealing a calm wisdom, as if he could see through the mist of uncertainty. Ignoring Lu Jun, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, he pondered for a moment before speaking in a low voice. "If Liang has inscribed a tracking mark on him, this location is no longer safe. We must abandon this place and swiftly relocate our stronghold. The plan to eliminate Liang and demonstrate our might to the martial alliance must be reconsidered." Just as he finished speaking, the burly martial god was about to voice his thoughts when both of them simultaneously sensed something, their expressions turning grave, like two sharp swords piercing the darkness. An energy shield enveloping the base city suddenly encapsulated their martial arts hall and the surrounding area. It was as if a colossal cage had ensnared them within. "Who did this? Has Liang followed us?" The burly martial artist, noticing the changes in his surroundings, spoke cautiously. The ability to manipulate the energy shield surrounding the base city and specifically cover their martial arts hall indicated that the individual was undoubtedly a high-ranking official from the military or the martial alliance. This situation was most likely the result of Liang tracking Lu Jun, or perhaps it was a setup by the enemy. "This is bad. We have been exposed." The silver-haired martial artist's voice was heavy, his brow furrowed as if he could wring water from it. As soon as the words left his lips, a massive red strike, imbued with terrifying energy and engulfed in flames, descended upon the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. Boom! It erupted with a violent sound, akin to thunder, causing pain to the ears. Accompanying it was an onslaught of scorching heat, as if it intended to consume everything. The defenses of the martial arts hall could not withstand such a formidable assault, leading to an immediate collapse, debris scattering in all directions. At that moment, outside the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall, fully armed Liang gazed at the ruins that had once been the hall, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the remote location of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall allowed him to attack without concern for collateral damage, as the energy shield had shielded the area from innocence. At this moment, he sensed that, apart from the two Earth martial gods and the unconscious Lu Jun he had intentionally left behind, everyone else had been reduced to ashes under his assault. Immediately, the formidable aura of his mid-tier Earth martial god status erupted forth, no longer concealed, akin to a slumbering lion awakening. As he entered battle mode, the crimson lotus mark on his forehead quietly manifested, his lustrous black hair transforming into a fiery red. His body enveloped in blazing flames, enhancing his power. The fire god suit was fortified by an additional layer of fiery armor, providing him with an overwhelming sense of security. In this moment, Liang resembled a war deity reborn from the flames, exuding an imposing and majestic presence. In an instant, two equally terrifying auras, profound and oppressive as the abyss, erupted from beneath the ruins of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts Hall. It was as if two ancient behemoths, long dormant, had awakened, their destructive force clashing violently against Liang's overwhelming pressure. Following this, two figures, clad in distinct battle armors, emerged from the debris. The burly martial god, wielding a heavy axe, opened his eyes wide, filled with a bloodthirsty intent, and bellowed, "It is indeed you, Liang." As he spoke, he rapidly unleashed his perception, spreading it like an invisible net to ascertain whether there were other adversaries nearby. The silver-haired martial god, wielding twin blades, felt the overwhelming and formidable aura exuding from Liang, akin to a towering mountain, alongside the residual might of the surrounding flames and slashes. His brows knitted tightly as he pondered, what incredible strength. Despite being merely at the mid-stage of the Earth Martial God realm, the pressure emanating from him is sufficient to contend with both of us. Realizing this, he hastily cautioned his burly companion, be cautious, second brother, he is a tough adversary. The burly martial god, having noted this as well, allowed a cruel smile to creep across his face as he coldly replied, fear not, brother, it appears he stands alone. No matter how strong he is, he cannot match the combined might of us brothers. We shall eliminate him before reinforcements arrive. His words were not mere bravado. Besides the advantage of 2 against 1, they possessed a divine-grade offensive artifact, a precious gift bestowed upon them by their leader specifically to ensure the annihilation of Liang. Although it was of inferior quality, it was more than sufficient to deal with a mid-stage Earth Martial God like Liang. As for the energy barrier that confined them, they would have no trouble shattering it once Liang was defeated. How fortuitous, I share the same sentiment. Li Yang's gaze was firmly fixed on his opponents, his eyes brimming with battle fervor. His strength had surged dramatically after consuming an SSS-grade gene enhancement potion and acquiring the Eye of Breaking Illusions, far surpassing that of an ordinary mid-stage Earth Martial God. He was more than capable of engaging 2 opponents simultaneously. Yet, he remained vigilant, prepared for any hidden tricks these 2 might employ. Then, the 3 collided amidst the night sky, with both sides intent on dispatching one another as swiftly as possible. The battle erupted with unrestrained ferocity, each side holding nothing back. Take this, roared the burly martial god as he swung his heavy axe with the ferocity of a rampaging beast, cleaving towards Li Yang with earth-shattering force. The air was ripped apart in the wake of his axe, emitting a piercing whistle. The silver-haired martial god, moving like lightning, launched a flanking assault with his twin blades. Each strike aimed directly at Li Yang's vital points. Li Yang stood undaunted. He horizontally positioned his ember azure blade to block the burly martial god's axe, while deftly evading the silver-haired martial god's dual knife strikes. Then, with a swift flick of his wrist, he slashed at the silver-haired martial god, his blade ignited with searing flames. Impressive, exclaimed the silver-haired martial god, reacting swiftly as he crossed his blades to parry the blow. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew. As the battle raged on, Liang felt invigorated, at last. He had encountered worthy opponents after previously facing either 2 powerful or 2 weak adversaries. He refrained from using the Eye of Breaking Illusions, reserving it as a surprise tactic for a decisive strike. The burly martial god and the silver-haired martial god were increasingly astonished, despite their superior cultivation and combined efforts. They could not gain the slightest upper hand against Liang. The burly martial god, seething with frustration, bellowed, "You brat, I shall see how long you can endure." With that, he intensified his assault, swinging his heavy axe with greater speed and force, while the silver-haired martial god gritted his teeth, his dual blades becoming even more ferocious. Liang chuckled coldly. Is this the extent of your abilities? That is hardly sufficient. The flames surrounding him blazed even more fiercely, as if seeking to ignite the entire night sky. Following his complete mastery of the SSS-grade Crimson Flame Spirit technique, not only had his cultivation experienced a significant enhancement, but his command over the fire element had also seen substantial improvement, effectively bridging the gap between their levels. Each swing of his blade carried the force of a tempest, compelling both the burly and silver-haired martial gods to defend with all their might. What on earth is this kid made of? His strength is truly formidable. He is a thorn in our side, muttered the burly martial god through clenched teeth, veins standing out on his forehead. His heavy axe, swinging with ferocious momentum, failed to inflict any substantial harm on Liang. Liang was the strongest mid-stage Earth martial god he had ever encountered, his combat prowess and adaptability exceeding all his expectations. It was no wonder that this prodigy had breached the Earth martial god realm in his 20s. He was indeed incomparable to ordinary individuals. The silver-haired martial god, too, had to concede to Li Yang's might. His twin blades sparkled ominously as they clashed repeatedly against Li Yang's ember azure blade, producing a cacophony of metallic clashes. A glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes as he declared, "Since we cannot subdue him in the short term, let us abandon restraint and bring forth that artifact for a swift resolution." At this, the burly martial god's eyes gleamed with determination. He nodded in agreement. With a mighty swing imbued with the essence of gold, he managed to cleave a small path through Li Yang's defenses before swiftly retreating to create distance. His movements were precise and decisive. Meanwhile, the silver-haired martial god adeptly charged forward, his blades like the wind, blocking Liang from pursuing his brother. "Your opponent is me," he hissed coldly, his tone thick with provocation. As Liang found himself momentarily hindered by the silver-haired martial god, he swung his ember azure blade fiercely, inflicting deep gashes upon the opponent's armor. Yet, in his heart, he remained cautious, contemplating, It seems they are preparing to unleash their trump card against me. His eyes glinted with sharp intensity as he thought further. However, I am no easy prey. I shall see what they have in store. Their lack of subtlety indicated their confidence in this artifact. I must tread carefully, ready to activate the Eye of Breaking Illusions for a psychological disruption at any moment. He knew they would never suspect he had a trick up his sleeve. Unbeknownst to them, he was prepared to strike when they least expected it, eager to see whose hidden cards would prevail. At that moment, the burly martial god, having distanced himself from Liang, focused his intent, stowing away his heavy axe and swiftly retrieving a firearm from the storage ring on his finger. The weapon, entirely black and emanating a chilling glow, featured a long, slender barrel with a miniature energy core at its muzzle, spinning rapidly and radiating a blinding light. It seemed capable of unleashing cataclysmic power, unlike any conventional firearm. As soon as he produced it, Li Yang's keen eyes discerned its presence. What is this? He wondered, his pupils widening in shock. He could not identify the weapon, but it exuded a palpable sense of danger, presenting a significant threat to him. Logically, for a warrior of his caliber, no firearm should be able to harm him in the slightest. Yet this particular gun instilled an intense sense of crisis, clearly not an ordinary weapon. Having anticipated such a development, Liang prudently activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions to identify the item, eager to uncover its nature. Divine-grade laser gun, a unique artifact originating from ancient ruins, of inferior quality, featuring rapid-fire capabilities and a locking attack function. It poses a considerable threat to its wielder. One must evade its assaults. A concise piece of information flashed before Li Yang's eyes. A divine-grade inferior quality laser gun? They dare to use this against me? This will surely disrupt their plans. Li Yang could not help but unleash a torrent of disdain in his heart. The Destiny sect, in their bid to confront him, had summoned two formidable late-stage Earth martial gods and wielded a godly laser gun that posed a significant threat even to celestial martial artists. Such extravagance was utterly astonishing, as if they bore an eternal grudge against him. Regarding the identification abilities of the Eye of Illusion, he had made a recent discovery. The higher the item's grade, the more succinct its information presentation became. Take this godly laser gun, for instance. It merely provided the quality and a general threat level, omitting any further details. However, those few crucial pieces of information were more than sufficient. Do you think you possess trump cards that I do not? Li Yang's penetrating gaze fixated on the burly martial god, who was aiming the gun at him, and a faint glimmer began to illuminate his eyes. Unbeknownst to the burly and silver-haired martial gods, they were entirely oblivious to the impending threat. Prepare to meet your demise, Li Yang. This is your grave. The burly martial god murmured confidently, having fully locked onto Li Yang with the laser gun. Even a peak Earth martial god would perish instantly if struck by this weapon. That was the true terror of the laser gun in his grasp. The silver-haired martial god coordinated seamlessly, sensing the burly god's intent to strike. He swiftly maneuvered, propelling himself to widen the distance from Li Yang, wearing a self-assured expression as if he could already envision Li Yang being obliterated by the laser gun. Your celebrations are premature. Li Yang's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance. Like a sharp bolt of lightning, he precisely targeted the unsuspecting silver-haired and burly martial gods, who were prepared to witness his annihilation. A powerful surge of mental energy erupted from his eyes, crashing into the minds of the two martial gods like a relentless tide. Not good, it's a mental attack. They sensed too late. Their smiles froze, utterly unprepared for Li Yang's possession of such a capability. Their gazes turned vacant, their bodies rendered immobile like puppets suspended in midair. The burly martial god's finger rested on the trigger of the laser gun, yet he found himself unable to pull it, thus forfeiting his victory. Now, Dragon Flame Incineration Slash. Seizing the moment, Li Yang, having forcibly controlled the two while exhausting a significant amount of mental energy, targeted the silver-haired martial god, whose mind was temporarily ensnared. His entire being ignited with flames, unleashing a wave of scorching heat that transformed the energy shield into a veritable furnace. He channeled all his power into the embered song blade, swiftly closing the distance to the silver-haired martial god, and swung down towards his head. Bang! As anticipated, the silver-haired martial god was struck, crashing heavily onto the debris of the martial arts hall below. Though protected by SSS-grade battle armor, he did not perish. However, the unprotected blow had inflicted severe injuries, leaving deep cracks on his armor and blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Let us see how arrogant you remain now. Li Yang cast a cold glance at the silver-haired martial god amidst the rubble, lingering for not a moment longer. His figure vanished once more, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, arriving before the equally dazed, burly martial god. His gaze fixated firmly on the godly laser gun in the burly martial god's possession. What a splendid treasure! It shall be mine. A glint of greed and decisiveness flashed in his eyes. Give it to me. Li Yang swiftly reached for the godly laser gun in the burly martial god's grasp. His movements were remarkably swift. Before the burly martial god could react, Li Yang had seized the weapon, firmly clutching it in his hand. The cold gun emitted an eerie glow, as if narrating its extraordinary nature. A chilling aura subtly emanated from it. No, the burly martial god, still caught in confusion, let out a despairing roar, yet his body remained beyond his control, as if ensnared by invisible shackles. He could only watch helplessly as Li Yang wrested the laser gun from his grasp. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of crisis and despair surged through the burly martial god. For Li Yang had already aimed the godly laser gun at him, his eyes revealing a glimmer of ruthlessness. Is this how I initiate the attack? Li Yang's eyes, now veined with crimson, curled into a cold smile. His finger lightly rested on the trigger, the gun's muzzle unwaveringly trained on the burly martial god, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A beam of laser light shot forth with ferocious speed. The illumination sliced through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, achieving an astonishing velocity. In that moment, the surrounding air was violently compressed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. As the beam traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to warp, with green fissures momentarily flashing. The sheer velocity rendered any reaction impossible, akin to a meteor plummeting, carrying with it an apocalyptic momentum. Faced with this dire predicament, the burly martial god forcibly roused himself, his eyes widening in terror and despair. Gazing at the imminent laser beam infused with incomprehensible energy, he felt utterly powerless, akin to a husband awakened from slumber. No! A desperate howl erupted from his lips, yet it was far too late. The laser beam struck the burly martial god instantaneously, and the terrifying energy engulfed him like a relentless tide. His body ignited within the beam, his skin carbonizing in an instant. Soon after, his entire being was consumed like kindling, swiftly reduced to ashes. Due to the sheer ferocity of the energy, not a trace of him remained, as if he had never existed in this world. Wow, what devastating power, and such rapid firing rate. Li Yang marveled at the burly martial god, who had been reduced to nothingness in the blink of an eye, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He mused to himself, if that shot were to strike me, it would undoubtedly be grievous. Even with my astonishing defensive capabilities, I would be severely injured. No wonder the item information insisted he evade attacks from this weapon. Its power was indeed formidable. Having witnessed the might of the godly laser gun, Li Yang was filled with exhilaration, swiftly redirecting the gun's aim at the silver-haired martial god buried beneath the rubble. Now it's your turn. Li Yang prepared to fire once more to conclude the battle, resolutely pulling the trigger again. However, the fearsome laser beam did not discharge. Instead, it emitted a series of clicks, resembling a weapon out of ammunition. The miniature energy core at the gun's muzzle ceasing to rotate. It resembled a light bulb that had exhausted its energy. Out of bullets? Can this thing only fire once? Li Yang muttered in confusion, his brows knitting together as a hint of disappointment crossed his countenance. He swiftly activated the Eye of Illusion to ascertain the situation. Energy depleted, unable to continue attacking. Requires a godly energy crystal for replenishment. 3 shots remained before automatic decommissioning. A segment of information materialized before his eyes. No way. With a forceful grip, the silver-haired martial god was rendered immobile, his eyes turning a deeper crimson, as if blood were about to seep from them. Li Yang, upon analyzing the information, was struck with disappointment. He had not anticipated that firing the laser gun would necessitate the replenishment of divine energy crystals. Moreover, there were restrictions on the number of shots that could be fired. Such significant limitations, upon reflection, were rather reasonable. After all, the weapon's formidable power would be utterly grotesque if unrestrained. Li Yang shook his head in resignation. He then stowed the ethereal, cold-glowing divine laser gun into his infinite storage space, deciding instead to resolve the matter with my embered songblade. Casting a haughty gaze downward, he observed the silver-haired martial god, who had managed to extricate himself from the ruins Li Yang had reduced him to, erupting with a tremendous noise. Like a specter leaping from the debris. Li Yang, I demand you pay for my brother's life. The silver-haired martial god's eyes blazed with a fiery rage. Echoing his furious roar, Li Yang's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. Is that all you have? The silver-haired martial god, gritting his teeth, displayed a resolute glint in his eyes, declaring, today, either you perish or I do. With that, he unleashed a powerful technique. One fraught with severe side effects, but capable of significantly boosting his physical abilities. This SSS-grade martial art was his trump card. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the silver-haired martial god, emanating a chilling and potent aura of darkness that pervaded the air like a tangible presence, causing the surrounding atmosphere to turn frigid. His grievous injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate, as the flames of the elemental laws lingering upon his wounds were swiftly expelled. He appeared to be shrouded in a veil of black mist, his momentum surging dramatically. Li Yang, prepare to meet your demise. The silver-haired martial god bellowed. In a brief moment, he drastically enhanced his overall strength, charging at Li Yang like a frenzied beast. Li Yang's heart skipped a beat. Sensing the silver-haired warrior's power had multiplied several times over, the overwhelming pressure bore down upon him, prompting him to furrow his brow. This fellow possesses such desperate measures. He mused. However, he too activated the augmentation effect of the fiery sun technique, flames erupting around him, transforming him into a blazing fireball. This enhancement could persist for several hours, rendering the opponent's victory impossible. If he could merely delay the confrontation a while longer, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Old fool, die! Li Yang shouted, swinging the embered song blade to meet the silver-haired martial god. Their figures intertwined within the energy shield, the blade lights flickering. Each clash erupted with powerful waves of energy. Bolstered by the effects of the technique, the silver-haired martial god's attacks became exceptionally fierce, each strike carrying lethal intent. His fervent desire for vengeance for the burly martial god paled in comparison to the urgency of reclaiming the divine laser gun that Li Yang had seized. Coupled with the loss of his comrade, he understood that failing to subdue Li Yang would result in dire consequences, even if he retreated from the martial radiance-based city. Is this all you can muster? Li Yang taunted, his embered song blade clashing against the silver-haired martial god's dual blades. Humph, don't celebrate too soon. A glimmer of malice flashed in the silver-haired martial god's eyes as he unleashed his martial techniques, the aura of darkness surrounding his dual blades intensifying, surging towards Li Yang like a torrential tide. In response, Li Yang swiftly executed the dragon flame burning heaven blade, channeling his power into the embered song blade, unleashing a fiery dragon-like blaze towards the silver-haired martial god. As their battle raged on, outside the energy shield enveloping the entire Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a contingent of elite military and martial alliance personnel arrived in response to the commotion surrounding the area. They were profoundly shocked by the fierce clash between the two combatants within the energy shield, both intent on annihilating one another. Cui Hung, the president of the Martial Alliance's branch and a late-stage Emperor-level warrior, observed the combat within the energy shield with trepidation. The battles between Earth martial gods are truly terrifying. Were it not for this energy shield isolating the aftermath of the battle from the outside, we would not dare approach so closely. The entire base city would be severely impacted. Chapter 48, The Fierce Battle. We must devise a plan to assist Lord Governor. Cui Heng thought anxiously as he gazed at the two figures engaged in a life-and-death struggle, energy waves rippling around them, his heart racing like ants on a hot pan. Yet, he also recognized that rushing in to aid Li Yang against the silver-haired Earth martial god would be tantamount to seeking death. As merely a late-stage Emperor-level warrior, he had no standing in such a titanic clash. It was no exaggeration to say that a casual attack from the fully unleashed silver-haired martial god could severely injure or even kill him. If he were to become a liability to Li Yang instead of a help, the consequences would be dire. However, remaining a mere spectator was equally untenable. The emergence of the Divine Fate cult's hideout within the base went unnoticed, and though his relationship with the military was significant, pursuing the matter could reflect poorly on his leadership as president. If anything were to happen to Li Yang, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Cui President, what shall we do? The vice president, Lu Linhui, was bereft of ideas, his face etched with worry, his voice trembling slightly. If Li Yang were not a match for the silver-haired martial god, it would spell disaster. Calm down, let me think, Cui Heng replied, furrowing his brow as he quickly sought a solution in his mind. Suddenly, a light bulb moment struck him, and he conceived a potential plan that might aid Li Yang. Quickly, Linhui, you must take some people to the weapons depot and retrieve the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons that the former vice-governor allocated to us. We shall breach a hole in the energy shield and bombard that silver-haired martial god. These 4 magnetic energy rail cannons had been procured with significant effort to bolster the branch's military capabilities against the surrounding ferocious beasts. If luck were on their side, a single shot could obliterate a peak beast emperor. Who would have thought they would be so quickly called into action? Moreover, should all 4 cannons fire simultaneously, striking the silver-haired martial god could potentially alter the tide of battle in favor of Li Yang. Furthermore, once a target was locked, the chances of missing were minimal. This was the best plan they could conceive at the moment. Understood. I shall go at once. Lu Linhui's face lit up with joy, and he swiftly darted toward the branch's weapon depot like a wraith. Meanwhile, the nearby military personnel possessed heavy weaponry capable of posing a serious threat to Emperor-level beasts. But all were stationed atop the city walls, making it cumbersome to disassemble and reassemble them. Thus, they could only watch helplessly from the sidelines, reinforcing the energy shield and praying for Li Yang's victory. Before long, Lu Linhui returned with a group of elite members from the Alliance branch, bringing with them the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons. The cannons were imposing in appearance, each measuring over 3 meters long and crafted from a special alloy. The cannon mouths were circular, each with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. A faint blue electric glow flickered within, reminiscent of a dormant beast poised to unleash a devastating strike. Intricate circuits and energy devices adorned the sides of the cannon, with energy flowing ceaselessly within, emitting a subtle humming sound. At the base, 4 robust supports firmly upheld the cannon, imparting an indomitable sensation. President, the weapon is ready, Lu Linhui exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing his voice, Cui Heng turned, a flicker of joy breaking through his tense expression. Good. quickly bring it over and seize the opportunity to disrupt that silver-haired martial deity. Inside the energy shield, Liang was locked in a stalemate with the silver-haired martial deity. Utilizing his ability to discern weaknesses through the eye of breaking illusions, he had identified a subtle hidden injury near the opponent's heart. He was preparing to strike decisively when his gaze briefly darted outside, suddenly noticing the 4 magnetic energy rail cannons brought by Cui Heng and the gestures he was making. A smile crept onto Li Yang's lips as he thought, just in time. Meanwhile, the silver-haired martial deity, consumed by frenzied attacks, was oblivious to the actions of Cui Heng and the others outside the shield. This was one of the side effects of the SSS grade technique he had unleashed. The longer it was active, the lower his intelligence became, gradually succumbing to madness and losing all reason. At this moment, his mind was singularly focused on eliminating Liang. As the battle progressed, Liang keenly observed that the silver-haired martial deity's condition was deteriorating. The eyes that once retained a semblance of reason were now entirely taken over by madness, and his attacks had devolved into sheer chaos. Resembling a beast driven solely by aggression. This old fool is becoming more like a rabid dog. It must be a flaw of his amplification technique, Liang mused inwardly. With this realization, his expression brightened further. Fortune was favoring him. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Liang, accompanied by waves of scorching heat. As he channeled all his power into the blade of his Jinsong sword, dragon flame devouring heaven blade, with a fierce sweep of the long sword. A roaring fire dragon surged forth from the blade, its gaping maw wide, charging toward the silver-haired martial deity, enshrouded in ominous black mist. The silver-haired martial deity, exuding an aura of chill, sensed this formidable energy, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by frenzy. Kill, he bellowed, channeling all his strength into his twin blades to counter the oncoming fire dragon. Outside the energy shield, Cui Heng watched intently, realizing that Liang was creating an opportunity for them to deploy the magnetic energy rail cannons. His gaze sharpened as he decisively commanded, "What a chance. Now is the time. Open 4 ports on the energy shield and aim the magnetic energy rail cannons at that silver-haired old man." Understood. Lu Linhui and the others, poised for action, swiftly sprang into motion, adeptly manipulating the control devices of the energy shield. With a surge of energy fluctuations, 4 openings instantaneously appeared on the shield. Fire! Lu Linhui commanded. The 4 magnetic energy rail cannons unleashed their assault, the blue electric lights at the cannon mouths coalescing into thick beams. Zing! The beams sliced through the night sky like lightning, their immense penetrating force aimed directly at the silver-haired martial deity. As the magnetic energy beams traversed, the surrounding air was violently compressed, creating powerful gusts. The beams traveled at an astonishing speed, reaching the silver-haired martial deity's back in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the silver-haired martial deity was wholly focused on fending off Li Yang's fire dragon, utterly oblivious to the attack from behind. A chilling scream erupted from his lips as the magnetic energy beams struck true, successfully hitting the martial deity as he defended against the fire dragon. Ambushed. The silver-haired martial deity found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of the fire dragon that sought to engulf him. Roaring, the fire dragon seized the moment, swallowing the silver-haired martial deity whole. Subsequently, both the being and his cries were engulfed in the cataclysmic explosion resulting from the fire dragon's impact. The deafening blast resonated, rapidly enveloping the energy shield in a spectacular sea of flames, lighting up the surroundings completely. Struggling against the residual energy emanating from the 4 openings, Cui Heng and the others felt the effects of their efforts manifest. Joy illuminated their faces as they exclaimed, "Wonderful! We hit him, haha." The rest joined in the jubilant chorus, their expressions brimming with triumph. Chapter 49, The Wrath of Liang. At this moment, the silver-haired martial deity, a being of late-stage earth martial god caliber, despite having endured Li Yang's fire dragon and the ambush from the magnetic energy rail cannons, remained astonishingly resilient under the enhancement of his secret arts. His battered form crashed to the ground like a broken kite, creating a massive crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Yet, just when everyone believed he had completely lost his fighting capability, he once again gripped his twin blades, struggling to rise with renewed madness flickering in his eyes. Well, Liang moved like lightning, swiftly appearing before the silver-haired martial deity. His gaze was sharp and predatory, coldly stating, "I shall see just how resilient your life force truly is." With that, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, thrusting the Jinsong sword towards the martial deity's heart with lethal intent. With a sickening squelch, the Jinsong sword pierced the silver-haired martial deity's heart. Scalding energy surged into his body like a tidal wave, ruthlessly dismantling his already fragile vitality. Ugh! Blood poured from the corners of the silver-haired martial deity's mouth, dripping onto the ground in crimson droplets. As searing pain radiated from his chest, clarity began to return to his mind. He felt the rapid decline of his life force, his eyes widening in disbelief and despair. "Why you? How could this be? This is impossible." Liang, uninterested in exchanging words. Glimpsed a glint of ferocity in his eyes as he violently twisted the Jinsong sword within the martial deity's body. Blood gushed forth from the silver-haired martial deity's mouth like a breached dam, his face contorted in agony, features twisted as his body trembled uncontrollably. Observing the martial deity's plight, Liang was certain of his impending demise. With a swift motion, he withdrew the Jinsong sword, the blade still glistening with the martial deity's blood. Then, he delivered a powerful spinning kick to the silver-haired martial deity's head, the force of the blow sending the martial deity's head lolling to one side. A dull thud echoed as the wretched remains of the silver-haired martial deity flew aside like a discarded sack, never to rise again. Liang crossed his arms, approaching the fallen figure before him, with an air of haughty pride and a slight curl of his lips. He exuded an arrogance that suggested he regarded others as mere trifles. Having exchanged so many blows with me, you have every reason to be proud. One might mistakenly believe that Liang was the one of higher cultivation level. Subsequently, Liang beckoned towards the corpse of the silver-haired martial god, and the spatial ring on the corpse's finger promptly detached and soared into Liang's hand. He began to meticulously sift through the spoils of battle, probing into the spatial ring with his mental energy, swiftly assessing its contents. Alas, it was filled with an assortment of inconsequential SS-grade items, devoid of any high-quality treasures. Liang mused inwardly, his brow slightly furrowing. Among these, the most precious item was an SSS-grade blood-exploding pill, which similarly functioned to rapidly enhance one's strength at a tremendous cost. He surmised the reason the opponent had not consumed it. Given the condition of the silver-haired martial god after employing that secret technique, ingesting this blood-exploding pill could very well unleash an uncontrollable surge of energy within him, leading to self-detonation. He dared not gamble on his ability to withstand such an outcome. Thus, he decided to retain the blood-exploding pill within his storage ring. With a tinge of disappointment, he stowed the items in his infinite storage space, murmuring, "The good stuff is likely in that other fellow's spatial ring." A pity it was reduced to ashes by a single blast. At that moment, those observing from beyond the energy shield fell into a brief silence, which was soon swept away by a tide of jubilant exclamations. Victory! The lord of the total province has triumphed. As Liang listened to the surrounding cheers, a sudden thought crossed his mind, causing his brow to furrow slightly. He almost forgot about that individual. His keen perception swiftly enveloped the entirety of the energy shield, searching for Lu Jun's figure. It didn't take long to locate him, albeit Lu Jun had been reduced to a charred, lifeless husk, quietly entombed in the rubble. Judging by his sorry state, it seemed he had succumbed to the spectacular inferno ignited by the silver-haired martial god upon his descent. Liang felt a disdainful smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth as he beheld the lifeless remains. To die so easily is truly a fitting end for you. He felt a profound dissatisfaction for not having the opportunity to torment that individual properly. Soon after, with a mere thought, Liang deactivated his combat state. The flames that had once blazed around him extinguished instantly, as if wiped away by an unseen hand. The majestic fire god armor transformed back into an exquisite necklace, which settled gracefully around his neck, emitting a faint glow as it absorbed energy for automatic repair. Concurrently, the nearby energy shield dissipated, and the residual energy in the battlefield surged forth like a wild stallion, sending shockwaves through the onlookers. That terrifying aura resembled invisible beasts, instilling a chilling dread in everyone present. Cui Hung felt the overwhelming waves of terror wash over him, leaving him utterly astonished. He hastily approached Liang. Concern etched across his features as he inquired, "My lord, are you all right? Do you require assistance to the medical bay? I have already made arrangements." The military inspector, Su Yin, who had been stationed nearby, also approached Liang, his face a mask of anxiety. With a slight tremor in his voice, he said, "Lord of the total province, I am Su Yin, the inspector of the Wuhui base city. We had no idea that the Destiny sect had established a nest here. The enemy is indeed cunning." At these words, Liang's gaze turned sharp, akin to two glinting daggers, as he fixed his piercing stare upon Su Yin. His anger surged. The affairs within the base city were predominantly overseen by military forces, and yet a significant stronghold of the Destiny sect had remained undetected. Furthermore, they were quick to shirk responsibility. Even more infuriating was the realization that some within their ranks had allied with the Destiny sect, a clear indication of gross mismanagement. With this in mind, Liang pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yin, mercilessly chastising him. "Cunning, you say? Do you bear no responsibility whatsoever? As the inspector responsible for the safety of this entire metropolitan area, what on earth have you been doing? Allowing the Destiny sect to hide here like a malignant tumor for so long, expanding its influence while you remained blissfully unaware. Like a blind man with no sense of vigilance. I see you all as nothing but useless gluttons. And yet you dare to lay blame at the enemy's feet without a shred of shame." Chapter 50, Confrontation. Beside him, the deputy inspector, Hu Feng, listened to Li Yang's relentless tirade, his head hanging low in silence, resembling a schoolboy chastised by a stern teacher. Having anticipated Li Yang's ire upon learning of the bloodbath he had wrought upon the Destiny sect, he had braced himself for the impending reprimand. After all, this situation was entirely a consequence of their military's negligence. The Lightning Martial Arts Academy had existed within the base for quite some time, and yet they had been utterly oblivious. Li Yang's scolding was entirely warranted. They could only wait for Li Yang to finish before contemplating any remedial actions. The onlookers were rendered speechless by Li Yang's fervent rebuke, lowering their heads and avoiding the fiery gaze that seemed capable of igniting flames. Behind Li Yang, Cui Heng and the other martial artists belonging to the Martial Alliance observed the military personnel being chastised, a flicker of relief crossing their eyes as they thought, fortunately, the Lord of the Total Province is sensible and hasn't included us in his tirade. Meanwhile, Su Yin, who had been publicly berated by Li Yang without a hint of mercy, felt his face flush crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Li Yang's words were a pointed critique of his leadership. Moreover, each insult was unique in its sting. Although Li Yang's accusations held no falsehood, the public humiliation left him feeling utterly discomfited. As the words continued to penetrate his ears, he could no longer restrain himself, his fists clenching in quiet fury. For Li Yang spoke the truth. His capabilities were indeed mediocre, and his position as inspector was secured solely through connections. His late-stage emperor-level cultivation attained through the expenditure of vast resources. Lies are like a gun without a barrel. They cannot kill, but the truth is a sharp blade. In his elevated status, even if others recognized this truth, they dared not voice it publicly, opting instead to murmur in hushed tones. Yet Li Yang had laid it bare for all to see. Then, Su Yin, unable to endure Li Yang's tirade any longer, retorted angrily, his complexion resembling that of a liver. Enough, my lord. I am not one of your martial alliance. I serve under the military government, under the command of Inspector Zhang. You have no right to point fingers at me here. While your strength may be formidable, it does not grant you the liberty to humiliate me so brazenly. I can see you are weary and in need of rest. Perhaps you should return to recuperate and refrain from venting your frustrations upon us. My position is bestowed by the military government, and it bears no relation to your martial alliance. I am not your subordinate, and you have no authority to reprimand me in such a manner. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Hu Feng, standing beside Su Yin, was particularly astonished, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. When did his usually mediocre and incapable superior suddenly exhibit such audacity? A glance at Su Yin revealed a trace of pity in his eyes. Internally, he lamented, one can never predict the foolishness of the ignorant. What might have been tolerable has now escalated. How dare he converse with a martial deity who had just vanquished two formidable adversaries of higher realms in such a manner? Upon finishing his remarks, the pent-up frustration within Su Yin dissipated instantly. Rather than feeling regret, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him. Since his appointment as the Inspector General, when had he ever endured such indignity? Especially from a boy merely a decade his junior, who dared to scold him in front of subordinates. Where was his dignity to reside? The primary reason he felt emboldened to retort was that, despite the close cooperation between the military and the Martial Alliance, they were still two distinct forces. Although Li Yang held the title of Grand State Envoy of the Martial Alliance, he was not his direct superior and thus lacked the authority to punish someone belonging to the military government. Moreover, he had his own backing. The chief inspector, Zhang Jian, was his brother-in-law. At worst, he could personally visit Li Yang to apologize later. Su Yin's thoughts were simplistic, entirely oblivious to the potential consequences of his impulsiveness. Given that Yuzhou had been relatively secure for many years without a Grand State Envoy station, he had gradually forgotten the implications of that title. Logically, his earlier statements held some merit, yet presently, the truth lay within Li Yang's grasp. Strength of fist was the ultimate truth. At Li Yang's utterance, his eyes instantly glimmered with a bone-chilling coldness. What did you say? The surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of the martial deity erupted outward, akin to an invisible mountain, pinning the unsuspecting Su Yin to the ground as helpless as a lifeless dog. Su Yin felt as though his internal organs had been struck violently, a sweet taste surging up his throat. With a splutter, he expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, his visage turning as pale as death. At this moment, Su Yin still failed to recognize the perilousness of his situation, remaining defiant as he clutched his chest and exclaimed, Li Chairman, how dare you use violence against an official? I will protest to Lord Lei. As he spoke, he attempted to exert himself to rise. But Li Yang's oppressive force held him down like an iron clamp. Protest? A sneer crept upon Li Yang's face. He swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Su Yin's face, who was still hollering in confusion. Crack! The force was tremendous, causing several of Su Yin's teeth to fly out, leaving him momentarily dazed, his ears ringing. Li Yang gazed at Su Yin's now swollen visage, a mixture of disdain and pressure emanating from his eyes. How could the military government produce such a character? Truly embarrassing. Allow me to teach you what respect for the strong entails. With that, he delivered another slap, striking Su Yin's cheeks symmetrically. The force was so great that Su Yin could not withstand it and fainted, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless fish. Chui Heng, confine this worthless fool in the branch prison. No one is to release him without my command. Li Yang stated coldly. Yes, Chui Heng responded promptly. After a brief pause, Li Yang retrieved the chairman's order from his infinite storage space and tossed it to Chui Heng, who was preparing to take action. Here. The Wuhui base city is to enter a state of level 1 martial law immediately. You will temporarily assume the authority of the military inspector. This decree is as good as my presence. Close all city gates. No one is to enter or exit. At this juncture, Li Yang's gaze fell upon the visibly trembling Hu Feng. Feeling the weight of Li Yang's piercing gaze, Hu Feng quaked involuntarily, as if hunted by a ferocious beast. You will assist Chui Heng in launching an investigation to root out all the infiltrators from the Destiny Church within the military. Redeem your failures, Li Yang commanded, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Yes, my lord. I will fully cooperate with Lord Chui Heng to atone for my shortcomings. Hu Feng stammered in response, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. With Su Yin lying unconscious on the ground, he dared not defy Li Yang's overwhelming pressure. Not everyone was as foolish as Su Yin. All right, disperse and execute your orders. I expect a report on the outcomes by tomorrow morning. Li Yang spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhaled in relief, akin to prey escaping the jaws of a predator, hastily scattering to fulfill his commands. Once everyone had departed, Li Yang gently tapped the communicator on his wrist. A beam of light flickered as he connected with headquarters. This is Li Yang. I have successfully dismantled the Destiny Church's stronghold, and I single-handedly eliminated both late-stage martial deities. No further assistance is needed. A prompt response came from the other end, confirming the news. After relaying the latest updates, Li Yang leapt into the air like a streak of crimson meteor, racing toward the location of the Yingyang base city. Indeed, Su Yin had not been entirely incorrect. During the battle, he had expended a significant amount of mental energy to subdue the 2 late-stage martial deities, and now he felt utterly fatigued, in dire need of rest. As for the traitors within the military ranks who had aligned with the Destiny Church, he would leave that matter to Chui Heng and his team, trusting them to handle it effectively. Meanwhile, near the border of Yuzhou, an SSS-level warplane hurtling toward Wuhui base city suddenly executed a sharp halt in the night sky. Its jet flames tracing a magnificent arc inside. A middle-aged man clad in green battle armor sat in the pilot's seat, exuding the aura of a peak martial deity. This aura flowed through the cabin like a palpable force. Momentarily stunned by the latest intelligence transmitted from headquarters, he gaped incredulously. What? You're telling me Li Yang, with his mid-stage martial deity strength, not only triumphed against 2 late-stage martial deities, but also eradicated them, and no assistance is required from me. The green-armored martial deity, named Lu Yi, had rushed from Yenzhou at breakneck speed upon receiving news that Li Yang was facing dire straits against 2 martial deities from the Destiny Church. Anxious to provide support, he had even prepared to expose himself to external dangers just to reach Li Yang swiftly. To his astonishment, Li Yang had managed to resolve the situation single-handedly. This revelation left him utterly astonished, prompting him to ponder the true extent of Li Yang's strength. The voice of the liaison officer from the Alliance headquarters, respectful in tone, resonated from the communicator, addressing Lu Yi, one of the 3 hidden martial deities within the Alliance. Chairman Lu, after verification, the situation regarding Chairman Li is indeed, as he described, entirely consistent. You may now return to Yenzhou. Your journey here was not in vain. Lu Yi fell into silence for a moment, his gaze becoming intricate as if he were reminiscing about the past or contemplating the future circumstances. He murmured to himself, goodness, have the prodigies within the Alliance reached such terrifying heights? No wonder the leader has entrusted them with significant responsibilities at such a young age. It seems the future of the Alliance is indeed promising. While marveling at this revelation, Lu Yi shook his head slightly, a blend of resignation and admiration gracing his lips. Well, I suppose this trip was not in vain after all, if it were not for his need to remain hidden in the shadows, bearing the special mission of safeguarding the Alliance's security and responding to various unforeseen events. He would have been eager to see how Li Yang managed to annihilate 2 opponents in such a short span of time. Such a feat, even in Lu Yi's eyes as a peak martial god, was nothing short of astonishing. Alas, it is a pity. Perhaps another time, Lu Yi sighed softly. He then maneuvered the aircraft to turn under the night sky, the machine slicing through the darkness, leaving a long trail of flames in its wake. As time elapsed, Li Yang finally returned to the skies above the Alliance's headquarters. With a flicker of his form, he descended to the ground like a wraith. The Alliance warriors stationed around the area, assigned to patrol by Zhao Qingming, were initially taken aback by Li Yang's sudden appearance in the night sky. Upon recognizing him, they immediately stood at attention, their expressions betraying a mix of tension and reverence. We greet you, esteemed General of the Alliance. Hearing their words, Li Yang nodded gently in acknowledgement. In the next instant, he vanished again, appearing as if by magic within the confines of the headquarters. Zhao Qingming, serving as Li Yang's secretary, was diligently training in the main hall when she heard the commotion and promptly emerged to greet him. As a peak-level monarch martial artist, she could endure weeks without sleep. However, upon seeing Li Yong, she keenly sensed the weariness emanating from him, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle. "My lord, what troubles you? You do not appear well. Should I arrange for a recovery chamber?" Zhao Qingming inquired with genuine concern, her eyes filled with worry. Li Yong, noticing her earnest concern, nodded in agreement, refraining from refusal. The recovery chamber would expedite the restoration of his mental faculties, and given the opportunity, he certainly intended to utilize it. "This is a long story. Please arrange for the recovery chamber, prioritizing the restoration of my spirit," he instructed. Zhao Qingming, taking his request seriously, replied, "Of course, my lord. Please wait a moment. I shall make the arrangements immediately." With that, she swiftly turned and set about organizing the recovery chamber. Before long, Zhao Qingming led Li Yong into the treatment room, where the chamber awaited him, fully prepared. It was an ethereal structure radiating a soft blue glow, filled with a transparent liquid that emitted a gentle luminescence. Within it lay potent energies capable of mending the spirit. Under Zhao Qingming's guidance, Li Yong slowly reclined into the chamber. As he fully submerged into the liquid, a warm and gentle force enveloped him, akin to being caressed by countless tender hands. His mental energy began to rejuvenate rapidly, akin to parched earth soaking in refreshing rain. The blue light, accompanied by the hum of machinery, transformed the entire chamber into a dreamlike spectacle. How delightful, Li Yong mused inwardly. Closing his eyes and savoring the recovery of his mental energy, the weariness on his face gradually dissipating. Chapter 52, A Fortuitous Sign-In. Bountiful rewards await. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. The recovery chamber remained tranquil and serene, its soft blue light flickering gently. Li Yong, lying within, slowly opened his clear eyes. A glimmer of relief and contentment crossing his features. "What a splendid slumber," he murmured lazily, stretching luxuriously within the spacious confines of the chamber. The sound of his bones cracking echoing softly. At that moment, he felt invigorated, his depleted mental energy and strength fully replenished. It must be said that the recovery equipment provided by the Alliance's division was indeed of exceptional quality. The sign-in count has refreshed. Let us see what treasures await today, Li Yong thought, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. System, sign-in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful, triggering the hidden feature of sign-in critical hit, increasing sign-in rewards. You have gained an elevation of 1 minor realm, the initial stage of the Earth Martial God, 10 Inferno Guards, 1 Heart of Source Martial Treasure, 1 SSS level Spirit Ring, complete mastery of SSS level Martial Technique Red Sky Calamity, and complete mastery of SSS level Skill Titan's Fury. Elevation of 1 minor realm. This will enhance the host's level to the late stage of Earth Martial God, without any sense of artificial elevation. Flowing as naturally as a boat gliding downstream. Inferno Guards at the Earth Martial God level. Rock life forms with resilient vitality. Should they perish, they will resurrect within a day in the magma realm. As long as the host remains alive, they will be immortal and exhibit absolute loyalty to the host, making them excellent companions. As long as they are near the host, they can be summoned into the inferno space at will. Note, self-detonation is prohibited, otherwise permanent death ensues. Heart of Source Martial. For every minor realm elevation the host achieves, attributes such as strength, speed, defense, talent, and willpower will be comprehensively enhanced. SSS level Spirit Ring. Wearing it significantly boosts mental energy and recovery speed. SSS level Martial Technique Red Sky Calamity. Summons clouds to transform into fiery meteors, raining down dense fiery stars, each creating a sea of flames within a 10-meter radius. Its power is enhanced under clear skies. SSS level Martial Technique Titan's Fury. Transforms into a magma form, temporarily elevating realm and greatly amplifying combat power, lasting a maximum of 10 minutes before entering a weakened state. Unable to activate again until recovered. As the system's myriad of notifications echoed within Li Yang's mind, accompanied by the formidable descriptions of his sign-in rewards unfolding before him. His eyes sparkled with excitement and exhilaration. It felt as if they were shimmering with golden light. Goodness, am I really this fortunate today, receiving such a wealth of treasures all at once? He mused, inwardly grumbling about the system's hidden features that had previously been withheld from him. His face radiated an unmistakable joy. The sheer delight of receiving such unexpected rewards was unparalleled. Just as the elation within Li Yang's mind began to settle, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging from the void, rapidly elevating his level of cultivation. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation broke through to the late stage of Earth Martial God, and much like the system's description, it felt remarkably solid and grounded, devoid of any artificial elevation. It was as if he were always meant to exist within this realm. Everything felt so natural and harmonious. The 10 Inferno Guards, now at the initial stage of Earth Martial God, quietly materialized within a certain place in his infinite storage space at the moment the system's sign-in rewards took effect. In an instant, The once tranquil and undisturbed expanse, along with its adjacent surroundings, was abruptly transformed into a seething domain of blazing flames and surging magma. This is the Inferno Realm, a specialized environment meticulously crafted for the Inferno Guards, devoid of any other living beings, solely accommodating these extraordinary entities. Is this truly the Inferno Realm? It appears quite fitting for your kind. Liang silently established a mental connection with the Inferno Guards. Having just ascended to the late stage of the Earth Martial God Realm, he was reveling in the euphoria of his newfound power. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented surge of colossal energy pulsating from his heart. This energy not only brought him no discomfort, but, rather, seemed to enhance his overall prowess imperceptibly. It was as if every muscle, every drop of blood was exulting in jubilation. This was the fusion of the heart of Source Martial. A shiver coursed through Liang as he grasped the significance. He felt the heart of Source Martial intricately linked to his own heart, each heartbeat resonating with the surge of power. The fusion process was swift and seamless. Once the heart of Source Martial fully integrated into Liang's heart, a more formidable force surged within him like a tempest. Soon after, an SSS-grade spiritual ring, radiating a soft glow, materialized within his infinite storage space. Simultaneously, memories of perfect comprehension of 2 SSS-grade martial arts flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Liang gently closed his eyes to concentrate, and within moments, he fully absorbed and understood all the knowledge. The system truly is considerate. These rewards lined up one after the other. Liang opened his eyes and slowly emerged from the medical chamber. He clenched his fist, feeling the overwhelming power within him and the continuous, life-sustaining energy pulsating from his heart, a smile that he could not suppress playing at his lips. Had these rewards all arrived at once, his body may have struggled to endure them in such a short span. At this moment, the molten space that had appeared within his infinite storage space was now completely independent, having become a realm solely belonging to the Inferno Guards. He attempted to place other items or living beings within it, only to find it utterly impossible. Not feasible. Very well. Liang shook his head with a hint of disappointment. He had originally envisioned transforming the molten space into a prison for capturing enemies, to toss anyone he found displeasing into it. Escaping from a space created by the system would be quite the feat. It appeared that the system had anticipated this, denying him such an opportunity, and furthermore, the Inferno Guards could not self-destruct, lest they face permanent death without the chance of revival. Abandoning this thought, he focused his mind, and a ring emanating a mysterious light appeared in the palm of his hand. An SSS-grade item, its amplification effect should be remarkable. Liang gazed at the spiritual ring, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. He gently slipped the ring onto his finger. In an instant, a warm and potent force surged through his fingertips into his mental realm. The spiritual ring automatically connected with his consciousness, and Liang felt a wave of clarity wash over him. His mental strength significantly expanded and fortified. This sensation was utterly sublime. Liang murmured excitedly. He would now be able to wield the Eye of Illusion with greater ease, free from the prior concerns about his mental strength. Chapter 53, Unseen. His current prowess had undeniably ascended beyond previous tiers. He deemed the most cost-effective of his gains to be the 10 lava guards at the initial stage of the Earth Martial God Realm. The reason was simple. Even if they perished, they would respawn within a day. Should he encounter the 2 late-stage Earth Martial gods from the Destiny sect today, he was confident he could effortlessly crush them. He intended to make them truly understand the meaning of cruelty and the absolute disparity in strength. Subsequently, Liang focused his mind and opened his system panel. Name, Liang. Level, late-stage Earth Martial God. Cultivation methods, SSS-grade Blazing Fire Sun Art, perfected. SSS-grade Crimson Flame Spirit Art, perfected. SSS-grade Titanic Fury Body, perfected. Martial techniques, SSS-grade Dragon Flame Burning Heaven Blade, perfected. SSS-grade Crimson Sky Calamity, perfected. Items, Infinite Storage Space. God-grade Laser Gun, SSS-grade Ashen Song Blade, SSS-grade Fire God Set, SSS-grade Spiritual Ring, SSS-grade Camouflage Robe. Special, Eye of Illusion, Basic Version. 10 Lava Guards at the initial stage of Earth Martial God, Heart of Source Martial. The data on the panel flickered, all information laid bare and comprehensible. Compared to the initial stage, a special category had been added, making the current panel significantly more substantial. Liang briefly scanned through it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gently closed the panel. Leaving the medical room, he made his way to the office. Before long, the diligent Zhao Qingming gently knocked and entered, her green hair cascading like a delicate sprite upon her shoulders, as Liang had not consciously suppressed his aura. The moment Zhao Qingming entered and beheld him seated in the chair, her eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendering her speechless. She could distinctly sense that Li Yang's presence was several times stronger than the previous night. The overwhelming pressure of his aura alone sent a tremor through her heart. If she was not mistaken, it seemed that Li Yang had broken through his realm, now astonishingly at the late stage of the Earth Martial God. Moreover, there was no trace of instability or etherealness about him. He stood as steadfast and powerful as an unyielding mountain. Amidst her astonishment, Zhao Qingming could not help but softly inquire, "My lord, you have." Upon hearing her words, Li Yang's lips curled into a confident smile as he turned to Zhao Qingming, already anticipating her question. As if a breakthrough was an everyday occurrence, his voice remained calm. "You wish to inquire about my cultivation, correct?" Noticing Zhao Qingming nodding, he continued, "Following yesterday's battle, I directly broke through to the late stage of the Earth Martial God while in the medical chamber. With that, he casually gestured towards a spirit fruit on the office desk, resembling an apple, and it swiftly flew into his hand, gracefully taking a bite of the spirit fruit. He added, "The matter is quite simple. The fruit tastes rather pleasant. Would you care for one?" Another gesture summoned a fruit to float before Zhao Qingming, whose mouth was slightly agape, still in shock. These items had all been prepared by Zhao Qingming's arrangements within the provincial government, funded by public resources. At this moment, Zhao Qingming tilted her head slightly back, her eyes wide, her fair neck illuminated beautifully under the light. The alluring sight compelled one to steal a few more glances. Thank you." Zhao Qingming responded instinctively, accepting the spirit fruit before her, her mind still swimming in astonishment. At this moment, Li Yang appeared to her as an extraordinary talent in martial arts, nearly defying the heavens. He had managed to break through so directly after a single battle. Moreover, this breakthrough was not merely a small realm transition between the 1st and 9th ranks of martial artists, but a significant leap. She had originally come to serve as Li Yang's secretary. Zhao Qingming yearned to comprehend the extraordinary means by which Li Yang ascended to the realm of the Earth Martial God at the tender age of 21, aspiring to emulate even a fraction of his remarkable prowess. Yet, in her current predicament, how could she possibly learn? Li Yang's method of cultivating strength was utterly dissimilar to that of an ordinary individual. She was already aware of the trials Li Yang endured the previous night, and it was unthinkable for her to seek out several emperor-level martial artists from the Destiny cult for a life-and-death duel. Since the Cataclysm, there had been but one prodigious talent like Li Yang. Even Lei Yu, the recognized strongest in the Huaxiao nation, did not possess such terrifying martial prowess in his youth. With these thoughts, Zhao Qingming could not help but smile ruefully. Stealing a glance at Li Yang, she found him leisurely reclining in a chair, savoring a spiritual fruit. Her gaze lingered on his robust physique, the contours of his well-defined muscles subtly revealed beneath his loose clothing, each inch brimming with immense power. Li Yang was indeed exceptional. Any prodigy from Blue Star would pale in comparison before him. While others toiled in pursuit of breakthroughs, he effortlessly achieved one after a mere battle. A blush gradually crept upon her cheeks, and an uncontrollable impulse surged within her. Were it not for the constraints of the situation, she would have relished the opportunity to closely examine and touch Li Yang's body, her fingertips gliding over his firm chest to feel the steel-like hardness. She imagined tracing down along his solid abdominal muscles, meticulously studying his physique. As Zhao Qingming's thoughts spiraled, disturbed by such tantalizing notions, Li Yang, still indulging in his spiritual fruit, perceptibly caught the fervent glimmer in her eyes, observing her slightly parted lips and the dreamy, bewildered look in her gaze. He couldn't help but find it amusing. This girl must have conjured some audacious thoughts, he teased. "Miss Qingming, did you not rest well last night?" Startled, Zhao Qingming abruptly realized the extent of her own indiscretion, her face flushing crimson as though scorched by flames. Her cheeks burned all the way to her ears as she hastily lowered her head, nervously tugging at the hem of her clothing, her eyes darting in avoidance of Li Yang's gaze. Stammering, she replied, "And no, I rested quite well." She resembled a bashful young girl caught in a secret thought, endearingly coy. Quickly regaining her composure, Zhao Qingming placed the spiritual fruit into her spatial ring and earnestly reported her purpose to Li Yang. "Sir, Inspector Zhang Jian arrived shortly after you entered the medical chamber last night and wishes to see you. He is yet to leave. What do you suggest?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes glimmered with confusion as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Zhang Jian, what does he want from me?" Noting Li Yang's apparent ignorance of the circumstances, Zhao Qingming patiently explained, "Sir, you dealt with a military inspector last night at Wuhui base, and that inspector happens to be Zhang Jian's brother-in-law. He insisted on staying despite my discomfort in asking him to leave." Her words were crystal clear, and she trusted that Li Yang would grasp her implication. Realization dawned upon Li Yang. No wonder Zhang Jian sought him out in the dead of night. He had familial ties to Su Yin. It also explained why Su Yin had dared to act so presumptuously the previous evening. He had Zhang Jian, the inspector general, as his backing. Having been arrogant for so long, he had finally encountered a formidable opponent in Li Yang. Zhang Jian's visit was undoubtedly an attempt to plead for Su Yin. That fool was still confined in the Martial Arts Alliance's detention cell, and even as inspector general, Zhang Jian could not defy Li Yang's orders to extricate him. It was no wonder the military appointed a useless person who relied on resources to elevate his rank as the inspector of Wuhui base. It seemed closely tied to Zhang Jian. Li Yang mused silently, treating Zhao Qingming as a confidant. "I do not wish to see him now. Kindly convey my message. I require a satisfactory explanation." If it fails to meet my expectations, let him bear the consequences. Zhao Qingming, upon hearing this, nodded earnestly. Understood, sir. I will relay your sentiments to Inspector Zhang Jian at once. Just as she prepared to depart, Liang suddenly called her back. Wait, bring me some breakfast as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingming paused in surprise, then couldn't help but smile slightly. Of course, sir. I shall attend to it right away. In the reception hall, Inspector Zhang Jian sat wearied on the sofa, anxiously awaiting news. His hands were clasped over his knees, and his eyes reflected a blend of anxiety and helplessness as he sighed heavily. At this moment, he felt utterly exasperated. His brother-in-law, Su Yin, was far too reckless. Even he, in the presence of the earth martial god Liang, had to tread carefully, fearful of overstepping. Yet that fool dared to spout nonsense before Liang. Was he courting disaster? What was once Su Yin's own responsibility had now become Zhang Jian's burden to bear. Regret gnawed at him. He lamented the day he consented to his sister's marriage to Su Yin and the effort he expended to secure him the position of inspector. And this was the gratitude he received, landing him in monumental trouble. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking rhythmically on the floor grew closer. Zhang Jian recognized the familiar sound and quickly identified the approaching figure. Zhao Qingming, with her long, fair legs and graceful gait, approached, her elegance amplified under the soft lighting. Upon seeing Zhao Qingming, Zhang Jian rose from the sofa, urgency etched on his face. Miss Zhao, how is the situation with Inspector General Li? When may I see him? Despite having scolded Su Yin in his mind since learning of the incident, he still hoped for a chance to plead for leniency on Su Yin's behalf, hoping that Liang would show him some favor, given their familial connection. After all, he was Su Yin's elder brother-in-law, and his sister had been married to Liang for years, with children to boot. Upon hearing of the matter, his sister Xiaochan had wept and implored him to find a way to save Su Yin, who had always been obedient to him. Zhao Qingming observed the urgency on Zhang Jian's face and offered an apologetic expression, shaking her head gently. I'm sorry, Inspector Zhang. The general does not wish to see you and demands a satisfactory response. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. She relayed Li Yang's message verbatim. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, deflating like a punctured balloon. His eyes widened in disbelief, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. The general truly said this? Zhao Qingming nodded and subtly indicated that Zhang Jian should take his leave. Yes, if there is nothing further, you may depart, Sir Zhang. Zhang Jian listened to Zhao Qingming's confirmation, momentarily engulfed in silence. Liang was utterly unwilling to meet him. Although the disposition regarding Su Yin was not directly articulated, the implication was abundantly clear. He was to be severely punished. After a prolonged period of quiet reflection, Zhang Jian still struggled to accept this harsh reality. The image of his sister, Xiaochan, weeping and pleading for him to save Su Yin, surged to the forefront of his mind, causing his fists to clench involuntarily. With a furrowed brow, he stubbornly inquired once more, is it truly the case that the governor is unwilling to grant me even a modicum of consideration? We could meet and resolve the misunderstandings. I am even willing to extend a formal apology on behalf of that scoundrel Su Yin and offer appropriate compensation. In his desperate bid to ensure Su Yin's safety, he had resolved to go all out this time. He was acutely aware that Su Yin's transgressions were neither trivial nor insignificant. His incompetence had allowed the Tianming sect's stronghold to proliferate within the base city, with many lower-ranking soldiers and even a number of officers being coerced and seduced into defection. This was not all. Su Yin had, on numerous occasions, exploited his authority for personal gain, engaging in a plethora of unsavory dealings. Moreover, he had audaciously offended the highest-ranking official of a state. And while Liang belonged to the martial alliance, he was undoubtedly a figure of immense power. Nevertheless, Zhang Jian believed that as long as Liang, this pivotal figure, was willing to relent, there still remained hope for a reversal of fortune. Through his extensive network cultivated over the years, he was determined to ensure Su Yin's life was spared, avoiding any punitive exile. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. Zhao Qingming, witnessing Zhang Jian's unwillingness to concede, felt a twinge of sympathy but resolutely shook her head, stating, Director Zhang, I lack the authority to make that decision. The governor's intentions are unequivocally clear. He will not meet with you. Please do not put me in a difficult position. It would be best for you to return and reflect on this matter. Upon hearing Zhao Qingming's continued refusal, Zhang Jian's clenched fists tightened even further, his expression darkening. At that moment, he harbored a profound resentment towards his own lack of strength. If only he could ascend to the rank of Earth Martial God and stand on equal footing with Liang as a military inspector. Liang would surely not deny him this meager consideration. Even a mere secretary dared to dismiss him in such a manner. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Secretary Zhao, I implore you to make an exception. I am willing to pay any price to persuade the governor to relent. Zhang Jian's voice lowered, laced with a hint of desperation. Zhao Qingming sighed helplessly. Director Zhang, I have already stated that the governor's stance is resolute, and I genuinely have no means to alter that. Zhang Jian's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Very well, I comprehend the governor's intent. He recognized that further entanglement would serve no purpose, only leading to greater humiliation. He then excused himself, departing with heavy footsteps and a forceful slam of the door. Once Zhang Jian's ireful figure had vacated, Zhao Qingming hurriedly set about arranging breakfast for Liang. Inside the office, Liang savored a spirit fruit, keenly observing the unfolding scene. The corners of his mouth curved into a slight smirk, his expression one of disdain as he assessed Zhang Jian's lack of awareness. Unaware of the times, he dismissed Zhang Jian's actions from his mind. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, insufficient power necessitated silent submission in the presence of the formidable. He scarcely regarded Zhang Jian as a concern, hoping that he would acquiesce to his wishes. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to take matters into his own hands and publicly humiliate the military. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Qingming arranged for a lavish breakfast to be delivered to Liang. The spacious dining table in the office was adorned with an array of delectable beast meats, including the tender, juicy unicorn ribs exuding a faint aroma, golden brown polar bull thigh meat that was crispy on the outside and succulent within, and the melt-in-your-mouth fiery pig belly. In addition to the beast meats, there was a jug of fine wine brewed with spirit spring water, spirit fruit, and other rare resources, alongside pristine plates of glistening spirit fruits. The office was perfumed with delightful aromas. Zhao Qingming reported to Liang, "Sir, Director Zhang has departed," though he left in quite a poor mood. Noticing Li Yang's complete attention on the dining table, she added, "This breakfast has been meticulously prepared by a 5-star chef. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Chapter 55, Convening a Virtual Meeting. As Zhao Qingming prepared to leave, intending not to disturb Liang during his meal, she slightly inclined her body, ready to turn away. However, Liang slowly raised his gaze, an inviting demeanor gracing his expression as he said, "Wait, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Sit down and try this. See how it differs from what you had in the elite training camp cafeteria." The dining table was laden with a cornucopia of food, more than sufficient for both of them to indulge. Zhao Qingming, caught off guard by the sudden invitation, stood momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. She had not anticipated that Liang would invite her to share a meal. Yet, her stomach did indeed protest with emptiness, prompting her to shyly murmur, "Sir, is that appropriate?" Liang's lips curled into a carefree smile as he poured himself a cup of spirit fruit wine. With a mere thought, an invisible tendril of power summoned a distant chair, placing it steadily across from him. "There's no need for formality, just sit." Faced with such warmth, Zhao Qingming glanced at the enticing breakfast, the fragrant aromas enveloping her senses, crafted entirely from precious Beast King level materials. The allure of the meal proved irresistible, and she ultimately succumbed to temptation, gracefully taking a seat, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. Her verdant hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and as she subtly adjusted her skirt, her ethereal beauty shone through. Liang raised his hand slightly, gesturing for Zhao Qingming to help herself, then proceeded to take a hearty bite of the unicorn ribs. The succulent meat burst with flavor in his mouth, and he closed his eyes in sheer delight, relishing the exquisite taste. He then lifted the cup of spirit fruit wine, savoring a sip. Instantly, a wave of warmth flowed down his throat, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed, prompting him to exclaim, "This taste is truly exceptional." Across the table, Zhao Qingming observed Liang indulging without a care for her presence, her sparkling eyes blinking in admiration. Watching him eat evoked a sensation akin to witnessing a top-tier food show. As the meal progressed, she noted that Liang, as a formidable earth martial god, seemed to possess an even more pronounced appetite than his counterparts. Zhao Qingming, already breathtakingly beautiful, had skin as smooth as sheep-fat jade and features seemingly sculpted with precision. The faint blush on her cheeks from dining added an extra layer of charm and allure. She delicately picked up a piece of fiery pig belly, savoring it while stealing glances at Liang. Once they had thoroughly enjoyed the meal, with nearly all the lavish dishes devoured, Zhao Qingming stood, elegantly dabbed her mouth with a napkin, and beamed a sweet smile. "Thank you, my lord. I am quite full now." Liang nodded slightly at the words, then raised his hand to summon the attendants within the Zhongzhou prefecture to clear away the remnants of the meal. Turning to Zhao Qingming, his gaze exuded a sense of composure as he spoke. "Now that we have satisfied our appetites, it is time to attend to pressing matters. Come, let us proceed to the conference room for a virtual meeting." With that, Liang strode towards the conference room, followed closely by Zhao Qingming, who refrained from inquiring about the nature of these urgent matters. At that moment, her thoughts were entirely absorbed by Liang, unable to shift focus. Zhao Qingming raised her gaze slightly, observing the earnest silhouette of Liang before her, her eyes betraying a hint of infatuation. However, this time her admiration was well concealed, no longer overtly aggressive as before. Yet, the occasional glimmer in her eyes still revealed the curiosity and special emotions she harbored for Liang deep within. Upon entering the conference room, they found the space remarkably expansive, spanning hundreds of square meters. The walls were crafted from a unique alloy, adorned with massive display screens that emitted a soft glow. At the center stood a grand rectangular conference table, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the illumination above. Surrounding the table were comfortable chairs, each equipped with advanced virtual devices that facilitated effortless virtual meetings. Li Yang took his seat at the head of the table, his posture tall and commanding. Zhao Qingning seated herself closely beside him. The nature of a virtual meeting did not necessitate physical presence, allowing participants to engage simply by directing a portion of their consciousness towards it. Li Yang turned to Zhao Qingning and instructed, "Send invitations to Du Qi, the president of the Martial Alliance branches in the 16 urban bases of Yuzhou, as well as the heads of various supply bases, and the military's inspectors and garrison commanders. Their cooperation is essential for this operation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning immediately realized the significance of inviting such a multitude of individuals, indicating that a major initiative was forthcoming. "Understood," she replied promptly, but then hesitated, recalling something. "My lord, what about Inspector General Zhang Jian?" Remembering how Zhang Jian had waited all night without seeing Li Yang and had left the Zhongzhou prefecture in a huff, she felt it prudent to remind him. Li Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible coldness flickering in his gaze as he replied, "Of course, he must be informed. As the Inspector General, Zhang Jian is the highest military authority in the Yuzhou region and should be notified. However, if he chooses not to attend, that would be even better. It would allow me to rightfully assume control over the Inspector General's authority, albeit temporarily." Zhao Qingning understood the implication. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, she summoned a virtual screen above the conference table, her fingertips gliding swiftly across the screen as she sent out invitations to all the individuals Li Yang had mentioned. Before long, the virtual images of Du Qi and others materialized, taking their seats in the conference room. The atmosphere grew serious as everyone awaited Li Yang to articulate the main agenda of the meeting while glancing at the numerous figures appearing around them. Aside from the Martial Alliance representatives, even military garrison commanders and inspectors were present. An unspoken realization dawned upon the attendees that Li Yang was likely about to unveil significant plans. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such a virtual assembly. A simple notification would suffice. Du Qi, piecing together the events that transpired at the Wuhui urban base last night, surmised that the discussion would likely concern the Destiny sect. Meanwhile, at the Inspector General's office, Zhang Jian sat in silence, his expression darkened, clearly displeased. He was infuriated by Li Yang's disregard, yet felt powerless to change the situation. Letting out a heavy sigh, "How am I to explain this to Xiao Chan?" The memory of his sister, Xiao Chan, pleading tearfully for him to save Su Yin, stirred a sense of agitation within him. Just then, his communication wristband vibrated, signaling the arrival of Li Yang's virtual meeting invitation. Zhang Jian stared at the invitation in surprise. Then a glimmer of hope sparked in his eyes as he realized its significance. Although it was a multi-participant meeting, if he could meet with Li Yang and clarify the situation, perhaps he could plead for Su Yin's case and salvage the circumstances. With this thought, Zhang Jian relaxed his mind and accepted the invitation, his image promptly appearing in the conference room, where he finally came face to face with Li Yang at the head of the table. However, Li Yang showed no particular reaction upon seeing him, merely casting a cursory glance his way. Zhang Jian, filled with anticipation, observed the other attendees, noting they were all high-ranking officials from the Martial Alliance and the military government. He realized that Li Yang had summoned them all for an important announcement, and discussing his personal matters in front of them would be quite embarrassing. He resolved to wait patiently until the meeting concluded to speak with Li Yang privately. As the high-ranking officials from both factions in the Yuzhou region gathered, Zhao Qingning turned to Li Yang and reported, "My lord, all invited personnel have arrived." Li Yang's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. Not a single individual dared to refuse his invitation, not even Zhang Jian, who sat obediently among them. "Very well, since everyone is present, I shall dispense with unnecessary pleasantries," Li Yang declared, his demeanor grave. "The agenda of this meeting is quite straightforward. Within the next 3 days, I will assume the role of Supreme Commander, personally leading the charge to eradicate all strongholds of the Destiny sect in the Yuzhou region, along with any traitors who have infiltrated our ranks. The core principle of this operation is singular. No matter the resources expended, manpower, finances, or materials, we shall completely eliminate the Destiny sect from the Yuzhou region within 3 days. I do not wish to hear any further reports of the Destiny sect stirring trouble in Yuzhou. Upon the discovery of any strongholds affiliated with the Destiny sect, we will immediately call upon our allies for extermination. No individual confrontation will be tolerated. All members of the organization, from top to bottom, are to be treated without mercy. Furthermore, whether you in the military government or within our martial alliance, should anyone be found colluding with the Destiny sect, they are to be apprehended immediately. Any resistance will be met with instant execution. There will be no leniency." At this juncture, Li Yang paused, casting a steely gaze towards the military officials, his tone imbued with a blend of inquiry and an unmistakable air of authority. "This forthcoming thunderous operation requires your cooperation. The Martial Alliance will take the lead, with your military supporting us. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing these words, the military inspectors and garrison commanders felt the weight of Li Yang's domineering and uncompromising tone. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Previously, the balance of power in Yuzhou had been maintained with both sides being equal, as the top-tier experts were all at the peak of their capabilities, compounded by Du Qi's disinterest in governance, which left the military largely in control. However, with Liang, the Earth Martial God, now at the helm of the Martial Alliance, it appeared they would soon find themselves overshadowed in various domains. Simultaneously, they understood the rationale behind Li Yang's actions. The events that transpired at the Wuhui base city last night have reached everyone's ears. At this moment, the attention of the military government's high-ranking officials was collectively fixed on the chief inspector, Zhang Jian. Naturally, they did not dare to respond readily without the superior's prompt. Yet they also could not refuse Li Yang. Zhang Jian, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, understood the gravity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yang and replied, "No problem. Our military will fully cooperate with the chief provincial inspector's operation." He exhibited no trace of dissatisfaction towards Li Yang, rather appearing exceedingly agreeable. Very well, Li Yang nodded slightly, not surprised by Zhang Jian's response. He recognized Zhang Jian as an intelligent individual, one who would not deliberately create discord in such matters. Otherwise, he could easily find a reason to temporarily strip him of his chief inspector title, especially since Zhang Jian was the sole Earth Martial God within the official forces of Yuzhou. All right, in that case, I shall arrange our respective tasks, Li Yang stated, gesturing casually as he summoned a virtual map of the Yuzhou region onto the conference table. The detailed locations of major base cities, supply bases, and wilderness areas were clearly visible on the map. After assigning the tasks to everyone, Li Yang's gaze swept over the serious faces of the high-ranking officials from both factions. Continuing, these are the assignments. Should you require anything, report to me or to my aide, Secretary Zhao. My only demand is this: within 3 days, eradicate the entire Destiny sect from the Yuzhou region. Even if they hide in the crevices of rocks, we must root them out and eliminate them. Afterward, rewards will be allocated based on the number of Destiny sect members eliminated. No meritorious individual shall be overlooked. A glint of fierce determination shone in Li Yang's eyes, intent on utterly crushing the Destiny sect. Understood. The crowd echoed in unison. Very well, you may leave and begin your preparations swiftly. With a wave of his hand, Li Yang signaled for their departure. The virtual projections of the attendees began to disperse, and the conference room gradually fell silent, leaving only Zhang Jian standing alone. Appearing somewhat anxious, Li Yang cast a sidelong glance at him, fully aware of Zhang Jian's intentions, yet he refrained from directly addressing the matter. Instead, feigning ignorance, he remarked, "Chief Inspector Zhang, time is of the essence. You may return to expedite your arrangements." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian hurriedly suppressed his emotions from that morning, adopting a very humble demeanor, almost pleading, "Sir, I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. My brother-in-law, Su Yin, and you have experienced a slight misunderstanding. Might you consider granting him another opportunity for my sake?" Li Yang remained impassive, his expression betraying no shift in emotion as he replied calmly, "Chief Inspector Zhang, regarding your personal matter, I believe I have made myself quite clear. This is an internal issue for your military, and I shall not interfere. You must handle it and provide me with a satisfactory resolution." Zhang Jian, sensing Li Yang's unwavering stance, felt a surge of urgency. What would satisfy the chief provincial inspector? Li Yang's gaze sharpened as he responded, "Naturally, it would require a severe punishment." Zhang Jian's brow furrowed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Surely, his transgressions do not warrant such a fate. "Sir, while he is at fault, it cannot be that grave." Li Yang interrupted him, a hint of displeasure in his tone. "Chief Inspector Zhang, you are speaking too much." Zhang Jian clenched his teeth, seemingly arriving at a resolute decision. "Sir, if I can ascend to the Earth Martial God realm, would you not offer me some leniency?" Li Yang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile at this. "Oh, then let us discuss it after you achieve your breakthrough." Chapter 57, A Comprehensive Eradication of the Destiny Sect, Praise from Thunder Prison. Zhang Jian, witnessing Li Yang's steadfastness and apparent disregard for his concerns, left the meeting in discord. His projection faded despondently from the conference room, his resolve hardening. Following the meeting, he abruptly announced a retreat into seclusion, delegating the task of cooperating with Li Yang to his subordinate, the deputy chief inspector. Li Yang, however, did not express any objection. As he was the highest commander of this operation, the absence of Zhang Jian was inconsequential. Recalling Zhang Jian's intense dissatisfaction during the meeting, Li Yang found himself anticipating whether Zhang Jian would achieve his breakthrough after his seclusion. From the information he had gathered, Zhang Jian had been stuck at the pinnacle of the imperial sovereign level for decades. Achieving a breakthrough was no easy feat. 3 days swiftly passed. The clandestine strongholds of the Destiny sect hidden throughout the Yuzhou region faced the most severe crackdown in history. With the elite forces of the Martial Alliance and the military joining forces, coupled with Li Yang, a late-stage Earth Martial God personally commanding the operation, The Destiny sect's hurried attempts at resistance were akin to striking a stone with an egg. Nearly 100 strongholds, whether concealed within base cities or hidden in the most secluded wilderness areas, were thoroughly excavated and eradicated by official personnel. The organization's members, from the lowest-ranking followers to the high-ranking elders and protectors, suffered grievous casualties. Either they were killed or captured. Only a handful of fortunate individuals managed to escape the onslaught of officials, bearing witness to Li Yang's terrifying retribution. Both factions conducted an extensive internal purge, eliminating the hidden spies and traitors among them. The entire Yuzhou region underwent a remarkable transformation. Li Yang generously rewarded the martial artists who distinguished themselves during this operation, fulfilling the previously promised incentives. Various media outlets eagerly reported on the thunderous action orchestrated by Chief Provincial Inspector Li Yang, significantly elevating his prestige in the eyes of the public. At noon, in the Yingyang base city, after concluding a press conference and returning to his luxurious villa to bask in the sun, Li Yang had barely closed his eyes when the communicator on his wrist emitted a sound. A hint of irritation crossed his face as he lazily muttered, "Who could it be, lacking in discernment, calling at such an inopportune moment?" As he grumbled, he raised his wrist, and, upon seeing the identity of the caller, instantly perked up. It was none other than the leader of the Thunder Alliance. He quickly rose from his lounge chair, gesturing for the two maids beside him to fan him and offer him spirit fruits, while the maid dressed in a fragrant, delicate outfit retreated. The two maids, clad in maid outfits, were exceptionally beautiful, a rarity indeed. The one on the left had brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, her slightly upturned eyes exuding an unintentional allure. Her skin was as fair as the finest mutton fat jade, elegantly highlighted by the lace of her maid outfit. Her slender arms were delicate, yet not frail, and as she moved, the hem of her skirt swayed gently, revealing a glimpse of her white stockings-clad calves, exuding a perfect blend of innocence and charm. The one on the right possessed a different allure, with a graceful nose and naturally pink lips. Her figure was even more exquisite, the fitted design of her maid outfit accentuating her slim waist, while her curves were pleasingly ample, causing her skirt to sway as she walked. Both were strikingly beautiful, with features so flawless that they could easily captivate the hearts of all the male students at any martial arts academy. Yet, even so, in comparison to the impeccably perfect Zhao Qingming, the two ladies lacked a certain unique charm. Upon noticing this, they slightly bent their knees, their voices as sweet as honey. "Certainly, sir," and then, with an understanding demeanor, gracefully withdrew, their footsteps light and gentle. Throughout the encounter, they dared not eavesdrop on Li Yang's ensuing conversation, soon retreating into the distance. Within the villa, the exquisite maids and butlers had been meticulously selected by Du Qi prior to his arrival, not chosen by him personally. Once the two maids had respectfully departed, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving Li Yang alone. With a serious expression, he gently pressed the connect button on the communication wristband on his wrist. In an instant, a miniature holographic projection of the Thunder Prison appeared above the wristband, the image remarkably vivid and lifelike. Li Yang respectfully initiated the greeting. "Leader, how may I assist you? Is there something you require?" Simultaneously, he silently prayed within, hoping that no troublesome matters would be brought to him. His decision to come to Yuzhou as the chief envoy was primarily to bide his time, quietly grow stronger, and eventually astonish everyone. Had it not been for the divine mandate sect's provocation, he would not have personally intervened to eradicate their stronghold so thoroughly. Surely, it was far more enjoyable to lounge in the villa, attended by numerous charming maids with sweet voices, than to engage in such conflict. Listening to Li Yang's inquiry, Thunder Prison revealed a faint smile, his mood evidently buoyant, and he spoke slowly, tinged with admiration. "Li Yang, I indeed did not misjudge you. Having just assumed the role of chief envoy, you have already taken such significant action, decisively quelling the arrogance of the divine mandate sect." His words brimmed with praise for Li Yang. For the divine mandate sect, which had flourished for many years and was not significantly weaker than the Martial Alliance, losing nearly 100 strongholds within 3 days was somewhat tolerable. However, the loss of 2 late-stage martial gods, regardless of the powerful faction in Blue Star, was a grievous blow. Li Yang had considerably weakened the influence of the divine mandate sect, and it could be anticipated that they would no longer exhibit their previous hubris. What astonished him most was Li Yang's rapid advancement. Achieving another breakthrough to the late-stage martial god realm in such a short time was indeed a terrifying display of martial talent. Although Li Yang felt elated by Thunder Prison's continuous accolades, he remained humble. Thunder Prison, noticing Li Yang's lack of arrogance, grew even fonder of him. He then shifted the conversation to the matter Li Yang was most concerned about. "You have achieved considerable merit this time. Keep up the good work. By the way, the contribution points corresponding to your accomplishments, along with the divine grade laser gun and SSS stealth cloak, have already been credited to your account. Be sure to check it shortly." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's eyes gleamed with joy, akin to receiving a paycheck, and he eagerly nodded. "Understood, leader. Very well, you may attend to your own matters." Thunder Prison replied with a slight smile before voluntarily ending the communication. He did not inquire about the trivial matter of Li Yang injuring and detaining the military inspector Suyin. Their disparity in status rendered such an issue inconsequential. Even if Li Yang had slain Suyin, he could only consider it misfortune, receiving at most a reprimand for his impulsiveness. Understood, Li Yang respectfully acknowledged. Watching as the holographic projection gradually faded away. Wonderful, he could not help but exclaim, his countenance radiating delight. He hastily logged into the Martial Alliance's official website, where the 1,600 contribution points on his account shimmered with an eye-catching golden light. It exceeded his expectations by a margin. The abundance of contribution points stemmed not only from the elimination of the 2 divine mandate sect martial gods and the dismantling of their strongholds in the Yuzhou region, but also from his hunts in the No. 009 Wilderness Zone, where he had acquired the remains of several Beast Kings and Beast Emperors, along with the sale of the Divine-grade laser gun and SSS-grade stealth cloak. The items had all been delivered to headquarters yesterday. Li Yang felt that keeping the latter was of little use, so he sold it. It was rather cumbersome to retain. The former, too, was heavily restricted, as firing it again required obtaining a divine-grade energy crystal. Thus, he opted to sell everything to the headquarters in exchange for contribution points to redeem more advantageous items. Chapter 58, Divine Core Flame Essence. This decision proved to be remarkably astute. With 1,600 contribution points, he was now in a position to exchange for those exceedingly precious divine-grade resources within the Martial Alliance. While such high-tier resources were not overly abundant, they did exist. Moreover, one had to serve as a chief envoy stationed in a region to possess sufficient authority for exchanges. Now, both of his conditions were fully met. A significant reason for his choice to become chief envoy was indeed to gain access to these divine-grade resources. Reflecting on this, Li Yang's face brimmed with joy as he clicked into the official website store, muttering to himself, "Let me see what divine-grade resources are available for exchange." Skillfully filtering through the options, rows of sparkling golden divine-grade resources began to materialize before him. Weapons, martial arts, battle armor, war machines, elixirs, treasures, and various resources for auxiliary cultivation were all present. Prices ranged from a modest 500 contribution points to several thousand. Additionally, there were special options available for redeeming exploration slots in ancient ruins and training time in high-tower training rooms. Goodness, the depth of resources here is astounding. Li Yang exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe after browsing through all the items. He pondered to himself, no wonder the Martial Alliance's overall strength surpasses that of the military, attracting numerous top-tier experts and martial prodigies. The sheer variety of divine-grade items and those special options are certainly beyond what the military can compare. Subsequently, Li Yang ceased his musings and focused entirely on the divine-grade resources before him. With 1,600 contribution points, he could redeem a notably valuable divine-grade treasure. The dilemma now lay in what to exchange for. With so many exceptional items, being limited to just one was indeed a conundrum. Li Yang murmured to himself, his gaze flitting across the various items, unable to settle on a decision. He furrowed his brow slightly, beginning to deliberate carefully, analyzing the pros and cons of each option. He set aside the special options like exploration slots in ancient ruins and training time in high-tower training rooms for the moment. As for battle armor, weapons, and martial arts, he had sufficient lower-tier alternatives. All the SSS-level martial arts obtained through system sign-ins were formidable, while a war machine would be excellent. He did not currently require one. After thorough contemplation, Li Yang ultimately resolved to exchange for cultivation resources. Alright, I've decided on cultivation resources. After surveying the options, he concluded that cultivation resources were the most worthwhile. He had yet to experience the flavor of divine-grade cultivation resources. Having made his decision, Li Yang resolutely decided against any further alterations. With a gentle swipe of his finger across the virtual screen before him, only the supreme resources suitable for the cultivation of flame warriors remained visible. Although the quantity was not particularly vast, each item was exceedingly tempting. Merely reading their descriptions indicated the substantial benefits they could bestow upon him upon absorption. He then meticulously browsed through the Martial Alliance's official online store, his gaze scanning rows of shimmering, golden-hued supreme resources, ensuring that he overlooked not a single item that could potentially suit him and offer excellent value. After a thorough examination and comparison, Li Yang finally discovered a cultivation resource, named the Core Flame Essence, priced at precisely 1,600 contribution points. The description was exceedingly detailed, explaining how it was formed in the extreme high-temperature and high-pressure regions near the Earth's core, subsequently ejected by a massive volcanic eruption. Upon complete absorption, it promised to provide a significant enhancement for martial artists. Not only would it facilitate the explosive energy required for a breakthrough to the next realm, but it would also augment the martial artist's affinity for fire and precision in control. A spark of excitement ignited within Li Yang as he mused that the Core Flame Essence seemed tailor-made for him. Otherwise, its price would not be so fitting. Very well. I shall acquire this Core Flame Essence, he murmured to himself, pondering whether it would enable him to ascend to the pinnacle of the Earth martial god level. With a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, he decisively clicked the exchange button adjacent to the core flame essence description. In an instant, 600 contribution points vanished from his account. Simultaneously, an artificial intelligence voice resonated, congratulating Lee Chairman on successfully consuming 600 contribution points to exchange for the supreme core flame essence. It further informed him that should he have second thoughts, he could cancel the exchange within an hour and have his contribution points refunded, though such an action would be impossible after that time frame. The item he redeemed would be escorted by a special envoy from headquarters, and he was advised to await its arrival patiently. How considerate, Li Yang chuckled, pleasantly surprised by the option to retract his decision within the hour. However, having meticulously selected the core flame essence, he felt no inclination to reconsider. Observing the zeroed-out contribution points in his account, he felt no sense of loss and promptly exited the store. Remaining within would only serve to taunt him with items he could no longer afford, as he was currently devoid of contribution points. After shutting off his communication wristband, Li Yang stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. By his estimation, he would receive the core flame essence delivered to his door by the Alliance headquarters the following day. During the 3 days spent eliminating the Destiny sect, the items he had signed for were quite bountiful. Among them was a large package of pills containing various types, all of which were rated SSS level. Each type boasted a quantity of 10. This included, but was not limited to, defense pills, attack pills, enhancement pills, detoxification pills, mental recovery pills, and life recovery pills, among a dazzling array of others. Moreover, he had also received 10 early-stage lava guardians, bringing the total to 20 within his lava space. Li Yang envisioned the magnificent sight of 20 lava guardians standing behind him, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Additionally, he had acquired what he deemed the most precious and cost-effective item among the three, a SSS-level fruit tree. Although the energy contained within the spirit fruits it bore was relatively low, even inferior to that of typical SSS-level spirit fruits, it compensated for this flaw with its remarkable quantity and rapid growth rate. It could thrive in any soil and was not picky about its environment. Once planted, it could produce between 1 and 10 SSS-level spirit fruits daily. Over the course of a year, hundreds of SSS-level spirit fruits could be effortlessly harvested. And even if the energy contained was low, it would still surpass that of lower-tier SS-level spirit fruits. However, one must harvest the fruits daily, otherwise, the tree would cease to grow. Chapter 59. The arrival of the envoy. Currently, this SSS-level spirit fruit tree was planted prominently in his backyard, its size quite imposing. The trunk was robust enough that it required several people to encircle it, and its branches were so lush that not a single gap was visible. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows upon the soft grass beneath the tree. This morning, he had already harvested all the fruits, and it would not be until tomorrow that new ones would grow. Li Yang stretched once more and reclined comfortably on the lounge chair. His gaze swept across the courtyard, ultimately landing on 2 figures standing at a distance. The 2 were clad in well-fitted white maid outfits, their figures graceful as they stood attentively, awaiting instructions. A faint smile graced Li Yang's lips as he softly called out, "Xiaoyu, Xiaoqi." Though his voice was not loud, it reached the ears of both young women with precision. Lin Xiaoyue, referred to as Xiaoyu, trembled slightly at the sound, her eyes sparkling with delight as her formerly bowed head lifted. Her almond-shaped eyes shone as if they contained stars, and her lips could not help but curve upward in a smile. Beside her, Suyaki exhibited similar excitement, instinctively clutching her skirt as a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes, prompting her to hastily follow Lin Xiaoyue's lead. The 2 nearly scampered to Li Yang's side, playfully blinking their eyes as they cheerfully exclaimed, "Master, we have arrived." As they approached, Lin Xiaoyue picked up a nearby fan and gently waved it, causing a refreshing breeze imbued with the fragrance of grass and wood to brush against Li Yang's cheek. Suyaki held a fruit platter, extending her delicate, jade-like hand to personally feed a spirit fruit to Li Yang's lips, her movements tender as if cradling a fragile treasure. With his eyes closed, Li Yang slowly bit into the spirit fruit that Suyaki had offered, the sweet juices, laced with strands of spiritual energy, gliding down his throat. A sense of contentment flooded his being, prompting him to exclaim, "How delightful." The sun shone pleasantly, the breeze was gentle, and the company of beautiful women only enhanced his sense of relaxation. Li Yang could not help but feel that his life was undeniably comfortable. With all affairs managed by Zhao Qingming and Du Qi, his only responsibility was to relish life within this villa. However, he mused that if he did not take full advantage of this delightful existence, what would be the point of his transmigration? After fanning himself for a while, Lin Xiaoyue, observing Li Yang's relaxed demeanor, summoned her courage and spoke in a soft, slightly tentative voice, "Master, I actually possess several massage techniques, with precise control over strength and acupoints. Would you like to give it a try?" As she spoke, her large, watery eyes blinked, long lashes fluttering like delicate fans, brimming with anticipation. She resembled a small creature eagerly awaiting praise from its master. Her offer was not made lightly. They had undergone specialized training prior to their employment, mastering various skills as maids. To her, serving someone as significant as Liang well could lead to a remarkable rise in status. Upon hearing her words, Liang opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Lin Shiyue. The sweet and charming Lin Shiyue was now pouting slightly, exuding a playful demeanor. With a casual smile, Liang replied, "Oh, then why not give it a try? Let this esteemed gentleman evaluate your technique." As Lin Shiyue witnessed Li Yang's consent, a sweet smile blossomed on her face akin to a flower, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Very well, my lord, I shall proceed now," she said, her tone laced with playful anticipation and a hint of shyness. Without delay, she eagerly set aside the fan in her hand, her warm palms gently resting upon Li Yang's shoulders as she began to massage him. The moment her hands made contact with his skin, a tremor of exhilaration coursed through her. Li Yang's skin was remarkably smooth and resilient, while the robust physique exuded an overwhelming strength that left her utterly captivated. Her techniques were both skillful and gentle, alternating between firm pressure and delicate kneading. That feels delightful," Liang murmured contentedly, offering his approval. Observing this interaction, Suyaki could not remain passive. Pouting slightly, with a glimmer of defiance in her eyes, she declared, "My lord, I can massage as well. My techniques are no less proficient than Sister Yu's. You should give me a chance." Liang, noticing her eager gaze, chuckled heartily. "Oh, in that case, why not both of you join in?" One girl focused on the upper body, her touch gentle yet precise as she pressed on the acupoints to alleviate Li Yang's shoulder and neck tension, while the other tended to his lower body, her fingers nimbly kneading the muscles of his legs. Their harmonious cooperation flowed seamlessly, bringing Liang immense joy as he squinted his eyes and occasionally emitted satisfied murmurs. The maids witnessing this scene within the villa were filled with envy and jealousy. These vibrant young women couldn't help but inwardly grumble, "What a splendid opportunity. And yet it is those two, Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi, who have seized it. How I wish it were me serving by his side." They gazed at Liang as powerful, well-defined physique and youthful, handsome visage, far removed from the guise of aged and monstrous figures. Coupled with his noble status and formidable prowess, their hearts brimmed with deep yearning. Liang, perceptive enough to sense their desires, remained largely indifferent, acknowledging that it was natural for people to admire strength. His day, filled with pleasure and indulgence, swiftly passed amidst massages and feasting, culminating in a relaxing soak in the backyard spring. The following morning, Liang awoke from his opulent slumber, attended by a host of enchanting maids, each possessing their unique charm. After relishing a lavish breakfast, his spirits buoyed. He contemplated plucking today as spirit fruit when his acute hearing detected the distant roar of a fighter jet rapidly approaching. "That's the sound of a warplane," he murmured to himself. As the aircraft drew nearer, he suddenly became alert, the aura of a peak Earth martial god. His keen perception discerned the presence of an exceptionally concealed peak Earth martial god emanating from within the jet. Although he was yet to identify the visitor, he harbored a strong suspicion that it was likely one of the 3 hidden counselors of the Martial Arts Alliance, tasked with escorting the precious core flame essence to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. It could not possibly be one of the counselors stationed in various states as regional governors. With this thought, Liang gazed into the distant sky, rising to his feet and striding towards the front courtyard, poised to welcome his core flame essence and eager to confirm his suspicions. The rarity of this essence was self-evident, valued at a staggering 1,600 contribution points. Thus, it was no surprise that a peak Earth martial god would be dispatched for its protection. Any loss during transit would be catastrophic. In no time, an SSS-class fighter emblazoned with the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters insignia swiftly approached and began to descend in the spacious courtyard of the villa. As the aircraft stabilized and the hatch opened, 3 Emperor-level martial artists emerged, while the peak Earth martial god remained inside, further validating Li Yang's conjecture. With a slight motion, Liang approached the trio, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, Counselor Li, the leader has dispatched us to personally deliver the items you exchanged." One of the stern-faced Emperor-level martial artists responded with respectful deference, concealing the presence of the peak Earth martial god within the aircraft. He then handed Liang a mysterious box. "Counselor Li, this is the Xiantai spirit box. Once you confirm your identity with your wristband, the box will automatically open, revealing the items you have exchanged." Liang accepted the box, his gaze fixating on the Xiantai spirit box, sensing its formidable defensive capabilities. Even if he wished to breach it, it would require considerable effort. Following the stern martial artist's instructions, he raised his wrist and gently touched the box with his wristband. "Identity confirmed, now opening." As the voice resonated from the box, a surge of potent fiery energy abruptly emanated from within. Nestled inside was an energy crystal, dark golden in hue, exuding a chillingly high temperature and an overwhelming wave of energy, the very core flame essence he had exchanged for. The intense energy felt as though it could ignite everything surrounding it. Liang slowly extracted the core flame essence from the Xiantai spirit box, cradling it in his palms. The dense energy flowed like a tangible substance, tendrils of it wafting into his nostrils, causing him to involuntarily display a look of rapture. The 3 envoys and the maids within the villa were all entranced by the sight of this divine resource, their hearts racing. Particularly the maids, whose expressions reflected sheer astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a treasure. The searing energy seemed capable of piercing the air and striking at their very souls. This divine resource truly lives up to its reputation, Li Yong murmured softly, his face aglow with joy. With a mere thought, he stored the core flame essence within his infinite storage space and turned his attention back to the 3 envoys. Thank you for your hard work. He then handed the Xiantai spirit box back to them. It appeared exquisitely crafted, and one could easily surmise it held significant value, surely not a gift without cost. Moreover, he had no practical use for it. The stern martial artist accepted the Xiantai spirit box, a flicker of reverence crossing his eyes. His demeanor respectful yet relaxed from the completion of their task. It was no trouble at all, Counselor Li. It is our honor to serve you. We shall return to headquarters now. With that, he and the other 2 envoys respectfully took their leave, not lingering any longer, their hearts filled with admiration for Li Yong. At such a young age, possessing such status and strength, and now acquiring this divine resource, how many would yearn for such fortune? It truly is a case of comparison breeds envy. As the hatch of the fighter jet slowly closed, it soon emitted a roar. Ascending into the sky and returning to the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, Li Yong stood within the villa, watching the aircraft depart, a smile gracing his lips as he waved, as if greeting an old friend. Meanwhile, inside the aircraft, a middle-aged man clad in black combat attire, his hair neatly combed back without a strand out of place, emanated a commanding aura. Through the aircraft's window, he smiled subtly and nodded at Li Yong in acknowledgement. He is none other than Chen Hui, one of the 3 hidden earth martial deities within the Martial Alliance, whose prowess surpasses even that of Lu Yi, typically serving as the leader's shadow guard. He has come specifically to escort the Earth Core Flame Essence, ensuring no mishaps occur during its transport. However, at this moment, Chen Hui's heart is far from the calm facade he presents. It is filled with trepidation. Although he has remained concealed within the battle aircraft, he can distinctly sense the formidable aura emanating from Li Yong, which reveals the extent of his strength. That aura is akin to a towering mountain, steady and substantial, reminiscent of a boundless ocean, vast and profound. The shock it brings is even greater than that of those peak earth martial deities, who, in their lifetimes, may hope to break through to the realm of the heavenly martial deities. Even though my level exceeds his by a small margin, in combat, I would undoubtedly be the one to fall. Chen Hui muses silently, his eyes filled with reverence. Truly, he is an extraordinarily powerful individual. The mere late-stage earth martial deity exudes such an overwhelming sense of crisis in me. Once he absorbs this earth core flame essence, it is entirely possible that our next encounter will find him having reached the pinnacle of earth martial deity, at which point, I would be even less his match. Perhaps only a heavenly martial deity would pose a threat to him. Chen Hui's mind is astounded as he reflects on why Lei Yu was so generous upon first meeting Li Yong, offering an SSS-grade resource without hesitation. Likewise, the individual, second only to the leader, suddenly decided to send his precious daughter to be by this man's side. All of this is attributable to Li Yang's terrifyingly formidable strength and potential. As the aircraft glides onward, resembling a colossal black bird, it gradually vanishes from the sights of the Ingyang base city. Inside the cabin, Chen Hui gazes through the porthole, watching the contours of the base fade into obscurity, his astonishment towards Li Yong lingering long in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Yong, brimming with excitement, departs from the villa and hastens to the training chamber of the general state. Sitting cross-legged, his expression betrays a mix of urgency and anticipation. With a mere thought, the radiant earth core flame essence materializes in his palm. Wow, he exclaims, as he feels the immense energy radiating from the earth core flame essence, a sensation of exhilaration coursing through him. Every cell in his body rejoices, and a powerful desire to absorb this essence surges within him. The energy contained within this earth core flame essence is truly immense. If absorbed by a warrior at the initial stage of the King's realm, it could very well propel them directly into the early stages of the Emperor's realm. Li Yong murmurs, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Without further delay, another thought strikes him. The 15 SSS-grade spirit fruits he harvested over the past few days also appear beside him, emanating a gentle luminescence that complements the searing energy of the earth core flame essence. When combined, they will undoubtedly allow him to break through to the pinnacle of earth martial deity, bringing him ever closer to the heavenly martial deity realm. With unwavering determination, Li Yong picks up the earth core flame essence and softly declares, "Let us begin with you." As his voice resonates, the temperature within the training chamber soars, as if one were ensconced in a colossal furnace. Li Yong himself ignites with a faint flame, unleashing a torrent of scorching waves. The concentrated fiery energy within the earth core flame essence rushes into Li Yang's body like a deluge unleashed. Such potent energy. Li Yang's expression reflects pure ecstasy as he swiftly becomes immersed in the process of absorption. Time slips away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye. It is noon the following day. Inside the training chamber, Liang slowly opens his eyes, which flicker with embers of fire. He exudes the aura of a peak earth martial deity, powerful and composed, having clearly achieved a successful breakthrough. The success of my breakthrough aligns precisely with my expectations. Liang smiles broadly, a grin he cannot suppress. Rising to his feet, he clenches his creaking fists, reveling in the state of his cultivation and exclaiming with unrestrained joy. Thanks to the source of martial heart, otherwise, I would not have stabilized my aura so swiftly. Now, his strength can undoubtedly be proclaimed as unrivaled within the realm of earth martial deities. Even against a heavenly martial deity, he possesses the capability to contend. And the outcome remains uncertain. The confidence stemming from his enhanced power ignites within Liang an impulsive desire to challenge Lei Alliance leader. A glimmer of combativeness sparks in his eyes. Yet, he quickly recalls the astonishing feats Lei has accomplished since the Great Cataclysm. Each one shining like brilliant stars in the annals of martial history, evoking both awe and fear. He is an idol and object of reverence in the hearts of countless warriors. No, I must not act rashly. Liang's fervor cools in an instant. It is clear that Lei is no ordinary peak heavenly martial deity. Though a challenge may not lead to life-threatening consequences, it would likely result in a thorough beating. For prudence's sake, he resolves to wait until he breaks through to the heavenly martial deity realm before challenging the alliance leader. Liang ponders deeply, sensing that Lei has likely brushed against the threshold of transcending the realm of heavenly martial deity. Otherwise, the celestial beasts surrounding the nation of Huaxiao would not be so restrained. Chapter 61. The Amplification Aura of Cultivation, the Master Injioming. Liang temporarily sets aside his thoughts of challenging Lei. Taking a deep breath, he completely retracts the aura emanating from him, becoming as tranquil and introspective as a profound lake. Remembering that he has yet to exhaust the sign-in opportunities from the past 2 days, he focuses within his mind to silently address the system. System, sign in. Congratulations, host, for successfully signing in. All accumulated attempts have been consumed, granting you the Cultivation Amplification Aura 1, elevating the levels of all lava guardians to the mid-stage of Earth Martial Deity. As the system's voice fades, a peculiar light flickers around Liang. He senses a subtle change in his surroundings. Subsequently, he hears the system's detailed explanation. Cultivation Amplification Aura. Upon activation, the cultivation speed of all life within 100 meters of the host increases by 10. The host can freely select amplification targets and enable or disable the effect. With this revelation, Liang's eyes brighten. As the amplification effect activates automatically, he feels tendrils of spiritual energy begin to flow towards him, as if little tadpoles were seeking their mother. An expression of astonishment escapes his lips. Is this the effect of the Cultivation Amplification Aura? The spiritual energy is actually seeking to enter my body. Moreover, this effect applies not only to himself, but also to others. And he retains the freedom to decide whether to allow others to benefit from his amplification. There is no limitation on the number of individuals either. A surge of delight fills Liang. From now on, he will transform into a mobile training chamber. Although a 10 amplification effect may not seem particularly pronounced, it is merely the initial form. Based on the system's previous tendencies, this percentage will undoubtedly increase with future sign-ins, leading to an astonishing amplification effect. Aside from that, the elevation of the 20 Lava Guardians to the mid-stage of Earth Martial Deity is also commendable. If not, the disparity in their ranks would become excessively pronounced. Subsequently, the Lava Guardians would seem utterly inconsequential. Afterward, Liang left the training room with a sense of joy, returning to the villa to continue his leisurely enjoyment. At that moment, within the secretary's office of the General Prefecture, a martial artist dressed in a gray outfit, his eyes betraying a hint of caution, knocked before entering. His voice carried a trace of hesitation as he reported to Zhao Qingning, who was diligently attending to her duties. My lord, the General Prefect has departed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning abruptly halted her current task, her pen pausing midair. Her expression stiffened for a moment. A blend of helplessness towards Li Yang's lack of diligence and an indescribable sense of loss washing over her. She let out a soft sigh, a look of resignation crossing her face as she waved her hand to her subordinate, saying, "All right, I understand. You may return to your duties." Yes. The gray-clad martial artist respectfully retreated, closing the door behind him with understanding. Zhao Qingning leaned back in her chair, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant, her emotions fluctuating. Upon hearing news of Li Yang's unexpected visit to the training room yesterday, she had harbored a faint hope that he might return to address his responsibilities. Perhaps he would suddenly change his attitude and begin to earnestly assume the duties of the General Prefect. Yet, what was the outcome? After a day of training, he slipped back to the villa without any intention of attending to the affairs of the General Prefecture. Zhao Qingning shook her head in despair, grumbling inwardly. When will Li Yang finally focus on serious matters? Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Li Yang's joyous breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Earth Martial God realm and his acquisition of numerous precious items, the situation within the Destiny sect was entirely different. shrouded in a heavy gloom. In the distant West continent, the Western nations united to form a colossal force known as the Holy Court in response to the threat from ferocious beasts. Numerous base cities were established under its aegis, akin to the martial arts alliance of the Wuxian nation. The headquarters of the Destiny sect shamelessly masqueraded as a branch of the Holy Court, situated in one of these base cities. Unlike the martial arts alliance of Wuxia, which resolutely chose to eradicate cults like the Destiny sect, the Holy Court opted for a path of cooperation. However, given the actions of the Destiny sect within Wuxia, the Holy Court, wary of offending Wuxia and provoking the terrifying figure known as Lei, chose to keep their collaboration discreet. After all, the association with a cult would not be looked upon favorably. Considering various factors, their cooperation remained clandestine, unwilling to bring it into the open. As of now, the Destiny sect had infiltrated a significant portion of the Holy Court, which had become increasingly dependent on them. To further expand their influence, the Destiny sect set its sights on another major power in the East, Wuxian nation, a coveted prize. If they could control the martial arts alliance as firmly as they did the Holy Court, the extent of the Destiny sect's influence and territorial control would soar dramatically. In such a scenario, the Destiny sect could transform from a universally reviled cult into an official power. At that point, the martial arts alliance and the Holy Court would be the ones labeled as the cult. However, this situation diverged sharply from their expectations. Instead of feasting on the spoils, they found themselves losing several teeth. Within the headquarters of the Destiny sect, in a room akin to an office, a tall figure sat cross-legged, clad in a flowing black robe. His countenance was stern, and his eyes glimmered with a chilling light, a high-bridged nose above tightly sealed lips, exuding an aura of a peak earth martial god. Yet, he fell slightly short of Lei's prowess. This individual was none other than Yin, the leader of the Destiny sect. At this moment, his expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his mood evidently foul. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, suffocating. Incompetent fools, all of them. An enraged voice reverberated within the confines of the room. This phrase had been uttered by Yin countless times over the past few days, the venom in his voice thick enough to become tangible within the room. The reason was simple. The Destiny sect had suffered catastrophic losses in Wuxia. The two late-stage Earth Martial God-level combatants dispatched were slain, and precious divine-grade laser guns capable of threatening Earth Martial God warriors were seized. Long-hidden bases in Yuzhou were uprooted, while others in surrounding states were also destroyed. Years of planning had been severely crippled. Reflecting on all this, Yin felt parched and drained. He downed the spiritual tea before him in one gulp, then crushed the cup in his hand, shattering it into countless fragments. Damn the martial arts alliance and Liang. A frenzied light flickered in Yin eyes. This attempt to demonstrate strength to the martial arts alliance had not only failed to achieve its goal, but had backfired spectacularly, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Chapter 62. The exasperated Zhao Qingming. Liang, I will remember you. Yin expression was as cold as frost, his eyes glinting with a chilling light as he etched Li Yang's name firmly into his memory. One individual had crossed borders to slay two of his generals, and even the divine-grade laser guns had fallen into his hands. As time slowly passed, the fury within Yin ebbed, gradually doused like a fire doused with cold water. Once he calmed down, he began to ponder why his seemingly foolproof plan had failed so utterly. After a prolonged silence, a cloud of darkness loomed over his face. His brows knitted tightly, as if to crush a fly. Finally, Yin sighed heavily, his voice low and tinged with a hint of despondency as he murmured, "It seems I cannot regard the Wuxiao alliance as mere fools like those in the Holy Court. I was far too complacent." Initially, he believed the martial arts alliance would be as easy to handle as the Holy Court. He thought he could gradually infiltrate, coercing and enticing the upper echelons to join the Destiny sect while eliminating those who opposed them, thereby gaining control step by step. Little did he expect to stumble so severely right from the outset. A strong sense of unwillingness clouded Ying's expression. However, as most of the data points within Wuxia had been eradicated, the remaining remnants of their forces dared not act recklessly. They huddled in corners like startled birds. Enough. Let us remember this debt and deliberate on it later. Yin gritted his teeth, his voice as if squeezed through clenched jaws. The most pressing matter now was to lick their wounds and recuperate, awaiting the opportune moment to exact a fierce revenge on both the Wuxiao alliance and Liang. Yin was still unaware that Liang had already broken through to the pinnacle of the Earth Martial God realm. Otherwise, he would surely have altered his current mindset. Time swiftly passed, and 1 week later, on a midday in the secretary's office of the General Prefecture in Ingyang Base City, Yuzhou, Zhao Qingming gazed at the towering stack of urgent documents that required her attention, her delicate brows furrowed. Her once vibrant eyes were now filled with weariness, and her slightly pouted lips added an air of petulance. Thinking of Liang leisurely enjoying himself in the villa at that moment, a wave of indignation surged within her. As the general prefect, Liang was utterly neglecting his duties. Deputy Governor Du Qi exhibited a remarkably nonchalant demeanor, embodying a carefree attitude solely focused on her cultivation. Currently, The entirety of the administrative affairs in the U province had been entrusted to her, a responsibility far exceeding that of a mere base city. Even with the assistance of the branch headquarters and the provincial government personnel, the daily demands were indeed exhausting. What vexed her most was that ever since Li Yang's brief appearance a week ago, he had not graced the provincial government with his presence even once. I cannot tolerate this any longer. How could Li Yang be so indolent? Is this how a deputy governor should behave? Zhao Qingming, her frustration palpable, wrapped her fingers against the table. Her fair complexion instantly flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of peach blossoms kissed by a gentle spring breeze. Her wide eyes glinted with indignation, as if she were ready to unleash her frustration with her pearly white teeth. Yet, despite her ire, her exquisite features radiated an unexpected charm, rendering her anger both playful and endearing. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qingming allowed her long green hair to cascade over her shoulders, resembling willow tendrils swaying in the spring air. She clenched her fists, the knuckles tinged with a hint of rosy white, as if she had resolutely made a decision. No. Since Li Yang has chosen to remain absent, I shall personally seek him out. Leaving all these matters to me alone is simply overwhelming. Rising to her feet, the hem of her white dress swayed gently, revealing her slender calves that glimmered like exquisite jade, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure. Today, she had styled her hair into a loosely tied half-updo, with a few wisps framing her face, highlighting her delicate neck. With a swift motion, Zhao Qingming gathered the mountain of documents before her into her communication wristband and stepped out of the office, her resolve unwavering. She headed straight for the luxurious villa where Li Yang resided. Before long, she arrived at the villa's entrance. Given Li Yang's unwavering confidence in his own abilities, the villa was devoid of any martial guards. Instead, there were 16 maids dedicated to attending to his daily needs, a butler, and 4 5-star chefs, each performing their respective duties. The villa's grand doors stood wide open, seemingly welcoming her arrival. The doors are ajar? How fortuitous. With her long, fair legs, resembling finely carved jade, Zhao Qingming strode confidently inside. Upon entering, she was immediately drawn to 2 unsightly piles of dark reddish-brown stones positioned nearby. What are these unattractive stones doing here? Zhao Qingming furrowed her brows in mild confusion, her expression akin to a bunny disapproving of the weeds while passing a flower bed. Adorably perplexed. Yet, she dismissed it as a quirk of Li Yang's unique taste and continued deeper into the villa, oblivious to the subtle, glimmering golden light emanating from those dark stones, fixated upon her. Shortly thereafter, she encountered the butler, He Meng, who had just emerged from the kitchen, a hint of sweetness lingering in the air around him. Dressed in a smoke-gray silk shirt with a loosely tied bow at the collar and a matching pencil skirt that accentuated her mature curves, He Meng, at 30, possessed an alluring charm in her gaze. Upon seeing Zhao Qingming, her expression shifted from surprise to a warm, respectful smile. Secretary Zhao, what brings you here? Are you looking for the deputy governor? Please wait a moment. I shall notify him right away. Zhao Qingming, her cheeks still flushed with indignation, retorted, Where is he? I will find him myself. As she spoke, her chin lifted slightly, resembling an irate little swan. He Meng, sensing Zhao Qingming's unusual demeanor, assumed there was an urgent matter requiring Li Yang's attention. She gestured toward the villa's backyard, saying, The deputy governor is in the back. Before He Meng could finish her sentence, Zhao Qingming swiftly departed towards the backyard, determined to discover what Li Yang was doing. How could he, as deputy governor, squander his days and neglect the provincial government for an entire week? He had entrusted all responsibilities to her. He Meng watched as Zhao Qingming hastily vanished from view. And after a brief moment of contemplation, she remembered something and called out, Secretary Zhao, I haven't finished speaking yet. It might not be appropriate for you to go now. Whether Zhao Qingming heard her was uncertain, as her silhouette had already disappeared from sight. Chapter 63. Soothing. Following He Meng's directions, Zhao Qingming hurriedly made her way to the backyard. Distracted by her pent-up frustration, she failed to hear any further comments from He Meng. The moment she stepped into the backyard, an awkward yet intoxicating scene unfolded before her eyes. Zhao Qingming's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Li Yang, bare-chested, his sculpted muscles appearing as if meticulously chiseled, each defined and radiating strength. His broad chest rose and fell with his breath, exuding a masculine allure. The chiseled 8-pack abs glistened like a finely carved masterpiece, while the smooth lines of his arms spoke of explosive power. He leaned against the edge of a hot spring, surrounded by 4 maids attending to him. One offered fresh juice to his lips, another gently fed him grilled meat, a third held a delicate dessert, and the last was tenderly massaging his shoulders. In that moment, Li Yang closed his eyes, appearing utterly enraptured in bliss. What was even more peculiar was that a fist-sized, seemingly extraordinary white frog floated in the hot spring, its snow-white body devoid of any blemishes, its round eyes sparkling with cleverness. It too had closed its eyes, seemingly savoring the soothing waters. Zhao Qingming's already flushed face turned as bright as a ripe apple, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to Li Yang's flawless physique, and her heart raced inexplicably. A twinge of jealousy surfaced within her towards the four maids attending to him. The white frog, reclining in the hot spring in a backstroke position, croaked upon noticing Zhao Qingming's sudden arrival, as if to alert those nearby. Hearing the frog's call, Liang turned his head to the young maid beside him, who wore a pale pink maid outfit, with her hair tied in a matching bow. Her skin fair as freshly peeled lychee. After accepting the green fruit water from her and drinking it down, he flashed a smile at Zhao Qingming, feigning ignorance of her presence, and said, "Oh, Miss Qingming, what brings you here? He Meng and the others are rather inconsiderate not to inform me." With a gentle wave of his hand, he signaled the four maids attending him to step back. "Yes, sir." The four individuals immediately understood each other's intentions. Rising to stand aside in anticipation, their eyes glinting with curiosity as they cautiously observed Li Yang and his companion. Li Yang, noticing the flush on Zhao Qingming's face, found himself unwilling to divert his gaze from her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingming, exhibiting a demeanor akin to a mischievous rogue, secretly chuckled to herself. It must be said that her puffed-up expression was indeed endearing. In truth, from the moment Zhao Qingming had entered the villa, she was already aware of his arrival. She had opened the door herself. Moreover, she had overheard her disparaging remarks about the two lava guardians stationed at the entrance, who served as her guards. To this, he could only express his disappointment in her lack of discernment, for they were indeed formidable and far from unattractive. Zhao Qingming, regarding Li Yang's relaxed demeanor, recalled her own relentless days at the provincial governor's office, where she had been tirelessly occupied, her mental faculties nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, he seemed to be indulging in a leisurely soak in the hot spring, and a wave of indignation surged within her. If Li Yang had been diligently training, she might have accepted it more readily. Clenching her fists instinctively, she released them, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance as she complained, "My lord, you are here soaking in the hot spring. You have not attended the provincial governor's office for an entire week. The urgent matters are piling up like a mountain. If this continues, I truly will not be able to endure it any longer." Upon hearing this, Li Yang gazed at the indignant Zhao Qingming, her cheeks flushed with irritation, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he vanished from the hot spring, appearing on the shore like a specter. Then, with a mere thought, a blue bathrobe materialized around him, enveloping him completely, presenting no semblance of impropriety. Li Yang did not attempt to defend himself. Instead, he spread his arms wide, sincerity evident in his expression as he said, all right, Miss Qingming, I am well aware of the burdens you bear. This is all in an effort to cultivate your independence. Your ability to handle affairs will undoubtedly improve significantly in the future." Zhao Qingming stood there, fuming silently, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. There was no cultivation involved. It was plainly his laziness in dealing with matters that he had offloaded onto her. Just as she was about to voice her concerns, she noticed Li Yang's lips curve into a gentle smile, prompting him to reassure her, "Do not be angry, Miss Qingming." At this juncture, Li Yang paused momentarily, a mysterious glimmer crossing his features. With a flicker of thought, he summoned forth an SSS-grade youth elixir, an SSS-grade gene enhancement potion exuding an enigmatic aura, and 5 SSS-grade spirit fruits freshly picked that morning, all of which floated gracefully into his palm from his infinite storage space. "Here, Miss Qingming, consider these 3 items as a reward for your hard work these past few days," Li Yang said with a smile. As he spoke, the items began to drift towards Zhao Qingming, and he gestured for her not to be modest. "Please, accept them graciously." His generosity was not born out of a clouded mind due to her beauty, but rather from the abundance of rewards he had accumulated recently, which he deemed fitting to share with her as a form of compensation. The SSS-grade youth elixir had come from a previous batch of medicinal gifts, of which he had no personal use, being a man uninterested in such matters. The SSS-grade gene enhancement potions were a product of his recent luck. Having received 2 large gift packages, each containing 10 potions, he had already absorbed 11, reaching an almost perfect level of enhancement. Further consumption would yield no additional benefits unless he absorbed divine-grade enhancements. Selling the remaining 10 to the Martial Arts Alliance felt unwise, so he had chosen to keep them in his storage space, intending to reward those he deemed deserving. As the esteemed provincial governor, it was imperative to bestow appropriate gifts upon subordinates who performed admirably. After giving away 1 potion, he still had 9 left. The 5 SSS-grade spirit fruits were easily harvested from his own efforts, and he had no qualms about parting with them, as his storage space was overflowing with similar items. Over the past week, his rewards had been plentiful, including 2 SSS-grade gene enhancement potion gift packages and a spirit fruit tree, along with a lava warrior whose level had ascended to the late stage of Earth Martial God, and a frost toad god at the initial stage of Earth Beast God, which had recently been elevated to its peak. The creature currently floating in the hot spring was indeed a fearsome beast at the pinnacle of the Earth Beast God level. Loyal to him, as the lava guardians were, he had also created a dedicated space within his infinite storage for it to move freely. Lastly, there was the very hot spring he had just been soaking in, known for its efficacy in enhancing physical strength and improving one's bloodline, thereby increasing the upper limits of martial artists. The spring water replenished itself automatically, providing an endless supply, and was enriched with numerous treasures gathered from various provincial and divisional storehouses, further amplifying its effects. Chapter 64, The Spirit Spring. This for me. Zhao Qingming's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the 3 items Li Yong had presented. Her long lashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, betraying her incredulity. It was hard to fathom that these treasures were intended for her. The moment her fingertips brushed the edge of the items, she felt a gentle, almost imperceptible energy that made her heart skip a beat. This was undeniably the aura of SSS-grade items. How could Li Yong be so generous as to gift them to her? Observing Zhao Qingming's astonishment, Li Yong waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor relaxed and affable, as though these were mere trinkets. No need for formality, Miss Qingming. You have been tirelessly attending to the provincial governor's affairs. These rewards are rightfully yours. To him, these items were not particularly rare or precious, as his infinite storage was filled with countless others. He could harvest SSS-grade spirit fruits in abundance daily. With Li Yang's assurance, the frustration that had been building within Zhao Qingming dissipated in an instant, replaced by a surge of excitement. Then I shall accept them. She no longer feigned modesty, reaching out to take the items and storing them in her ring, her entire being radiating with exhilaration. She suddenly felt that if her compensation could always be so generous, perhaps managing the provincial governor's office entirely could be a feasible endeavor. After all, Li Yang's gifts were exceedingly bountiful. The absorption of these items would undoubtedly lead to a breakthrough in her cultivation. Among them, the youth elixir was particularly enticing, although she considered herself quite attractive. What girl wouldn't desire to maintain her beauty perpetually? The allure of the youth elixir was simply irresistible to her. Li Yong, witnessing Zhao Qingming's swift shift in attitude akin to a dramatic face-changing act in a Sichuan opera, found the situation amusing. Indeed, money could work wonders. He then decided to fully embrace his role as a benefactor, smiling as he said, Miss Qingming, combining these resources with the effects of my spirit spring will yield optimal results. You should come and try it out. Zhao Qingming was suddenly jolted into alertness by the words spoken. The color that had just begun to soften on her face bloomed again into a rosy hue, reminiscent of the resplendent twilight sky. Was Li Yong inviting her to join him for a soak in the hot springs? Her heart raced like a startled fawn, warmth flooding through her body as if a current of heat were surging from her heart and swiftly enveloping her. As she contemplated this, she discreetly cast a glance at Li Yang's striking features and the unique masculine allure he exuded. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze teasing her heartstrings, perfectly aligning with her desires, causing her heart to skip a beat. The notion of sharing a hot spring didn't seem so objectionable after all. Yet, the suddenness and inherent shyness of the suggestion left her feeling somewhat flustered and at a loss. Zhao Qingming bit her lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Should she accept or decline? It was indeed a dilemma. If she consented, would she appear overly unreserved? Conversely, if she declined, would she miss such a splendid opportunity? Li Yong observed Zhao Qingming's hesitation, recognizing the familiar flicker in her eyes, and instantly surmised the chaotic thoughts swirling within her mind. His own intentions were quite straightforward. Given that Zhao Qingming was at the pinnacle of her kingly cultivation, absorbing 5 SSS-grade spirit fruits would likely propel her to the emperor level. Coupled with the enhancements from the spirit dew spring to elevate her martial potential, she might even leap into the mid-emperor tier. At that point, with her invigorated vitality, he could more reasonably entrust all matters to her care, and she would probably not voice as many objections as she did now. With a sudden flicker of movement, he appeared before the lost in thought, Zhao Qingming like a wraith. He gently tapped her green-haired head, a playful smile gracing his lips as he teased, What are you daydreaming about? This is merely a separate reward. You can enjoy the soak alone. I'm off for lunch. As he spoke, he gestured toward the frost frog god, still comfortably nestled in the hot spring. If you find the temperature too high, just tell little Gua. It can release cold air to help adjust the spring's warmth. The frost frog god, affectionately named Little Gua by Li Yong, glanced at Zhao Qingming with its round eyes, giving a friendly croak in response. Zhao Qingming, having her innermost thoughts laid bare by Li Yong, felt a blush creeping across her cheeks. Clearing her throat to mask her embarrassment, she quickly shifted the topic. Her gaze filled with mild astonishment as she looked at the diminutive frost frog god in the spring, exclaiming, Wow, it can understand? What a clever little frog. Li Yong raised an eyebrow at her words, internally musing. It can not only comprehend your speech, but could also obliterate you in an instant. Yet, he refrained from expressing such thoughts so bluntly. Of course, Little Gua has attained the peak of the earth beast god tier. Before Zhao Qingming could process this, he turned to the 4 silent women who had been observing the exchange with bemused expressions. Xiao Wan, Xiao Shu. You two stay here to assist Miss Zhao with her bathing. Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi, accompany me for lunch. Understood, sir, the 4 women chimed in soft, melodic tones. Among them, Lin Xiaoyue and Su Yaqi were particularly elated. The fact that the sir chose to have them accompany him for a meal undoubtedly indicated a slight favoritism toward them. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with joy. Li Yong then departed the spirit dew spring, making his way toward the main hall of the villa where he typically had his meals. Knowing that He Ming should have prepared his lunch by now, as Liang walked away, Zhao Qingming's gaze was filled with skepticism as she looked toward little Gua in the hot spring, murmuring, "This little fellow is at the peak of the earth beast god tier? How could that be? Surely, the governor is jesting." She felt no trace of a fearsome aura emanating from little Gua, perceiving it instead as an ordinary frog that hadn't yet evolved. She dismissed Liang's words as mere playful banter. Watching his departing figure, a subtle sense of disappointment flickered in her eyes. At that moment, the two maids, Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu, approached her, their faces adorned with sweet smiles. Xiao Wan held a neatly folded bathrobe in her hands, her voice soft and inviting. "Lady Zhao, we have prepared the bathrobe and change of clothes for you. Would you like to begin your bath now?" Xiao Shu chimed in. "Yes, Lady Zhao. The temperature of the hot spring is just right, and with little Gua here to regulate it, you can be assured of a most comfortable soak." She winked subtly at Zhao Qingming, her eyes brimming with envy, wishing she could swap places with her. They had experienced the benefits of the spirit dew spring themselves a few days prior when Liang was in good spirits, and they were well aware of its remarkable effects. Merely a half-day soak had bestowed upon them unexpected advantages. Zhao Qingming regained her focus, glancing at the attentive maids and the alluring energy emanating from the spirit dew spring. Her initial disappointment at not being able to soak with Liang eased slightly. Nodding gently, a faint smile gracing her lips, she replied, "I appreciate your assistance." Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu exchanged knowing smiles. Xiao Wan playfully winked and said, "Lady Zhao, you're too kind. This is our duty." Xiao Shu nodded in agreement. Soon, they busied themselves preparing for Zhao Qingming's bathing experience. After placing the neatly folded bathrobe aside, they meticulously arranged the surroundings of the spirit dew spring, even bringing in a screen for her privacy. Their teamwork was seamless, and they swiftly readied everything Zhao Qingming would need for her bathing. Standing by the edge of the spirit dew spring, Zhao Qingming gazed at the steam rising from the water, her heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Slowly, she began to shed her garments. The white gown slipped from her shoulders, revealing skin as pale and alluring as mutton-fat jade. With her delicate feet stepping forward, she approached the spirit dew spring. The ripples on the water caressed her ankles, enhancing the porcelain-like quality of her skin, and with each step, she felt the warmth radiating up from the water. As her foot entered the spirit dew spring, a wave of warm and gentle energy enveloped her feet, as if invisible hands were tenderly caressing her. Zhao Qingming paused in surprise, then continued forward until her entire body was submerged in the warm waters. In that instant, she felt the truth of the maid's words. The effects of this spring were indeed formidable. The special energy coursed through her, like a flowing stream, continuously enhancing her martial bloodline. Zhao Qingming felt her entire being invigorated by the nourishment of the spirit dew spring, her face mirroring the refreshing expression of Liang. Curiosity bubbled within her, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Where on earth did Liang unearth this hot spring? He hasn't left the villa in days, has he?" Soon after, filled with intrigue, she gently inquired of the two maids attending her, "Do you know where this hot spring originates?" Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. They were aware that it was Liang who had orchestrated this, and upon their first encounter, they too had felt the same curiosity as Zhao Qingming. Receiving such a response, Zhao Qingming had no choice but to yield and set her thoughts aside. Filled with delight, she retrieved the 3 items that Liang had entrusted to her from her storage ring, pondering to herself. After a prolonged period of consolidation at the pinnacle of the King realm, it was time for a breakthrough. The energy required to ascend to the Emperor level had long since overflowed within her. Previously, she had refrained from rushing the breakthrough to allow for further accumulation. Now, with such an abundance of precious resources at her disposal, the opportunity was perfectly ripe. Zhao Qingming settled her mind and closed her expressive eyes, commencing the absorption of the energy contained within the 3 items, striving to breach the Emperor level. A faint green luminescence enveloped her, as if she were merging with the spirit dew spring. Soon, she became immersed in the experience, casting aside all external distractions. In the main hall of the villa, Liang, relishing a sumptuous lunch amidst a throng of maidservants, suddenly sensed something and paused his movements. His chopsticks hovered in midair as his gaze turned towards the location of the spirit dew spring in the villa's backyard, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Has the breakthrough begun? Just as I anticipated. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, 3 days had passed. On a bright morning, as the sun ascended, golden rays bathed the earth, adorning everything in a shimmering glow. Liang gathered the fruits borne by the jade spirit fruit tree, gazing at the 2 sturdy trees before him, murmuring, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Today, the spirit fruits have yielded 7, quite satisfactory. At this juncture, he abruptly paused, his gaze directed towards the spirit dew spring, obscured by a screen. Sensing the aura emanating from Zhao Qingming, he noted its growing intensity, as if an invisible force was surging forth. "It has been 3 days. She is finally on the verge of a breakthrough," Liang murmured. a flicker of anticipation crossing his eyes. Moments later, as Li Yong finished his breakfast and leisurely savored a cup of fragrant tea, a powerful aura, akin to a tidal wave, erupted from the backyard, sending a shiver down his spine. The aura, tangible as a tempest, compressed the air, producing a buzzing sound as it swept through the villa in mere seconds. The furniture and ornaments within trembled slightly under the impact, while inconspicuous dust cascaded down. Yet, this phenomenon was fleeting. Li Yong effortlessly subdued the aura with a mere thought. Hours passed, and yet another, even more formidable aura of a mid-level emperor warrior surged skyward from the backyard, akin to a brilliant star exploding. It was unmistakably the same source as before. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Yong merely wore an expression of foreseen certainty. Narrowing his eyes, he smiled softly to himself. Zhao Qingning's talent has indeed not disappointed me. In addition to the naturally occurring water imbued with special energy from the spirit dew spring, he had infused it with numerous rare treasures. These treasures gradually dissolved in the spring water, elevating its efficacy to an extraordinary level. Furthermore, during these 3 days of sign-ins, the percentage of his cultivation enhancement aura had surged from an initial 10 to an impressive 50, significantly amplifying its effects. The range had expanded from 100 meters to an astounding 500 meters. Throughout these 3 days, the aura had consistently enveloped Zhao Qingning, continuously augmenting her cultivation efficiency. Given this accumulation, it was entirely reasonable for Zhao Qingning to achieve a breakthrough to the mid-level emperor realm. Moreover, aside from the enhancement of the cultivation aura, the other 2 sign-in rewards were equally invaluable. One was the SSS grade martial art, Eye of Divine Punishment, fully comprehended. This formidable technique specialized in mental attacks, and, when combined with the previously mastered Eye of Void Breaking, possessed tremendous destructive power. Enemies would be severely injured by this potent mental assault before they even approached. The final reward was an elevation in the understanding of the fire principle by 1 level, which was remarkable in itself. It directly advanced his fire principle to level 2, further propelling his strength forward. Mastering the unique domain abilities of the 2nd level principles, the fire domain unleashed an immense consumption of internal energy, enveloping the surrounding space in searing flames. Should an enemy become ensnared within, they would experience the terrifying heat akin to that of purgatory, significantly diminishing their strength. It is widely known that the minimum requirement for warriors to break through to the king and emperor levels is sufficient energy. As long as one is fortunate enough to possess rare resources, even a layabout could rely on resource consumption to ascend to the pinnacle of the emperor level. However, that would render them exceedingly weak. Yet, for a pinnacle emperor warrior to ascend to the earth martial god realm, the process is far more intricate. The key step is to elevate the understanding of a principle to level 1. Without this, overflowing energy will not suffice for a breakthrough. This is precisely why earth martial gods are so rare. Many pinnacle emperor warriors find themselves stymied at this juncture, unable to elevate their principle comprehension to level 1. Likewise, for earth martial gods to ascend to heaven martial gods, their understanding of principles must reach level 2. This time, the sign-in rewards have undoubtedly saved Li Yong considerable time. As long as the energy is sufficient, he can directly breach into the heaven martial god realm. Chapter 66. A curious emotion at this moment. Zhao Qingning, immersed in the spirit dew spring, resembled a spirit flower blossoming amid cerulean waves. Her green hair swayed gently in the water like seaweed, clinging to her shoulders, glistening with a dewy sheen. Her fair skin, suffused with a rosy hue from the steam, resembled jade kissed by morning dew. While her long eyelashes fell like butterfly wings when her eyes fluttered shut, she was wholly absorbed in the joy of her imminent breakthrough to the mid-level emperor realm. With her eyes softly closed, she attuned herself to her current physical condition, her gaze brimming with gratitude towards Li Yong. The SSS grade gene enhancement elixir, along with the surrounding spring water, had proven immensely beneficial to her. She could distinctly feel her body rejuvenating and strengthening under the influence of these 2 precious resources. Every inch of her skin, every meridian seemingly awakened and pulsating with vigorous life. The path ahead in her martial journey appeared all the more unobstructed. Moreover, the stabilization of her aura in such a short span of time was undoubtedly attributable to the merits of these 2 treasures. What astounded her the most was that despite soaking in this spring for 3 days, her body had been fervently absorbing the energy within. Yet the spring water showed no signs of depletion. It remained brimming with boundless energy, as if it were an inexhaustible source. Contemplating this, Zhao Qingning's feelings towards Li Yong grew increasingly intricate, mingling gratitude with an indescribable sentiment. Congratulations, Miss Zhao, on your breakthrough. Every day, the diligent Xiao Wan and Xiao Shu kept vigil here, and upon witnessing Zhao Qingning's successful breakthrough, they hurried over to extend their congratulations. In their hands, they held a pristine green bathrobe and the white dress that Zhao Qingning had previously shed, still wafting with a faint aroma of spiritual herbs, clearly freshly laundered. Zhao Qingning turned her gaze towards the 2 of them, aware that they had remained by her side throughout the 3 days of her cultivation. Filled with gratitude, She spoke softly, "My dear ladies, I truly appreciate your unwavering support during this time." Before Zhao Qingming could finish her sentence, Xiaowan gently shook her head. Her voice tender as she replied, "Oh no, Zhao Miss, please do not say such things. If the master were to hear it, he might blame us." Xiao Shu nodded in agreement, her smile affirming Xiaowan's words. As Zhao Qingming rose, droplets of water cascaded down her smooth shoulders and slender waist, her figure appearing as though it had been measured with a ruler, every curve perfectly proportioned. Xiaowan offered the bathrobe, her eyes fixed upon Zhao Qingming, unable to tear her gaze away. The radiant whiteness of Zhao Qingming's skin was almost blinding, and even the contours of her shoulder blades exuded an indescribable allure. Her delicate features were so strikingly beautiful that it left Xiaowan feeling somewhat inadequate. Zhao Qingming gently dried her body and damp hair before donning the white dress once more. After consuming the SSS-grade youth elixir, her already enchanting beauty had become even more pronounced, her grace increasingly captivating. Adjusting her dress, she softly inquired, "Where's the governor now?" After a moment of thought, Xiaowan replied, "The master should currently be in the garden, enjoying tea and the flowers." Zhao Qingming nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude before making her way toward the garden. Beneath the yuling fruit trees, Liang sat at an exquisite stone table, a set of tea utensils before him, occasionally sipping the freshly picked spiritual tea. Relishing this moment of tranquility, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. Originally, there had been no garden here. Just these two yuling fruit trees planted amidst a vast expanse of lawn. Finding the area too barren, he had instructed Himeng to procure various types of flowers, each blooming with its own unique charm, to cultivate here. From a distance, Zhao Qingming spotted Li Yang's figure, her heart tightening slightly as her steps quickened involuntarily. Hearing the movement, Li Yang looked up to see Zhao Qingming, now even more graceful, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Miss Qingming, congratulations on your successful breakthrough." Zhao Qingming inclined her body slightly in gratitude, responding, "I owe a great deal to you, Master, for the SSS-grade gene enhancement potion and the spiritual spring. Without them, I could not have so smoothly advanced to the mid-stage of the Emperor's level." As she spoke, Zhao Qingming noticed the large, mysterious tree beside Li Yang. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from it, reminiscent of the 5 SSS-grade yuling fruits she had absorbed. As her words concluded, Li Yang perceptibly noted her attention drawn to the 2 yuling fruit trees and offered a brief introduction. "These are yuling fruit trees. The 5 SSS-grade yuling fruits you absorbed were produced by these trees." A look of astonishment crossed Zhao Qingming's face, her bright eyes sparkling with incredulity. She exclaimed, "Does this not imply that both of these trees are SSS grade?" Li Yang's enigmatic persona deepened in her mind as he revealed such treasures. In addition to the casually gifted SSS grade gene enhancement potion, the rapid breakthrough speed, the SSS grade spiritual spring, and now these 2 SSS grade fruit trees, she found herself increasingly unable to fathom Li Yang. Li Yang finished his cup of spiritual tea, observing the still astonished Zhao Qingming, and smiled as he gently reminded her, "Miss Qingming, now that you have successfully broken through, the affairs of the governor's office will need your attention." He had already spoken with Du Qi regarding this matter, assuring that he would cooperate well with her. If matters were handled effectively, there would still be rewards. During the 3 days of her breakthrough, he had not personally managed the affairs of the governor's office, delegating everything to Du Qi, whose level of negligence matched his own. Du Qi felt a mix of helplessness and resentment, having anticipated a continuation of his leisurely days, only to find Li Yang imposing the expectation of fulfilling his deputy governor duties, thus sharing the burdens of the office. Though internally lamenting, Du Qi dared not express any complaints, as he would not defy Li Yang's orders. Moreover, he had not expected Li Yang to be even more negligent than himself. However, such thoughts were only permitted in the confines of his mind, never to be voiced in Li Yang's presence, unless he felt overly comfortable and sought some excitement. "Very well, Master, I shall return to the governor's office now," Zhao Qingming said, her eyes sparkling, a soft smile gracing her lips, her gratitude evident. Compared to the previous days when she had arrived at the villa in a huff, she seemed like a different person altogether. She inclined her body slightly. The neckline of her white dress shifted with the motion, revealing a hint of her delicate collarbone, before she turned to take her leave. After walking a short distance, Zhao Qingming spotted Lin Xiuyue and Su Yaqi approaching, each carrying several plates of pastries. After placing the pastries upon the stone table, they began to massage and relax Li Yang. Their gentle movements and alluring expressions caused Zhao Qingming to momentarily lose her focus. Observing this scene, her feelings toward Li Yang intensified, mingled with envy, curiosity, and an indescribable fluttering sensation. "What is happening to me?" Zhao Qingming murmured to herself, realizing she could no longer linger there. Otherwise, her peculiar emotions might become increasingly difficult to control. She hastened her departure from the villa. Chapter 67, the advanced version of the Eye of Illusions. While enjoying the massage, Li Yang's gaze inadvertently drifted toward the direction from which Zhao Qingming had departed, a meaningful smile playing upon his lips. He had already keenly sensed the subtle emotional shifts within her. To his surprise, he had garnered an unexpected reward. As Zhao Qingming grew curious about him, he too found himself intrigued by her identity. A divine grade, high-quality defensive ring was not something just anyone could possess. Perhaps it was time for him to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingming, as the distance between them stretched to 500 meters, suddenly felt an unusual sensation from her divine body. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be abruptly interrupted by an invisible hand, ceasing its automatic influx into her body. Zhao Qingming's beautiful eyes furrowed in confusion as she paused to sense the changes in the spiritual energy around her. However, she could not discern the cause. Could it be that the effects of the spiritual spring lingering within me have come to an end? Zhao Qingming silently speculated, believing this to be the case. She attributed the automatic influx of spiritual energy into her body to the wondrous spirit du spring, unaware that the true reason lay in the fact that the enhancement effects of her cultivation had dissipated after creating a certain distance from Liang. Time swiftly passed, and before she knew it, the second day had arrived. Liang awoke naturally at noon after a delightful slumber, and under the attentive care of the maidservants. He washed his face and brushed his teeth, indulging in a sumptuous lunch. As a formidable earth martial god, he now presented himself with the demeanor of a languid aristocrat. Devoid of any pretentiousness, He Meng and the others gazed at Li Yang's appearance, internally exclaiming how approachable and amiable he was, devoid of any sense of distance. In their eyes, everything Li Yang did was commendable, and each of his actions exuded an irresistible charm that captivated them. Seated on the sofa in the main hall, Li Yang, with a flicker of thought, retrieved an SSS-grade spirit fruit from his infinite storage space and savored its deliciousness as a post-meal dessert. He mused contentedly about the sheer joy of sleeping until noon. A truly powerful being does not act merely on whims. Rather, it is the ability to refrain from actions that defines their strength. Presently, Li Yang felt he was nearing this realm, and once he broke through to the celestial martial god level, he would fully embody this state. With this thought in mind, Li Yang fervently addressed the system in his mind. System, let us check in. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in. Receiving an enhancement of the Eye of Illusion Breaking. Eye of Illusion Breaking, advanced version. All functionalities of the basic version are enhanced, and a new mind control effect is added, though the host's mental energy consumption will also increase. As the system's voice faded, Li Yang's eyes involuntarily shut once more. Compelled by the system, a familiar icy sensation surged within him. Haha, I knew there would be an advanced version of the Eye of Illusion Breaking, he thought joyfully. After a brief moment, he reopened his eyes, now imbued with a deeper intensity, radiating a mysterious glow as if capable of perceiving all illusions of the world. Penetrating to the very depths of the human heart, he could distinctly feel the Eye of Illusion Breaking had grown more potent, and he was especially pleased with the newly acquired mind control function. For those of a lower cultivation level and weaker mental fortitude, he could wield this powerful ability to dominate their minds, rendering them his obedient servants, acting entirely according to his will. However, for those of equal or greater cultivation, the effect was less pronounced, though not entirely ineffective. Though the mental energy required was greater than before, he had the mental sense ring to bolster his mental capacity, alleviating his concerns. With a confident smile gracing his lips, Li Yang's spirits soared as he absorbed the advanced functionalities of the Eye of Illusion Breaking. Eager to experiment with the newly acquired mind control effect, his gaze fell upon a nearby maid. Instantly, her once lively eyes dulled, as if ensnared by an invisible force, rendering her motionless. Yet, mere seconds later, she returned to normal, looking around in confusion, scratching her head and murmuring, why does my head feel so empty? Something seems off. After this preliminary test, Li Yang was not yet satisfied. He stroked his chin in contemplation. I need a more formidable subject for testing. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he called out internally, Xiao Guo, come here quickly. I wish to test my new ability. Xiao Guo was his special battle pet summoned through the check-in process. He could not only store it in his beast space, but also communicate telepathically with it. While he initially considered venturing back to the wilderness area to trial the advanced mind control capabilities of the Eye of Illusion Breaking, he realized he had a ready-made experimental subject right beside him, Xiao Guo, the peak Earth beast god. The results would undoubtedly surpass those of lower-tier beasts, and it would be more convenient without the need for a lengthy journey. In the villa's backyard, Xiao Guo was soaking in the spirit du spring, attended by a maid. Upon hearing Li Yang's call, its languid voice seemed imbued with a hint of humidity as it opened its eyes, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, its petite white figure appeared before Li Yang, lazily uttering, Master, I am ready. Li Yang lightly tilted his chin, and a flicker of brilliance illuminated his eyes. His once profound gaze now deepened further, as if an invisible vortex swirled within. A powerful mental force gathered, erupting from his eyes and surging toward the depths of Xiao Guo's mind. Unprepared, Xiao Guo felt a sudden dizziness. Its once vibrant eyes turned blank. It stared at Li Yang, its voice now mechanical and devoid of spirit. Master. The tone was hollow, as if it had lost its very soul. Li Yang observed Xiao Guo's current state, acutely aware of the connection between their minds. It had completely become a puppet under his control, obeying his every command. Although Xiao Guo had always been obedient, this was on another level. Then, with a flicker of light in his eyes, Li Yang released the mind control over Xiao Guo and said earnestly, Xiao Guo, this time, resist with all your mental strength. Let me see where your limits lie. Xiao Guo nodded in agreement. After ensuring Xiao Guo was prepared, Li Yang once again employed mind control. This time, it proved significantly more challenging. It felt as though he faced a fortified fortress, requiring greater effort to breach. The consumption of mental energy was also heightened. Li Yang sensed a slight throbbing in his head, yet it remained well within his threshold. As time passed, he gritted his teeth and persevered. After a fierce tug of war, Xiao Guo was once again successfully controlled. However, this time, its eyes occasionally betrayed signs of struggle, as if it could break free from the invisible shackles at any moment. The reason for this difficulty lay in the fact that Xiao Guo was no ordinary peak earth beast god. Its exceptional bloodline and immense potential made it stand out among beasts of the same rank, thereby increasing the challenge of Li Yang's mind control. Subsequently, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Yang's eyes, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, as he released the mind control over Xiao Guo. He extended his hand, cradling the gradually recovering Xiao Guo. At this moment, Xiao Guo felt feeble, exuding a faint chill. Its icy touch was rather pleasant. No one would suspect that this was a fearsome beast of peak earth beast god level, given its small and adorable appearance, which possessed a remarkable deceptive quality. Resembling an innocuous little pet, Xiao Guo, feeling Li Yang's gentle caress, displayed a look of contentment, opening its mouth and curiously asking, "Is there anything else, master?" Its lively eyes blinked. Li Yang shook his head. In a fleeting thought, a fragrant SSS-level spirit fruit was summoned from the boundless storage space and held delicately in hand. The sweet aroma instantly enveloped the surroundings. Xiao Guo immediately grasped Li Yang's intention. With uncontainable excitement, it opened its mouth wide and extended a long, ice-blue tongue, striking with the swiftness of lightning to devour the spirit fruit, which was merely half its size. The speed was astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. After consuming it, Xiao Guo displayed an expression of sheer delight, gazing at Li Yang with an insatiable longing akin to that of a gluttonous child, seemingly inquiring whether more would follow. "Enough with your greed. There's nothing more for you," Li Yang chuckled, observing the eager little frog. Upon realizing its goal remained unachieved, Xiao Guo's mouth pouted in discontent. "But master, you just gave that green-haired girl 5 fruits." It had witnessed the event firsthand and felt a sense of imbalance within. In response, Li Yang's lips twitched slightly. "You are truly insatiable." Despite his words, how could he deny the unwavering loyalty of Xiao Guo, his battle companion? With a mere thought, 10 SSS-level spirit fruits materialized in his palm, and he spoke with a tone of indulgence. "Here, I'll give you double. Is that satisfactory? You must understand that Yan Yi and the others stand guard day and night without receiving anything at all." Yan Yi was the name he had assigned to one of the 20 Yen Yu guards, a simple yet memorable moniker. They had all been summoned from the magma space and positioned throughout the villa as bodyguards, ensuring its safety. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Guo's eyes sparkled with a brilliant idea. "Then master, why not give each of Yan Yi's team 10 fruits as well? It believed this would create fairness for everyone." Li Yang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Granting each of them 10 fruits would amount to a total of 200, a quantity he simply did not possess at this moment. "Your requests are excessive. It seems I must send you on your way," he declared, promptly stuffing 10 spirit fruits into Xiao Guo's mouth. The frog's cheeks puffed up comically, resembling a bloated white balloon, which was irresistibly cute. Li Yang chuckled at the sight before tossing it forward, then delivering a swift kick. Xiao Guo shot through the villa like a white meteor, accompanied by a gust of wind. With a splash, it accurately landed in the spirit dew spring, sending forth a cascade of crystalline droplets. After a few splashes in the spring, Xiao Guo quickly regained its composure, releasing a stream of bubbles that bubbled to the surface as if complaining about Li Yang's rough treatment. Its head bobbed above the water, and it swallowed the spirit fruits whole, causing its belly to deflate as it returned to its original size, muttering, "Heh, that didn't hurt." It then reclined in the spring, floating like a delicate leaf upon the water's surface, digesting the energy contained within the spirit fruits, appearing utterly relaxed. Once Xiao Guo was sent on its way, Li Yang stood up and stretched comfortably, feeling a bit bored after spending so much time in the villa. "Perhaps I shall go shopping this afternoon." As he pondered his plans, a sudden, powerful pressure emanating from the martial artists of the Earth martial god erupted from a corner of the base city like a tidal wave. This pressure manifested as a palpable force, spreading within mere seconds to envelop the entire Ingyang base city, causing considerable unrest. Ordinary citizens and martial artists alike were struck with shock, halting their activities to whisper amongst themselves. What formidable martial artist-esque pressure? It seems to be emanating from the Inspector General's office. Could it be that Inspector Zhang has broken through? Speculation spread throughout the city. with many asserting that this aura surpassed that of any emperor-level martial artist. The Inspector General has been trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor level for so many years, and he has finally broken through. At the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance, Du Qi, deeply engrossed in handling affairs and alleviating Zhao Qingning's pressure. Sensed this familiar martial artist's aura, he abruptly halted his actions, nearly dropping the documents in his hands. His eyes widened in astonishment, as if witnessing an incredible spectacle. As he gazed toward the direction of the Inspector General's office, murmuring, Zhang Jian has actually broken through to the Earth Martial God? His heart swelled with shock. While feeling joy for Zhang Jian, he was also engulfed in a mix of emotions. Both he and Zhang Jian had been trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor level for years, akin to beasts confined in a cage, unable to break free. While he devoted himself entirely to cultivation, neglecting the headquarters affairs, Zhang Jian, in contrast, was burdened with military responsibilities, leaving him with very limited time for training. Now, his counterpart had managed to break through to the Earth Martial God before him. It was akin to studying diligently each night, striving for excellence in examinations, only to find that a classmate who spent their time dozing off or daydreaming surpasses you during finals. This stark contrast left Du Qi feeling deeply frustrated. He sighed heavily, conceding that Zhang Jian's martial talent indeed surpassed his own. Had Zhang Jian focused solely on cultivation as he had, he might have achieved the Earth Martial God realm long ago. Chapter 69. The inflation brought by a surge in power. Liang, too, perceptively sensed the familiar aura of the Earth Martial God permeating throughout the base city, carrying an undeniable pressure that quickly enveloped the entire area. His keen perception allowed him to immediately identify the source of the breakthrough. A look of surprise crossed his face as he softly mused, how interesting. He truly has broken through to the Earth Martial God realm. It seems I underestimated him. The image of Zhang Jian, filled with determination, flashed through his mind. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would genuinely achieve the Earth Martial God realm. However, after a moment of astonishment, Liang brushed it aside. With a casual wave of his hand, the aura of the Earth Martial God that pervaded the villa was instantly dispelled without a trace. Meanwhile, within the highest-level training room of the Inspector General's office, Zhang Jian sat upright, his posture as straight as a pine tree, an air of battle-hardened ferocity emanating from him. Slowly, he opened his powerful eyes, feeling the immense strength coursing through him after his breakthrough to the Earth Martial God realm. As if he possessed boundless power, a smile crept upon his lips as he burst into a fit of ecstatic laughter. I did it. I have truly succeeded. His voice resonated with remarkable intensity. Like a resounding bell, the voice of Zhang Jian reverberated through the walls of the training room, echoing throughout the entire Inspection General's residence. Everyone heard his exuberant exclamation, their faces reflecting a mixture of surprise and reverence. After a hearty laugh, Zhang Jian rose to his feet in the training room, a grin of uncontainable joy lighting up his countenance. Over the past half-month, he had relentlessly pushed himself, augmented by the supply of numerous precious resources that enhanced his comprehension of the Earth's laws. At last, he had lived up to expectations, successfully breaking through to the current realm of Earth Martial God. This accomplishment was, of course, also intrinsically linked to his commendable martial talent. Clenching his fist, which felt as solid as a rock, he radiated a faint, earthy glow filled with vigor. In his heart, he mused. It was thanks to Li Yang that he had the resolve to make such a bold and audacious decision. Under Li Yang's encouragement, he had converted all his accumulated merit into the resources necessary for breaking through to the Earth Martial God realm. What he was most grateful for was that upon learning of his intentions, the Marshal had personally gifted him an SSS energy crystal to bolster his chances of success. Additionally, he had drawn upon his long-cherished reserves, committing everything to this decisive battle, success or perish. Fortunately, the heavens favored him, and he had successfully broken through without peril. Zhang Jian murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with a mix of relief and pride. Had he failed to break through, he would have lost everything, and the difficulty of attempting such a breakthrough again would have escalated dramatically. Now that he had attained the Earth Martial God realm, albeit only at the initial stage, he felt he had earned the right to engage in dialogue on equal footing with Li Yang. Filled with confidence, he thought, with a resolute glimmer in his eyes, that as soon as he transmitted his current status to the command headquarters, he would be promptly promoted to the position of Inspector of Yuzhou. Standing on par with Li Yang, the Grand State Envoy of the Martial Alliance, he would become a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Jian recalled the moment when Li Yang had previously dismissed him, clenching his fist as he silently repeated Li Yang's name, his hands seemingly crushing the very air around him. He was no longer the insignificant insect he had once been at the pinnacle of the Emperor's level. Zhang Jian's gaze radiated dominance, confident that with his newfound strength and status, Li Yang would undoubtedly extend him some courtesy regarding this trivial matter and would not choose to completely sever ties with him. Then, Zhang Jian took a deep breath, attempting to stabilize his somewhat chaotic energy. Before he could fully calm himself, he was unable to contain his eagerness and excitement. In a flash, he dashed out the door, swiftly leaving the Inspection General's residence. Outside the gate, a throng of subordinates, beaming with smiles, sought to congratulate him, but Zhang Jian merely waved his hand dismissively, uttering, "We'll talk later," and disregarding them entirely. He leaped into the sky, gazing down upon the bustling and vibrant city of Yingyang Base, his eyes sparkling with an almost reckless brilliance. In that moment, he exuded an aura of unrivaled superiority, as if the very world beneath him had submitted to his will. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, charging towards the Grand State Office with brazen determination. Along the way, Zhang Jian's mind was filled with vivid imaginings of Li Yang's astonished expression upon witnessing his breakthrough to the Earth Martial God realm. A smile crept upon his lips, and his blind confidence grew ever more intense. Li Yang, you may have dismissed me before, but now I shall make you aware of my prowess." Zhang Jian thought to himself. Having secluded himself for half a month, he was blissfully unaware of the latest developments, especially since he was eager to confront Li Yang. He did not realize that Li Yang had long since surpassed the mid-tier Earth Martial God he had been when Zhang Jian decided to enter seclusion. He had now ascended to the even more astonishing peak of the Earth Martial God realm. Before long, Zhang Jian's figure appeared above the Grand State Office. He extended his perception downward, quickly discerning that Li Yang was not present there, but rather in the villa behind. Perfect, Zhang Jian mused inwardly. In a flash, he reappeared above the villa, locking his gaze onto Li Yang, who was standing in the spacious backyard, quietly admiring the blossoms. Zhang Jian was certain that Li Yang was already aware of his arrival. Contemplating this, he descended directly before Li Yang, looking down from his elevated position. "Generally, I too have now broken through to the Earth Martial God realm, earning the right to converse with you as an equal, wouldn't you agree?" His words dripped with an almost arrogant confidence, as though he believed himself to be invincible in this world. After attaining the Earth Martial God realm, Zhang Jian was overwhelmed by a surge of power that inflated his ego, reveling in the thought that the gap between him and Li Yang had narrowed to just a small tier. The disparity was no longer as vast as it once was, and he was certain that he could hold his own in a confrontation. Meanwhile, Li Yang had completely suppressed his own aura. Zhang Jian remained oblivious to any signs of danger, dismissing the memory of Li Yang having previously slain 2 late-stage Earth Martial gods from the Destiny cult's proud ranks. Li Yang regarded Zhang Jian's haughty demeanor with a hint of disbelief, noting the drastic change in his attitude. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. So arrogant. He must have let success go to his head. It seems I must teach him a lesson. Realizing that Zhang Jian was still ignorant of his own advancement to the peak of the Earth Martial God realm, Li Yang decided that before he could bring about Zhang Jian's downfall, he must first instill in him a sense of madness. He resolved to discipline this brazen attitude of Zhang Jian's. An appropriate thrashing would suffice. However, instead of launching a direct assault to shock him, he maintained his previously aloof demeanor. Regarding Zhang Jian with a casual air of indifference as he spoke slowly, "Your breakthrough to the Earth Martial God indicates that your potential is commendable. Apologize to me, and I may graciously forgive your reckless actions this time." The matter was no longer negotiable. It had dragged on for half a month, and he would not allow anyone to challenge his limits. "You may leave now," he concluded, waving his hand dismissively, as though shooing away an annoying insect. Chapter 70. A Strike of Justice, a Glance of Execution. Zhang Jian's complexion shifted dramatically upon hearing this. It darkened as if a storm had suddenly descended upon a tranquil lake. He was taken aback by Li Yang's utter lack of respect, his attitude identical to before, now tinged with a palpable disdain. It felt as though he had just received a public slap to the face. His pride had suffered a tremendous blow. Fury ignited within Zhang Jian like a volcano erupting. "It was acceptable for you to look down on me when I was at the pinnacle of the Emperor's level. But now that I have broken through to the Earth Martial God realm, standing at the same tier as you, how dare you still treat me with such contempt? If I continue to be as meek as before, then my breakthrough is in vain. Generally, I have respected you as the chairman of the Martial Alliance, which is why I have been courteous, but do not overstep your bounds. Today, I will seek to challenge you." Zhang Jian's eyes blazed with fury, his aura surging dramatically. His voice boomed like thunder, resounding through the air. A flash of light illuminated his hand, and a heavy, dark staff materialized out of thin air. Boom. A terrifying aura of Earth Martial God erupted from his body, surging forth like a tidal wave, sweeping outward with the force of a cataclysm. In the garden, the once resplendent and exquisite flowers, competing for beauty, were instantly uprooted by this overwhelming pressure. Petals fluttered about like snowflakes, and branches snapped into disarray. The once picturesque garden transformed into a scene of utter devastation. However, the 2 spirit fruit trees remained unscathed, untouched by the chaos. Under the formidable pressure emanating from Zhang Jian, Li Yang stood resolute, akin to a majestic mountain, unperturbed and unaffected. Gazing at Zhang Jian, who had the audacity to provoke him and had demolished the garden, a chilling disdain flickered in his eyes, akin to viewing a mere jester. "How dare you presume to seek my counsel? Confidence is commendable, yet excessive arrogance borders on folly." Li Yang's icy voice pierced through the air. striking at Zhang Jian's very core. As soon as the words left his lips, a faint glow ignited in Li Yang's cold gaze, exuding an extraordinarily perilous aura. In an instant, he unleashed the mental strangulation ability of the Eye of Destruction. His eyes blazed with a brilliant light, as if two invisible blades shot forth, warping the very fabric of space around him. A mysterious and potent wave of energy began to radiate outward. His mental force surged like a torrential river, crashing directly into Zhang Jian's consciousness. What? Zhang Jian, having anticipated Li Yang's response, was utterly blindsided by this unexpected form of attack. Caught off guard, he was rendered incapable of reacting. At that moment, Zhang Jian felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his throat, rendering him immobile. It felt as though he was being targeted by an overwhelming terror, a suffocating aura of death closing in from all directions, ensnaring him tightly. Every cell in his body trembled with an acute sense of crisis. In that instant, he was perilously close to death, acutely aware that his life was entirely at the mercy of Li Yang. With a mere thought, Li Yang could obliterate him, as effortlessly as crushing an ant. How is this possible? He hadn't even lifted a finger. He merely stood there, and with a mere glance, he could extinguish my life. Is the disparity between realms of earth martial gods truly this vast? Under the suffocating aura of death, Zhang Jian's mind was overwhelmed with shock, and the staff slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The once arrogant and self-assured thoughts in his mind dissipated in an instant. He recalled Li Yang's remarkable feats of defeating two opponents of higher ranks, and it dawned on him that it was not the other two who were simply incompetent, but rather that Li Yang was terrifyingly powerful, a level beyond his reach. Soon after, a searing pain erupted in Zhang Jian's mind. It felt as though 1,000 steel needles were simultaneously stabbing him, as if countless ants were voraciously gnawing at his brain. The agony blurred his vision, and it felt as though his head might explode. His legs buckled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground with a dull thud as his knees struck the floor. His features contorted, his facial structure misaligned. He wished to scream in torment, yet his throat felt as though it were being tightly constricted, leaving him to struggle for breath without a sound. Darkness began to encroach upon his vision, and the surrounding world grew increasingly indistinct, his senses gradually fading away. He felt himself inching closer and closer to the abyss of death, having no regard for the consequences. Li Yang's cold demeanor remained unyielding as he regarded the tormented Zhang Jian, unable to voice his suffering. If it were not for the respect owed to your marshal, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Do you comprehend? Although Zhang Jian could not articulate his thoughts, he fully grasped Li Yang's words. Li Yang had no intention of taking his life. Despite Zhang Jian's reckless behavior, it was not a capital offense, however, to disturb the tranquility of his residence. He must be prepared to face grave repercussions. Zhang Jian lingered on the precipice of death for a relentless half-hour. Li Yang, feeling somewhat bored and sensing that Zhang Jian had received an adequate lesson, allowed the light in his eyes to gradually fade. He relinquished the mental strangulation upon Zhang Jian. Kneeling on the ground, as the sensation of death receded, Zhang Jian's eyes brimmed with terror, the fear radiating from him like a palpable entity. He gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat, feeling as though he had brushed with death itself. The mere fact that he was alive felt miraculous. Panic-stricken, his body trembled uncontrollably. Before Zhang Jian could fully regain his composure, a resounding force erupted from Li Yang, whose aura as a peak earth martial god was far more formidable than before. Targeting him alone, it enveloped him like an invisible mountain. Zhang Jian felt his bones creaking, as though they might shatter at any moment. Do you now recognize the gulf that lies between us? To extinguish your life is but a fleeting thought for me. Today, I am merely in a generous mood, offering you a lesson. Should you dare to act disrespectfully in my presence again, the consequences will not be so trivial. By tonight, I expect to see my garden adorned with an abundance of flowers once more. Otherwise, I shall plant you in the ground. Earth martial god. Preposterous. Li Yang's voice dripped with arrogance and disdain, delivering a dual blow of despair to Zhang Jian's spirit and body. Zhang Jian, overwhelmed by despair, knelt upon the ground, his heart reduced to ashes. He muttered in a daze, eager to comprehend what transpired during his secluded training. How Li Yang had managed to ascend 2 ranks in such a brief period. This was no longer the earth martial god he had previously known. Chapter 71, Zhang Jian. Heart like ashes, faces dire judgment. He had toiled relentlessly, overcoming innumerable obstacles, merely to achieve the initial stage of the earth martial god realm. Yet Li Yang, ascending through the ranks, appeared as effortless as quenching one's thirst, silently reaching the pinnacle of the earth martial god realm. How long had it been since he joined the martial alliance as the chairman at the initial stage? What manner of monster possesses such an absurdly rapid ascent in cultivation? Zhang Jian's heart sank further into despair, feeling as though his very soul had been siphoned away. He was on the brink of self-imposed isolation. Perceiving himself as a mere ant in the presence of a dragon, Zhang Jian rose slowly, remaining silent. Even if Li Yang did not urge him to leave, he had no desire to remain and further humiliate himself. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the heavy, dark staff, stowing it back into his storage ring. With a low voice tinged with resentment and humiliation, he bid farewell. In a fleeting moment, he departed the villa, retreating along the same path he had come, filled with confidence and bravado, only to leave in utter disgrace, like a stray dog. Throughout this encounter, Zhang Jian remained oblivious to the fact that since his arrival, numerous presences, equally as formidable as his own, had locked onto him with unwavering vigilance. Every movement of him was meticulously observed, standing amidst the disarray of the garden. Liang suddenly heard the voice of Xiaoguo echoing in his mind. Master, shall I eliminate him? The tone of Xiaoguo was laced with fury and murderous intent. How dare a mere human, just having broken through to the initial stage of the Earth Martial God realm, act so audaciously towards its master? Did he truly believe it was inconsequential? Simultaneously, the 20 flame prison guards within the villa relayed the same inquiry to Liang. Master, allow us to handle that fellow. I yearn to crush him into a pulp. Had Liang not intervened moments earlier, they would have already charged out to deliver a shock to Zhang Jian. No need, Liang replied, his expression calm as he slightly shook his head at both party suggestions. Zhang Jian stood before him as nothing more than an ant. Utterly incapable of posing any threat, there was no necessity to annihilate him entirely. Of course, should the other party prove to have a short memory and dare to act insolently again, that might change. After all, since the fall of that heavenly martial god, the strongest in the military was merely a peak earth martial god, on par with his own realm. Even if he were to slay Zhang Jian, the opposition would be powerless to retaliate. Very well, seeing that Liang had no intentions of eliminating Zhang Jian, Xiaoguo and the flame prison guards reluctantly relented, sparing Zhang Jian's life for the time being. Nonetheless, they harbored a sense of dissatisfaction, feeling that allowing Zhang Jian to escape so easily was an affront. Night soon descended. The news of Zhang Jian, a peak emperor-level martial artist, breaking through to the earth martial god realm rapidly spread like wildfire, sweeping through the military government. Excitement and exhilaration adorned the faces of all, from the highest echelons to the grassroots. The highest-ranking marshal of the military government promptly elevated Zhang Jian's position from inspector general to that of a patrol officer, a title only attainable by one of earth martial god status. This promotion not only recognized Zhang Jian's prowess, but also served as a demonstration of the military government's own rising strength. Moreover, a flood of propaganda surged forth, with Zhang Jian, now the fourth earth martial god of their military government, becoming the focal point of public attention. The media frenzy rivaled the scene when Liang first joined the Martial Alliance. For years, their military had been overshadowed by the Martial Alliance. Now, with the emergence of their fourth earth martial god, it was time to showcase their might and counter the narrative of decline. In addition, another astonishing piece of news detonated within the military and across the whole of Huaxiao like a bombshell. Just as Zhang Jian had ascended to the earth martial god realm and the influential position of patrol officer, he made a decision that took everyone by surprise. He declared a severe punishment for Su Yin, the inspector of Wuhui base, on the grounds of moral integrity. The penalty was exceedingly harsh, a fine of 100 billion Huaxia coins, complete deprivation of his rank and position, and exile from the military. He was to serve as a convict at the frontline supply base in Shuzhou for 10 years. During this decade, in the event of danger, Su Yin was to be at the forefront. He was to be monitored at all times, forbidden from leaving the supply base under any circumstances, or he would face execution for treason. Zhang Jian's decision sent ripples through the calm waters of the military, shocking everyone. It is essential to note that as one of the four titans within the military, Zhang Jian could have easily abused his position to protect his brother-in-law. Yet, he chose to impose such a severe punishment instead. The title of convict is not casually assigned. It is generally reserved for those who have committed grave offenses within Huaxia or have caused catastrophic repercussions due to negligence. Individuals granted this title typically possess strength above the emperor level and bear significant crimes. The military often deems these individuals too valuable to simply execute. Instead, they are dispatched to perilous frontline battlefields against ferocious beasts, serving as cannon fodder. After all, these individuals were deemed deserving of their fate, and their deaths would be seen as a form of atonement. Su Yin had already reached the late emperor level and had been close to the higher echelons in his role as inspector. With Zhang Jian as his backing, this sentence was undoubtedly severe. Such harsh rulings had been scarce in the over 200 years since the Great Catastrophe. Media outlets, resembling sharks sensing blood in the water, quickly focused their lenses and pens on Zhang Jian, portraying him as a paragon of justice, unwavering and incorruptible. In an instant, Zhang Jian's reputation soared, garnering widespread acclaim and admiration, and he became regarded as the embodiment of righteousness, an exemplar of the military. Yet at this moment, only Zhang Jian knew the turmoil within his heart. He was far from a bastion of justice. All of this was a reluctant necessity. In the city of Yingyang, the plaque of the former inspector general's residence had been replaced with that of the patrol officers. In his private quarters, Zhang Jian sat in a chair, his countenance dark and devoid of any joy at having attained the rank of patrol officer. His hands were clenched tightly, emanating an aura of repression. Just then, his sister, Zhang Chan, entered, dressed in a well-tailored moon-white silk gown that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. A delicate pearl brooch at her neckline glimmered gently with her movements. Her long, ebony hair was loosely gathered behind her, with a few wisps cascading down her neck, enhancing her well-maintained, porcelain-like complexion. Her eyes bore no trace of youthful naivety. Instead, they reflected a serene composure cultivated by the passage of time. Seeing her brother in such a state, Zhang Chan's heart ached, and she hurried to his side, gently grasping his hand and soothingly uttering, "Brother, do not blame yourself. I know you did your utmost. This is not your fault. The punishment of Su Yin was never your intention. It was all that scoundrel Li Yang's doing." Chapter 72, The Transition. Zhang Chan's eyes flickered with intense hatred for Li Yang. She had gleaned the details of the situation from various channels and understood it clearly. In her view, had it not been for Li Yang's interference, her brother Zhang Jian would never have imposed such a harsh sentence on her husband Su Yin. As she contemplated Su Yin's imminent fate, being sent to the front lines in Shuzhou to confront marine beasts as a convict for a decade, her eyes grew misty, tears brimming and ready to spill. Though Su Yin had attained the late emperor level, the front line was fraught with peril, where encounters with beast kings and beast emperors were commonplace. There were even occasions when earth beast god-level beasts led ferocious hordes to attack. As a convict, Su Yin's situation was dire. Once confronted by the assault of ferocious beasts, he is compelled to rush to the forefront, undoubtedly placing himself in the most perilous of situations. Should anything unfortunate befall him, what would become of her and their child? Overwhelmed by such thoughts, tears cascaded down Zhang Chan's cheeks. Zhang Jian, whose spirits were already low, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart as he gazed at Zhang Chan, who silently wept while holding his hand. Gently extending his hand, he tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, his fists clenched tighter, his voice tinged with helplessness and guilt. "It is entirely my fault. I am utterly powerless and not a match for Li Yang, unable to change this dreadful reality. However, do not worry. I have already spoken to Inspector Tang Xuanyu, stationed in Shuzhou, and he has assured me that he will take special care of Su Yin, ensuring that he can live safely over the next decade." Zhang Chan lifted her head slightly, her eyes reflecting a blend of hope and disappointment, her voice quivering with emotion as she asked, "Brother, will Inspector Tang truly take good care of Yin?" Zhang Jian continued to reassure her, "Now that I have attained the rank of inspector, Tang will surely grant this modest request from me, a newly appointed Earth Martial God. He promised to look after Su Yin well. This is all I can do at present. I can only strive to ensure that Yin has a somewhat better life there." Zhang Chan, her tears flowing uncontrollably, felt a slight alleviation in her distress upon hearing Zhang Jian's words. At least, under the special care of someone from their own, Su Yin could survive, unlike those other guilty martial artists who had met their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts. As for seeking vengeance against Li Yang, she had not descended to such foolishness. Li Yang was now a peak earth martial god. Even her brother was no match for him, let alone her, a mere emperor-level martial artist. She dared not resort to any means of retaliation, burying her hatred for Li Yang deep within her heart, fearful that it might invite calamity upon herself. Regarding Zhang Jian's judgment on Su Yin, Li Yang, reclining on a bed adorned with sparkling gemstones in his villa, was well aware of the developments. He slightly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. "Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. If only they had complied with my requests from the outset. They would not have needed to be beaten into submission." Li Yang was quite satisfied with the outcome. His villa was indeed once again adorned with an abundance of flowers, all delivered by Zhang Jian's men. He chose to say no more, closing his eyes and sinking back into a comfortable slumber. Meanwhile, Su Yin had been confined in the prison of the Martial Arts Alliance's branch for a considerable period. Zhang Jian had harbored trepidation about rescuing Su Yin before breaking through to the rank of Earth Martial God, hesitant to send someone to retrieve him. He understood well that without a clear directive from Li Yang, Cui Heng would never release Su Yin. After all, if they carelessly attempted to take him away, it would be them who would suffer the consequences. Zhang Jian was acutely aware of this, thus planning to wait until he had achieved the rank of Earth Martial God and felt sufficiently confident before attempting to rescue Su Yin. However, the situation had taken a sudden turn, rendering his intentions unfeasible. As dawn broke the following day, a military aircraft emblazoned with the government's insignia swiftly approached from the direction of Shuzhou, resembling a colossal steel beast slicing through the sky, exuding an air of lethal intent. The aircraft arrived at the Wuhui base city branch of the Martial Arts Alliance, and with a resounding roar, it descended gradually. As the cabin doors opened, four Emperor-level martial artists clad in standard military SS-level battle armor emerged. They approached Cui Heng and Lu Linhui, who were already waiting for the handover, and saluted with precision. One of the leading martial artists courteously stated, "You must be President Cui and Vice President Lu. It is an honor. We have been dispatched by the command headquarters to escort the guilty martial artist Su Yin to Shuzhou. We kindly ask for your cooperation." Upon hearing this, Chui Hung exchanged glances with Lu Linhui, nodding slightly. Chui Hung replied, "No problem. Let us proceed with the handover as per regulations. Su Yin is currently detained in our prison. Please follow me." He then led the four towards the prison's location. Before long, they arrived at the specially designed cell housing Su Yin. This cell was constructed specifically for high-ranking martial artists like Su Yin, with walls made of special alloys, exhibiting remarkable defensive capabilities and an additional suppressive effect. Even an emperor-level martial artist would find themselves rendered as powerless as an ordinary person within this cell. At that moment, Su Yin appeared disheveled, his hair unkempt and clinging to his face, his beard unshaven, his eyes filled with weariness and desolation. Due to the suppression of his powers, he was akin to an ordinary person. After spending a full half-month in this small, oppressive cell, subsisting on cold, hard prison rations, and sleeping on a frigid stone bed, he had lost all semblance of the former authority he held as an inspector, appearing particularly wretched. As Su Yin looked at the four emperor-level martial artists clad in military battle armor, as well as Chui Hung and Lu Linhui, who treated him like a criminal, a glimmer of hope flickered in his otherwise dull eyes. Eagerly, he called out through the bars, "Have you been sent by Inspector Zhang to rescue me?" Having been confined in this cell, he was entirely oblivious to the outside world, and, upon seeing these four, his heart swelled with joy, believing they were sent by Zhang Jian to retrieve him. Chui Hung, witnessing Su Yin's ignorance, felt a fleeting pang of pity for him and spoke with a cold undertone. "I fear you will be unable to see Lord Zhang for some time." Su Yin's face contorted in confusion at his words, and he hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chui Hung offered no explanation, simply responding coldly, "Do not ask too many questions. You will understand soon enough." As he spoke, Lu Linhui opened the cell door, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips as he gestured outside. "Please, step out." Su Yin remained bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind Chui Hung's words. Chui Hung, however, offered no clarification, merely fixing a cold gaze upon him. Slowly, Su Yin exited the cell, and without the suppressive effects, his powers began to recover rapidly. Feeling his strength returning, Su Yin's face lit up with a sense of relief. He stretched his limbs and exhaled with satisfaction, proclaiming, "My strength has returned." Yet, before he could revel in his joy for long, the leading emperor-level martial artist among the four suddenly narrowed his eyes and swiftly produced a pair of handcuffs and shackles designed to suppress a martial artist's power from his storage ring. In a swift motion, he secured them onto the unsuspecting Su Yin. The suppressive effects activated instantly, causing Su Yin's recently restored strength to diminish rapidly, his body growing weak as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Chapter 73. The Celestial Abyss Dragon Kuan, a mysterious specter in the depths of the ocean. "What are you doing?" Su Yin shouted in fury, astonished by the sudden turn of events. Just as he had emerged from the cell and begun to regain his strength, they had swiftly shackled him again. The connection was too seamless. The leading martial artist coolly replied, "What are we doing?" "Under orders, you are being escorted to Shuzhou. Comply obediently, or you shall suffer the consequences." The leader then explained to Su Yin that he had been sentenced due to his identity as a martial artist, destined to be dispatched to the frontline supply base in Shuzhou to fend off ferocious beasts for a decade, clarifying the details thoroughly, as the other party had the right to be informed. After being imprisoned for a full fortnight, Su Yin had harbored hopes that his elder brother Zhang Jian would intervene to secure his release, believing he would ultimately remain unscathed. Upon hearing the leader's words, Su Yin was rendered speechless, unwilling to accept this outcome, his body radiating terror as he exclaimed, "Impossible. This cannot be. Lord Zhang would never make such a decision. I understand now. It must be that scoundrel Li Yang who is behind this. I protest. I demand to see Inspector General Zhang." Su Yin shouted hoarsely, his eyes brimming with madness. The leader of the martial artists regarded the now frenzied Su Yin with an impassive expression. According to their usual protocol, they would typically subdue such a volatile prisoner with a swift blow. However, Su Yin was a special case. Inspector Tang had specifically instructed them to take good care of Su Yin prior to their departure. Therefore, to dissuade Su Yin from any further hopes, the leader activated the communication device on his wrist, projecting a virtual document before Su Yin. "Take a good look for yourself. Although you cannot meet Inspector Zhang at present, this document was personally signed by him yesterday, detailing your treatment. The information herein cannot possibly be fabricated," the leader stated coldly. Su Yin trembled as he read the document, his demeanor instantly transforming into one of despondency, an aura of despair enveloping him. With vacant eyes, he muttered, "How could this be? How could this happen?" He had never anticipated that the judgment concerning him would be a decision made by his once reliable elder brother. Reluctant to accept this grim reality, a surge of fierce rebellion welled up within Su Yin. Yet, reason cautioned him that resistance would be futile. Such an action could lead to his immediate execution. The thought filled him with dread, causing his body to quiver uncontrollably, his teeth chattering in despair. Observing Su Yin's agitation finally subside, the leader gestured to his companions. 3 emperor-level martial artists swiftly restrained Su Yin and guided him towards the aircraft. Thus, the transfer from the bystander Chui Hung was completed, and the aircraft roared to life, embarking on its journey to Shuzhou. With that, the tumult surrounding Su-in reached a definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean near the Nanyang Islands, which had long since fallen into a paradise for ferocious beasts amidst the early stages of the cataclysm, a formidable entity roamed. The water was thick as ink, exuding a chilling aura. A celestial beast, resembling a whale yet adorned with dragon scales and serpentine whiskers, glided through the abyss. Each powerful sweep of its massive tail conjured whirlpools, churning the surrounding waters into chaos, ensnaring countless small fish and shrimp, leading them to their demise. The creature emanated an overwhelming oppressive presence, its power having reached its zenith, holding absolute dominion over the oceans of the Nanyang Islands and the entirety of Blue Star. Its twin eyes, reminiscent of deep gemstones, shimmered with a ghostly light. At this moment, merely uttering its name instilled terror in the hearts of humanity. It was known as the Tsangminglongkuan, the harbinger of calamity that had once obliterated the entire Pacific fleet. Before it appeared a hazy silhouette, neither human nor beast, radiating an even more mysterious and potent aura, evoking reverence even from this apex celestial beast. It seemed as though they were engaged in discourse. As commanded, Master, I shall bring him back to you, the celestial beast intoned respectfully, its voice resonating through the deep sea. Its body quivered slightly in the water, as if bearing an unseen burden. The surrounding marine life, sensing this oppressive force, fled in terror, fearing entanglement in the affair. The Tsangminglongkuan loomed in the ocean like a moving mountain of dread, inspiring fear in all living beings. The exchange was brief. The indistinct figure merely relayed its command with haughty disdain before vanishing like a specter before the colossal head of the Tsangminglongkuan. Even after the apparition's departure, the awe and respect in the beast's gaze did not wane in the slightest. Time passed slowly. Minutes later, the Tsangminglongkuan gradually emerged from the grip of that invisible pressure. Its massive form trembled slightly before it swung its formidable tail with the force of a tidal wave, propelling itself swiftly in a specific direction. The water parted violently in its wake, creating a vast channel, as though cleaved by an invisible sword. Surrounding marine beasts hastily fled from the titanic silhouette of the Tsangminglongkuan in abject terror. With a thunderous roar, the Tsangminglongkuan emitted a unique cry that reverberated rapidly through the ocean. The marine creatures that heard this sound felt the weight of a supreme power bearing down upon them. A multitude of aquatic predators began converging from all directions. There were sea serpents, their bodies resembling gigantic pythons, glimmering with a ghostly light, flying fish soaring above the waves, and massive crabs the size of hills, armed with razor-sharp fangs. These sovereigns of the ocean, upon hearing the call of the Tsangminglongkuan, unhesitatingly swam towards its source, not daring to defy the command. In an instant, the entire ocean was ablaze with fervor, resembling a grand aquatic festival. A colossal shark, embodying the divine realm of terrestrial beasts, was the first to reach the Tsangminglongkuan, flapping its enormous fins and emitting a low growl to pledge its loyalty. The Tsangminglongkuan regarded it with a penetrating gaze and spoke in a deep voice, "Summon all species. We must accomplish the Master's task in the shortest time possible." "As you command," the shark replied, bowing respectfully. It then turned to the surrounding beasts, roaring to relay the orders of the Tsangminglongkuan like a faithful retainer. The Tsangminglongkuan paused its movement, beginning to devise a strategy in its mind. The task assigned by the master was of utmost importance and must be executed without delay. To capture that human in the city of Inyang, Yuzhou, within Huaxia. It silently replayed the information imparted by its master, swiftly planning the next steps. Chapter 74, Scheming. In Huaxia, a human of celestial martial prowess stood guard. A force not to be underestimated. The Yuzhou region lay deep within Huaxia's territory, and attempting to fulfill the Master's directive alone seemed a daunting challenge for the Tsangminglongkuan. Its profound eyes betrayed a deep-seated apprehension towards the formidable figure known as Lei Yu, whose reputation was well established, and whose power was not to be trifled with. It had previously engaged in combat with the adversary, and despite exerting every ounce of its strength in the fierce struggle, it had garnered no advantages, suffering injuries instead. Additionally, the region of Yuzhou was not one of the coastal areas belonging to the Huaxia nation. It was unable to seize the opportunity to capture the target before the opponent could react. These two factors undoubtedly exacerbated the difficulty of the mission, relying solely on itself. It seemed a formidable challenge to accomplish the task. It appeared that this endeavor necessitated the assistance of a few allies. Images of several other divine beasts in proximity to the Huaxia nation surfaced in the mind of the Tsangming Dragon Kuan, as it murmured in a low tone. Although it had long dominated the waters near the Nanyang Islands, and had little interaction with those creatures, they would undoubtedly lend their aid at the behest of their master. Failure to complete the mission and incurring the Master's wrath would spell disaster for all involved. While those creatures might not be a match for Lei Yu, they could certainly delay him for a while. As long as Lei Yu was obstructed, the situation would become considerably more manageable. The Tsangming Dragon Kuan quietly contemplated. as a flawless plan rapidly took shape in its mind. At that moment, the entire surrounding ocean became increasingly tumultuous. A vast tide of beasts began to surge forth, resembling a black wave, aggressively pouring in from all directions. The number of these beasts escalated to an astonishing billion in a remarkably short span of time, and the count continued to rise at a terrifying pace. Since the Great Catastrophe, the ocean had unequivocally devolved into the domain of ferocious beasts. After centuries of rampant reproduction and brutal conflict, the quantity and quality of mid-tier feral creatures had surpassed those of their terrestrial counterparts. The various human factions found themselves in a precarious situation regarding the oceanic beasts, facing immense pressure in coastal regions. These marine creatures not only boasted overwhelming numbers and formidable strength, but also held the advantage of terrain, capable of engaging or retreating at will. Whenever the situation turned unfavorable, they would swiftly vanish into the depths of the sea. Anyone daring enough to pursue them into the water would be courting death. As time flowed slowly by, 3 days later, midday arrived. In the city of Inyang, the bustling commercial pedestrian street of Yunjinport stood as the liveliest locale within the base city. Metallic structures rose in an artful disarray, while massive holographic advertisement screens flickered between the buildings, showcasing an array of genetic potions and weaponry. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, the figures of a man and a woman stood out conspicuously. Li Yong, donning sunglasses to avoid recognition, and Zhao Qingning. Li Yong was clad in a stylish casual outfit, his tall stature and chiseled features accentuated by the sunglasses that obscured half of his face, yet could not conceal the undeniable aura of sharpness he emanated. Sunlight danced upon the tips of his hair, imbuing him with a blend of languidness and flamboyance. Zhao Qingming wore light blue jeans paired with a loose-fitting white crop t-shirt, topped with a white knitted cardigan. Her striking green hair was styled into a high ponytail, the ends naturally curling and swaying gently with her movements. Walking side by side, they appeared as a perfectly matched couple, one exuding a handsome elegance, the other a vibrant charm. Passers-by couldn't help but pause, their gazes drawn to the duo, inwardly marveling at their striking compatibility, a true embodiment of beauty and talent. Moreover, the sunglasses Li Yong wore were no ordinary pair. They were the SSS-grade treasure, the illusory spirit pendant, which he had just acquired that day. Its capabilities were akin to the SSS-grade stealth robe he had previously obtained from the Destiny sect, yet of superior quality and enhanced functionality. It could transform into any item he wished to wear, concealing his presence and altering his appearance in the eyes of those around him, ensuring he would not be recognized. As the two strolled along the commercial street amidst the bustling crowd filled with laughter and chatter, Zhao Qingming tilted her head slightly to gaze at Li Yong, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Just moments ago, she had been diligently attending to affairs at the general prefecture when Li Yong had suddenly appeared, eagerly dragging her to this bustling street. What intrigued her further was that, upon his arrival, the spiritual energy in the air seemed to be drawn towards her, flowing into her body as if guided by an invisible hand, akin to her previous experience in the Spirit Dew Spring. This time, she could distinctly feel that the influx of spiritual energy was greater and faster than before, piquing her curiosity about the reason behind it. She had a vague sense that it was somehow connected to Li Yong. Shaking off her thoughts, Zhao Qingming returned to the moment and asked inquisitively, "Sir, is there something you wish to discuss by bringing me here? I still have many matters to attend to." Li Yong chuckled lightly in response, his tone casual. "Please, just call me by my name, no need for formalities. We're here to shop, of course. I've entrusted all today as affairs to Du Qi, so you needn't worry. Consider this a little break for yourself." This was his first outing for leisure, although the villa lacked for nothing. Spending every day within its confines had grown rather tedious. Occasionally stepping out for a stroll and experiencing the vibrancy of life was a welcome change. As for why he had chosen to bring Zhao Qingming instead of Meng and the others, he had his own intentions. Zhao Qingming was momentarily taken aback by Li Yang's words. She hadn't anticipated that he had brought her out for shopping, her face initially reflecting surprise, followed by a flicker of delight. Habitually, she replied, "Very well then, sir." Li Yang furrowed his brow slightly. "I've told you not to call me sir." Zhao Qingming playfully stuck out her tongue, her voice softening. "All right, Li Yang. Now that's more like it." Li Yang nodded approvingly, glancing at the time. "It's already noon. Let us find a place to eat. Can you see if there are any good restaurants nearby?" "Sure." Zhao Qingming responded obediently, nodding her head. She then lightly tapped her wrist communicator to search for nearby upscale restaurants with unique specialties, her fingers deftly gliding across the screen. Just then, Li Yang's communicator emitted a sound, the crisp notification ringing out sharply amidst the bustling street. He turned to see that it was a call from Du Qi. Memories of her almost tearful expression of gratitude when he had entrusted her with the tasks surfaced in his mind, filling him with a sense of unease. He initially feared that Du Qi might be overwhelmed by the workload and had concerns. After all, he was well aware of her work style prior to his arrival, which mirrored his own. Both were inclined to take it easy whenever possible. With this thought, Li Yang gently tapped to answer the call, eager to discover the reason behind Du Qi's urgency. Chapter 75, Urgent Intelligence. Not good, master of the General Prefecture. Du Qi's anxious voice came through the communicator, ringing out distinctly in the noisy street. Hearing this, Liang furrowed his brow, pressing his hand gently against his temple in an attempt to keep his tone calm. I'm perfectly fine right now. Please, take your time and explain what has happened. From Du Qi's urgent tone, it was evident that something significant had transpired. Completely contrary to his earlier expectations, otherwise Du Qi would not have disrupted his shopping enthusiasm with such an unusual tone. In a fleeting thought, he conjured an invisible barrier around himself and Zhao Qingming, shielding them from the nearby pedestrians to prevent any panic from arising. After listening, Du Qi hastily took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, and succinctly stated, urgent intelligence has just arrived from the Shuzhou headquarters and the military. A horde of oceanic beasts, numbering over 100 million, has unexpectedly breached multiple river defenses we had established, surging towards our Yuzhou region, among which are suspected to be beasts of the Earth God and Sky God rank. What? Li Yang's brow furrowed even tighter, his expression one of bewilderment. The previously relaxed and pleasant mood he had while shopping was instantly supplanted by tension and gravity. He quickly processed the information Du Qi had relayed, his mind swirling with questions. How could these oceanic beasts suddenly and inexplicably venture deep into the heart of Huaxia, heading toward the Shuzhou area he was tasked with guarding? Furthermore, the sheer scale of their numbers was staggering, exceeding 100 million, with potential sightings of beasts of the Sky God rank. It was important to note that such occurrences had never transpired before. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to assume the role of governor in the relatively safer Yuzhou. Liang pressed, what is the current situation in Shuzhou? Du Qi promptly replied, currently, Shuzhou can only intercept a portion of the beast tide. They are powerless against the leader of this horde. They are still verifying the specifics of the situation and have advised us in Yuzhou to exercise extreme caution. A flicker of seriousness crossed Li Yang's gaze as he pondered deeply. What audacity these oceanic beasts displayed in daring to infiltrate the heart of Huaxia. Did they not fear the repercussions? Previously, no oceanic beasts had ever chosen such a course, as once the military and the martial alliance reacted, they would deploy heavy forces along the riverbanks to sever their escape routes. At that point, while entering might be easy, exiting would prove exceedingly difficult. Though rivers are spacious, they cannot compare to the vastness of the sea. Moreover, once oceanic beasts leave the water and come ashore, their strength would diminish somewhat. In a situation where the rivers are blocked, attempting to return to the ocean from land would significantly increase in difficulty. The fact that this horde of oceanic beasts was risking so much to head directly towards Yuzhou, particularly of such immense scale, raised questions about what could possibly be enticing them. Liang quietly contemplated their motives. What could attract beasts of the Sky God rank? Though currently only suspected, he felt there was a high likelihood. Otherwise, a mere Earth God rank beast could not summon such a formidable tide. However, Shuzhou had yet to confirm the presence of a Sky God beast, making it impossible to ascertain with absolute certainty. Liang found himself at a loss. He had not heard any news of precious resources of divine caliber maturing in Yuzhou. Could it be a mere attempt to launch a surprise attack? While Liang was deep in thought, Du Qi, sensing the silence that followed Li Yang's contemplation, grew somewhat anxious and cautiously expressed, "My lord, what should we do next? This beast tide is formidable. If not handled properly, Yuzhou could be in grave danger." Liang snapped back to reality, his tone grave. "Do not panic. Relay my orders to initiate the highest level defense plan. All divisions must immediately recall all martial artists currently training in the wilderness to assemble and stand by. Additionally, inform the military to bolster defenses at all key cities, especially those near the rivers. Simultaneously, closely monitor any further specific intelligence from Shuzhou and report to me immediately upon receiving any updates. I am heading to the headquarters now." Du Qi responded with urgency. "Yes, my lord. I will take care of it at once." With that, he ended the communication and swiftly set about executing the orders. Liang turned to Zhao Qingming, who had listened to the entire exchange and wore a concerned expression. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes as he gently spoke. "I apologize, Qingming. This sudden turn of events means our shopping trip must be postponed. We need to return immediately and reschedule for another day." "It's all right, Liang. I will follow your lead," Zhao Qingming replied with understanding. She was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation. With the beasts rapidly advancing from Shuzhou towards Yuzhou, Liang, as the supreme commander of the martial alliance in Yuzhou, had to return to manage the situation and devise a response strategy. She internally chided the beasts for choosing such an inopportune time to arrive, coinciding with the day Liang had invited her out. Liang nodded, his expression growing more solemn. The possibility of a Sky God-ranked beast among this oceanic horde was beyond the capabilities of the local armed forces in Yuzhou to handle. He would need to seek assistance from the leader of the alliance. With that, he swiftly activated his communication device to contact Lei Yu, who was currently in Shizhou, and their holographic projections rapidly appeared on their respective devices. "Leader, we have received urgent intelligence from the Shuzhou area." Liang began to succinctly relay the current situation in Yuzhou. Despite his powers exceeding the peak of the Earth Martial God rank, allowing him to contend with beasts of the sky god rank. It was still prudent to seek Lei Yu's support. Without allowing Li Yang to finish, Lei Yu raised a hand to interrupt, maintaining a calm demeanor. I am already aware of the situation. I am en route in a warplane to provide assistance. You must hold your defenses. Do not allow the beast tide to breach easily. The audacity of these oceanic beasts to infiltrate Huaxia and launch a surprise attack on Yuzhou is astonishing. While I do not understand their foolish decision, I will not let this opportunity slip by. Whatever their intentions, we shall strike first. In his heart, Lei Yu calculated that these audacious oceanic beasts would pay a heavy price. Huaxia was not a place where they could act with impunity. While they could flaunt their might in the ocean, now they dared to extend their reach into the heartland. He would break their grasp. Chapter 76, Latest Developments. With the full power of his divine-grade warplane, Lei Yu could reach Yuzhou from Sizhou in less than an hour. The aircraft zipped through the clouds at breakneck speed. Inside the cockpit, Lei Yu gazed intently ahead, hoping to avoid any unforeseen circumstances along the way. He silently pondered the unusual behavior of this oceanic beast horde. What could be their ulterior motive? Was it a clandestine scheme, or merely a reckless gamble? Upon hearing that Lei Yu was already aware of the situation and en route to provide assistance, Li Yang felt a measure of relief wash over him. With a serious expression, he affirmed, "Understood, leader. I will hold the line until your arrival. I will ensure the beast tide does not breach our defenses." Without further delay, he ended the communication, confident that with the leader's support, the situation in Yuzhou would soon be brought under control. Li Yang pondered within his heart. Given the unfathomable strength spoken of in the rumors surrounding the Thunder Prison, this formidable beast of divine caliber was unlikely to pose a challenge to him. As long as reinforcements from the Thunder Prison arrived, he would have little else to do but follow in their wake, tidying up the remnants of the earth beasts and the countless waves of creatures, thus effortlessly accruing some contribution points. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he turned to Zhao Qingning beside him, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Qingning, let us depart for the main headquarters." All right." Zhao Qingning nodded softly, her eyes tinged with a hint of concern, yet predominantly filled with trust in Li Yang. He extended his hand towards her with tenderness. "Come, take my hand." "Oh, okay." At his words, Zhao Qingning felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, yet her heart danced with joy, akin to a little rabbit hopping about in delight. Swiftly, she extended her delicate, fair hand, her fingers elongated and graceful like tender shoots sprouting in the spring. Li Yang grasped her hand, feeling its softness as if he were holding a warm cloud. "Hold on tight," he instructed Zhao Qingning. Indeed, with his words, she tightened her grip on his hand. In the next moment, Li Yang's figure flickered, and together with Zhao Qingning, they vanished from sight as if teleporting, making their way toward the main headquarters. On the street, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment, unable to discern how the striking pair had disappeared, instantly realizing that they were two formidable beings. Not far away, a wealthy young man, exuding an air of arrogance typical of a spoiled scion, beheld Zhao Qingning's breathtaking beauty. His heart quickened, and as he prepared to approach her with a casual flirtation, he suddenly witnessed the astonishing sight of Li Yang and Zhao Qingning vanishing in an instant. He stood there, gaping at the spot where they had been, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside, unable to restrain a curse. What the hell? Instant teleportation. Quickly, he turned to his two burly bodyguards, both mid-tier 9th grade martial artists, and inquired, "Can you two figure out how those two just vanished?" The bodyguards, equally astounded, shook their heads in disbelief, their voices laced with reverence as they replied, "Apologies, young master, we saw the same as you. If we are not mistaken, those two must be at least martial artists of the emperor level." "Emperor level? Does that mean they are even more powerful than my father?" the rich young man exclaimed, his astonishment growing as his mouth widened further. Seeing the bodyguards nod in affirmation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness he hadn't rashly approached that green-haired girl. The thought of provoking an emperor-level martial artist sent shivers down his spine. If he had irked them, his life would likely be forfeit. They surely would not spare him, even with his father's esteemed status. With that thought, the young aristocrat shivered involuntarily, beads of cold sweat springing forth on his back. Owing to Li Yang's protective barrier and the SSS-grade illusion spirit pendant that altered their appearance in the eyes of others, they remained oblivious to his true identity. Moments later, Li Yang and Zhao Qingning materialized like phantoms before the grand and imposing main headquarters. Due to Li Yang's incredible speed, Zhao Qingning lost her balance and fell directly into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "I apologize, my lord, I wasn't steady." Her flustered demeanor only added to her charm. Li Yang smiled gently at the sight, unfazed. "No worries, let us proceed inside." With that, he released Zhao Qingning's hand and, with a thought, removed his sunglasses, striding towards the entrance of the headquarters. The martial artists stationed nearby immediately straightened their posture in respect upon seeing Li Yang. Their eyes filled with awe. "We have seen the esteemed governor of the province." Among them, a perceptive warrior swiftly relayed the news of Li Yang's arrival to Du Qi inside. Li Yang nodded in acknowledgement of their respect as he entered the main headquarters. Upon learning of Li Yang's arrival, Du Qi promptly emerged from within to greet him, initially exhibiting a serious demeanor imbued with tension. He felt a surge of relief upon seeing Li Yang. He thought to himself, how fortunate it is to have such a peak martial artist of the Earth level stationed in Yuzhou. Otherwise, facing such a grave crisis with merely his own emperor-level prowess, he would truly be at a loss. The prospect of confronting a divine beast was something he dared not contemplate. Du Qi approached Li Yang with urgency, his voice tinged with excitement. My lord, you have finally arrived. Your presence gives us a sense of security. Let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to the command center, Li Yang instructed. Right this way, my lord, Du Qi replied promptly, gesturing respectfully as he led Li Yang to the elevator en route to the command center. Inside the elevator, Du Qi remarked, my lord, I have arranged everything you instructed earlier. The martial artists currently training in the wilderness are returning swiftly, and all elite martial artists from the 16th Division are on standby, ready to heed your command. The military has also been notified. As Du Qi completed his report, Li Yang stepped out of the elevator into the spacious and brightly lit command center. The massive screen displayed various maps and data, and a multitude of technical personnel and high-ranking martial artists busily attended to their duties, the atmosphere charged with tension and seriousness. Li Yang complimented Du Qi casually. Well done in executing the orders. Upon seeing Li Yang's arrival, the high-ranking officials in the command center stood in unison, exclaiming, we pay our respects to the esteemed governor. Li Yang nodded slightly, gesturing for them to continue with their tasks, then turned to Du Qi to inquire, do we have any updates from Shuzhou? Yes, my lord. I was just about to report to you, Du Qi replied hastily. There is one bad piece of news and one. Li Yang's brow furrowed slightly as he interrupted. Let me guess, one good piece of news, right? What time is it to be playing favorites? Just tell me the good news first. Du Qi, feeling awkward, shook his head. No, my lord, it is not good news. There is an even worse piece of news. Chapter 77, Defensive Arrangements. Hearing this, Li Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, internally chastising. Who taught you to report news like this? Starting with the negative, then the positive. Can't you see the gravity of the situation? He shot Du Qi an exasperated glance, signaling him to continue. Sensing Li Yang's reproachful gaze, Du Qi's heart raced, and he hurriedly continued. The bad news is that the sudden onslaught of this oceanic beast wave is exceptionally fierce. With the Shuzhou headquarters confirming that the numbers have reached around 1 billion, they concentrated their firepower to primarily target the supply base along the river defense line. While in other directions, the oceanic beasts coordinated their harassment. The overall military strength of Shuzhou was caught off guard and could hardly intercept them. They could only manage to halt a portion, leaving the number still exceeding hundreds of millions reaching our Yuzhou. Currently, they have breached the final defense line of the river supply base. Given the advanced speed of the beast tide, it will not take more than an hour for them to arrive at the easternmost city of Chungalong in Yuzhou. Du Qi delivered the grim news in one breath. After pausing to give himself a moment to digest, he continued. The worst news is that the leader of this beast tide has been identified as the absolute sovereign of the waters near the Nanyang Islands, the Tsangming Dragon Kunshin, whose level of cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the celestial beast realm. Furthermore, there are 3 other formidable beasts of the earth beast realm, second only to the Tsangming Dragon Kunshin, the late-stage illusionary moon jellyfish, the mid-stage thunder spirit giant crab, and the blade-fin mad shark, all notorious figures in the ocean. Our current situation is exceedingly dire. Upon finishing, Du Qi gazed at Li Yang with anticipation, hoping he would devise a strategy to withstand this beast tide. Li Yang, upon hearing the news, could not help but suck in a sharp breath, falling into silence. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Did this formidable oceanic beast army intend to wage a full-scale war against the Huaxiao nation? Although the beast tide had been partially intercepted by Shuzhou's armed forces, there were still over hundreds of millions of beasts surging towards the Yuzhou he was tasked with defending. If it were merely these beasts and the 3 earth beast realm creatures, it might be manageable. However, the true headache was the Tsangming Dragon Kunshin at the pinnacle of the celestial beast realm. The combined military strength of the Yuzhou Martial Alliance and the armed forces could not possibly stand against such a foe. Though his current strength could contend with a celestial beast-level creature, the challenge was formidable. It is crucial to understand that every breakthrough from the king level onward brings about a qualitative change in strength, applicable to both beasts and martial artists alike. The transformation between Earth Martial God and Celestial Martial God is the most significant. The disparity is not to be underestimated. Must it truly come to a life-or-death struggle? Li Yang pondered inwardly. With his profound accumulated foundation, he had 20 late-stage Earth Martial Gods, the Yin Prison Guardians who could resurrect the next day after death, the Frost Toad God at the peak of the Earth Beast realm, and the SSS-level martial skill Giant Goddess Wrath, which could temporarily elevate his level to that of a celestial martial god while enhancing overall power. These were his strongest cards. However, the problem lay in the necessity to eliminate this celestial beast-level creature within 10 minutes. His immediate concern was his own safety. Only after securing his own well-being could he fulfill his responsibilities as the provincial governor. Having reached this conclusion, Li Yong silently prayed for the rapid arrival of Lord Lei's support. Otherwise, if the situation deteriorated beyond a certain point, he would need to consider a strategic retreat. After all, it is prudent to preserve one's life in the face of adversity. He certainly did not wish to sacrifice himself due to a single beast tide. Such a decision would be the last resort, only to be considered when all other options were exhausted. As the provincial governor, abandoning the martial artists and innocent civilians in his charge during a crisis, leading to their slaughter at the hands of the beasts, would be a grave offense. To what extent would this be serious? Apart from being subject to a global arrest warrant issued by the Wuxian nation, it would also attract the personal pursuit of Lei Yu, a peak celestial martial god. However, he was drawing ever closer to the celestial martial god realm. And if he could find a place to hide for 10 days or half a month, his strength would see a significant increase. At that point, he would no longer fear Lei Yu. Du Qi observed Li Yang's prolonged silence, feeling a swell of admiration. Truly, as the provincial governor, he remained remarkably composed in the face of such a daunting predicament, analyzing the situation with clarity. Then, Li Yang cast aside his myriad thoughts, burying the notion of fleeing from the situation deep within. The current circumstances had not yet escalated to that level, and he would assess the situation before making a decision. He turned to Du Qi and reassured him, "Do not panic. Lord Lei is en route in a divine-class aircraft to confront the Tsangming Dragon Kunshin. With the speed of his aircraft, he will arrive within the hour." His words acted as a calming agent, instilling a robust sense of confidence in those present. The previously tense atmosphere noticeably eased. The name Lei Yu carried a reassuring weight, and merely mentioning it provided a powerful sense of solace. His past glorious achievements were deeply ingrained in their hearts. Li Yang then instructed Du Qi, "You are to accompany me to the conference room and summon the chairpersons of the 16 divisions and the leaders of the various supply bases for an urgent meeting. I have orders to issue to them. This beast tide is approaching rapidly, and we must organize our defenses promptly to minimize losses and casualties, striving to stabilize the situation before Lord Lei's support arrives." "Yes, sir," Du Qi replied respectfully. Following this, Li Yang, along with Zhao Qingning, who had remained silent by his side, proceeded with Du Qi to the conference room within the headquarters. Once they arrived and took their seats, Du Qi swiftly issued virtual meeting invitations as per Li Yang's orders. Streams of virtual projections appeared in quick succession. Each projection emanated varying degrees of tension, as this was their first encounter with such a large-scale beast tide. The pressure from the celestial beast-level creatures was overwhelming, and even hearing their names left them feeling uneasy. Once everyone had gathered, Li Yang stood and surveyed the room before commencing the strategic briefing. "This beast tide is massive and aggressive. We absolutely cannot remain idle." Due to the urgency of time, the meeting was brief but focused, with Du Qi providing supplementary remarks on any discrepancies. Before long, the meeting concluded, and everyone departed to execute Li Yang's orders. Just as the meeting wrapped up, as Li Yang stood to leave the conference room, a sound emanated from the communication wristband on his wrist. He halted, glancing at his wrist in surprise and delight. It was Lord Lei. Had he already arrived to offer support? Quickly, he clicked to connect. Chapter 78. The Intercepted Lei Yu. Mere defeated opponents. At this moment, Lei Yu, aboard a divine-class aircraft, was swiftly departing the Sai province area, his expression stern. The virtual projection of Li Yang appeared before him. Before Li Yang could even inquire, Lei Yu preemptively stated, "I have encountered some complications on my end, and I will be delayed for a while." As he spoke, Lei Yu's gaze shifted to the large screen in the aircraft, which clearly displayed two red dots rapidly approaching from over 100 kilometers away. The artificial intelligence quickly presented the information on these two beasts, his previous defeated adversaries: the late-stage celestial beast-level burning world flame sparrow and the starfall dragon griffin. The data indicated that the injuries he had inflicted on them earlier had healed, and they now appeared intent on obstructing his support for Yuzhou. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lei Yu coldly remarked, "It is indeed a rarity for the oceanic beasts and terrestrial beasts to collaborate." Despite both being members of the Ferocious Beast clan, their relationship had never been intimate, often characterized by mutual disdain. However, he was certain that these two defeated minions could not impede him, having previously allowed them to escape by sheer chance. Their audacity to reappear before him was nothing short of a foolish oversight. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Li Yang was instantly struck with dismay. The very scenario he most dreaded had come to pass. "Ah, what now? Lei Yu has been intercepted by two celestial beasts. What shall I do?" he pondered. "Am I to confront them alone? But I can only hold them off for 10 minutes. Doubt plagued Li Yang's mind. Noticing Li Yang's sudden silence, Lei Yu seemed to have already anticipated his thoughts and spoke with a steady voice. "Do not worry. This situation was well within my foresight. The Tsangming Dragon Koan, daring to advance into Yuzhou along the rivers, undoubtedly has allies to delay me while it attends to its own affairs. A mysterious powerhouse, whose strength is not far inferior to mine, has already been dispatched to assist. They will contact you upon arrival." Liang felt a slight sense of relief at this revelation, but could not help but inquire. Leader Lei, who is this mysterious powerhouse? Can we rely on them? Yet, Lei Yu preempted any further questions by terminating the communication. His gaze shifted towards the two red dots on the large screen that were drawing ever closer. His mind racing with thoughts. What could have prompted the alliance between the oceanic and terrestrial beasts? What was it about Yuzhou that captivated the Tsangming Dragon Kuan, necessitating such a grand display? What vexed him most was that, despite the combined strength of the celestial beasts not matching his own, they were effectively barring his path to provide support. This was a distinct disadvantage for their Huaxian nation. The number of celestial warriors was exceedingly scarce, particularly in comparison to the ferocious beasts. Soon, as the distance closed, Lei Yu's figure erupted from within the aircraft like a bolt of lightning, his eyes glinting with a fierce intent. He gazed at the two colossal beasts in the distance, which loomed like moving islands. The Starfall Dragon Griffin, with its eagle-like head and feathers embedded with meteorite fragments, spoke in a low, taunting voice. We meet again, human. Today, you shall go nowhere. In contrast, the blazing world flame sparrow, resembling a vermilion bird with a tail trailing flames for miles, filled the air with a fierce and malevolent aura, its voice booming like thunder. Lei Yu, it is time to settle old scores. This sky shall be your grave. Huh? You two defeated minions dare to show yourselves again after escaping last time? Then today, you shall remain here. Lei Yu's eyes crackled with electricity as he spoke coldly. In an instant, the fierce aura of a peak celestial warrior erupted from him like a tidal wave, surrounding him with a brilliant display of lightning. The once clear sky seemed to be shrouded by an unseen hand, darkening ominously. Then, a thunderous roar echoed through the clouds, creating a terrifying scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, causing the very air around them to freeze. With a swift motion, Lei Yu donned a deep blue, god-tier battle armor that emanated a chilling and formidable presence. In his hand appeared a god-tier quality spear, its black shaft glinting with a lethal sheen, as if it could pierce through anything. With a light tap on the communicator on his wrist, the previously hovering divine aircraft beside him roared to life, transforming like a mechanical beast. The aircraft's exterior reconfigured and expanded, ultimately morphing into a striking combat robot. This was the unique feature of the divine aircraft, its ability to change form and be autonomously piloted by artificial intelligence, boasting combat capabilities equivalent to a mid-tier celestial warrior. It was a treasure he had painstakingly salvaged from a perilous ancient relic, which he named Cataclysm, the colossal blazing world flame sparrow and Starfall Dragon Griffin. Feeling the oppressive force radiating from Lei Yu, instinctively recoiled in trepidation, their earlier arrogance dissipating. The Starfall Dragon Griffin's body trembled, and it solemnly declared, "This is not good." Lei Yu has grown stronger. His aura is far more terrifying than during our last encounter. The blazing world flame sparrow's golden eyes reflected deep apprehension, its heart fluttering with unease. Exercise caution. Our task is not to engage him in a battle. We must delay until the Tsangming Dragon Kuan completes its mission, and then we shall withdraw. Lei Yu's power had evidently surged since their last confrontation. Meanwhile, the celestial beasts had been nursing their injuries over the years, barely regaining their peak state, with little improvement in strength. The last time, they had struggled against Lei Yu even when outnumbering him 3-1. The prospect of facing him now was utterly daunting. Were it not for their master's orders, they would have never chosen to provoke this formidable adversary. They could only fervently hope that the Tsangming Dragon Kuan would hasten its task in Yuzhou, for they could not withstand Lei Yu for long. Prepare to meet your end. Lei Yu thundered, unleashing his domain. A light blue electric aura enveloped the area within several miles of him, the electricity slithering like serpents and crackling ominously, creating a prison of lightning. Within this domain, Lei Yu became the absolute sovereign, experiencing a remarkable enhancement in both speed and strength. Brandishing his spear, he charged like a bolt of lightning alongside the divine aircraft towards the two ferocious beasts. The oppressive aura weighed heavily upon the blazing world flame sparrow and the Starfall Dragon Griffin, leaving them gasping for breath. Go all out to stop him, they urged, no longer daring to delay. In response, both celestial beasts unleashed their own domains. The blazing world flame sparrow's domain was a world ablaze, the flames a dark crimson, radiating extreme heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. The Starfall Dragon Griffin's domain was a space littered with meteors, their incessant collisions producing deafening sounds. Thus, the three powerful entities engaged in a fierce and tumultuous battle above the desolate wilderness. Chapter 79. Zhao Qingming's Choice. Meanwhile, as the communication concluded, Liang stepped out of the conference room with a grave expression. The words of Lei Yu echoed incessantly in his mind. Who could this mysterious powerhouse, not much weaker than Lei Yu, possibly be? Could it be another celestial warrior concealed in the shadows? Liang speculated inwardly. Given Lei Yu's tendency to keep secrets, he found this possibility quite plausible. Furthermore, he doubted that Lei Yu would deceive him at such a critical juncture. He remained uncertain whether this mysterious powerhouse could contend with the peaked celestial beast. I hope they can resolve this situation, Liang murmured to himself. A hint of worry etched in his eyes. As he contemplated, he led Du Qi and Zhao Qingning towards the battle command center. In the past few days, he had secured an SSS-level illusion spirit pendant, along with 2 enhancements to his training, raising the effect amplification to 70. In addition, there exists the SSS martial art, Molten Abyss Splitting Sea Palm, which has been thoroughly comprehended. There is nothing that can effectively pose a threat to the peak-level ferocious beasts of the celestial beasts. Sighing inwardly, Li Yong shook his head in resignation and turned to Du Qi, asking once more, "Is there truly no good news?" Upon hearing this, Du Qi furrowed her brows, pondering for a moment before recalling something, albeit uncertain if it could be deemed a good piece of news. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "My lord, the overall strength of oceanic ferocious beasts diminishes once they come ashore, although the higher the beast's rank, the less significant the reduction. Might this be considered good news? This fact is one of the key reasons why humanity's coastal defenses have consistently managed to withstand the onslaught of oceanic ferocious beasts. When oceanic beasts of the same rank come ashore, their power is indeed affected by environmental factors, rendering them even weaker than land-based beasts. Consider it so?" Li Yong nodded slightly upon hearing this, finally encountering a piece of news that could be begrudgingly classified as positive. Although its impact may be limited, it was certainly better than nothing, he mused internally. As time progressed, the oceanic ferocious beasts had already traversed the rivers and reached the Yuzhou region. Subsequently, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. They directly bypassed the heavily fortified and tense Chungalong base city, not even damaging the surrounding supply bases, and headed straight for the Ingyong base city. The land-based ferocious beasts in the various wilderness areas also began to stir, seemingly responding to the call of the oceanic beasts. Upon receiving this news, Li Yong gazed at the large screen before him, displaying the current location of the beasts, filled with further confusion. What on earth do these oceanic ferocious beasts intend to do by coming such a long way? Du Qi, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze intently on the position of the beasts, and suddenly, she seemed to realize something. She quickly addressed Li Yong, "My lord, something feels amiss. It appears their trajectory is aimed directly at our Ingyong base city. Coming for us?" After Du Qi pointed this out, Li Yong swiftly noticed the same, an ominous feeling welling up inside him. He had previously assumed that the target of these ferocious beasts would be the various bases, thus consolidating all forces at those locations to prepare for the impending assault. The military had similarly taken this approach, hastily failing to establish any defensive lines along these routes, resulting in the beasts having an unobstructed path. If nothing unforeseen occurred, they would reach the Ingyong base city in about 10 minutes. Li Yang's expression grew grave, a strong sense of impending crisis surging within him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he surveyed those around him and promptly issued orders. "The ferocious beasts are likely targeting our Ingyong base city. It is now too late to establish defensive lines. All warriors in the headquarters must prepare for battle. The opponent we face this time is the celestial beast god. Moreover, immediately notify the personnel at the surrounding supply bases and the local military to evacuate swiftly and distance themselves from the vicinity of Ingyong base city. The armed forces at the supply bases could, at most, contend with the beast emperor-level ferocious beasts. Now that the objective of these ferocious beasts had become clear, allowing them to hold their ground would be tantamount to awaiting death. Furthermore, since the ferocious beasts were heading for Ingyong base city, urging them to evacuate would keep them out of danger." "Understood." The crowd responded respectfully, a sense of fearless courage permeating the tense atmosphere. After issuing his commands, Li Yong glanced at his wristband, still devoid of any incoming messages. His brow furrowed in contemplation, pondering when the mysterious warrior mentioned by Lei Yu would reach out to him. Zhao Qingning observed Li Yang's serious demeanor, her eyes filled with conflict and hesitation as she unconsciously tightened her grip on the hem of her clothing, grappling with a difficult decision. As the strongest individual in the entire Yuzhou region, should anything happen to him, the entire region would descend into irreparable ruin. Soon, a flicker of determination passed through Zhao Qingning's eyes, and she had made her choice. Taking a deep breath to muster her courage, she addressed Li Yong, "My lord, please come with me. I have something to discuss with you." As Li Yong pondered how to navigate the murky waters to ensure his survival until the arrival of the mysterious support mentioned by Lei Yu, he noticed Zhao Qingning's heavy expression and nodded, "Very well." Following her out of the hall, he was filled with curiosity about what she wished to convey at such a crucial moment. Zhao Qingning led Li Yong to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers, her gaze resolute. "My lord, I wish to borrow 2 items from you." Without hesitation, she removed a seemingly unremarkable ring from her hand, which, in truth, possessed a divine-grade status. Speaking softly, she continued, "This is a divine-grade defensive treasure, once worn and bonded with your mental energy. It can unleash its energy at a mere thought, forming a shield around your body capable of withstanding the full force of a peak-level celestial beast's attack for 10 minutes. In moments of life-threatening danger, it can also automatically activate to protect its wearer." She paused momentarily, not allowing Li Yong to interject, and with a flicker of her mind, She retrieved a similarly ordinary-looking orb from her storage ring, emitting a faint white glow. This orb contains 3 full power strikes from a peak-level celestial martial artist. Activated in the same manner as the ring, it should prove quite beneficial for you in the times to come. Upon finishing her explanation, she pressed both items into Li Yang's hands. As Li Yang accepted the 2 treasures, still warm from her touch, he gazed at Zhao Qingning in astonishment. He could distinctly feel that she had severed their mental connection. He was taken aback by her willingness to part with such a divine-grade defensive treasure. Moreover, she had also bestowed upon him an orb of equal divine-grade status, one for offense and the other for defense. These treasures' significance was self-evident. In the impending battle, they would undoubtedly provide him with substantial assurance. Qingning, did you foresee that your identity was extraordinary? Li Yang, who had already suspected Zhao Qingning's remarkable background, couldn't help but inquire in this opportune moment. Understanding what he was about to ask, Zhao Qingning quickly responded, "My lord, I will explain everything once this is over. For now, please accept these. You must prioritize your safety." Her eyes were filled with concern and sincerity. These 2 items were the most meaningful contribution she could make to Li Yang at this moment. Chapter 80. The Surge of the Beast Tide. Li Yang gazed at the 2 precious divine-grade treasures in his hands, the warm texture imbued with Zhao Qingning's fervent intentions. He glanced once more at Zhao Qingning, who displayed such care and concern in taking this step for him amidst the looming crisis. It was astonishing that she was willing to entrust him with 2 divine-grade treasures capable of preserving her life even after the base city had been breached. With these 2 treasures, one for offense and one for defense, he had effectively resolved much of the difficulties he faced. Engaging in battle with the celestial dragon Kuan God was now entirely within the realm of possibility, and he need not shy away from its might. Thank you, Qingning. Once this is all over, I will return them to you in perfect condition, Li Yang said, a faint smile gracing his lips, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingning broke into a sweet smile. There's no need for formality. Consider this a token of gratitude for the previous SSS-grade resources. You must ensure your safety. Our entire base city is counting on you. Li Yang nodded, temporarily stowing away the 2 items. He then strode into the operations command hall. Casting his gaze over the crowd, all martial artists of king rank and above, follow me to the city walls and prepare for battle. Yes. Du Qi and the other senior officials quickly rose to their feet, their expressions grave as they prepared themselves mentally. Except for those technical personnel who needed to remain behind to receive instructions due to their insufficient rank, the rest followed Li Yang's lead towards the city walls. Readying for combat, the elite martial artists stood at the ready, swiftly following suit. The base city had entered a state of lockdown, with squads of soldiers patrolling to prevent any unrest. Ordinary martial artists sensed the tense atmosphere, huddled together with worry etched on their faces, whispering anxiously about the impending beast assault. Some took their families into relatively sturdy houses, their eyes betraying fear and unease. Meanwhile, young and vigorous martial artists, along with various families and martial arts schools, spontaneously organized themselves, eager to contribute to the defense of the base city. After all, they were all in this together. Should the base city fall to the onslaught of the beasts, all of humanity would suffer. Before long, Li Yang arrived atop the towering city walls. Around him gathered an orderly throng of elite soldiers, armed and resolute. Simultaneously, Zhang Jian and other high-ranking military officials were present. Upon seeing Li Yang and his formidable allies approach, especially the sight of Li Yang himself, a memory flashed in Zhang Jian's mind. Just days prior, a mere glance from Li Yang could have spelled his demise. Fear flickered in Zhang Jian's eyes as he mustered the courage to greet Li Yang with a nod. The provincial envoy has arrived, he said, turning to the visibly tense Zhang Jian, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Due to their previous discord, their conversation ceased, and both turned their attention back to the distant horizon beyond the walls. At that moment, Zhang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. Just as he had recently ascended to the Earth Martial God realm, he was now faced with a colossal challenge. His opponent was either the abnormal Li Yang or a beast at the pinnacle of the beast god realm. Why couldn't he have a more evenly matched adversary? With a deep sigh, he mused to himself, I wonder when the reinforcements from the Martial Alliance will arrive. In such dire circumstances, our military government, as the official organization of Huaxia, can only place our hopes in the Martial Alliance. Truly, the times have changed. As a veteran of the military, he longed for the days when their ranks had boasted a heavenly martial god warrior. Had that not been the case, they wouldn't have descended into such an embarrassing predicament, if not for the ambitions of the Thunder Prison, which sought only to bolster its strength against the beasts and bring an end to this chaotic era. Their military government might have already been swallowed by the Martial Alliance. In this world where power reigned supreme, the absence of a top-tier powerhouse to lead them rendered their vast organizational structure futile. No matter how numerous the mid-tier martial artists were, it would be of no avail. The harsh reality was indeed disheartening. The military government, despite its formidable organizational framework, lacked the elite combat strength needed to bear the weight of such a crisis, thus relying on external forces for hope. This disconcerting situation left Zhang Jian a senior official in the military government, with a heavy heart. As time ticked by, a subtle tremor coursed through the entire Ingyang-based city. Initially, the vibrations were mild, akin to a slight shudder of the earth. However, as moments passed, the tremors intensified, resembling the thunderous charge of 1,000 galloping steeds beneath the ground. The onlookers quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, swallowing hard as they fixed their gaze ahead. Gradually, the ominous outlines of a beast tide began to materialize around them. Countless ferocious beasts appeared like a dark tide, encircling the entire Ingyang-based city. The beast tide had arrived, and it was everywhere. Terrified cries erupted from the soldiers atop the walls, betraying their palpable anxiety. "Do not fear," Zhang Jian bellowed, his voice resonating with authority, echoing across the 4 city walls. "Behind us lies our homeland, where our families reside. We cannot retreat. Dying on the battlefield is a soldier's honor. Let these vile beasts witness our might. We, the valiant sons of the land, shall not cower before these beasts. Even if we bleed our last drop of blood, we will make them understand that humanity is not to be trifled with." His words resonated like the beating of war drums, instilling a renewed sense of resolve among the soldiers. They gripped their weapons tightly, their spirits reignited. Liang observed this scene unfold. Having allowed Zhang Jian to finish his speech, he refrained from addressing the martial artist from the alliance behind him. Deep in thought, he realized the truth. This relentless tide of beasts was indeed targeting Ingyang-based city. Fortunately, he had already ordered the personnel in the surrounding supply base to evacuate far from the city. Otherwise, they would surely have perished under the ferocious onslaught of the beast tide. As the formidable beast tide drew ever closer from all directions, the scene was overwhelming and inexorable. The Tsangming dragon Kuan, with its whale-like form adorned with dragon scales and serpent-like whiskers, surged forth through the tide of beasts. Its immense size, exceeding 500 meters, loomed significantly above, resembling a moving mountain. Accompanying it were 3 other beast gods, their bodies radiating a chilling light, akin to dreamlike yet perilous specters, the illusory spirit jellyfish. With its enormous pincers crackling with electrical energy, the thunder spirit giant crab, and the blade-finned frenzy shark, emanating an icy glint from its razor-sharp fins. The mere appearance of these 4 beast gods instilled a profound sense of dread in the soldiers and elite martial artists of the Martial Alliance. As if an invisible force was constricting their very breath, they felt as though their hearts were gripped by an unseen hand, each beat becoming a daunting struggle. The elite martial artists of the Alliance tightened their grips on their weapons, beads of sweat forming on their brows. It was no wonder they were apprehensive. For those of their rank, facing a beast at the pinnacle of the beast god realm was an entirely normal reaction. The dark eyes of the Tsangming dragon Kuan fixated on the human-based city before it, honing in on Liang atop the distant city walls. Its gaze held an icy intensity, as if surveying a lamb destined for slaughter. Finally, it had found its target. According to the information provided by its master, this human was the objective of its mission.